Standing atop a high sand dune, I gazed at the blood-red sunset, which appeared particularly distorted as it blended with the scorching sand and the horizon. The outline of the village beneath my feet stretched long and large, accompanied by a few rolling tumbleweeds in the wind, making everything in the world seem strangely desolate yet magnificent. Jing Hang slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. Beautiful, isn't it? A voice of doubt came from behind him. Without turning his head, Jing Hang quickly steadied himself in a half-kneeling posture. Indeed, Lord Kazakage, it's simply breathtaking. In fact, Jing Hang was the protagonist of this story, a post-80s community grid worker who should have been fighting on the front lines against the epidemic. He had no particular hobbies aside from a love for comics. This day, after a long night of pandemic prevention work in the community, he returned to his dormitory and found it difficult to sleep. So, he opened his notebook to revisit Naruto, and as he watched, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself in the world of Naruto, specifically in the world of the Kazakage. With the sky filled with yellow sand and barren land, it was clearly the village hidden in the sand. Yet, he was merely an orphan of the First Shinobi World War. However, heaven favored him, and gradually, Jing Hang discovered that he was known as the strongest Kazekage in history, the third Kazekage, and also the most unfortunate one, as he was already a puppet in the hands of Sasori of the Red Sand upon his appearance. As a transmigrator, he naturally could not accept such a tragic fate. With his magnetic release bloodline and iron sand techniques, he relied on his deep understanding of comics and his relentless efforts to stand out in the Ninja Academy. After graduation, he led a team and completed countless missions, becoming a Jonin at the age of 16 and winning the favor and promotion of his second Kazakage, Seimin, becoming his bodyguard. Over several years, he fought in various battles, earning the title of Blue Sandstorm, the third with blue hair. He was regarded as the Kazakage's successor by the second Kazakage and several elders in the village. "Do you still think we shouldn't go to the Land of Rain?" the second Kazakage asked. "Yes, Lord Kazakage," Jing Hang replied. "Why? Is it because of that brat named Hanzo of the Salamander who loves to use poison?" "That mere Hanzo, Elder Chiyo, can handle him. I'm worried that once the war becomes a stalemate, other major countries will intervene. Whether it's Konoha or Iwagakure, neither will allow a powerful force to emerge nearby." "Enough," Seimin's stern tone interrupted him. "Do I not know the risks of this war? Just take a look at the village beneath our feet. Lack of water, poverty, hunger. We are living such miserable lives. Do we want our children to continue living in such misery? Not fighting? Where will our living space be? Not fighting? What do we have to develop the village? Your vision is too short-sighted. You truly disappoint me." The second Kazakage was emotional, and the dragon markings on his face became increasingly ferocious. Jing Hang remained half-kneeling with his head down, no longer speaking. "Since you are unwilling to participate in this war, then don't go. Go to the abyss and watch over that little monk, Finfu." When Jing Hang raised his head again, the second Kazakage had already disappeared. The next day, the second Kazakage personally led Elder Chiyo and a group of elite Jonin to expedition to the Land of Rain. Elder Hozo was left to manage village affairs, while the elite Jonin Jing Hang, viewed as the successor, was demoted to guard the prison known as the Abyss, watching over the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Finfu. Having read Naruto extensively and been active in various Naruto forums, Jing Hang naturally understood that the upcoming war was the Second Shinobi World War. This was about 20 years after the First Shinobi World War, during which the economic gap between the countries widened. Under the pretext of increasing public privileges, the martial factions in various countries rose to power, advocating for territorial expansion through force. The Second Shinobi World War began with the invasion of the Land of Rain by Sunagakure. Afterward, the 5 great nations fought over the Land of Rain, resulting in chaos, but ultimately it was Konoha, with its rich resources and deep foundations, that emerged victorious. In this war, Sunagakure suffered heavy losses of elite ninjas, and after the successive, unexpected deaths of the third and fourth Kazakage, it nearly fell to a second-rate role on the stage of the five great nations. Despite attempting to collaborate with Orochimaru on the Konoha collapse plan, they achieved almost nothing apart from killing an elderly Hiruzen Sarutobi. By the time of the fifth Kazakage, Gaara, they had completely become Konoha's subordinate. Thus, the decline of Sunagakure undoubtedly stemmed from the war initiated by the second Kazakage. Although Jing Hang, now the prince of Sunagakure, wanted to cool down the impending chaos, he was still not the leader. His repeated advice during war meetings only provoked the already martial-leaning second Kazakage's dissatisfaction, resulting in him being demoted to guard the Jinchuriki. From then on, he could only take one step at a time. The Abyss was essentially a prison modified from a semi-closed valley structure. It was spacious, but housed only one prisoner. Deep, dark, and silent, it resembled the Avicii hell, suffocating in its atmosphere. Ah, boss, you too. Why argue with Lord Kazekage for no reason? Now look at this. Both I and Yakura can't go to the battlefield and have to come guard this broken place with you, said Rasha, not in a good mood. Stop your nagging. Why has the boss ever made a wrong judgment? Just do as instructed, Yakura said, manipulating his fire release to illuminate the path ahead. As an elite jonin, Jing Hang naturally had his own ninja team. Before Tsunade proposed that having a medical ninja in a combat team could greatly increase survival rates. A typical combat team usually consisted of 3 members. Having entered the upper echelons of Sunagakure early on, Jing Hang waved his hand and included the future 4th Kazakage, Rasha, with his bitter face, and the future elite jonin, Yakura, who would have a tragic fate but strong combat ability, into his team. This was almost the strongest combat team in Sunagakure, but whether it was intentional or not on the part of the second Kazakage, due to Jing Hang's frank advice, the entire team was assigned to the Abyss. Rasha was entirely unlike the future 4th Kazakage, being chatty and unstable, constantly complaining like a nagging wife along the way, while Yakura acted as Jing Hang's loyal little fan, seemingly believing that whatever the captain said was right. The Abyss was deep and winding. After walking for a long time, they finally sensed a faint light ahead, and a slender shadow stretched longer. Funfu Master, it's time to eat. Jing Hang respectfully handed the food box through the door crack. A middle-aged monk slightly opened his eyes, smiled upon recognizing the visitor. Thank you, Jing Hang. Funfu pressed his palms together in thanks and bowed to Jing Hang. As a strategic weapon and successor of the village, Jing Hang was naturally familiar with Funfu and quite close. Knowing the secrets of the tailed beasts, Jing Hang often visited Funfu to chat, as he understood that this monk was extraordinary, almost the first perfect Jinchuriki after the Sage of 6 Paths. His pure mindset was praised by even the fierce and violent Shukaku, resembling the qualities of the Sage of 6 Paths. Unfortunately, the village viewed the tailed beasts as a great threat, only daring to imprison him in the Abyss without further research or utilization. I said thank you, not because you tirelessly bring me food, but because I respect your courage to boldly advise the second Kazakage to send troops to the land of rain. Funfu opened the food box before him and began to eat slowly. It's a pity that Lord Kazakage did not heed my advice and insisted on sending troops. By now, the vanguard of the troops has likely already reached the border of the land of rain. Sigh, a great battle is inevitable. Jing Hang couldn't help but sigh. Although their goals were different, one for the country and the other for the people, they both ultimately wanted to avoid this war. You have done your best. This heart is bright, and there is no need for unease. Alas, the world will soon suffer again. I will chant sutras for the deceased later, Funfu reassured him. Jing Hang replied, using the light to look at Funfu's face, noticing that the thin, long face was topped with 2 large dark circles. Master, how long has it been since you last slept? It has been 55 days now. Oh dear, that's terrible. How about I take you out of sleep for a while now? Funfu immediately smiled, his eyes narrowing, and pressed his palms together, saying, "Then I will trouble you, benefactor. Ha ha ha! I have finally broken free from my cocoon." In the vast desert filled with yellow sand, a colossal creature covered in cursed seal patterns, a raccoon dog, raised its sharp claws high and let out an ear-splitting howl towards the sky. "Yes, that's right. You have indeed emerged." A faint voice came from beside it. "Oh, Shukaku." The one-tail warily turned to the source of the voice. "It's you." Shukaku squinted its coin-like eyes and saw Jing Hang standing on a nearby sand dune. "Yes, it's me. I will take your life. Come on, you smelly raccoon." Jing Hang showed no fear, pulling out a scroll. With a loud bang, a large amount of black iron sand flowed out, instantly forming a solid steel barrier in front of him. Shukaku ignored the situation in front of it and roared crazily, "Wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, sand dispersal sphere." Countless massive wind balls and sand bullets, made of high-density tailed beast chakra, bombarded Jing Hang's iron wall defense like rain, producing a grating sound of friction. Shukaku tirelessly unleashed its attacks, seemingly wanting to engulf this little person in an endless wave of assaults. On a nearby sand dune, Yakura and Rasha were boiling tea in a makeshift tent. "How long has it been?" Yakura asked, looking towards the direction of the fight with concern. "It's still early, still early. It's only been a little over 2 hours. Let the monks sleep a bit longer." Rasha didn't look up, focused on adjusting the teaware in his hands. "Hey, look, Shukaku has stopped. Is it going to unleash the tailed beast bomb?" Yakura pointed to the direction of the battle. "Is it? Ha! The most exciting part is about to come." Rasha quickly handed a cup of tea to Yakura and sat down on a small stool in front. Shukaku opened its large mouth, and a massive chakra was rapidly gathering, forming a huge black chakra ball. Feeling the attack cease, Jing Hang quickly retracted the iron sand barrier, swiftly pulling out 2 scrolls to release more black iron sand, then rapidly forming hand seals with his hands. Magnetic release, giant robot technique. With a loud shout from Jing Hang, countless iron sands quickly piled up and soon transformed into a steel giant roughly the same size as Shukaku. The giant was clad in armor, wielding 2 large hammers, resembling a majestic guardian deity, exuding a murderous aura. "That's so cool." Yakura and Rasha's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb was right in front of him. The steel giant crossed its hammers in an X shape, sturdily withstanding the rolling-tailed beast bomb, creating a shower of sparks. Standing on the giant's head, Jing Hang let out a low shout, raising the hammers, and the tailed beast bomb flew straight into the sky, exploding and dissipating the dense clouds above. The iron giant quickly moved forward, swinging its iron hammer toward Shukaku. Shukaku instinctively raised its right claw to block, but iron was heavier than sand. In an instant, Shukaku's right arm was battered to a pulp, and before it could recover, the iron giant swung its left hammer again, taking another chunk out of Shukaku's waist. "I told you to behave, behave," Jing Hang muttered quietly, but his hands did not slow down. The 2 iron hammers swung left and right like a top hitting Shukaku. Although such attacks did not cause substantial harm to Shukaku, the relentless assault prevented it from gathering its form, gradually turning it into a pile of mud. Furthermore, with each strike from the iron giant, Shukaku let out a piercing scream, indicating that it was indeed in pain. "How did Big Brother come up with such a cool ninjutsu?" Yakura asked, eyes filled with stars. It is said that Big Brother created this technique by referencing the first Hokage Hashirama's Wooden Man technique and the Uchiha clan Susanoo, but only someone with Big Brother's abnormal chakra capacity could maintain the Iron Giant for this long. It's been 3 hours, and the giant hasn't fallen apart. Truly impressive, Rasha said while savoring his tea. "By the way, how's your Golden Man technique coming along?" Yakura turned and asked. "Sigh, don't mention it. As of today, it's still less than half the size of Big Brother's Iron Giant, and the gold sand is too heavy to control. However, the sealing technique is pretty good. Rasha sighed deeply. Don't think only the Uchiha can create a giant. My iron giant is not inferior to theirs. Jing Hang muttered to himself. This was Jing Hang's newly developed ninjutsu, based on his magnetic release bloodline, the giant robot technique. In the original work, by the time the third Hokage appeared, he had already become a puppet controlled by Sasori of the Red Sand. The so-called magnetic release iron sand technique was merely manipulating iron sand mixed with poison to form various shapes to stab or smash opponents. The original Magneto of the shinobi world was transformed into an unstoppable destroyer, a complete waste of talent. Having been reborn, Jing Hang would never squander his gifts. He studied and developed various targeted and powerful ninjutsu according to his own characteristics. The giant robot technique was one of them, utilizing magnetic release to mold iron sand into a combat robot that could constantly change forms. A perfect choice to suppress tailed beasts and combat Susanoo, rivaling Hashirama's wooden man technique and even surpassing it. Since Jing Hang had come up with this technique, he would often seek Funfu to practice. At this time, Funfu was far from the perfect Jinchuriki he would later become. To combat the restless Shukaku within him, he could only force himself to stay awake, suffering greatly. This was perfect whenever Jing Hang arrived. Funfu would use a technique to feign sleep, temporarily releasing Shukaku, while Jing Hang used the giant robot technique to confront it. On one hand, Jing Hang could continuously refine his technique, and, on the other, Funfu could get a significant breather. As time passed, the duration of their confrontations lengthened, from the initial 2 hours to being able to handle it almost effortlessly now. Jing Hang gradually reached the level of a Kage. It's been about 6.5 hours. The sun is about to set, and Big Brother should be having dinner, Yakura said to Rasha. Yeah, we can't delay dinner, Rasha said, pulling out a firework from his pocket. Ji-bang! As the firework exploded in the sky, Jing Hang leaped in front of Funfu, who was sleeping in a pile of mud, and gave his bald head a light smack. Funfu stretched comfortably, yawning, and then bowed to Jing Hang. Thank you for your kindness, benefactor. You're welcome. You're welcome. I've been here all this time. Master can just call me when you're tired. Hee, you're too polite. Shukaku just told me that your attacks are getting fiercer, and it really can't take it anymore. It won't cause any more trouble in the future. If I get tired, I can just let it out, and it promises not to make trouble or hurt anyone. Oh, really? But Shukaku has always been cunning. I need to keep an eye on it for a while. That's not the right way to think, benefactor. As long as we can truly accept each other, there's no difference between humans and tailed beasts. It's fine. Chatting with Shukaku is also good. We've never had a proper conversation without fighting every time we meet. Big Brother, here's the frontline battle report from the Land of Rain. It should be from about a week ago. Rasha handed over a stack of reports. Is there any news from Konoha or Iwagakure? Jing Hang asked casually as he took the report. According to information from the Umbu Maki, a large number of Iwagakure ninjas have been spotted at the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth. The third Hokage of Konoha has currently stopped accepting missions and has issued a ninja mobilization order. That's not good. After reading the battle report, Jing Hang couldn't help but sigh. The battle between the Land of Rain and the Land of Sand had fallen into a stalemate. Due to the Land of Rain's perennial rainy weather, many of Tsunagekyu's ninjutsu were greatly affected. Fortunately, the poison released by Hanzo of the Salamander on the battlefield was completely dispelled by Chiyo, who also discovered that Hanzo's poison required 5 minutes to fill the air, which gave him a severe headache. Although Tsunagakure held the upper hand, it was impossible to resolve the conflict quickly. Iwagakure and Konoha were already stirring, and the situation was developing unfavorably. Draft a letter to Elder Hozo immediately. Yakura quickly took out paper and pen to record. In light of the current severe situation of the war, I propose the following suggestions. 1. Raise the alert level in Tsunagakure, increasing the number of hidden and mobile sentries. 2. Apply to the daimyo of the Wind Country for 50 million ryo in war funds. 3. For all chunin and genin who are not participating in the war and are on external missions, quickly suspend their tasks and procure food locally as much as possible, returning to Sunagakure in the shortest time. The breach of contract will be managed uniformly by the Mission Reception Office. 4. Take stock of the ninja tools and supplies in the warehouse and assign someone to protect the wells. 5. Purchase a batch of ninja tools on credit from the Land of Crafts. Big brother, I think even if we put all these forces on the front lines, this war is still going to be tough, Rasha said with a grim face. What do you think I'm doing this for the front lines? Jing Hang looked up at the bright moon. We have actually already lost this war. I'm preparing for the next one. Big brother, Lord Kazekage has returned. The village has specifically notified you to hurry back. Yakura's anxious demeanor was evident. Quickly pack your things and prepare to return to the village. It's time for us to head to the battlefield, Jing Hang said, methodically organizing his combat attire. The second Kazakage had indeed returned, but he was being carried back. The war in the Land of Rain had been treacherous from the very beginning. Just as Sunagakure and Amagakure were locked in a fierce battle, Konoha suddenly intervened. However, the leading figures were not seasoned veterans like Danzo Shimura or Akimichi Torafu, but rather the new generation of ninjas, including Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Their target was not the invading Sunagakure, but rather the invaded Amagakure. The pressure on Amagakure rapidly intensified. Hanzo of the Salamander made a decisive call to relinquish a large territory that was engaged in battle with Sunagakure, concentrating his forces to counter the incoming Konoha. During the conflict between Amagakure and Konoha, Hanzo summoned the giant salamander, unleashing a wide array of toxins that caused numerous Konoha ninjas to fall. In the end, only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru remained on the battlefield, struggling to hold their ground. Hanzo greatly admired them and granted them the title of Legendary Three Ninjas. Although Konoha achieved a Pyrrhic victory, its upper echelon remained largely unharmed, while Amagakure completely shifted its allegiance to Konoha. Thus, the weary Sunagakure forces collided head-on with the reinforcement from Konoha. It was impossible to blame the second Kazakage for his misjudgment. The damp and rainy Land of Rain was indeed unsuitable for the desert-dwelling ninjas of Sunagakure. Instead of pursuing their advantage, Sunagakure chose to stand aside and watch the developments, hoping to reap the benefits. Who could have predicted that Konoha's new generation would be so powerful, forcing the so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, to abandon resistance and concede? At that moment, the reinforcements from Konoha, led by Danzo Shimura, had already arrived, and the second Kazakage was compelled to lead his troops into a grueling battle against this new enemy. Since this war did not meet the strategic expectations set by the notoriously stingy daimyo of the Wind Country, the requested war funds were not allocated, resulting in a protracted stalemate. The logistics, supplies, and ninja tools were all running low. From the outset of the battle with Konoha, Sunagakure found itself at a disadvantage, with Chiyo's poisons being consistently countered by Tsunade, which proved to be quite a headache for her. The second Kazakage originally intended to turn the tide with his formidable personal strength, but he did not anticipate that Danzo and Uchiha Kagami from Konoha were equally formidable. Despite the Kazakage's best efforts, the battle only ended in a stalemate. Sunagakure suffered significant losses among its elite jonin, and their defensive posture was at risk of collapse at any moment. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense will surely fail. Eventually, the astute Danzo seized an opportunity, concentrating his forces to launch a comprehensive assault on Sunagakure's defenses, which crumbled in an instant. The second Kazakage personally held the rear, which played right into Danzo's hands, and several elite Konoha ninjas surrounded the Kazakage. Even though the Kazakage was highly skilled, he was still outnumbered. Before exhausting his chakra, he launched a final attack, successfully taking out Uchiha Kagami, but he was struck in the lower back by a surprise attack from Danzo's wind release, vacuum sphere. On the verge of losing his life, Chiyo rushed in and used her ultimate move, the White Secret Technique, Choju Giga, sacrificing one of her arms to rescue the nearly lifeless Kazekage. Unfortunately, Chiyo had not yet developed the rebirth technique, and when they reached the camp gates, the Kazekage was already barely breathing. He murmured, "Find Jing Hang." After saying those 3 words, he fell unconscious. Chiyo had no choice but to command the remaining troops to retreat to the border between the land of rain and the land of sand, while arranging for medical ninjas to escort the Kazekage back to the village for his final arrangements. When Jing Hang entered the Kazekage's hall, he saw Elder Hozo and the Council of Elders gathered together. Nearly half of the seats were already vacant, indicating that many had perished in this war. The second Kazekage's face was ashen, his lips devoid of color, as if he was merely holding on to life to await Jing Hang's arrival. Upon seeing Jing Hang walk into the hall, a different light flickered in his eyes. "Jing Hang, it seems you were right. I was too hasty." The Kazekage spoke weakly. "Lord Kazekage, please don't say any more." "No, I must speak." The Kazekage suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if igniting his last spark of spirit. "Jonin Jing Hang, you have a keen eye, exceptional ninjutsu, and are in the prime of your life with noble character. After I die, you shall take on the mantle of Kazekage. Do any of you have objections?" He finished this long string of words, sweeping his gaze across the room. The elders all raised their hands in agreement. "Good, good, good," the Kazekage repeated 3 times before he suddenly passed away in the Kazekage's hall. Everyone bowed in respect to the Kazekage's body, then turned to Jing Hang to show their acknowledgement of the successor. "What are Lord Kazekage's instructions on how to arrange the funeral and when to hold the succession ceremony?" Elder Hozo asked. "Elder Upland, please arrange for someone to handle the second Kazekage's body and temporarily store it in the cold storage. Jonin Maki, set up the operations room immediately. All Jonin must convene for a war meeting in 10 minutes. As for the second Kazekage's funeral and succession ceremony, we will conduct it when I return," Jing Hang instructed. "War meeting? Jing Hang, are you going to continue fighting?" Elder Hozo asked, surprised. He knew that Jing Hang had previously been the most opposed to this war. "What choice do we have, Elder?" Jing Hang tightened his wrist guards. "Only by winning can we have the leverage to negotiate. The current situation is that Lady Chiyo is leading the remnants of the expeditionary force to establish defenses in the area of the Nightingale Sand Sea. Danzo's vanguard forces from Konoha have already entered the Land of Wind and are expected to reach Lady Chiyo in 1 day's time," Maki said, pointing with his command baton at the massive sand table. "Is there any news from Konoha?" Jing Hang asked. "Yes, according to the intel from our informants in Konoha, their high command has decided to organize a team to launch an attack on our rear via the Land of Rivers." "When did this information come in?" 3 days ago. "Who's the commander on their side?" "Konoha White Fan Hitaki Tsukumo." Instantly, there was a flurry of discussion among the Council of Elders. Konoha White Fang had a fearsome reputation, known for being both fierce and experienced. Jing Hang stared intently at the sand table, silently calculating and strategizing in his mind. This move from Konoha was a serious blow to the heart of Sunagakure. With the second Kazekage dead and Sunagakure's main forces tied up on the northern border, the village could no longer muster significant strength to defend the west. According to the timeline of the manga, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had perished in this battle. Suddenly, Jing Hang pointed, "I remember that we have some ninjas stationed at the Leasher fortress in the west." "How many are there? Who is the commander?" "There are a small number, about 50 people, and the commander is the couple, Chiyo and Akasa." "Sigh, it seems we finally made a connection." "Elder Hozo, what is the status of the war funds applied for from the daimyo and the collected supplies?" Jing Hang asked. "After our repeated requests, the daimyo of the Wind Country allocated 15 million ryo the day before yesterday. We have gathered enough food and supplies to support the current war situation for 3 months. Additionally, the ninja tools we purchased on credit from the Land of Crafts have arrived, but the quantity is only half, and if we do not settle the payment by the end of this year, they will no longer supply us with ninja tools, Elder Hozo said helplessly. Damn it, Jing Hang cursed under his breath. There was no way around it. The current situation was a complete mess. No money, no food, and no manpower. Troubles just kept piling up. Jing Hang rubbed his temples, carefully pondering the situation. Although the northern defense line faced failure, it was still the absolute main force of Sunagakure. However, now short on supplies and morale, they had retreated into the Land of Wind. If timely reinforcements could be provided and they fought on their home turf, they could hold out against Danzo's forces for a while. But the real threat was Hatake Tsukumo's detachment. It seemed he would have to personally confront Konoha White Fang. Orders. Everyone immediately straightened up, standing at attention. Elder Hozo organized logistics personnel to send the current funds and supplies to Lady Chiyo's frontline. Understood. Jonin Rasha, aside from the Abyss prison, organize all the Jonin and Chunin in the village to complete reorganization within 2 days and set out to rescue the Leasher fortress. Understood. Jonin Yakura, prepare me 2 days' worth of rations. I need to eat on the way. Everyone looked at Jing Hang in surprise. What choice do I have? Jing Hang shrugged helplessly. According to the intel analysis, Hatake Tsukumo is expected to reach Leasher Fortress by noon tomorrow. The few people at Akasuna won't be able to hold out. If I leave now and run quickly, I should just make it in time. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Why not let me lead a team right away? Rasha suggested. Can you get there faster than me? Jing Hang chuckled, patting Rasha on the head. Besides, the remaining Jonin in the village are mostly members of the Umbu, teaching personnel from the Ninja Academy, and guard for various departments. Their combat abilities differ vastly, sending a mix of combat type, sensory type, and medical type ninjas all together would only serve to send them right into Konoha White Fang's jaws. So, we must reorganize to maximize our combat effectiveness. Understand? Jing Hang gently placed a hand on Rasha's shoulder. Yes, I will not disgrace my mission, Rasha replied, half kneeling on the ground. All right then, I'm off, Jing Hang said as he took the water flask and rations from Yakura. Be sure to arrive in 3 days. Otherwise, I'll have the shortest tenure as Kazakage. If one were to ask who possesses the fastest speed in the world of Naruto, many would highly praise the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, for their mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that is often considered a bug. However, people often overlook the Raikage and B, who don a lightning release armor, as their speed is also comparable to the Flying Thunder God. In the manga, Killer Bee, while using the lightning release armor, engaged in a fierce battle of speed against Minato, resulting in a stalemate. However, the lightning release armor is a closely guarded secret of Kyumobikure, and the ability to use lightning release also requires innate talent. But these issues were no longer a concern for Jing Hang, the transmigrator, as he might not be able to use lightning release, but he excelled in magnetic release. The great physicist Faraday had already clearly explained the relationship between electricity and magnetism. When a part of a closed-circuit's conductor moves through magnetic lines of force, an electric current is generated in the conductor, a phenomenon known as electromagnetic induction, and the resulting current is called induced current. With this theoretical foundation, the next steps became simple. By constructing a closed circuit with iron sand and then using other magnetized iron sand to cut through the magnetic lines, a high-fidelity replica of the lightning release armor was created. As Jing Hang sped through the desert, he wore a headscarf and goggles. The blue lightning release armor emitted continuous sounds of energy, creating a spectacular scene filled with sparks and flashes. This lightning release armor is quite useful, but it consumes a significant amount of chakra. It seems I need to stop and rest before reaching the Leasher fortress to recover my strength and chakra. Compared to other ninjas of his age, Jing Hang's total chakra was undoubtedly terrifying. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he had been tirelessly training to increase his chakra reserves. In other areas, he might reduce his efforts, but his chakra bar could not diminish. With the Second Shinobi World War just beginning and the Third War still over a decade away, and the Fourth War even farther off, who knew how many difficult battles awaited him? If his chakra bar wasn't sufficient, how could he fight? Only someone like the Third Kazakage, who could withstand thousands alone for 3 days and nights, truly embodied the path of a strong warrior. Through continuous training, Jing Hang discovered that increasing chakra was similar to enhancing physical fitness. Only by repeatedly pushing his limits could he expand his chakra reserves. Thus, a blue-haired figure could always be seen tirelessly sweating in the training grounds of Sunagakure. This behavior greatly pleased the second Kazakage, who often gazed out at the village. This blue-haired young man is quite impressive. What was his name again? Thus, the name Jing Hang entered the sight of the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure. As Jing Hang completed countless S-rank and A-rank missions and commanded several successful skirmishes along the border, the Kazakage decisively promoted Jing Hang to be his personal bodyguard. Not only could he fight, but he was also capable of strategy and had a sweet tongue. After all, he had been a community civil servant, and those were basic skills. Otherwise, he would be dealing with complaints daily. Despite his young age, he had a broad perspective, was tall, and notably handsome. This was indeed true. Among all the Kazakage, the third Kazakage was considered the most charming. Such a young man was certainly worth cultivating. In just a few short years, Jing Hang gained recognition from both the martial factions and conservative factions of Sunagakure, being viewed as a prince. Even when Jing Hang proposed to use the village's nuclear option, Shukaku, for live combat training, the Kazakage agreed without a blink. To be able to wrestle with a tailed beast, his chakra reserves were certainly among the top 5 in the current ninja world. However, after running around the desert with a high-fidelity lightning release armor for a day and a night, the chakra consumed was no less than that of piloting a Gundam. Such high-intensity operations were still very draining on his chakra reserves. It seemed I needed to find time to study sage techniques. If I could master sage techniques, it would be like turning on cheat. But where to learn sage techniques? Should I go to Mount Myaboku? Or the Wet Bone Forest? Or perhaps the Dragon Cave? Or any other location of summoning beasts? Right? Shouldn't I also sign a summoning contract with a beast? Jing Hang mulled over these thoughts while speeding through the desert. Akasa no Kizashi opened the order sent to Sand Village by the Battle Hawk, and the small paper only contained 3 brief sentences. The second Kazakage has fallen. Jing Hang succeeds as the third. Konoha's White Fang will invade Leasher Fortress at noon on the 27th. The third will soon provide reinforcements. Hold the line. The note was dated the night of the 25th. This command was written in plain language, indicating that the situation had become extremely urgent, and the intelligence department of Sunagakure had no time to encrypt the message. In just 3 short sentences, Akasuna no Kizashi felt as if he had swallowed a whole pig leg, taking a long time to digest the information. Sai, notify the brothers stationed outside to abandon all peripheral fortifications, set more traps within the constructions, concentrate all personnel strength to defend the central fortress of Leasher, and tell Yoshi to be ready to fill in the wells, burning all documents with written information. Akasuna no Kizashi issued his orders and then handed the paper to his wife, Akasuna Hiragi. Hiragi took the note and instantly widened her eyes, shocked. Don't just stand there. Hurry and pass the message. Konoha's White Fang will arrive at noon. We need to buy more time for the village, for the third Kazakage, and for our scorpion. Kizashi smiled at his wife, his eyes revealing a trace of determination. Order the team to rest in place for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, launch a full-scale attack on Leasher Fortress. All Jonin combat teams are to charge directly into the central main fortress and ignore the peripheral positions. Those areas will be cleaned up by Chunin and Genin. In the prime of his life, Kakashi Hatake had a resolute expression, a strong physique, and acted decisively with no wasted words or unnecessary movements. His muscular physique appeared well-defined, giving him an aura like a sharpened blade, as if he could pierce through the gaze of anyone who looked at him. No one dared to question his orders or raise any objections. They could only execute them resolutely. This plan to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure was proposed by Kakashi himself. Based on his meticulous analysis of intelligence, he realized that most of Sunagakure's main forces had been dispatched to the front lines of the Land of Rain, and due to the geographical barrier between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, many elite jonin stationed in the west had been withdrawn. Only about 50 defenders remained at Leasher Fortress, with very few jonin among them. Kakashi quickly captured this opportunity, immediately drafting a proposal to the third Hokage, using diplomatic means to force the Land of Rivers to grant passage, and he led a detachment straight into Sunagakure. At this time, the third Hokage had just recently taken office and was eager for action. He immediately recognized this as an excellent opportunity to eliminate the threat from Konoha's west and thoroughly capture Sunagakure. Without hesitation, he approved the plan, resolving the diplomatic issue with the Land of Rivers in just one day, and appointed Kakashi to lead 800 ninjas as the vanguard for this westward plan. He also assigned Akimichi Torafu, Mito Gaidon, and other fierce warriors to organize a second large force to follow closely behind. If the entire plan could be executed smoothly, Sunagakure would likely face dire consequences. Report: the central fortress of Leasher has been blasted open by the forward troops using fire release and explosive tags. The remnants of Sunagakure are fiercely resisting using the terrain, and there are 2 puppet masters who are quite troublesome. Let's go! Team 7, follow me to check it out. Kakashi drew his family heirloom blade, with 2 ninjas shadowing him closely. Standing amidst the wind and sand, the central fortress of Leasher should theoretically be a circular structure, but now half of it had collapsed. The smoke of battle had yet to clear, and the ground was littered with the bodies of both Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas, broken kunai, and damaged shuriken. It was clear that this battle had been extremely intense and was nearing its conclusion. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas, dressed in green battle vests and wielding ninja tools, were eyeing the remaining enemies. Akasuna no Kizashi and his wife, Akasuna Hiragi, were each controlling 2 puppets to block the way. Both were now covered in wounds and blood, clearly having reached their limits in stamina and chakra after a fierce blood battle. Behind them were another 7 or 8 Sunagakure ninjas, all equally battered and exhausted. The outcome is already decided. Continuing to fight like cornered beasts is pointless. It would be better to surrender early. I'll only say this once. Kakashi stepped forward, his tone firm. Akasuna no Kizashi did not respond, merely offering Kakashi a faint smile. Then don't blame me for being rude. Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, instantly exuding a sharp aura. In an instant, the room was filled with dazzling white light, and the shimmering blade created a flurry of reflections from all directions, making Kakashi's figure appear ghostly and difficult to track. Swish, swish. In just 2 strikes, 4 sturdy combat puppets were sliced into pieces, turning into mere splinters. The Akasuna couple exchanged helpless glances and despairingly closed their eyes. Kakashi wasted no words, moving in to end the battle with a single stroke. Just as the blade was about to slice through Akasuna no Kizashi's throat, a small amount of black powder condensed on the blade like water. Then, this powder rapidly expanded, transforming into a small black iron rod. Kakashi found that no matter how hard he tried, the blade could not advance another inch. A battle-hardened Kakashi quickly performed a backflip, retreating 7 or 8 meters, holding his blade in a defensive stance. Akasuna Hiragi's eyes widened in shock, staring at the black iron rod that had appeared out of nowhere. This is Jing Hang Senpai's little flying stick. For a top swordsman like Kakashi Hatake, they often do not rely on any attribute-based ninjutsu. instead relying more on their hard-hitting taijutsu and extraordinary sword techniques, making it rare for them to encounter complete countermeasures. If there truly is a counter, then magnetic release would undoubtedly be one of the few that could seriously restrain them, as after all, the best sword is still made of iron. This sword is truly remarkable. No wonder it's the legendary Konoha White Fang, Jing Hang said, gently handling the already famous weapon, genuinely impressed. At that moment, the owner of this divine weapon was weakly leaning against the wall, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Within the collapsed fortress, only a few Konoha ninjas could still barely breathe. Hundreds of elite Konoha ninjas lay scattered in pools of blood, their blood nearly coating the surrounding floor and walls, the pungent smell permeating the entire space. The entire central fortress of Leasher covered approximately 600 square meters. Jing Hang's control range for iron sand extended to 800 meters, and with so many people crowded into such a moderately sized semi-enclosed space, it was almost as if this battlefield had been tailor-made for him. In such an environment, launching an attack left the enemy with nowhere to hide. Jing Hang decided to release all 12 tons of iron sand he carried, sealed within scrolls. Just as Kakashi was about to deliver his final blow, Jing Hang filled the entire fortress space with iron sand. Those Konoha ninjas over there, you have all been surrounded by me. Jing Hang couldn't help but feel a sense of malicious delight. What unfolded next was truly spine-chilling. Countless black iron sands suddenly surged like a raging flood from all directions. The massive fortress instantly transformed into a hellish battleground, resembling clothes spinning in a washing machine. The black flood, mixed with scattered broken kunai and shuriken, rolled and roared through the crowd, accompanied by the agonized wails and screams of countless Konoha ninjas. Some Konoha ninjas reacted relatively quickly, retreating hastily, but they found their escape route had already been cut off. Before they could maneuver in the air, they were pierced by the rolling iron sand. Others attempted to use water release, earth release, and other ninjutsu to block the black flood, but this flood came from all directions, rendering their one-directional defenses weak and ineffective. The water release's water dragon bullet had almost no effect on the iron flow, and the earth release's earthen walls crumbled as easily as paper before the iron torrent. These attempts at resistance were like a few bubbles rising in that flood, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This battle became Jing Hang's name-making moment as the third Kazakage. Later, many Konoha ninjas would recount. If you smell iron while fighting sand ninjas, quickly retreat. You might still have a chance to survive. But if you see black iron sand on the ground, your name has already been written on the death list. In truth, it wasn't fair to blame Jing Hang for his cruel methods. After all, during wartime, life and death on the battlefield was perfectly normal. Moreover, having just taken office, he needed to establish his authority through some bloody means. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain order both internally and externally. Save him. He might still be useful, Jing Hang said, gently flipping Kakashi's eyelid. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Hakata no Kizashi replied respectfully, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, he was completely convinced of the authority of the third Kazakage. I'll go clean up the scattered forces outside. You all rest for now, Jing Hang said, turning to leave. Lord Kazekage, please be careful. We have set some traps in the outer positions, Akasuna Hiragi warned. Oh really? Jing Hang quickly formed hand seals to create several shadow clones. At the front line of the Nightingale Sand Sea in the Land of Wind, Elder Chiyo was seriously adjusting the prosthetic limb she had just made. She moved her fingers and displayed a look of dissatisfaction. Then, she picked up a screwdriver with her left hand and began modifying the prosthetic. As the wife of the first Kazakage, Redo, this is not a fabrication. It's verified through research. She had witnessed her husband overwhelm his foes with sheer force, establishing the entire village in the desert with his incredible strength. Every brick and tile in the village could be said to have been watched as they were constructed by Chiyo. She regarded the village as her child, loving it more than anyone else. At this moment, Chiyo was not the frail, death-faking old woman from Shippuden. Inheriting her deceased husband's will, Chiyo, though over 50, had a personality as bold and fierce as Reto's, and she was cunning as well. In the upper echelons of Sunagakure, she was the leader of the martial faction and was absolutely supportive of the Second Kazakage's plan to invade the Land of Rain. The territory of the Land of Wind was 80% desert, resource-poor, and often plagued by internal strife, with constant fighting among various races. Although Reto achieved unification, the impoverished areas remained impoverished and the resource shortages persisted. Even during the first 5 Kage summit, the first Kazakage preferred to select only one-tailed beast rather than spend more money to purchase another. Why was that? It was simply due to poverty. The Land of Rain, being rich in resources and abundant rainfall, was strategically important, controlling Iwagakure to the north and Konoha to the south. If they could seize the Land of Rain, it would not only alleviate the village's dire economic situation, but also allow them to take the initiative strategically. But now, sigh. I hope little Jing can turn the tide, Chiyo murmured, gazing at the flickering candlelight. Elder Chiyo, the supplies from the rear have arrived. At a bit more to the left, yes, just like that now, a little more. Jing Hang directed Yukura, who controlled the fire-release fireball, instantly melting the iron sand into molten iron and continuously filling the hollow fortress. With a command, he shouted, "Splash!" Zing! Rasha threw a bucket of cold water onto it, and the hot molten iron solidified instantly. "Very good, this is complete," Jing Hang said, satisfied as he looked at his masterpiece. Rasha worked efficiently. In just a day and a half, he led over 300 reorganized ninjas to arrive at Leasher Fortress. Although the battle had ended, intelligence gathered from interrogating captives indicated that Konoha might launch a second wave of attacks at any moment. Rather than fight to the death internally in Sunagakure and injure innocents, it was better to keep the enemy at the gates. Jing Hang used several tons of iron sand, combined with Yakura's fire release, to directly weld the half-collapsed central fortress into an iron shell, thereby greatly enhancing the fortress's defenses. This is just a temporary fix. The wind and sand here are harsh, and the iron plate can easily corrode. We'll need to build a brick wall around it later, Jing Hang remarked. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Rasha, and Akasa no Kazashi both nodded in agreement. All right, things here are mostly settled. Rasha, you will oversee the fortress's defense, and Kazashi, your injuries aren't healed yet, so you'll assist him as the local lord, Jing Hang said as he donned his goggles and wrapped his face in a scarf. Are you leaving already? Kazashi asked in surprise. Here, Konoha has already suffered a heavy blow. Their high command must carefully weigh their options on whether to continue attacking Leasher Fortress. They should have received news of our reinforcements. Their ambush plan has fallen apart, and this so-called westward plan holds little significance now. The real decisive battle is now at the Nightingale Sand Sea. Jing Hang pointed towards the south. By the way, Kazashi, don't you have a son? Jing Hang focused his chakra, preparing to depart. Yes, Lord Kazekage. My son, Akasuna no Scorpion, is just 5 years old this year, Kazashi answered honestly. He, Akasuna no Scorpion? How about this? After the war, I'll take him as my godson, Jing Hang said with a confident smile. According to legend, the Nightingale Sand Sea was once a vast freshwater lake, comparable in size to an ocean. However, with environmental changes over time, the once expansive body of water has degraded into a small oasis in the vast desert. Whenever the northern winds howl at night, the remnants of ancient shellfish can be heard emitting eerie and hollow shrieks, giving rise to the name Nightingale Sand Sea. The Nightingale Sand Sea is the closest oasis to the Land of Rain and has had ninja stationed there since the era of the first Kazakage. During the second Kazakage, construction efforts intensified, stockpiling supplies and digging wells, gradually transforming the Nightingale Sand Sea into the largest military stronghold in the northern part of the Land of Wind. If one were to look at a map, it would be clear that this location served as a forward operating base for attacking the Land of Rain. Now, it had become the frontline battleground where the forces of Konoha and Sunagakure faced off. Sunagakure had regained the advantage of fighting on their home turf, and after receiving a portion of military supplies, their morale surged, allowing them to fight evenly against Konoha's forces, which were twice their number. Chiyo gradually stabilized the situation, while Danzo was in no hurry to launch an attack, leading to a standoff between the two sides. However, this approach was exactly what Chiyo feared most. She knew that the suddenly invigorated morale was like a seemingly perfect bubble. The limited supplies would eventually run out. Danzo's reason for not continuing the assault was precisely to wait for Sunagakure's supplies to deplete. Once that happened, Sunagakure would face true collapse. Chiyo stared at the map, furrowing her brow in concern. Elder Chiyo, the third Kazakage has arrived, a servant rushed in to report. Immediately summon the commanders of each team to the main camp for a meeting, Chiyo ordered. Jing Hang slowly removed his goggles and face mask, exhaling a long breath. After 3 consecutive days and nights of traveling thousands of kilometers, his enormous chakra reserves were nearly drained. As he wiped his face with a towel and shook off the sand from his cloak, he continued to refine the plans he had conceived during the journey. Everyone is gathered and waiting for your instructions in the main camp, Lord Kazekage, the servant said respectfully. All right, lead the way. Also, help me find a new cloak, preferably white, Jing Hang said as he removed his cloak, which was difficult to clean at the moment. This is the current battlefield situation. After introducing the map, Kururo looked nervously at the newly appointed third Kazakage, unsure of his temperament. Jing Hang rested his chin on his hand, silently examining the map that marked the red and blue forces, saying nothing. The many Sunagakure leaders and Chiyo were also quietly waiting for his orders. How many people do we have left? Jing Hang finally asked his first question. 5,874, Kururo answered immediately. And the enemy? About 10,000. How many days can our supplies last? At most 25 days. Are the supplies being transported from Moon Lake? Yes. How long does it take for the supply convoy to travel from Moon Lake to here? 15 days. Jing Hang fell into contemplation once again. I have an idea. Jing Hang picked up a red pencil from the table and drew a circle on the map. Change the location of the decisive battle to here. He pointed to the circle he had drawn, and everyone's gaze turned to the map. The area marked by the circle read, Moon Lake. So you're suggesting we just abandon the Nightingale Sand Sea and hand it over to Konoha? Chiyo asked, her face full of confusion. The room was suddenly filled with murmurs, showing that everyone found Jing Hang's words incomprehensible. Don't be anxious, Elder Chiyo. And everyone else, don't rush. Jing Hang smiled, gently pressing Chiyo back in her seat. To preserve our forces while losing land is to save both man and land. To lose men while saving land is to lose both. Today we withdraw in large strides to enable us to advance in the future. His words resonated like a ringing bell, causing everyone to fall silent immediately. There is a type of success called retreat and a type of failure called occupation. Since Konoha wants this place so badly, let's give it to them. Jing Hang waved his hand dramatically. Oh, by the way, where are the toilets for the army? This is definitely not the work of that old hag Chiyo, Danzo muttered to himself. Looking at the camp before him, with smoke rising everywhere, Danzo's usually expressionless face twitched slightly. The Sunagakure forces had truly wreaked havoc. Order the attacking forces, including Orochimaru and Jiraiya, to tightly encircle Sunagakure's troops like hyenas, making sure they cannot retreat peacefully. If they face a large-scale counterattack, they should retreat immediately. Danzo quickly issued his commands. In the middle of the night, while Danzo was sleeping, he received notification from a scouting ninja that the Sunagakure camp in the Nightingale-san Sea was bustling with activity. The normally composed Danzo ordered the entire army to go on alert, but he did not command an attack. He believed that as long as the standoff continued, the ultimate victor would surely be himself. A rash attack could fall into the enemy's trap. However, when daylight broke and Danzo assessed the situation, he discovered that the Sunagakure forces had indeed retreated. When he arrived at the Sunagakure camp, he was left dumbfounded. One could say that the entire camp left no wall to block the wind, no roof without holes, no food, and not a single piece of firewood left. Moreover, Lord Danzo, a beautiful young ninja, Tsunade, pinched her nose, holding a vial, looking at Danzo with a face full of disgust. "Speak. I've inspected the 8 wells here, and they've all been poisoned, along with a substantial amount of feces. I can develop an antidote for the poison within 2 days, but for the rest, it can only be processed through repeated filtration." Danzo's expression grew even darker. After a long pause, he slowly said, "Forget it. Water and food will be supplied from the rear in the Land of Rain, which is only a day's journey away. The troops cannot remain at the Sunagakure camp. In 1 hour, we will converge towards Orochimaru and the others." Young Jiraiya and similarly young Orochimaru were leading over 100 Konoha ninjas, sprinting swiftly through the desert. "Orochimaru, let's see who can catch up to Sunagakure's troops first." "Cough, cough," Jiraiya shouted provocatively at Orochimaru, only to immediately eat a mouthful of sand blown by the wind. "You big fool." Orochimaru distanced himself from Jiraiya disdainfully. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead of them, a blue-haired person, wearing a white veil and a white cloak, standing proudly atop a sand dune. "Magnetic release, Shiyu." Jing Hang didn't hold back and launched his attack as the Konoha troops approached. Countless iron sand under magnetic control surged forth like a torrential rain, pouring down on the Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru, running in front, maintained his vigilance, performing several backflips to easily evade the onslaught. Jiraiya, on the other hand, activated his ninjutsu, Needle Jizo, wrapping himself tightly in his silver hair. Unfortunately, the other Konoha ninjas were unable to dodge in time and were instantly turned into pincushions. The blue sandstorm of Sunagakure, your Jing Hang, Jiraiya's silver hair parted slightly, revealing a gap. "Yes, you know me," Jing Hang replied with a smile. "Shadow Snake Hands." After evading the Iron Rain, Orochimaru launched a counterattack. Raising Gan, a massive black iron shield blocked the numerous snake heads rushing towards Jing Hang, but the snakes managed to bypass the shield and continued their assault. Interesting, Jing Hang thought as he prepared to deal with these snakes when Jiraiya made his move. Wild Lion's main technique. Countless hard silver hairs surged forward like a barrage of steel needles, piercing towards Jing Hang and chilling him to the core. Their cooperation was nearly flawless. Bang! The pierced Jing Hang instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Shadow Clone. This was a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. How could he use it? Orochimaru pondered in silence. He failed to consider that after watching hundreds of episodes of Naruto, such simple hand seals could be figured out by anyone. The real Jing Hang emerged from behind the sand dune, clapping his hands. "Not bad, not bad. No wonder Hanzo of the Salamander, that old man with a breathing tube, calls you the legendary 3 ninjas. By the way, where's Tsunade? I heard she's a beauty. Introduce me to her." Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Other Konoha ninjas quickly joined in, launching attacks against Jing Hang. Magnetic iron. Iron wall technique. Jing Hang silently controlled the flow of iron sand beneath the desert, defending against the attacks from the Konoha ninjas. The defensive iron barrier had turned red from the fire release, and Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, sensing a hint of danger. Magnetic iron. Iron garden technique. In an instant, the desert beneath their feet began to shake violently, and countless black iron vines rapidly emerged from the ground. Streams of blood bloomed like flowers in the desert. This is the legendary Sharingan. Jing Hang held the transparent vial up to the sunlight, closely examining the contents. Inside the vial floated a pair of eyes with 3 tomo encircling the pupils, gently rippling as he turned the vial. The alluring red color seemed to possess a captivating power. Yes, it belongs to that guy named Uchiha Kagami. He attempted to cast an illusion on the Kazekage, but the Kazekage struck first and managed to extract them. When I arrived, the Kazekage was gravely injured, having been pierced through the kidneys, yet he clutched these eyes tightly. Luckily, I had a collection vial with me. These eyes should still be quite fresh. Do you want them? I can install them for you, Chiyo said in a calm tone. Not yet, not yet. Let's first place them in the cold storage. I haven't figured out how to use this thing, Jing Hang replied, returning the vial to Chiyo. As a transmigrator, Jing Hang knew that the Sharingan was indeed a valuable item, but honestly, it also had a sinister reputation. The complexities of awakening, the Mangekyo, and the eternal Mangekyo were all fraught with difficulties, often resulting in severed bonds and emotional turmoil, quite detrimental to one's mental state, easily leading to insanity. While each ability was more powerful than the last, ultimately leading to the activation of Susanoo, the durability of these abilities was poor. Prolonged use could lead to blindness. Would he be lucky enough to have a biological brother who also possessed the Mangekyo waiting for him? However, since Jing Hang began learning ninjutsu, he had constantly pondered how to deal with the Uchiha if he encountered them in battle. He wasn't afraid of piloting a Gundam. He had his own Gundam and had tested it against a tailed beast with excellent results. But the tricky part was the illusions, which were his weakest point in ninjutsu. He couldn't use them at all, so he had practiced various techniques to resist illusions. But the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu was nearly impossible to counter. Fortunately, since that old schemer Uchiha Madara hid himself away, the Uchiha clan had experienced a significant decline, and it seemed that no decent talents had emerged since. The only one with any name recognition, Uchiha Kagami, had just been taken down by the Kazakage, and Jing Hang had just played with his eyes. It would still be decades before powerful figures like Shursui, Obito, or Itachi were born, so the threat was minimal. Returning from his drifting thoughts, Jing Hang straightened up and solemnly said to Chiyo, "Elder Chiyo, I have something I want to discuss with you. Is it about this war?" "Yes." "Then go ahead." "After defeating Danzo, I want to form an alliance with Konoha." Chiyo fell silent, her expression darkening slightly. But Jing Hang showed no signs of stopping, continuing to speak earnestly. "I reviewed the intelligence from the Umbu sent by Elder Hozo. 8 days ago, Kumogakure secretly assembled ninjas, with their exact intentions unclear. 6 days ago, Takigakure experienced a riot, and almost all of its high-ranking officials were slaughtered by rogue ninjas, leading to inter-family conflicts. 5 days ago, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, issued a general mobilization order, and 3 days ago, they had already annexed the Crystal Release Village and 3 neighboring villages. Without ninja presence, 2 days ago, a large number of mist ninjas landed in the Land of Fire, with unclear objectives. Jing Hang spoke steadily, pouring tea for Chiyo as he went along. Chiyo's cold expression gradually transformed into one of contemplation. This is no longer just a minor skirmish. This is a world war among ninjas. As the leader of the martial faction in Sunagakure, Chiyo always sought to gain the greatest benefits for the village through war, to secure a better future for the children in the village, and to gain a greater voice in the competition among the 5 great nations. She was not a simple-minded warmonger like Kagaya, nor was she an ambitious instigator of war like Kurozai. Having experienced the chaos of the First Shinobi World War and the rise of the 5 nations, Chiyo knew all too well what a world war meant. Stones could be shattered to dust, villages could be reduced to ashes, painstakingly created wealth could vanish in a thin air, and living beings could turn into piles of bones. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the First Shinobi World War. After months of warfare with Kure and Konoha, both the martial and conservative factions had suffered tremendous losses in strength. The sources of troops, wealth, and food had all reached critical levels. If Jing Hang hadn't turned the tide by severely wounding Konoha White Fang on the Western Front, Kazekage might have already ceased to exist. It was important to note that Jing Hang's last mobilization even exhausted the resources of the Umbu and the Ninja Academy, while Konoha likely only utilized half its strength, with figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi still comfortably seated in the village. Kazekage must withdraw from this war to recuperate, develop the economy, and utilize this conflict to attract wandering talents and increase the population. Only by becoming the ultimate victor can one truly claim victory. Otherwise, if we get caught in the crucible of this war, Kazekage will suffer heavy losses, even if we survive, Jing Hang stated firmly. Looking at this young man she had watched grow up, filled with profound strategies and unwavering conviction, Chiyo felt a wave of nostalgia. For a moment, she seemed to see her husband Reto's shadow merge with this young man. Gradually, her gaze became resolute. How long do you estimate this war will last? 4 to 5 years. Are you sure Konoha will achieve final victory? Konoha has deep foundations, many experts, and Hiruzen Sarutobi is courageous and decisive, adept at handling matters with minimal errors. They will undoubtedly achieve victory. Chiyo closed her eyes in thought for a moment. What do you need me, this old woman, to do? Hearing this promising response, Jing Hang quickly moved closer to Chiyo and flatteringly filled her cup with tea. You are a respected elder in the village, having watched me grow up. I know my own strengths and weaknesses well. As the newly appointed Kazakage, I may not have the authority to make such decisions without some family support. Some families might not understand. Chiyo, as the leader of the martial faction, had far more influence than the Kazakage who relied on their title to impose authority. What's there not to understand? Those fighting and dying on the battlefield can understand. You're the Kazakage recommended by Sandman, recognized by the elders. Who would dare to disobey your orders? Rest assured, this old lady will speak on your behalf. Chiyo slammed her hand on the table, indicating that this matter was essentially settled. How confident are you in defeating Danzo? Jing Hang confidently downed the tea in front of him, smiling as he replied, I won't say I'm 100 sure, but at least I'm 99 confident. Ouch, that hurts. Jiraiya winced, gritting his teeth. Stop whining. Thankfully, this iron sand isn't poisoned. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now, Tsunade said, holding a large magnet that attracted the iron sand embedded in Jiraiya's flesh. Danzo narrowed his eyes, pinching a small handful of the extracted iron sand, rubbing it between his fingers and bringing it closer to his nose, saying, Just him. Orochimaru replied. Have you dealt with him before? I've heard of him, but never met him. Sigh, this defeat isn't your fault, Danzo sighed. The intelligence collected by the Umbu on him is still not detailed enough. This is unacceptable. For such an important enemy, our intelligence only covered his achievements and background, but nothing about his ninjutsu characteristics or tactical habits. Is this what we call intelligence gathering? Danzo reprimanded a masked figure who resembled an Umbu member. How much of this iron sand do you think he brought? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, based on that technique called Iron Garden, at least 10 tons. Order the entire army to retreat back to the Nightingale Sand Sea and notify logistics to purchase large quantities of magnets from the Land of Rain and surrounding towns and villages. At least prepare 30 tons. No, 50 tons, Danzo declared assertively, extending 5 fingers. It seems Lord Danzo is planning to create a massive trap. Orochimaru smiled, licking his lips. The Moon Lake, to be precise, is actually a vast oasis formed around it. It is about 400 kilometers away from Kazekage. The lake itself is not very large, only about 20 acres. Even so, It has become the largest inland freshwater lake within the Land of Wind. Surrounding the lake is a ring of low shrubs, clearly planted to conserve soil and water. Radiating out from the lake for over 100 li, many drought-resistant desert plants have been cultivated, creating a massive oasis. At the very edge of this oasis, there's a simple man-made windbreak and some military fortifications, all constructed during the era of the first Kazakage, Redo. It's beautiful here. I think the environment is even better than Sunagakure. Its size is almost comparable to that of our village. In this vast desert, there is such a large body of water. If we build a city here and plan it well, I'm sure I could triple its scale within 5 years. Elder Chiyo, why didn't Lord Redo choose to build Sunagakure here? Jing Hang said, shading his eyes with his hand as he gazed at the shimmering blue lake, filled with admiration. Upon thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask. It's not that it wasn't considered. The reason Sunagakure wasn't built here is primarily due to strategic considerations, Chiyo replied slowly, looking around to ensure no one was listening. When Redo founded Sunagakure, this location was his initial choice. However, he was meticulous and sent Elder Hozo to conduct a detailed survey of the water source of Moon Lake. It took an entire year, and they later discovered that Moon Lake was not a source of water without roots. Instead, it was fed by the water of the Shul River seeping underground, eventually forming a rich aquifer above the impermeable layer. If the upstream water source were ever controlled, the water here would gradually run dry, quickly turning into a wasteland. By the way, you must keep this a secret. I'm only telling you this now that you are the Kazakage. If that guy Danzo found out, he would certainly cut off the upstream water source, Chiyo joked. No wonder the first and second Kazakage always focused on waging war against the Land of Rain. I used to think you thought they were fond of that damp and rainy, perpetually overcast place? Don't underestimate the strategic vision of our predecessors, Chiyo said with a smile, continuing to walk forward. Then why don't we transform this place into a logistics base, cultivate farmland, and migrate people here to produce food, vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs? We could even raise pigs and sheep. This way, the economic situation of Sunagakure would certainly improve significantly. And how we transport these supplies? This place is over 400 kilometers away from Sunagakure, surrounded by desert, Chiyo countered. By building roads. In the desert? A road that gets buried halfway through. Chiyo chuckled at Jing Hang's suggestion and changed the subject. By the way, that old turtle Danzo is quite cunning. He took a small loss and immediately retreated to the Nightingale Sand Sea to patch up his flaws and deal with his dirty work. What do you think he's thinking now? What can he think? He's just trying to figure out how to deal with me, Jing Hang replied with a smile. Chiyo suddenly stopped walking. You should learn to be more restrained. You're the third Kazakage now, not the same elite jonin you used to be. Leave the front line fighting to your subordinates. You must understand that your life does not belong solely to you. Sigh, I don't want it to be this way either. Talent is scarce now. Truly capable individuals are far too few. I can't trust others with certain tasks. Jing Hang sighed helplessly. I believe that after this war ends, it will be beneficial for you to go out in the name of diplomatic affairs. Given the current turmoil, there are bound to be many talented individuals hidden in the mountains and wilderness. Why not introduce a few catfish into the murky waters of the village? It's only been a few generations, and there have hardly been any decent talents. Indeed, compared to Konoha's inclusiveness and Kumogakure's extreme militarism, Sunagakure's talent cultivation mechanism was undoubtedly lagging behind, lacking deliberate excavation and protection for special bloodline users. Over the years, only one notable talent, the heat release user Yakura, had emerged, whom Jing Hang had discovered from the crowd based on his memories. In the original storyline, the only notable figures Sunagakure could produce in the later stages were Gaara and Akasuna no Sasori, with the latter being a rogue ninja, while others like Temari and Kankuro were hardly worth mentioning. Old revolutionaries like Chiyo and Elder Hozo, if placed in Konoha, would have long been put into a museum, yet during the 5th Kazakage's era, they still had to fight fiercely. This was akin to having no great generals in Shu, with Liao Hua leading the charge, a situation that must be changed. If the leader had to take action in every situation, it wouldn't bode well if word got out. Indeed, it needs to change. You've always had lofty aspirations since you were young, thinking about the fruits of labor before even planting the tree. We should at least wait until after this battle is over, Chiyo remarked. Do you think there are any areas we've overlooked, Nara Shukaku? Danzo asked, gazing at the middle-aged ninja before him. The effective intelligence we've obtained is still too limited. This Jing Hang, despite his young age, acts with great maturity. Since his debut, he has rarely left any survivors during missions. We currently only know he can control iron sand and utilize shadow clones. Beyond that, we know nothing. Thus, the plan we've formulated is merely a rough framework, and we can't guarantee a 100 success rate. Perhaps we have only a 60 chance. Nara Shukaku shook his head. As the leader of the Nara clan, known for their sharp intellect, even Shukaku found it challenging to work with such scant intelligence. It was akin to a skilled cook trying to work without ingredients. We need to refine the plan to be more detailed. If you need any resources or personnel, just let me know, Danzo replied, remaining as calm as ever. I hope we can successfully capture him. Then this war can come to an end. Let's do our best, Shukaku-kun, Danzo said politely, giving a slight bow, prompting Shukaku to return the gesture. Danzo was extremely suspicious, cautious, and sinister, employing hard tactics while never trusting others. He could not tolerate any potential oversights and insisted on executing plans according to his own ideas. He often repeated that a ninja must sacrifice themselves, yet when it came to his own situation, he could not practice what he preached. This was a character trait of the older Danzo in the manga, and even in his prime, these characteristics were beginning to show. During the intense standoff between Tsunagakure and Amegakure, he suddenly intervened, sacrificing 3 of the legendary 3 ninjas to confront the renowned demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. Once the situation was stabilized, he used absolute military superiority to pressure Hanzo into signing a humiliating treaty. When it came time to deal with the second Kazekage, he again sacrificed Uchiha Kagami as bait, launching a surprise attack from behind. Danzo was indeed a master at utilizing others' sacrifices to achieve his own ends. Now, all that stood before him were the remnants of Tsunagakure holed up at Moon Lake. If he could shift this stone, whether to annihilate Tsunagakure or force them to submit like Amegakure, Danzo would earn tremendous merit, significantly increasing his weight in Konoha's upper echelons, perhaps even positioning him for the Hokage seat. Who could have anticipated that a blue-haired kid would suddenly appear, orchestrating a brilliant retreat and decisively abandoning the Nightingale Sansei outpost, leaving behind only ruins and wells filled with filth? It was like being force-fed a hot porridge that one could neither swallow nor spit out. Continuing to lead the army in pursuit of Moon Lake? That would mean extending the supply line for this army of over 10,000 by tenfold. Moreover, the supply line would be vulnerable to disturbances. A slight oversight could lead to the entire army's annihilation. But what if they did not pursue? Tsunagakure would then utilize their shorter supply line to replenish their ranks, stockpile resources, and regain their strength, making it even more challenging to establish contact with external forces. If this operation ended in failure, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other Konoha leaders would surely have something to say about it. Additionally, intelligence indicated that the more northern Iwagakure was also quite restless, with their forces nearing the land of rain. Bring Jiraiya and Orochimaru here, Danzo commanded, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After resting for 10 days at the Nightingale Sansei, Danzo finally led his army into action. Following another 12 days of rapid marching, the forces successfully arrived at Moon Lake. Without any delays, they launched a fierce assault on the fortifications of Tsunagakure immediately upon arrival. This was not a minor skirmish. There were no probing attacks or reconnaissance. Right from the start, elite troops were sent in, charging in like a group of reckless youths. Jing Hang couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. After being cooped up at the Nightingale Sand Sea for 10 days, was this really the best strategy Danzo could come up with? It was akin to street brawling. Strike first and ask questions later. He really couldn't understand the reasoning behind it. So he took out his binoculars to closely observe the movements on the battlefield. With his years of combat experience, Jing Hang could ascertain that Konoha was definitely not just putting on a show with this assault. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and that Tsunade he had yet to meet were all present on the battlefield. Although Konoha had come from afar, their numbers were overwhelming. On the other hand, Tsunade, while outnumbered, had regained their composure after resting and had a relatively intact defensive system. For the time being, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle, evenly matched. Summoning technique. 3 thunderous shouts rang out, and 3 enormous clouds of white smoke erupted into the air. As the smoke cleared, a giant toad, a massive snake, and a huge slug appeared on the battlefield. The ninjas from both sides, who had been fiercely fighting, simultaneously looked up at these massive summoned beasts. In an instant, the Konoha ninja cheered excitedly, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Damn it, this is just unfair, Jing Hang thought to himself, quickly pulling out 2 scrolls and releasing a large amount of iron sand. Magnetic release, giant robot technique. Suddenly, a black giant appeared behind Tsunade, towering as high as the 3 summoned beasts. The giant resembled an ancient general, clad in beastly armor, wearing a princely helmet and wielding a halberd, exuding an imposing presence. Stop right there. Let's see how I, Lu Bu, can take on 3 heroes. Jing Hang shouted, commanding the Iron Giant to charge forward, engaging in battle with the legendary 3 ninjas. The morale of the Tsunade ninjas surged, cheers erupting around them. Did you see that? We need to factor this technique into the plan. Danzo looked up at Jing Hang's giant with a serious expression. Yes, it seems the plan needs some adjustments. This technique looks quite troublesome, Nara Shukaku replied, staring intently at Jing Hang, his gaze as piercing as a sword aimed at the giant. You have 7 days. That's enough time. Fire release. Toad, oil flame bullet. Jiraiya and his summoned toad, Bunta, unleashed their combined technique, a large ball of scorching toad, oil hurtling toward Jing Hang. The left side of the Lu Bu was engulfed in flames in an instant. However, Jing Hang remained unperturbed, manipulating the iron sand to swirl and move as he separated the burning iron sand coated in oil, forming a flaming iron ring in his hand, which he then tossed toward Tsunade. The flaming ring struck the giant slug, causing it to split into countless smaller slugs that quickly recombined. These smaller slugs then unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid at Lu Bu. With a sizzling sound, white smoke erupted from the Iron Giant, and Jing Hang gritted his teeth. When facing the corrosive liquid, Iron Sand didn't have many effective counters. He could only choose to dodge. Jing Hang pressed forward bravely, and the Iron Giant Lu Bu swung its halberd, thrusting towards the slug. The slug had no choice but to split again, unable to continue attacking with its adhesive acid. At that moment, Orochimaru, riding a wave of snakes, moved in like a ghost, quickly coiling around Lu Bu and opening his massive mouth toward Jing Hang. Lu Bu swiftly caught the snake's neck with its left hand. Seeing this, Orochimaru leaped down, wielding the Kusanagi sword, aiming for Jing Hang. Unfazed by Orochimaru's attack, Jing Hang quickly condensed his chakra into a pair of iron sand nunchaku, letting out a sharp cry as he swung them towards Orochimaru. Thus, Jing Hang fought against the 3 legendary ninjas alone, not falling behind at all. Like a whirlwind, he spun around, creating chaos and darkness on the battlefield, making the sun and moon seem to dim. The surrounding ninjas instinctively made way, fearing to be caught up in this intense battle. This fight continued from day until dusk, and both sides finally called a ceasefire. Truly, these legendary three ninjas, trained by Hanzo of the Salamander, are incredibly difficult to deal with. I feel as if I have nearly exhausted all my strength, yet they still seem unfazed. Jing Hang wiped the sweat from his neck with a hot towel, feeling a deep sense of awe. Indeed, these three young men have great potential. You might be able to handle two of them, but all three together do pose a challenge, Chiyo said kindly, looking at Jing Hang. Karuro, come in. Yes, third Kazakage, what are your orders? A young ninja, holding a giant iron fan, entered the tent. He was Karuro's cousin, the second son of the Iron Fan family in Sunagakure, known for his competence and exceptional skill in the three-star fan ninjutsu. Select 500 elite troops from each battalion. Tonight, we will launch a night raid. A night raid? Karuro's eyes widened in surprise. If they're tired, those damn Konoha ninjas aren't made of iron. Tonight, we'll set fire to their main camp and let them taste the cold. Jing Hang grinned, sneering. I feel that Jing Hang is even more difficult to deal with than Hanzo. I feel like I've nearly used all my strength, yet he still seems to have plenty to spare, Jiraiya said, frowning. His close combat and taijutsu are also very impressive, Orochimaru replied solemnly. His chakra reserves are unfathomable. If we hadn't attacked him from different angles, he could have utilized his iron sand transformations to an even greater extent. Alone or with just one other person, we are absolutely no match for him. The last time you lost was not unjust, Tsunade said, looking at both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Nara Shukaku was scribbling rapidly in his notebook. After a while, he raised his head and asked Tsunade, "Do you think the slug's acid will have any effect on that iron giant?" "Yes, absolutely." Once the iron giant was hit by the slug's acid, Jing Hang has been avoiding its attacks. Well, I hope that during tomorrow's battle, you can force Jing Hang to use more techniques. I need to calculate the total amount of iron sand he has. I'm counting on you three, Shukaku said, bowing slightly to the legendary three before turning to exit the tent. Report. The enemy is launching a night raid. The three ninjas exchanged glances and immediately got up to leave the tent. Outside, they were met with a scene engulfed in flames. The night raid didn't go as smoothly as expected. This was thanks to Danzo's strict military discipline and the training of Konoha ninjas. Their defenses and counterattacks were executed swiftly. After Sunagakure ninjas burned down a third of the tents, Jing Hang keenly sensed that the momentum was shifting and immediately ordered a retreat. However, Danzo, disregarding the exhaustion of his troops, continued the assault on Sunagakure the next morning. He even personally led the charge, boosting the morale of the Konoha ninjas. Left with no choice, Sunagakure had to rally all their forces. Even Elder Hozo, who had come to deliver supplies, was forced into battle. Sunagakure simply didn't have enough skilled fighters to stand guard. Unexpectedly, by the third day, Konoha's relentless assault continued unabated, attacking fiercely without regard for casualties. This made Jing Hang suspect that there was a hidden scheme at play. After all, Sunagakure was fighting on home ground, with the conditions favoring them, and they possessed advantageous fortifications. After 3 days of fighting, Konoha's losses were far greater than those of Sunagakure, but the continuous attacks had left Jing Hang feeling exhausted. Karuro, gather 1,000 brothers tonight, and make some noise at the entrance of Konoha's camp. If they come out, you retreat. If they're asleep, keep making noise. If Danzo sleeps tonight, you won't need to sleep either. Jing Hang angrily assigned tasks to Karuro. After all this commotion, Danzo became much more cautious. The Konoha army retreated 30 miles and raised a flag of truce, sending no one to Sunagakure's defenses. How long has it been? 3 days. Not a single movement. Not a single movement. Jing Hang clicked his tongue, pondering, I feel that old turtle Danzo must not be up to anything good. Forget about him. Elder Chiyo, you've worked hard. Without supplies or water, let's see how long he can hold out, Jing Hang said, slamming his fist down on the map marking Konoha's main camp. In the vast expanse of the desert, a convoy was struggling through the swirling sands. From their attire, it was clear they were ninjas from Konoha. The large carts were loaded with drinking water and supplies destined for the front lines. Here, it's worth noting that when we think of the world of Naruto, we realize its technological development is quite peculiar. While it has surpassed Earth civilization in some aspects, such as Orochimaru's laboratory, it still cannot escape the backdrop of relying on shouting for communication and walking for travel. Although the anime does not elaborate on the worldview in detail, careful observation reveals that the process of industrialization has begun to emerge. Therefore, we will temporarily base our understanding on the manga, setting aside content from Boruto as a reference. In the entire portrayal of Sunagakure, camels are rarely seen, so the carts must rely on human power to move. There's trouble. A Konoha ninja at the front of the convoy, tasked with observing the surroundings, said alertly. His eyes widened as blood vessels erupted around his temples, indicating he was a member of the Hyuga clan. The convoy came to an immediate halt, and all the ninjas immediately entered a defensive stance. Moments later, through the sandstorm, it seemed a team was approaching, and in the chilling wind, there was a sound akin to the grinding of a millstone. Many Konoha ninjas decided to take the initiative, shooting kunai and shuriken into the rolling dust. However, no one cried out in pain for being hit. Only a few sounds resembling blades striking a cutting board were heard. As the dust began to settle and the appearance of the newcomers became clear, the ninjas were left speechless. It turned out to be 10 uniquely shaped puppets clad in white, standing at the front of the line, followed by hundreds of Sunagakure ninjas brandishing various weapons, charging into the convoy like a gust of wind. How many times has Sunagakure attacked our supply convoy? The 4th time. Who is leading them? It's Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure. Good. Danzo suddenly stood up, as if he had heard exciting news. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, you will escort the supply convoy from now on. My only requirement is to severely damage the attacking Sunagakure forces. Danzo commanded the legendary 3. After accepting their mission, the 3 left the tent. Danzo then turned to the ninja who had come to report to him. Why are you still here? I haven't reported the casualty situation yet. In this attack, we lost 82 personnel and 15 carts of drinking water, along with... Enough. I don't want to hear any more of this. Notify Matsumoto. Have him reasonably allocate the drinking water and food for the next few days. This situation could be alleviated immediately. Danzo impatiently interrupted the ninja. The food is manageable, but the drinking water... Then organize ninjas skilled in water release to gather water using their techniques. This area is very dry, and the air has very little moisture, so the effectiveness of water release is poor. Water release techniques rely on quickly utilizing chakra to change forms and convert energy, rapidly condensing moisture from the air into liquid water for attacks. Water release cannot create water out of thin air. In a desert with scarce humidity, the effectiveness of such techniques is naturally diminished. Didn't you hear my orders clearly just now? Danzo's tone turned increasingly irritable. Ninjas must be willing to make sacrifices. Yes. The ninja reluctantly exited the tent. Fool, Danzo muttered, a bit dissatisfied, then turned to a shadowy figure in the darkness and said, You should also prepare. The developments on the battlefield were proceeding as Jing Hang had anticipated. Danzo's army was unable to take down his defenses, so he organized several guerrilla teams to harass Konoha supply lines from the rear. According to his calculations, Konoha's food and water could only support them for 10 days, possibly even less. If Danzo retreated, Jing Hang would follow closely. If Danzo did not retreat, then he would let him die of thirst right there. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in favor of Sunagakure. Lord Kazekage, our guerrilla team failed to ambush the Konoha transport convoy, Kururo reported, his face covered in blood, with a kunai embedded in his shoulder. Really? Didn't I tell you? If you encounter a convoy with a large number of guards, you just need to destroy their water carts. The enemy's guards were not numerous, but their leader was quite formidable. Who is it? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, all three of them. Yes. Then this isn't your fault. Go treat your wounds and rest. Jing Hang waved his hand. It seemed Danzo was indeed willing to expend such strong forces to protect the supply line. Elder Chiyo and Jonin Upland, please guard the main camp. Maki, take 300 brothers with me to intercept Konoha's supply convoy. Jing Hang issued his orders, preparing to don his cloak. No, didn't I say? You are the Kazakage. You cannot act recklessly. Chiyo interjected, blocking Jing Hang. Elder Chiyo, don't worry. If we can intercept this supply convoy, Konoha will certainly be defeated. With a legendary 3 as guards, who can accomplish the mission if I don't go? Rest assured, I'll only destroy their water carts and leave. Without any delay, Jing Hang smiled slightly, putting on his wind-resistant mask before swiftly exiting the tent. This kid really doesn't listen to the wise sayings of the elders. He's going to pay for it. As Jing Hang faced the middle-aged man with a towering topknot, he suddenly realized the price of his arrogance. Shadow imitation technique. You must be from the Nara clan, right? Nara Shukaku. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, maintaining his shadow imitation technique, as Jing Hang's strength was not insignificant. Looks like you have me figured out. Based on my calculations, you have a 70% chance of dying here. Is that so? But how long can your technique hold me? Long enough, Danzo said darkly, while Jiraiya and Tsunade stood nearby, one grinning and the other expressionless. Just you 3? I might not be able to take your heads, but if I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Jing Hang commanded the iron sand tendrils to unseal the scrolls and release even more iron sand. Don't underestimate me. Jiraiya threw a wooden kunai, which struck the ground. It seemed to trigger some sort of mechanism, and 5 massive arched iron towers suddenly erupted from the ground around Jing Hang, quickly closing in on him. At the same time, 5 leather ropes shot up, ensnaring Jing Hang tightly, and the released iron sand was also attracted to the towers. Wow, you're really strong. Nara Shukaku collapsed to the ground, his shadow imitation technique reaching its limits, his face pale and covered in sweat. Where did you find so many magnets? Impressive. To capture me, Danzo must have scoured the region for magnets. Jing Hang exclaimed in feigned surprise while secretly observing his surroundings and strategizing. Not just here. We've searched the entire land of rain for magnets. It took us 2 months to set up this trap. You should be grateful, Jiraiya said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Jing Hang's mind, and he connected all the dots. Danzo, you're quite remarkable. To catch a chicken, you've thrown away half a sack of grain. In a vast expanse of the desert, as soon as Danzo's army advanced towards Moon Lake, a trap specifically aimed at Jing Hang began to take shape. From the initial aggressive assault to the subsequent attacks on supply lines, and now with the legendary 3 personally guarding the supply route, everything was orchestrated to lure Jing Hang into this trap and eliminate him. Your Danzo is truly ruthless. To eliminate me, he's willing to sacrifice so many people. But even without me, you will still lose this war. Jing Hang coldly remarked to the gathered ninjas. As a commander, disregarding logistics, neglecting flanks, and marching over 2,000 kilometers while continuously attacking for 3 days was undoubtedly a madman's act. According to incomplete statistics, Konoha had lost over 2,000 ninjas, all for the sake of taking down one person. It was a classic case of a general success built on the bones of thousands, not a typical obsessive who could pull off such a feat. No, you are too modest. You are much more formidable than you realize. Danzo suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. As a leader, you are competent. No, you should say you are exceptional. I specifically studied your records and your actions since assuming office. Your overall style is strategic, insightful, and decisive. During your time as the Kazakage's bodyguard, you gained recognition from all the various families and factions of Sunagakure, and you hold great prestige among the frontline ninjas. Before the war began, you vigorously opposed it because you understood that major powers would intervene. After becoming the Kazakage, you defeated Kakashi Hatake single-handedly on the Western Front and decisively withdrew from the Nightingale Sand Sea on the Northern Front. Only someone with vision could make such judgments. You have cohesion, prestige, foresight, and methods, and your strength is unfathomable. You are indeed a much tougher Kazekage to deal with than Sandman, and you are someone who can change the course of the battle. So, I apologize, but as a ninja, while I admire you, for the sake of Konoha's successors, you must die here today. As for sacrifice, what ninja doesn't sacrifice? The last sentence caused the legendary three to exchange glances in surprise. I propose an alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, Jing Hang stated. Danzo paused, the corners of his mouth twitching as he replied, "You've just given me another reason to kill you." "What do you mean by that?" Jing Hang asked, puzzled. "You're shameless. A person like you is capable of great things alive," Danzo sneered. "And what if you can't keep me from leaving?" Jing Hang rubbed his shoulder, which had nearly been choked off. "Act now." Shukaku's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Before his words had even finished, the arc-shaped iron towers began to shift, the iron sand transforming into floating black rings that encircled Jing Hang, moving rhythmically. Some of the iron sand morphed into strange patterns, and the air was filled with crackling sounds, like static electricity when removing a sweater in winter. As for Jing Hang, within the iron tower, all of his hair stood on end like a porcupine, his eyes shining like those of a deity. The speed of the rings increased, and a massive black iron ball rose to the top of the tower. Zing! A bolt of lightning shot from the iron ball, striking Shukaku and instantly reducing him to a charred corpse. "Danzo, thank you for fulfilling my long-held wish. I've always wanted to play with this. It's just that I haven't had the right resources until now. Look, experience it. Soviet-style magnetic pulse coil." Along with Jing Hang's roar, countless arcs of electricity erupted from the black sphere, like the roar of a monstrous beast. As an 80s transmigrator, Red Alert was undoubtedly a cherished childhood memory. As a fan of the Soviet faction, Jing Hang was naturally well aware of the magnetic pulse coil, a traditional defensive structure. Moreover, in a domestic pirated game called Roar of the Red Dragon, this electromagnetic defense tower was designed in an odd shape, and just a couple of them could essentially halt enemy ground forces. The shape was very similar to the 5 arc-shaped towers constructed from magnets that were currently ensnaring Jing Hang. Once, while watching short videos, he had stumbled upon one featuring scientists during Brezhnev's era in the Soviet Union experimenting with similar weapons that could launch electromagnetic pulses of up to 700,000 volts. However, due to limited attack distance and the difficulty in distinguishing between friend and foe, the project was ultimately scrapped. However, Jing Hang had caught a glimpse of the design back then and found the intricate schematic inexplicably technological, so he downloaded it and set it as his notebook's wallpaper. Since his transmigration, Jing Hang had conducted experiments with his magnetic release based on his memories, but the same problems persisted. Distinguishing friend from foes, limited range, and exorbitant costs, which was the main reason, so this plan was naturally abandoned. But today, with Danzo providing the funds and setting the stage, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "You think a few broken magnets can absorb my iron sand? What a joke. Every single grain of my iron sand is a magnet. You're just a kindergarten-level player in this game. Do you know about the law of Ørsted? Are you familiar with Faraday's law? Have you mastered the slow-motion hand seals? You're truly overestimating yourself." Just as the electromagnetic coil was fully charged and about to explode, Tsunade rushed in, her Byakuga mark glowing with intensity, ignoring the searing lightning as she charged forward. Several bolts of lightning struck her, singeing her fair skin black, only for it to instantly heal. With a powerful punch, she brought down one of the magnetic towers, extinguishing all the electric light in the process. "You're an impressive individual. You could become Hokage," Tsunade said, giving Jing Hang a thumbs up. As Jing Hang was enveloped in the blue lightning release armor, a shadow flickered, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. "He can use lightning release. Isn't that the lightning release armor from Kumogakure?" Danzo muttered to himself. Upon returning to the tent, Jing Hang was subjected to a barrage of inquiries from Chiyo and the Council of Elders, akin to a hairdryer being turned on him. After repeatedly apologizing and promising never to engage in such dangerous actions again, he was finally let off the hook. Before anyone could take a sip of tea, Jing Hang dropped a bombshell. "What? You want to ally with Konoha?" "Yes. Is that a problem?" Jing Hang replied with a smile. The room erupted into chaos, with voices saying things like the body of the second Kazakage has barely cooled, and the third Kazakage's actions are disheartening. And after spilling so much blood, we can't let it go easily, or the timing is just right. We should press our advantage and strike Konoha now. Everyone seemed eager to make their voices heard, as if they wanted to slam their fists on the table and express their indignation. Only Elder Chiyo, having been warned beforehand, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Lord Kazekage hasn't finished speaking, and you're all chattering away. What kind of behavior is this?" Instantly, the room fell silent. Jing Hang maintained a smile, unfazed, and continued. "In this world, there are no eternal enemies or absolute friends. There are only eternal interests." His words resonated with the crowd, making them quiet like school children. Chiyo secretly gave a thumbs up. Jing Hang was indeed born to be Kazakage, and even his casual remarks carried such weight. "We have technically already won this war, but what benefits can we reap? Eliminating a few more Konoha ninjas? Such actions hold little significance for Tsunade. They would only deepen mutual hatred and lead to a state of perpetual conflict, which would be detrimental to us. Konoha has deep roots, nearly 3 times our number of ninjas, and resources that we cannot compare with. Winning this war is already a significant advantage for us. If we lose, Konoha can always launch another campaign. But let me tell you privately, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has already halted our war funds. We have no money to wage another war." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment, followed by a loud commotion. Moreover, intelligence indicates that a Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure are also preparing for conflict, and a new world war is inevitable. The uproar grew louder, and Jing Hang banged on the table to restore order. "Tsunade has been weakened and impoverished, and our strength is limited. I believe that before a full-scale war breaks out, we need to proactively withdraw from the conflict, recuperate, and use this war to develop our strength." As Danzo's army advanced towards Moon Lake, a trap specifically designed for Jing Hang began to take shape. From the initial fierce assault to the subsequent attacks on supply lines, and now with the legendary 3 personally guarding the logistics route, every action was orchestrated to draw Jing Hang into this trap and eliminate him. "Your Danzo is truly ruthless. To take me down, he's willing to sacrifice so many people. But even without me, you will still lose this war," Jing Hang coldly remarked to the assembled ninjas. As a commander, disregarding logistics, neglecting flanks, and marching over 2,000 kilometers while continuously attacking for 3 days was undoubtedly a madman's move. According to incomplete statistics, Konoha had lost over 2,000 ninjas, all for the sake of taking down one person. It was a classic case of a general success built on the bones of thousands, and only someone extraordinarily obsessive could execute such a strategy. "No, you are too modest. You are much more formidable than you realize." Danzo suddenly appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. "As a leader, you are competent. No, you should say you are excellent. I specifically studied your records and your actions since assuming office. Your overall style is strategic, insightful, and decisive. During your time as the Kazakage's bodyguard, you gained recognition from all the various families and factions of Sunagakure and hold great prestige among the frontline ninjas. Before the war began, you vigorously opposed it because you understood that major powers would intervene. After becoming the Kazakage, you defeated Kakashi Hatake single-handedly on the Western Front and decisively withdrew from the Nightingale Sand Sea on the Northern Front. Only someone with vision could make such decisions. You have cohesion, prestige, foresight, and methods, and your strength is unfathomable. You are indeed a much tougher Kazekage to deal with than Sandman, and you are someone who can change the course of the battle. So, I apologize, but while I admire you as a ninja, for the sake of Konoha's successors, you must die here today. As for sacrifice, what ninja doesn't sacrifice? The last statement made the legendary three exchange glances in surprise. I propose an alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, Jing Hang boldly stated. Danzo paused, the corners of his mouth twitching as he replied, "You've just given me another reason to kill you." "What do you mean by that?" Jing Hang asked, puzzled. "You're shameless. A person like you can achieve great things alive," Danzo sneered. "And what if you can't prevent me from leaving?" Jing Hang rubbed his shoulder, which had almost been choked off. Act now. Narashikaku's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. Before his words had finished, the arc-shaped iron towers began to shift, the iron sand transforming into floating black rings that encircled Jing Hang, moving rhythmically. Some of the iron sand morphed into strange patterns, and the air filled with crackling sounds, like static electricity during winter. As for Jing Hang, within the iron tower, all of his hair stood on end like a porcupine, his eyes shining with intensity. The speed of the rings increased, and a massive black iron ball rose to the top of the tower. Zing! A bolt of lightning shot from the iron ball, striking Narashikaku and instantly turning him into a charred corpse. "Danzo, thank you for fulfilling my long-held wish. I've always wanted to play with this. It's just that I haven't had the right resources until now. Look, experience it. Soviet-style magnetic pulse coil." Along with Jing Hang's roar, countless arcs of electricity erupted from the black sphere, like the roar of a monstrous beast. As an 80s transmigrator, Red Alert was undoubtedly a cherished childhood memory. As a fan of the Soviet faction, Jing Hang was naturally well aware of the magnetic pulse coil, a traditional defensive structure. Moreover, in a domestic pirated game called Roar of the Red Dragon, this electromagnetic defense tower was designed in an odd shape, and just a couple of them could essentially halt enemy ground forces. The shape was very similar to the 5 arc-shaped towers constructed from magnets that were currently ensnaring Jing Hang. Once, while watching short videos, he had stumbled upon one featuring scientists during Brezhnev's era in the Soviet Union experimenting with similar weapons that could launch electromagnetic pulses of up to 700,000 volts. However, due to limited attack distance and the difficulty in distinguishing between friend and foe, the project was ultimately scrapped. However, Jing Hang had caught a glimpse of the design back then and found the intricate schematic inexplicably technological, so he downloaded it and set it as his notebook's wallpaper. Since his transmigration, Jing Hang had conducted experiments with his magnetic release based on his memories, but the same problems persisted. Distinguishing friends from foes, limited range, and exorbitant costs, which was the main reason, so this plan was naturally abandoned. But today, with Danzo providing the funds and setting the stage, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "You think a few broken magnets can absorb my iron sand? What a joke. Every single grain of my iron sand is a magnet. You're just a kindergarten-level player in this game. Do you know about the law of Ørsted? Are you familiar with Faraday's law? Have you mastered the slow-motion hand seals? You're truly overestimating yourself." Just as the electromagnetic coil was fully charged and about to explode, Tsunade rushed in, her Byakuga mark glowing with intensity, ignoring the searing lightning as she charged forward. Several bolts of lightning struck her, singeing her fair skin black, only for it to instantly heal. With a powerful punch, She brought down one of the magnetic towers, extinguishing all the electric light in the process. "You're an impressive individual. You could become Hokage," Tsunade said, giving Jing Hang a thumbs up. As Jing Hang was enveloped in the blue lightning release armor, a shadow flickered, and he vanished before everyone's eyes. "He can use lightning release. Isn't that the lightning release armor from Kumoga Cure?" Danzo muttered to himself. Upon returning to the tent, Jing Hang was subjected to a barrage of inquiries from Chiyo and the Council of Elders, akin to a hairdryer being turned on him. After repeatedly apologizing and promising never to engage in such dangerous actions again, he was finally let off the hook. Before anyone could take a sip of tea, Jing Hang dropped a bombshell. "What? You want to ally with Konoha?" "Yes, is that a problem?" Jing Hang replied with a smile. The room erupted into chaos, with voices saying things like the body of the second Kazakage has barely cooled, and the third Kazakage's actions are disheartening. And after spilling so much blood, we can't let it go easily, or the timing is just right. We should press our advantage and strike Konoha now. Everyone seemed eager to make their voices heard, as if they wanted to slam their fists on the table and express their indignation. Only Elder Chiyo, having been warned beforehand, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Lord Kazekage hasn't finished speaking, and you're all chattering away. What kind of behavior is this?" Instantly, the room fell silent. Jing Hang maintained a smile, unfazed, and continued, "In this world, there are no eternal enemies or absolute friends. There are only eternal interests." His words resonated with the crowd, making them quiet like school children. Chiyo secretly gave a thumbs up. Jing Hang was indeed born to be Kazakage, and even his casual remarks carried such weight. "We have technically already won this war, but what benefits can we reap? Eliminating a few more Konoha ninjas? Such actions hold little significance for Tsunade. They would only deepen mutual hatred and lead to a state of perpetual conflict, which would be detrimental to us. Konoha has deep roots, nearly 3 times our number of ninjas, and resources that we cannot compare with. Winning this war is already a significant advantage for us. If we lose, Konoha can always launch another campaign. But let me tell you privately, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has already halted our war funds. We have no money to wage another war." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment, followed by a loud commotion. Moreover, intelligence indicates that Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure are also preparing for conflict, and a new world war is inevitable. The uproar grew louder, and Jing Hang banged on the table to restore order. "Tsunade has been weakened and impoverished, and our strength is limited. I believe that before a full-scale war breaks out, we need to proactively withdraw from the conflict, recuperate, and use this war to develop our strength." Looking at the ever-smiling Jing Hang before him, Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim, as if it could drip with water, harboring a deep-seated desire to tear him apart. Indeed, after successfully dealing with the major figures of Tsunade, Jing Hang had thrown out an olive branch to Konoha the very next day. At that moment, Danzo was troubled by the army's next move. This olive branch presented a glimmer of hope, like finding a step down from a precarious position. Overall, Danzo had performed reasonably well. In the first half, he had successfully conquered Amigakure and pressured Hanzo of the Salamander. In the second half, he severely devastated Tsunade and killed the second Kazakage, Sabaku no Shaman. From a superficial viewpoint, if the war were to end now, it would indeed be a glorious victory. However, who could have anticipated that a mishap would occur in the stoppage time? Since Jing Hang took over the battlefield, Konoha's army had suffered continuous losses. Not only had their decapitation operation failed, but the army was now trapped in a dilemma. If they continued the attack, they lacked sufficient supplies and munitions, while their opponent was gaining momentum and morale. Taking down the enemy now seemed almost impossible, and with the difficulties in supply, the army was at risk of annihilation. But if they chose to retreat, it would mean a complete failure of the expedition. Moreover, if Sunagakure pursued and ambushed them along the way, they might suffer heavy losses before even returning to the Nightingale-Sand Sea. However, accepting Sunagakure's proposal for an alliance at this moment could ensure the safe withdrawal of the army, allowing them to completely extricate themselves from this war-torn quagmire. It would also secure the fruits of victory for Amigakure and deter Iwagakure's covetous intentions. Additionally, Danzo could return and explain to the third Hokage and the council that he had subdued 2 ninja villages, one of which was one of the 5 great shinobi countries, and killed a Kazakage. Such accomplishments would certainly be well regarded. After signing a peace agreement, Konoha's higher-ups would likely accept it, and the interests of all parties could be properly addressed. Danzo could still return to Konoha as a conqueror and victor, gaining a higher status among the elite. As for the sacrifices and losses in this battle, well, casualties are an inevitable part of war. After all, ninjas are meant to sacrifice. However, the one thing that bothered Danzo was the guy sitting in front of him. He had inherited the legacy of his predecessors, bravely facing powerful foes in dire situations, and now he was poised to gain immense prestige in Sunagakure. His power there was about to achieve a high degree of unification. Now, coming to seek peace with the momentum of a great victory, who knew what harsh conditions he would impose? Just as Danzo was deep in thought, Jing Hang spoke up. "Elder Danzo, it's just the 2 of us here, and we are both sincere individuals, so let's skip the theatrics and formalities. I have my conditions. Please take a look." With that, he handed over a piece of paper. Danzo took the paper and was surprised to find that the conditions were not harsh. In fact, Konoha would still maintain some advantages. 1. Sunagakure and Konoha will cease hostilities, and both sides will retreat their ninjas to the borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, releasing all captives unconditionally. 2. Sunagakure will regard the Land of Rain as Konoha's sphere of influence and will withdraw completely from territorial disputes in the northern part of the Land of Wind. 3. Sunagakure and Konoha will establish an alliance. All diplomatic, military, and commercial actions should be consistent on both sides. 4. Strengthen bilateral economic cooperation and cultural exchanges, reducing taxes on trade caravans between the 2 parties. 5. The treaty was not long, but Danzo read it very carefully. After confirming it multiple times, he looked at Jing Hang with confusion, a question rising in his mind. What is this guy really after? Of course, this is just a preliminary intention. The formal alliance will be signed after I complete the Kazakage succession ceremony, Jing Hang continued. You plan to go to Konoha? Exactly. This shows sincerity. Once the succession ceremony is over, I will issue a diplomatic notice to Konoha. As a leader, it's unreasonable to stay cooped up at home all the time. Danzo remained puzzled. If it were him, in a position of such advantage, he would never easily seek peace. He felt there must be a conspiracy hidden within. There is no conspiracy here. Jing Hang seemed to see through Danzo's thoughts. Konoha is strong, while Sunagakure is weak. Konoha is prosperous, while Sunagakure is impoverished. Local victories do not change the overall trend. You lost a large army and can send another, while we do not have that many ninjas to expend. While we have not yet developed a deep enmity, it would be better to turn swords into plowshares. Once I leave, you can withdraw your troops. Rest assured, we will not pursue. You can check. My reputation in Sunagakure is quite good. At this point, there seemed to be a hint of cunning in Jing Hang's smile. In the end, Danzo compromised. That night, he issued the order to withdraw, and both sides of ninjas rejoiced. This war, which had lasted nearly half a year, finally came to a close. Sunagakure even generously sent a few carts of fresh water and food. All ninjas cannot return to the village at once. At least 1/3 of the forces must remain at Moon Lake. On one hand, it serves as a precaution, and, on the other hand, I have decided to develop Moon Lake into our logistics base, Danzo declared. You really consider everything, Kazekage. Indeed, Yes, we should keep some forces in reserve. Looking at the buzz of discussion among the crowd, Jing Hang nodded silently. After successfully concluding this war, his performance as the third Kazakage was commendable. He had been tough when necessary and flexible when needed. He was essentially solidifying his position. Since the war has ended, let the remaining ninjas exist in the form of a production and construction corps. Kuro, take charge of this construction corps, leading the station brothers in land reclamation, tree planting, and production development. I will discuss specific measures and methods with you later. You need not look so glum. This duty of guarding will rotate every 4 months, so you won't be stuck here forever. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yes, Kazekage, Kururo replied respectfully. Elder Chiyo, please arrange the withdrawal. Elder Upland, notify the daimyo of the Land of Wind about the war situation and invite him to my Kazekage succession ceremony. After making all these arrangements, everything momentarily settled down. Jing Hang leaned back in his chair, his body feeling utterly drained. Finally, it was over. Let the others deal with the fighting for now. Sunagakure needed to recuperate. It seems this kid, Jing Hang, is quite capable. In an unknown underground cavern, a stooped figure lurked in the shadows, his voice sounding frail and weak. Indeed, he has fought 2 impressive battles, a creature with half a black face replied. Well, let's leave the matters of the Land of Wind as they are for now. But this kid is worth keeping an eye on. What's the situation with Kazakage? That Kazakage is already prepared for war. Since they are ready, cough. Don't just sit idle. Go make arrangements. Cough. The sound of the old man's weak cough echoed in the vast, hollow cavern. Looking at the small bottle in his hand, Danzo's thoughts became quite complex. The bottle contained nothing other than a bright, red Sharingan. He really is an extraordinary individual, Danzo couldn't help but exclaim, recalling Jing Hang's face during their negotiation. I hope to establish a friendly personal relationship with you. A personal relationship. I believe that once you return, your words will carry weight among Konoha's higher-ups. I hope you can speak on behalf of Sunagakure when needed. You underestimate me. I will never betray Konoha's interests. Rest assured, no one will force you to betray Konoha's interests. After the alliance is signed, we will be allies, and Konoha's interests will naturally align with those of Sunagakure. Then don't worry. I won't put you in a difficult position. I only need your friendship. To show my sincerity, please accept this. With that, Jing Hang pulled out a small bottle. When Danzo saw what was inside the bottle, his eyes were immediately drawn to it. Everyone knew what this item represented. Is it from Kagami? Yes. And you only have one. I accidentally broke the other. Danzo glared at Jing Hang with anger. But Jing Hang maintained his smile. After a long moment, Danzo calmed down, tucked the small bottle into his sleeve, and extended his hand to Jing Hang, saying, All right then, Kazakage, you have gained my friendship. Wow, this is just delightful, Luo Sha exclaimed, as the sulfuric scent filled the air and enveloped him while he relaxed in the hot spring. His comfortable demeanor made him unable to suppress soft murmurs of pleasure. If you're feeling good, then stay in a bit longer, Jing Hang said to himself as he poured himself a cup of sake, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. He then picked up a peanut from the plate and popped it into his mouth, looking entirely at ease. This place was not in the Land of Wind, but rather in the Land of River, situated between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The village of Yumgakure was renowned for its famous hot springs, but due to its relatively weak strength, it had early on allied with Konoha. Under Konoha's protection, Yumgakure had long lost its fighting capability, earning it the nickname the Village That Forgot War. A ninja village with fewer ninjas than hot spring attendants was a rare sight during these turbulent times, yet this ninja village managed to survive, presenting a unique landscape. After Jing Hang's diplomatic delegation met up with Luo Sha and Yakura at the departure fortress, the group of over 30 set off towards Konoha. Upon passing through Yumgakure, they were warmly welcomed by the Yume, who invited the Kazakage to enjoy the renowned hot springs as a way of officially welcoming him. Having suffered from the desert's wind and sand, Jing Hang gladly accepted the invitation. "By the way, Brother Luo Sha, can I ask you for a favor?" Jing Hang inquired. "Don't be so formal. You are now the Kazakage." "Just give the order," Luo Sha replied. "Could you lend me some of your accumulated sand gold?" Luo Sha immediately sat up in the hot spring, looking distressed. "Big brother, I've worked hard to save that little bit of sand gold, and I was planning to use it for my own training in the giant robot technique." I understand, Jing Hang quickly reassured him. "It's just that there's no other way. Our village just finished a war, and there are so many families of the fallen that need compensation, so many war orphans that need caring for. We also need to focus on rebuilding and education, and that stingy daimyo isn't providing funding. As the Kazakage, it's really tough for me to manage. So, can I borrow it just this once?" "Stop it, big brother. I was just joking. It's just a bit of sand gold, right? For the village, I'd even let you chop me up and sell me." Luo Sha grinned. Jing Hang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the future fourth Kazakage before him, who was undoubtedly a tragic hero. In the original storyline, after the disappearance of the third Kazakage, Sunagakure had exhausted all its resources to search for him, but to no avail. The village found itself in a leaderless state, facing chaos and decline as conflicts erupted in the Land of Wind. It was then that Luo Sha stepped up, using the magnetic release he learned from the third Kazakage to suppress the rebellion, ultimately taking on the mantle of Kazakage to protect the village. Due to the daimyo's constant reduction of the number of ninjas and funding for the ninja village, Sunagakure's fighting capability continued to decline. It was Luo Sha who used magnetic release to gather sand gold to serve as the village's finances, single-handedly shouldering the financial burden of the entire village. When the third Kazakage died and the Ichibi went berserk, he resolutely stepped forward to seal the Ichibi into his newborn son, Gaara. He dedicated his youth, his life, and even the future generations to the village, truly a model of a selfless leader. Unfortunately, this great figure was ultimately murdered by Orochimaru, leaving behind a tragic ending. However, in this life, Jing Hang would ensure that such tragedies would not occur again. Those who carry the burden for others must not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow. "Good brother, I want to establish a new department, and I want you to be in charge," Jing Hang said. "What department?" "The mining bureau." Come, Kazekage. Try this. It's our Yumgeikure specialty, hot spring fish. The meat is delicate and delicious. You must try it, the Yume urged Jing Hang, serving him food with utmost respect. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. All this politeness is making me feel embarrassed," Jing Hang remarked, sensing that the Yume had something he wanted. "Alas, to be honest, I have a matter that troubles me greatly, and I hope the Kazakage can help me," the Yume said, placing his chopsticks down and explaining his plight. It turned out that a group of cultists who worshipped an evil deity had recently appeared in Yumgeikure. These cultists committed heinous acts and engaged in brutal killings, frequently entering the village to pillage and abduct children. The Yume had tried multiple times to subdue them, but the cult leader was incredibly skilled, and even several jonin had been helpless against him, resulting in the loss of several of their own. Originally, he wanted to seek help from Konoha, but with the war breaking out, Konoha had no time to address this matter. Now that the Kazakage was present, he wanted to ask for Jing Hang to eliminate this threat. He even promised a reward of 10 million ryo upon success. Evil cult? What is that? Is it the same cult that Haiden belongs to? May I ask, what abilities does the leader of this cult possess? Jing Hang inquired. The Yume's expression turned fearful, and it took a while for him to finally utter a sentence. "The greatest characteristic is that they cannot be killed." In a dim cave, dozens of cultists dressed in black cloaks were kneeling before a terrifying and bizarre statue. The statue had a ghastly visage, with a green face and sharp teeth, holding a scroll in its mouth, a red three-blade scythe in its left hand, and a slender spear in its right. Its body was covered in blood and adorned with strange runes. In front of the statue stood 5 wooden stakes, each bound with a child. 4 of them appeared to have already lost their lives. One had its head severed, another had its heart pierced, a third had its skull crushed, and the last had its abdomen opened, leaving the scene soaked in blood and brutality. One child, however, was still alive, struggling desperately and emitting muffled sound from his gagged mouth, his eyes wide with terror. At that moment, an old man in a purple cloak appeared in front of the statue, his hands covered in blood, softly chanting. A strange energy intensified with his voice, slowly gathering around the statue. The statue's originally hollow eyes turned a sinister red, as if it were about to come to life. The blood scattered across the altar began to flow towards the statue, being absorbed, and the blood runes glowed even more vividly. Gradually, the runes began to detach from the statue, floating up like serpents awakening from hibernation. As the old man's chanting grew faster, the speed of the snakes increased as well, quickly crawling all over the child's body. The child, now fainted from fear, was suddenly met by another cultist who stepped forward. The old man took out a dagger, slicing the cultist's palm and letting the blood drip onto the child's head. He then drew a strange symbol of a circle overlapping a triangle in blood at the child's feet. The warm blood streamed down the child's cheek and into his mouth. At that moment, the child began to change, black and white stripes appearing all over his body. The old man's expression turned ecstatic, almost insane. He stabbed the child in the chest, and an eerie occurrence took place. The cultist next to him fell to the ground with a thud. The old man's expression turned even more frenzied, erupting into maniacal laughter, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. I've succeeded. We have gained another messenger of the evil god. The cultists erupted in cheers, kneeling even more fervently. Another one? So that means there's more than one? Which ones are you? At this sudden voice, the previously noisy cave fell silent. Ooh, the purple-robed old man pointed toward the cave entrance. Me? Let me tell you who I am. Magnetic release, rain of sand. Slow down, there's no one competing with you. Jing Hang gently reminded as he watched the child ravenously devouring his food, casually tossing a chicken leg into the child's bowl. When it came to dealing with the cultists of the evil god sect, Jing Hang dared not let his guard down. Haiden had been able to eliminate the Jinchuriki, Yuzuki, and Keed, as well as elite ninjas like Asuma Sarutobi and Konoha's top fighters, simply with his curse technique, death by blood. If he couldn't ascertain their true capabilities, it would be easy to fall into their traps. What was more troublesome was that this kind of enemy was difficult to eradicate completely. However, with the Yume being so hospitable, offering both hot springs and meals, and given the generous terms they provided, Jing Hang, as one of the 5 great Kazakage, felt that refusing would be beneath his dignity. So he accepted the invitation and inquired about the situation. In reality, the true followers of the evil god sect were not many, only around 100 or so, and there were fewer than 10 who were of Jonin rank. The real headache was the 3 so-called undead. The useful intelligence available was limited, so Jing Hang quickly formulated a battle plan emphasizing speed to prevent the enemy from having any chance to react. He planned for himself to launch the first attack, followed closely by Luo Sha. If they encountered an undead, without hesitation, Luo Sha would use his sand gold to seal them. Before the cultists could initiate their curse rituals, Yakura and the other ninjas would block the exits, ensuring that no one escaped. The operation progressed exceedingly well. In addition to the 3 who were sealed by Luo Sha, they rescued 1 child, while all the other cultists were killed, and they confiscated a 3-bladed scythe, a retractable spear, and the scroll from the statue of the evil god's mouth, along with over 20 million ryo in cash. Yes, the child they rescued was none other than a young Haiden. It was evident that the cult leader was mass-producing undead, but the success rate was low, leading to many failures before achieving the current 3. The leader, unwilling to allow his followers to die in vain, began abducting children from the village, intending to brainwash and train them as cultists once the experiment succeeded. After Jing Hang and Luo Sha had efficiently dealt with most of the cultists, Luo Sha noticed that the child they had bound was still alive, merely unconscious from fear. Jing Hang pulled the dagger from the child's chest, lost in thought, then said, "Wrap him up and take him back." After everything was settled, Jing Hang opened the seized scroll, revealing 4 large characters written in blood, death by blood. He was quite surprised. This so-called curse technique seemed to extend beyond the realm of ninjutsu, resembling a summoning ritual similar to corpse spirit sealing. The first half of the scroll detailed how to turn a person into a messenger of the god, essentially an undead, through a series of elaborate religious rituals and bloody sacrifices. It also mentioned that the success rate for this transformation was incredibly low, nearly 1 in 100. The latter half explained the methods and rituals for casting the curse. After reading the scroll, Jing Hang looked at the child who was continuing to eat and fell into contemplation. How about recruiting members from Akatsuki? When he read the manga, he felt that Haiden's character was significantly weakened in terms of combat ability. In fact, he had much potential yet to be tapped. Just consider the simplest example. If Haiden could learn the 8 gates of might, wouldn't he be able to fly? He could completely disregard the side effects of his techniques. Even if Six Paths Madara saw him, he would tremble. If he could cultivate him well and keep him by his side, he would be a true lifesaver. Thinking along these lines, Jing Hang smiled and poured a cup of hot tea for the now full Haiden, gently patting the child on the back. "Little brother, I see you have excellent potential. Would you be interested in learning ninjutsu from me? Thank you, Kazekage, for your assistance. This kindness will not be forgotten by us in Yumgeikure." "Ah, Yume, no need to be so polite. Sunageikure and Yumgeikure are neighbors and friends. This little matter isn't worth mentioning. To you, it may seem trivial, but for us in Yumgeikure, it concerns our very survival. I must ensure you are well entertained." No. Thank you for your hospitality, but I must head to Konoha to finalize the alliance. I can't afford to delay any longer." "Oh, the alliance is paramount, but what about these 3? The Yume pointed at the 3 tied-up undead, looking distressed. These individuals were originally rogue ninjas from Yumgeikure, so it's only fitting that you decide how to deal with them," Jing Hang replied. "Kazakage, you misunderstand." The Yume lowered his voice. "These individuals cannot be killed. They cannot die by blade or fire, and they have been brainwashed by the evil god sect for years, their evil thoughts deeply rooted and uneducable. I truly do not know how to handle them. I seek your guidance." A group of Yumgeikure ninjas brought the 3 captured cultists forward. "That's easy to handle," Jing Hang called over Yakura, whispering a few words to her. "Magnetic release, shield construction." A large mass of iron sand soared into the air, transforming into a massive cylindrical iron block that drilled forcefully into the ground, quickly creating a pit over 3 meters deep. He signaled to Luo Sha, who delivered 3 powerful kicks to the 3 undead, sending them tumbling into the pit, writhing like worms, but unable to make a sound due to their gag mouths. These cultists harm children and commit all manner of atrocities. They deserve this punishment. Bury them, Jing Hang commanded, pointing at the pit. Naturally, there were ninjas skilled in earth release among the group, and soon the pit was filled in seamlessly. Magnetic release, iron lion, fire release, iron meltdown. Jing Hang formed a massive black iron lion in the air, while Yakura manipulated fireballs, roasting the iron lion until it glowed red-hot. Boom! In no time, the iron sand of the lion melted into a solid piece, sealing up the entrance of the pit. This iron lion weighs 1,000 jin. As long as it remains undisturbed, even the undead cannot cause havoc. The Yume was immensely grateful to Jing Hang and showered him with gifts, which he graciously accepted before taking his leave. "What do you think of this young man?" Saratobi Hiruzen asked, facing his advisors Mito Kazumi and Tezuki Komaki. At this moment, he was in the prime of his life, tall and robust, with piercing eyes and a pipe in his mouth, as if his mind was racing. "He is quite an outstanding young man," Mito Kazumi replied briefly. "Based on his circumstances, we have simulated the overall situation. His decisions and judgments align with the optimal solutions given the circumstances," Tezuki Komaki added. "Oh, not simple at all. No wonder Danzo has fallen for him," Hiruzen said, turning around to tap his pipe. "We unanimously agree that forming an alliance with Sunagakure would be beneficial for us." Elaborate. "By allying with Sunagakure, we can withdraw our army from the Land of Rain, avoiding a two-front war. Konoha will not have to worry about pressure from the west. We just need to defend against Kirigakure to the east and Kyomogakure to the northeast, significantly reducing our overall defensive burden. Additionally, according to the latest intelligence, Iwagakure has fully entered the Land of Rain and has already had minor conflicts with Danzo. Inoki is a madman." Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Order Akimichi Shukaku and Hyuga Hayashi to lead reinforcements and set out quickly. If we don't hurt him this time, he won't learn his lesson." "And what about that young man?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his office chair. "Hold a grand welcome ceremony for him. Take your time. There's no one competing with you," Jing Hang gently reminded as he watched the child devouring his food with gusto, casually placing a chicken leg into the child's bowl. When dealing with the cultists of the evil god sect, Jing Hang didn't dare to let his guard down. Haiden had been able to take down the Jinchuriki, Yuzuki, and Kiid, as well as elite ninjas like Asuma, Sarutobi, and others, using just his curse technique, death by blood. If he couldn't grasp their true capabilities, he could easily fall into a trap. The most troubling aspect was that such enemies were difficult to eradicate completely. However, with the Yumei's warm hospitality, both the hot springs and the meals, along with the generous terms they had offered, Jing Hang, as one of the 5 great Kazakage, felt that refusing would be beneath his dignity. Thus, he accepted the invitation and inquired about the situation. In reality, the true followers of the evil god sect were not numerous, only about 100, and there were fewer than 10 who reached the Jonin level. The real challenge lay with the 3 so-called undead. The useful information he could gather was limited, so Jing Hang quickly formulated a battle plan focusing on speed to prevent the enemy from having any chance to react. He planned for himself to launch the first attack, followed by Luo Sha. If they encountered an undead, Luo Sha would use his sand gold to seal them without hesitation. Before the cultists could begin their curse rituals, Yakura and other ninjas would block the exits to ensure that no one escaped. The operation progressed exceedingly well. In addition to the 3 who were sealed by Luo Sha, they rescued 1 child, while all the other cultists were killed, and they confiscated a 3-bladed scythe, a retractable spear, and the scroll from the mouth of the statue of the evil god, along with over 20 million ryo in cash. Yes, the child they rescued was none other than a young Haiden. It was clear that the cult leader was mass-producing undead, but the success rate was low, leading to many failures before achieving the current 3. The leader, unwilling to allow his followers to die in vain, began abducting children from the village, intending to brainwash and train them as cultists once the experiment succeeded. After Jing Hang and Luo Sha had efficiently dealt with most of the cultists, Luo Sha noticed that the child they had bound was still alive, merely unconscious from fear. Jing Hang pulled the dagger from the child's chest, lost in thought, then said, "Wrap him up and take him back." After everything was settled, Jing Hang opened the seized scroll, revealing 4 large characters written in blood, death by blood. He was quite surprised. This so-called curse technique seemed to extend beyond the realm of ninjutsu, resembling a summoning ritual similar to corpse spirit sealing. The first half of the scroll detailed how to turn a person into a messenger of the god, essentially an undead, through a series of elaborate religious rituals and bloody sacrifices. It also mentioned that the success rate for this transformation was incredibly low, nearly 1 in 100. The latter half explained the methods and rituals for casting the curse. After reading the scroll, Jing Hang looked at the child who was continuing to eat and fell into contemplation. How about recruiting members from Akatsuki? When he read the manga, he felt that Heiden's character was significantly weakened in terms of combat ability. In fact, he had much potential yet to be tapped. Just consider the simplest example. If Haiden could learn the 8 gates of might, wouldn't he be able to fly? He could completely disregard the side effects of his techniques. Even if Six Paths Madara saw him, he would tremble. If he could cultivate him well and keep him by his side, he would be a true lifesaver. Thinking along these lines, Jing Hang smiled and poured a cup of hot tea for the now full Haiden, gently patting the child on the back. Little brother, I see you have excellent potential. Would you be interested in learning ninjutsu from me? Thank you, Kazekage, for your assistance. This kindness will not be forgotten by us in Yumgeikure. Ah, Yume, no need to be so polite. Sunageikure and Yumgeikure are neighbors and friends. This little matter isn't worth mentioning. To you, it may seem trivial, but for us in Yumgeikure, it concerns our very survival. I must ensure you are well entertained. No. Thank you for your hospitality, but I must head to Konoha to finalize the alliance. I can't afford to delay any longer. Oh, the alliance is paramount, but what about these 3? The Yume pointed at the 3 tied-up undead, looking distressed. These individuals were originally rogue ninjas from Yumgeikure, so it's only fitting that you decide how to deal with them, Jing Hang replied. Kazakage, you misunderstand. The Yume lowered his voice. These individuals cannot be killed. They cannot die by blade or fire, and they've been brainwashed by the evil god sect for years, their evil thoughts deeply rooted and uneducable. I truly do not know how to handle them. I seek your guidance. A group of Yumgeikure ninjas brought the 3 captured cultists forward. That's easy to handle. Jing Hang called over Yakura, whispering a few words to her. Magnetic release. Shield construction. A large mass of iron sand soared into the air, transforming into a massive cylindrical iron block that drilled forcefully into the ground, quickly creating a pit over 3 meters deep. He signaled to Luo Sha, who delivered 3 powerful kicks to the 3 undead, sending them tumbling into the pit, writhing like worms but unable to make a sound due to their gag mouths. These cultists harm children and commit all manner of atrocities. They deserve this punishment. Bury them, Jing Hang commanded, pointing at the pit. Naturally, there were ninjas skilled in earth release among the group, and soon the pit was filled in seamlessly. Magnetic release. Iron lion. Fire release. Iron meltdown. Jing Hang formed a massive black iron lion in the air, while Yakura manipulated fireballs, roasting the iron lion until it glowed red-hot. Boom! In no time, the iron sand of the lion melted into a solid piece, sealing up the entrance of the pit. This iron lion weighs 1,000 jin. As long as it remains undisturbed, even the undead cannot cause havoc. The Yume was immensely grateful to Jing Hang and showered him with gifts, which he graciously accepted before taking his leave. What do you think of this young man? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, facing his advisors Mito Kazumi and Tezuki Kamaki. At this moment, he was in the prime of his life, tall and robust, with piercing eyes and a pipe in his mouth, as if his mind was racing. He is quite an outstanding young man, Mito Kazumi replied briefly. Based on his circumstances, we have simulated the overall situation. His decisions and judgments align with the optimal solutions given the circumstances, Tezuki Kamaki added. Oh, not simple at all. No wonder Danzo has fallen for him, Hiruzen said, turning around to tap his pipe. We unanimously agree that forming an alliance with Sunageikure would be beneficial for us. Elaborate. By allying with Sunageikure, we can withdraw our army from the Land of Rain, avoiding a 2-front war. Konoha will not have to worry about pressure from the west. We just need to defend against Kirigakure to the east and Kumogakure to the northeast, significantly reducing our overall defensive burden. Additionally, according to the latest intelligence, Iwagakure has fully entered the land of rain and has already had minor conflicts with Danzo. Inoki is a madman. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Order Akimichi Shukaku and Hyuga Hayashi to lead reinforcements and set out quickly. If we don't hurt him this time, he won't learn his lesson. And what about that young man? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his office chair. Hold a grand welcome ceremony for him. Looking at the seemingly endless gloomy rain, Danzo couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation within. Every day in the land of wind, he worried about the water shortage. Yet here in the land of rain, he found himself constantly complaining about the excessive rainfall. After the war with Sunagakure concluded, Danzo ordered a withdrawal of his troops and returned to the land of rain for rest. Following the Hokage's instructions, he recalled nearly half of his ninjas back to the village for rotation. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. Only Jiraiya remained, but his whereabouts were unknown. Just as the power transition in Konoha was still stabilizing, Iwagakure suddenly launched an attack, swiftly sweeping through Konoha's ally, the land of grass, and then advancing into the land of rain. Danzo, on one hand, urgently called for reinforcements from Konoha, while on the other, he decisively ordered a retreat. With the cooperation of ninjas familiar with the terrain in the land of rain, he engaged Iwagakure in guerrilla warfare, and after exhausting their aggressive momentum, a standoff ensued. Danzo's plan was to wear down Iwagakure's forces, waiting for Konoha's reinforcements to arrive before launching a large-scale counterattack. For now, he could only wait patiently, relieved that he no longer had to worry about the situation behind him. Report. This is the latest dispatched intelligence, a ninja said, handing Danzo a document. It read, Kazekage Jing Hang of Sunagakure and Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen officially signed a peace alliance agreement in the Hokage Hall on the afternoon of the 8th. Danzo had already been aware of the contents of the agreement. On the morning of the 9th, Kazekage Jing Hang visited Konoha's Ninja Academy, where he attended an engaging ninjutsu class. After the class, he expressed admiration for the faculty, stating that Konoha's educational system was comprehensive and that the staff were dedicated and responsible, which was evident on many levels and worthy of learning from. He mentioned that this visit was to send 10 ninjas to Konoha for training and to learn teaching experiences, hoping that such exchanges would promote peaceful development between the two villages. To express his admiration for the faculty at Konoha's Ninja Academy, he even wrote, "Where leaves flutter, fire burns eternally," in beautiful calligraphy, earning unanimous praise from those present. This kid really knows how to flaunt his literary skills, Danzo mused as he continued reading. On the afternoon of the 9th, Kazekage Jing Hang visited Konoha's perception team. On the morning of the 10th, Kazekage Jing Hang visited Konoha's administration office. On the afternoon of the 10th, Kazekage Jing Hang visited Konoha's medical department. Is this guy planning to tour all of Konoha? Danzo said impatiently, choosing to skip over such messages. Finally, one piece of news caught his attention. On the morning of the 12th, Konoha's elite ninja, Akimichi Shukaku and Hyuga Hayashi, will lead 3,000 elite troops to the Land of Rain for a changeover. Finally, they're coming. Danzo sighed with relief upon seeing this. Are you talking about the 7 ninja swordsmen? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, looking at the report in his hand, his brows furrowing tightly. Yes, intelligence from the Umbu received yesterday indicates that these warmongers are arriving at this time with ill intentions, Mito Kazumi responded. After finally forming an alliance with Sunagakure and stabilizing the western border, the situation in the northern land of rain is tense again. We can't have one side settle down only to have the other side stir up trouble. If another incident occurs, inform the Umbu to increase the security level for Kazekage Jing Hang. This foreign visit is nearing its end. We can't have any mishaps at this stage. What if something happens on the Kazakage's return journey? I already have arrangements for that. Bring Tsunade here. 10 years of drinking ice, but the hot blood remains. Looking out at the statue mountain illuminated by a crescent moon, Jing Hang couldn't help but sigh. The first time he watched Naruto was during the summer of 2007, just after he finished his college entrance exams. He finally had plenty of time to waste. After experiencing everything he could think of and enjoy, he ultimately focused on this anime that had been popular for several years. Little did he know that once he started watching, he couldn't stop, following it for a full decade from college to his working years. He didn't miss a single flashback scene woven into the plot. Since his transmigration, he had always dreamed of visiting Konoha. Today, that dream was finally realized. The only downside was that he arrived several decades too early, missing out on the passionate years of Naruto and Sasuke. But it didn't matter. The techniques of immortality and resurrection existed in the Naruto world, and he could always find a way. In recent days, he had visited the Ninja Academy, administrative building, medical department, and even climbed the statue mountain to sit atop the head of Senju Hashirama, overlooking the entire Konoha. He even stopped by Ichiraku Ramen, a place he frequented in his youth, to enjoy a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, fulfilling a long-held wish. To be honest, the tonkatsu ramen here was quite average. It seemed the broth hadn't aged long enough, lacking any distinctive flavor. But even the best paradise couldn't replace his hometown. Now, as Kazekage, he naturally prioritized Sunagakure. Rest assured, even if his hometown wasn't beautiful, he would build it into a desert pearl that rivaled Konoha. Karuro, Yakura, will head back tomorrow morning. The return route will follow what I said. Don't go back the same way. We'll go through the land of rice and the land of crafts, then return through the land of rain. I'll take the opportunity to meet with Hanzo of the Salamander. So, Karuro, you should set off early to send a formal diplomatic notice. That old man is inherently suspicious and shouldn't think we're interested in that damp, wretched place of his. We'll meet up in the land of rain. Yes. Karuro immediately turned to leave. Yakura, aside from the ninjas who will stay for training, we shouldn't have many people returning. Please arrange the return journey and take good care of Haiden. Understood, Yakura responded. In a cave outside Konoha, a group of diverse ninjas sat around a campfire, conspiring about something. In the flickering light, it became clear that they were wearing Mist Village forehead protectors, not Konoha's. Konoha has raised their security level, indicating that our arrival has been exposed. But it's fine. He will eventually come out. As long as he does, we'll have our chance, said a large, corpulent ninja, his green bean-like eyes and sharp teeth giving him a menacing look. He carried a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. If Jing Hang were present, he would recognize this man as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hashigaki, the wielder of the sword Kubikirabocho. Will it be effective if we don't strike at Konoha? Asked a ninja with a mask and wild hair, who was obviously the user of the sword's sewing needle. It doesn't matter. This area is within Konoha's sphere of influence. As long as the Kazakage encounters any accidents in the nearby countries, the blame will fall on Konoha. We'll leave it to the Bloodgrass Ninja. You go and secretly gather information on the Kazakage's return route. Yes. A ninja with a bulbous nose responded in a low voice, disappearing into the firelight. The Great War is about to break out. This is the time for the mist to make its mark. The third Mizukage is too conservative. This is clearly a golden opportunity for us to expand our influence. We cannot remain cooped up on the islands and miss our chance. If we can stir up another war between Sunagakure and Konoha, the martial faction in the village will surely step forward, and soon enough, both Konoha and Sunagakure will be at our feet. Long live! Long live! Long live! The group surrounded the campfire, shouting in unison, their shadows dancing ominously in the cave like specters. Is this really the territory of the land of rice? Jing Hang raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked out at the endless expanse of rice fields ahead. Indeed, Kazekage, Tsunade replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Since we're in an unofficial setting, you don't need to use formal titles. It sounds a bit distant, Jing Hang smiled. The young Haydn and the equally young Mike K were racing ahead like two little madmen, seemingly engaged in a competition. Behind them, the bearded Might Die laughed heartily, jokingly warning them not to fall into a ditch. Originally, the Sunagakure diplomatic mission consisted of over 30 members. Aside from Luo Sha and Yakura serving as guards, most were study abroad students funded by the village. Some were arranged by the Ninja Academy, some by the medical department, and others by the administration department. But by the time they were returning, only 5 remained. Just before their departure, the Hokage had said that since the two sides had formed a friendly relationship, it was not enough for only Sunagakure to send students to learn. Konoha would also send ninjas to guide them. The leader of this group was someone Jing Hang knew well, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a key member of the medical department. The other 20 ninjas were also elites in their respective fields. They would serve as the first batch of Konoha's support personnel for Sunagakure. Jing Hang certainly had no reason to refuse. He welcomed having such talented people around. At this point, the Hokage pulled him aside to whisper something, revealing information that shocked him. It turned out that he was being targeted by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. These lunatics. Jing Hang glanced at Tsunade and the rest, quickly realizing the Hokage's good intentions. This was clearly a way to provide him with protection. In the end, Jing Hang suggested adding one more person to the list, the perennial genin of Konoha, Mike Dai. He said that Dai had excellent taijutsu skills and hoped he could serve as a physical training instructor for Sunagakure. This small request was easily approved by the Hokage, who waved his hand and added Mike Dai to the list. Dai had no objections, only hoping to bring his son along, simply stating that there was no one at home to take care of him. Jing Hang laughed heartily and added Kei's name as well. He then pulled young Haydn over and pointed at the watermelon-headed boy, saying, "Go, play with him." After spending time with Jing Hang and the group, young Haydn had already accepted his caring and attentive master, gradually forgetting the bloody and cruel images of the evil god sect. After all, as a child, this was a time for play. They raced, climbed trees, and quickly became familiar with each other. Wait a minute, is that the sound of fighting? And smoke. Someone is battling. Yakura's keen senses picked up on the unusual commotion ahead. Stay alert and prepare for battle. Haydn, Kei, don't run off. Wait outside the village. Jing Hang had already gathered iron sand in his hands, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Everyone, quietly infiltrate the village without making a sound and wait for my orders. The land of Rice was a small nation without a ninja village, consisting only of a few scattered small settlements. Due to its proximity to Konoha, it had rarely been affected by the ravages of war, and the villagers had long enjoyed a pastoral life. However, today, that tranquility was shattered. 7 strange-looking figures wielding bizarre blades were rampaging through the village, killing without reason or justification. In less than 2 hours, this formerly peaceful village had plunged into chaos and bloodshed. Kikaku Shizuku, the most bloodthirsty among the 7, charged into the village, roaring with excitement as he swung his executioner's blade. When the first villager was decapitated and the first stream of blood flowed, the cultists' thirst for blood was ignited, and they all joined the fray. Even the watermelon-headed Kisame didn't stop them. To them, destroying a small village was as trivial as eating and drinking. Clang! Kikaku Shizuku felt taken aback. In such a small village, there was actually someone brave enough to block his blade. Looking closely, he saw that what had stopped his executioner's blade was a piece of crystal-clear purple quartz. The person holding the quartz was clearly a peasant, trembling with fear, drool dribbling from the corner of his mouth, filled with terror, seemingly enraged by the fright. So, there's a bloodline user in this little village? Anari Shinpachi, wielding the sword, Tobikiri, exclaimed in surprise. But it seems they don't even know about it. They're not even ninjas. You can't even take down a farmer. This is embarrassing for you, Shizuku, teased Kurozai Raya, wielding the Raijin blade. Kikaku Shizuku kicked the farmer away, preparing to finish him off with a slash when suddenly, a massive yellow crystal wall appeared before him. Oh, there's not just one. The wielder of the dual swords, Hikigane, Burado Shota, sensed that something interesting was happening and began to knock on the crystal wall in amazement. Behind the wall stood 5 or 6 men who looked like farmers, using their hands to support the wall. It appeared they were the ones who had created it. Behind them, there were also 7 or 8 women and children huddled together, trembling in fear. They seemed to be one entire family. The houses in the village were burning with crackling flames, thick smoke rising into the sky, spreading in the air as if announcing to the world that this village had met its end. Tsukuwa Yataru was a straightforward action type. He took a hammer and blunt knife to strike at the crystal wall. With a thud, the wall emitted a muffled sound, but not a single scratch was left. The 7 were taken aback. The blunt knife used by Kazekage was known to be the strongest among their blades for penetrating armor, and yet it had no effect on this wall. Onari Shinpachi swung his explosive blade at the wall, and with a loud explosion, the smoke cleared, yet the crystal wall remained standing. Kikaku Shizuku cast a glance at the wall, considering for a moment before pulling Kurozai Rhea aside to whisper a few words. 3, 2, 1. Water release. Iron cannon technique. Wind release. Wind blade. The 2 ninjutsu combined into a powerful high-pressure water column, striking the crystal wall, emitting a piercing vibration. As the frequency increased, the sound became sharper, almost piercing the eardrums. Finally, at a pitch inaudible to the ears, the entire wall shattered into pieces. Ha ha! Brother Shizuku, you've done it. Just a bunch of ants, daring to block my blade. The 7 laughed uncontrollably. Tsukuwa Yataru, impatient, swung his blade to claim trophies. Stop! In broad daylight. How dare you slaughter the villagers without cause? Suddenly, a blue figure appeared before them, surrounded by blue electricity, as if wearing armor made of lightning. With a swift flying kick, he sent Tsukuwa Yataru and his sword flying 4 to 5 meters away. Wow, your master is so cool. Mike K., who had climbed a tree to watch the spectacle, gazed with sparkling eyes. Of course. Just look at whose master he is. Haiden said proudly. Bastard. Kikaku Shizuku swung his executioner's blade at Jing Hang. Another blue figure appeared with a sharp cry, executing a slick maneuver to snatch the executioner's blade away effortlessly. Enveloped in blue flames, he emanated a regal presence, like a deity descending from the heavens. Wow, your dad is so cool too. Haiden looked at Mike Dai's figure, filled with envy. Of course. Just look at who his dad is. Mike K. gave Haiden a thumbs up, his prominent front teeth gleaming brightly in the sunlight. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart full of surprise. Suddenly, he felt that the blue-haired young man in front of him looked quite familiar. So he reached into his pocket and pulled out a picture, carefully examining it against Jing Hang. You are the 3rd-generation Wind Shadow. That's right, Jing Hang replied. Ha ha. Heaven has a path, yet you don't take it. Hell has no door, yet you come in on your own. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost laughed loudly, the sound extremely harsh, like the cry of a night owl. Your laugh is really unpleasant, you know, Jing Hang said, feeling a bit irritated, and then unleashed a technique, Iron Sand, Shiyu, towards the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. However, what he didn't expect was that although the opponent was as fat as a pig, he was extremely agile, easily dodging the attack of the Iron Sand and swiftly pulling out a big knife from his back, swinging it fiercely at Jing Hang. Jing Hang quickly conjured up a black iron staff, positioning it in front of him to block the attack. However, his chakra was rapidly absorbed by the big knife, and at that moment, the blade, freed from its bandages, opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue as if it had just enjoyed a delicious meal and was savoring it. At that point, the black iron staff in Jing Hang's hands lost the support of the magnetic escape chakra, instantly turning back into a pile of iron sand scattered on the ground. Everyone be careful. The knife in this fat guy's hand is quite strange. It can absorb chakra. Jing Hang clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that this big knife was indeed difficult to deal with. In the future, the wielder of the big knife, Kisame Hoshigaki, would be known as the tail beast without a tail, a fierce character who could take down the four-tailed Sun Wukong in a one-on-one battle. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, as the former leader of Kisame, was naturally not an easy opponent. This big knife could absorb chakra and replenish it to the wielder. If it weren't for meeting someone like Guy, who was a taijutsu freak, it would likely be difficult to take it down. Wait, Guy, isn't Guy's father right here? With this thought, Jing Hang had already made plans. Brother Dai, this fat guy is up to you. I'll handle the other 6. Mike Dai did not decline and performed a series of flashy flips to position himself in front of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. He first gave Jing Hang a thumbs up, as if to say, "Leave it to me, no problem," and then his entire body became enveloped in blue steam, striking a standard starting pose towards the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. The blue beast of Konoha has arrived. Please give me your guidance. Just then, Tsunade suddenly appeared behind everyone and made an okay gesture towards Jing Hang. It seemed she had arranged for the Konoha ninja to complete the encirclement. Hee, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Today you cannot escape a calamity. The 7 ninja swordsmen, indeed the elite of the mist. Even with our tight encirclement, we still let 3 people run away. Yakura, burn them all. Jing Hang sighed as he looked at the 4 corpses lying on the ground. After Mike Dai engaged with the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, Jing Hang's work became much easier. Magnetic escape was almost a natural enemy to ninja-wielding blades, except for monsters like the big knife, and before long, the 6 mist ninjas were beaten to the ground. Wanting to escape? Their retreat had long been cut off by Tsunade and Yakura. The situation began to turn against the 7 ninja swordsmen. Initially, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost did not take the unremarkable bearded Konoha ninja seriously. But after a few exchanges, he found this person to be extremely fast and powerful, with all attacks primarily based on taijutsu. His big knife could not absorb a bit of chakra at all. This left him feeling very suppressed, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Why couldn't he absorb any chakra when this person's chakra was leaking out? Just at that moment of distraction, the ninja opposite him executed a strange technique, loudly shouting, "Day Tiger!" And suddenly, a blue and white tiger's head came rushing towards him. Haha, this guy finally used ninjutsu. Just wait for my big knife to suck all his chakra clean. Water style, great shark bullet. A giant shark charged towards the tiger's head, and the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost revealed an evil smile. Believing that this great shark bullet could absorb all the chakra from the ninjutsu, and that bearded Konoha ninja was about to be torn apart. At the moment the tiger's head collided with the giant shark, something strange happened. The great shark bullet was instantly shredded by the tiger's head, which transformed into a powerful shockwave that struck the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost squarely. How is this possible? This isn't even ninjutsu. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost was knocked back, spitting out blood, evidently suffering severe internal injuries. It really isn't ninjutsu. This is taijutsu. Mike Dai stood proudly, the blue energy around him gradually dissipating. And this isn't the flow of chakra. It's evaporated sweat. 2 little fans perched on a tree looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost spat out another mouthful of blood. Throwing the big knife into the air and trembling, he stood up. The big knife suddenly opened in the air, draping over him like a garment, instantly transforming him into a gigantic creature that was neither human nor shark, resembling both. Retreat. The monster let out a wild howl, charging rapidly towards Mike Dai's side, while other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen began to break out from different directions. In this battle, aside from the 3, Pipa Shizai, the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost, and Kuratsuchi, all other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed. Konoha and Sunagakure suffered no casualties. Well, to be precise, only one was injured. Mike Dai lay on a stretcher, completely devoid of the imposing demeanor he had just moments ago, exuding a foul smell, his entire body limp, pale, as if he had lost his soul. "Is your father all right?" Haydn asked with concern in his eyes, while Mike Kai beside him was in tears, supporting the stretcher and sobbing uncontrollably. "You two are being so dramatic. It's just exhaustion, making it seem like he's almost gone." Tsunade helplessly administered in 4 for hydration to Mike Dai. "You were too reckless. You opened the 8th gate right away. This kind of exertion could leave you disabled. You should just lie on the stretcher for the next few days. Otherwise, even a deity couldn't save you." Jing Hang picked up the Yata mirror, swung it vigorously, and said with satisfaction, "It really is a good knife." Saying this, he took out a blank scroll from his body, performed a sealing technique to seal the Yata mirror inside, and then pulled out a brush, writing a flamboyant double character on the scroll, followed by the words explosion, blunt, and sewing. "You really don't waste anything at all." Tsunade expressed some disdain for Jing Hang's box-licking behavior. "Here you go." Jing Hang tossed the scroll to Tsunade, who caught it, revealing a look of confusion. "You will send this back to Konoha to deliver to Lord Hokage, and then Konoha and Sunagakure will issue a joint statement, strongly condemning the despicable actions of the Mist Village, and we will definitely pursue it to the end, so that the Mizukage won't dare to act rashly, and Konoha's eastern border will be safe for now." Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, and Jing Hang smiled at her, saying, "I told you, you have the potential to be Hokage. A Hokage must have a broader perspective." "It's over. Everything is over." A group of villagers looked at the destroyed village, weeping bitterly. "What's your name?" Jing Hang approached the villagers. In response to the Lord, "My name is Wu Zhonglu," the leading villager replied, wiping his tears. "Alas, how pitiful. The village has been destroyed, and when winter comes, won't these villagers starve and freeze to death?" Yakura said sympathetically. Jing Hang thought for a moment, seemingly coming up with something, and suddenly his face broke into a smile. "Brother Wu Zhong, are these all your kin?" "Yes, they are all my brothers and family." Wu Zhonglu pointed at the group of villagers. "Well, how many of you are there in total?" "There are a total of 12 people, including adults and children." "Okay, then you all come with me." "Huh?" Wu Zhongyu's face was filled with confusion. Jing Hang smiled and put on the green wind shadow hat, saying, "I am the 3rd wind shadow of Sunagakure, and I am building a new village in the west. I will cover all your expenses. There will be new houses, new fields, new jobs, a new life, and Sunagakure ninjas to protect you. Would you like to go?" The confusion on Wu Zhongyu's face gradually turned into wild joy. Like a wisp of smoke, he ran to his kin, not knowing what to say, and after a while, the group cheered and ran to thank Jing Hang. Jing Hang smiled and nodded, dramatically pointing westward, loudly declaring, "Follow me, let's head west." The crowd cheered excitedly. At that moment, a little girl holding a chunk of crystal sweetly handed it to Jing Hang, saying, "Sir, this is for you." Jing Hang smiled as he took the crystal, and then lifted the little girl up, examining the crystal in his hand. It was pink with a small flower inside. "What's your little sister's name?" "My name is Hong Lian, Wu Zhong Hong Lian." "Oh, what a lovely name, a lovely name." Jing Hang smiled even more brightly, looking like a mouse that had stolen oil. "Hello, Grandpa Halazang." Hello, Grandpa Halazang." "Hello there." Since Halazang became the Minister of Education, he developed a new hobby. Every day after school, he liked to stand at the school gate and watch the children head home one by one. Over time, many children became familiar with this amiable old grandpa and would actively greet him, to which he would always respond with a warm smile. In his eyes, these children from Sunagakure seemed like seeds full of hope, destined to grow into towering trees in the future. Halazang glanced to the side. A new school building was under construction at a brisk pace, and it was quite large. Soon, the new school would connect with the old one. After Jing Hang secured a 200 million loan from Konoha, he immediately allocated 120 million to the Ministry of Education. This massive influx of funds filled Leasher with confidence, as he felt assured that he could realize the grand blueprint Jing Hang had once described to him. Minister Leasher, there's new information from Lord Windshadow. A ninja suddenly interrupted Leasher's daydreams, but he didn't mind, taking the note and glancing at it. The teaching ninjas from Konoha are about to arrive. Have the accommodations at the village headquarters and the Suki no-ko campus been arranged? They've all been arranged, and they're all of the highest standards. Good. The treatment should also be top-notch. Those guys from Konoha are quite skilled in teaching. Inform the folks in the village not to create any trouble. We are allies now, and they are here to help, so we should treat them well. Leasher instructed. Understood. By the way, where is Lord Windshadow now? According to the latest news, he is in the Land of Rain. Building factories? Hanzo the salamander looked confused as he stared at a document in his hand, which boldly read, Sunagakure Rain Country Aid Construction Plan. Lord Mizukage can take a closer look. The total investment for this plan is 200 million, and it involves procuring iron ore from the Land of Rain and recruiting personnel there, which can create nearly 2,000 jobs. This is the deposit, worth 20 million in sand gold. Jing Hang snapped his fingers. Rosa, with a pained expression, controlled a pile of sand gold stacked on the table. Today's recognized international gold price among the 5 great nations is 402 Rio per gram. Our sand gold purity is at least 60%, and this here totals 83 kilograms. After deducting the fire loss, is definitely worth over 20 million Rio. If Lord Mizukage agrees and signs, this pile of sand gold will be our first investment. Of course, if you have questions about the quality and value of the sand gold, feel free to have someone verify it at any time. Hanzo ignored Rosa's emotionless tone, seriously flipping through the plan instead, simply waving his hand, signaling a rain ninja to approach with a magnifying glass to begin inspecting the pile of sand gold. Until he reached the last page, Hanzo didn't utter a word, merely staring coldly at the smiling ninja Jing Hang, as if he wanted to detect some sort of conspiracy from his grin. He had never believed that such a good thing as free handouts could exist in this world, yet that large pile of sand gold lay there before him. Hanzo had always been someone who considered himself superior. He had the strength to be proud. In his prime, fighting against the 3 Sannin was akin to playing with children, and he could hold his own against powerful figures like the Second Windshadow and Shimura Danzo. In response to the diplomatic overtures from the Third Windshadow, he had made various assumptions and preparations. According to his thoughts, regardless of whether this newly appointed Third Windshadow had territorial or political demands, he would refuse them all, even if it meant resorting to violence. Damn it, I, Hanzo the Salamander, have already knelt to Konoha. What right do you have, Sunagakure? Who could have expected this Windshadow to play by a different set of rules and stuff a large cake directly into his mouth? Hey, just a few months ago, our 2 countries were on the brink of bloody conflict. Although we didn't kill your Second Windshadow, he died here. Now you tell me you want to invest in a factory here? There must be some sort of conspiracy behind this. There's really no conspiracy here. The one saying this was the ever-polite and smiling Jing Hang. Then why is that? Hanzo asked, sounding perplexed, but it seemed he had voiced all his doubts. The factory will be built in your Land of Rain. The money is invested in your Land of Rain, and even the workers will be from your Land of Rain. What is there for you to worry about? Hearing this, Hanzo's expression softened a bit. This was one reason he hadn't flipped the table right away. But he still remained silent. You can ask around. I'm different from the predecessors in our village. I've always opposed this war. Hanzo's expression grew even milder. As a high-ranking ninja like Jing Hang, there should be records of his situation before assuming the Windshadow position among the other nations. Jing Hang wasn't speaking nonsense. But the environment in Sunagakure is indeed harsh, and the economy is underdeveloped. We need to develop. My consistent stance has been to develop industrial production, strengthen commercial trade, and establish multinational companies. Jing Hang pointed at the plan. Then why did you invade our country before? Hanzo's tone became more assertive. Back then, I was just a bodyguard. It wasn't my place to speak. Then how can you guarantee that you won't invade our country in the future? I believe that as long as interests are intertwined, countless wonderful bonds will be created. Since everyone can make money by sitting down together, why resort to fighting and killing? Moreover, we are all allies of Konoha. In a strict sense, isn't Sunagakure also an ally of the Land of Rain? Hanzo pondered, feeling that there was no flaw in this reasoning. But Konoha and Iwagakure are still at war. All right, finally got through. Jing Hang let out a secret sigh of relief. Wars will eventually end. The framework can be set up first. When I arrived, I saw that many refugees had already gathered here. I think we can select some among the refugees to work in the factory. As for the rest, our Suki no Ko base in Sunagakure is currently under development and is in need of manpower. How many do you need? Hanzo the Salamander asked excitedly. The consecutive wars had severely devastated the economy of the Land of Rain, with more and more civilians becoming refugees, and the daimyo of the Land of Rain was unable to gather resources and provide relief. As a Mizukage, lacking funds and resources to help, he was certainly thrilled at the prospect of someone stepping in. Well, that depends on how many you have under your command, Lord Mizukage. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. The meeting room echoed with cheerful laughter. At that moment, the Rain Ninja, inspecting the sand gold, set down the magnifying glass and nodded slightly at Hanzo. Hanzo laughed even more heartily, while Jing Hang also smiled happily. Economic invasion is an invasion, right? Fool, watch me hollow out your Land of Rain. Moreover, without refugees, the Akatsuki organization might not even exist anymore. You, Hanzo, should thank me. Where does Lord Wind Shadow plan to build a factory? Hanzo picked up a map. Here. Jing Hang took a pencil from the table and drew a circle on the map. The Shul River? What kind of factory are you planning to build? The first phase will involve constructing a ninja tool factory and a canning factory, close to the Sata iron mine with convenient water access. I think it's quite suitable, but I noticed that the water flow of the Shul River seems much smaller than before. Is there an issue upstream? Oh, that's due to the war. Iwagakure has stationed a dam upstream. If they're not trying to cut off the flow of the Shul River, they're likely planning to suddenly store water and flood Konoha's encampment. By the way, what's a can? Damn, that won't do. Both the ninja tool factory and the canning factory rely heavily on water. Jing Hang became a bit anxious. If there's a dam, then have I come for nothing? This issue needs to be resolved. Don't worry. The source of the Shul River isn't just one. It won't be cut off. Konoha's camp has already moved long ago. Once we drive out Onoki, we can blow up the dam. By the way, you still haven't told me what a can is. Hanzo waved his hand dismissively. That won't do. Every additional day of waiting costs money. Let's go. Take me to find Danzo. This little issue shouldn't take forever. Jing Hang grabbed Hanzo by the hand and exited the meeting room. Ah, my brother Danzo, how have you become so thin like this? Looking at Danzo's haggard appearance, Jing Hang was filled with surprise. It hadn't been long since he made a round trip to Konoha, and he had already changed into this state. Beneath his eyes were large dark circles, and his eye sockets showed an unhealthy grayish color, with his cheeks slightly sunken, making him look like he had lost a whole circle of weight. Sigh, it's hard to explain, Danzo said slowly, his vacant eyes staring out at the drizzling rain outside. Ever since the war with Iwagakure reached a stalemate, the situation has been developing unfavorably for Konoha. Originally, Konoha's army was exhausted after being tossed around by Sunagakure at Tsukino Lake, and it was already quite good to be able to engage in guerrilla warfare with Iwagakure in the Rain Shadow village to buy some time. They had hoped to launch a strong counterattack once reinforcements arrived, but unexpectedly, as soon as Konoha's reinforcements arrived, Iwagakure's reinforcements followed closely behind. The cunning Kazekage Onoki intentionally feigned weakness and retreated, but in reality, he had set up a massive encirclement on the outskirts of the city. Leading the new forces, Akimichi Torafu plunged right into this encirclement. Onoki personally led his 3 prized disciples, Yodo, Akado, and Hakudo, to launch a pincer attack from all sides, continuously using earth release techniques to gradually shrink the encirclement, while Onoki went on a killing spree inside the encirclement with his dust release. Proficient in clay bombs, Hakudo manipulated the bombs to blow Konoha ninjas into disarray. In this critical moment, Akimichi Torafu swallowed a family heirloom secret medicine, the chili pill, and used the butterfly transformation technique to forcibly lead the remnants of Konoha out of the encirclement, but he himself was pushed to the brink of death due to the powerful side effects. After this battle, Konoha lost 3,000 troops, leaving only 6,000 weary soldiers, while Awagakure had over 12,000 troops, and their momentum was overwhelming, threatening to flatten the Rain Shadow village. To briefly explain the number of ninjas in the original work during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the total number of ninjas worldwide was only about 80,000, and now they are still in the Second War, so the numbers probably aren't that high. I estimate that Awagakure could muster up about 20,000, while Sunagakure would be around 10,000. Please don't nitpick. Bang! Jing Hang slammed the table, startling both Danzo and Hanzo the Salamander. Isn't it just Onoki? We need to show him some color. How dare he bully our brother? We absolutely cannot agree to this. Are you Sand Village planning to assist? A glimmer of light flashed in Danzo's eyes. He had considerable respect for Jing Hang's formidable personal strength and command skills. Of course, we are allies, and our personal relationship is so good. Don't worry, I will immediately draft a diplomatic statement condemning Onoki in the name of the Wind Shadow. Upon hearing this, Danzo and Hanzo were instantly covered in black lines. Sorry, Danzo, but I mainly came here to complete a diplomatic mission and talk about some matters, and I didn't bring many people. Even if I issue a mobilization order now, it would take at least 20 days for the team to arrive. 20 days from now, we might have already turned into ashes under Onoki's dust release, Hanzo said irritably. Can you hold out for 10 days? Danzo straightened up at this question. Give me 50 Jonin skilled in Earth Release and 50 Jonin skilled in Lightning Release. I'll help you break this situation. No problem. I'll guarantee to gather them all within half an hour. Danzo seemed to regain his spirits and found his usual decisiveness once more. By the way, I just happened to bring Tsunade with me. Let her take a look at Akimichi Torafu. My plan is like this. Madara-sama, in a cave, a figure resembling a white whirlpool face was hanging upside down on the rock wall, inquiring concernedly about the old man before him. He's dead. The whirlpool face came down from the rock wall, attempting to test the old man's breath. If you come another half-inch closer, I will kill you. The old man opened his eyes, and the chilling, killing intent frightened the whirlpool face into withdrawing his hand. Madara-sama, you're not really dead. You scared me. The whirlpool face exaggeratedly patted his chest. Really just like that idiot. Madara silently cursed. Where's Black Zetsu? I'm here. A shadow flashed and attached itself to the whirlpool face, and after a while, the two merged into a half-black, half-white monster, with the white side poking the black side with a finger as if discovering something fun, while the black side disdainfully swatted away the white hand. What's the situation outside now? Konoha and Sunagakure have allied. Kirigakure's assassination of the Wind Shadow failed, and Awagakure has defeated Konoha in the Land of Rain. This description was like a stream of consciousness, but was concise and clear. Did Kumogakure not get involved? Kumogakure is currently only gathering ninjas and has not taken action yet. Oh, really? Then let them act. If they're going to stir trouble, let be big. Madara faded back into the darkness. Understood, as you wish, Madara-san. Black and white Zetsu also vanished into the darkness. The Land of Bears is a small country located between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. At this moment, Jing Hang was standing in an outdoor camp in the Land of Bears, assigning tasks to 100 Konoha Jonin. You all need to change into a Wagakure ninja attire. Follow the ancient Naru River, cross the Kanning Bridge, and you will enter the territory of the Land of Lightning. Here, Jing Hang pointed to a small dot on the map. There is a lookout post of Kumogakure, with about 20 Kumogakure ninjas. Along this line, there are several lookout posts to the north. This operation doesn't require you to eliminate many people. Just make a lot of noise. Do you understand? Understood. The leading Konoha ninja answered very decisively. Remember, you can only use earth release techniques throughout the entire process, and do not say a single word. Can you do that? Can. Good. Regardless of success or failure, we will meet here again in 4 days. Be sure to pay attention to safety. I wish you success. Jing Hang extended his hand to the Konoha ninjas amicably. The Konoha ninjas were momentarily stunned before shaking hands with him. All right, we're setting out too. You all better keep up. Jing Hang said to the 50 jonin behind him. Yes. Jing Hang donned a mask, activated his lightning release armor, and disappeared from the Konoha ninjas' sight in a flash. At a lookout post on the border of the Land of Earth, the entire post had been completely destroyed, leaving only the burnt remnants and lingering thick smoke. Jing Hang's forehead furrowed into a chan shape, his eyes filled with confusion. Sir, all 15 Awagakure ninjas inside the lookout post were killed without exception, all by lightning release techniques. If I remember correctly, this is already the 3rd destroyed lookout post, right? Yes, sir. Who on earth did this? Jing Hang continued to ponder. At this time, Akatsuki had not yet been established. Besides him and Konoha, who else would want to provoke a war between Earth and Lightning? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed his mind. Could it be him? Quick, retreat, everyone. Jing Hang decisively issued the order. Your Excellency has caused quite a stir in Awagakure, but to come and go as you please is a bit too dismissive of Awagakure, isn't it? A clear voice echoed against the empty rock wall, and a graceful figure floated down from the sky. Who are you? You thief. Dare to report your name. Jing Hang looked up and saw that the newcomer was a tall woman with shoulder-length hair, an egg-shaped face, willow leaf eyebrows, wearing a yellow mask, playing with a kunai that floated up and down in the air, clearly skilled in the technique of superlight and heavy rock. Shadows were moving on the surrounding rock walls, with over 100 Awagakure ninjas surrounding them. Damn it! The black dog stole the oil, but it fell on the white dog. I can't worry about that now. You all follow me closely. Retreat. Jing Hang activated his lightning release armor in an instant, commanding loudly. Oh, it seems you're still a high-ranking member of Kumogakure. You really can't be underestimated. Fuka looked at Jing Hang's lightning armor, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise, signaling to Jing Hang. Dust release. Aerial displacement technique. Damn it, this woman is really hard to deal with. Jing Hang, piloting his lightning release armor alone, sped away like an arrow. Behind him, Fuka closely followed, her speed not falling behind at all. When he sensed that he was about to be surrounded by a Wagakure, Jing Hang decisively ordered a retreat. Although he reacted quickly, a few unfortunate souls were hit directly by Fuka's aerial displacement technique, instantly turning to dust, leaving nothing behind. Damn, I just came to help. I can't afford to lose my life here. Jing Hang dodged the attacks from dust release, shouting loudly, "Scatter and break through, regroup at the old place." The group dispersed like startled birds and beasts. The speed of his imitation lightning armor was nearly indistinguishable from the original. In no time, Jing Hang had left most of Awagakure behind, with only this crazy woman relentlessly pursuing him. Jing Hang was not afraid of her dust release. Although he felt quite confident in his strength after coming to this world, his true mastery lay in magnet release and wind release. This was due to his body's attributes. After all, monsters like Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were proficient in various elemental ninjutsu, were extremely rare in the ninja world. If he were to make a move, it would undoubtedly expose his identity. Almost everyone in the ninja world knew that he was the only ninja who used iron sand. Once he used it, he would be exposed. Ninjutsu is not something that becomes more powerful simply by mastering more techniques. Look at Tobarama Senju, who was proficient in water release, and the fourth Raikage, who was proficient in lightning release. They were both formidable ninja world powers. Jing Hang was confident he could defeat Fuka, but looking at her skills, it seemed nearly impossible to take her down without using iron sand. If she managed to entangle him, he would truly be stuck. Moreover, his goal for this trip was to incite conflict between a Wagakure and Kyomobikure, forcing a Wagakure to retreat. Although he wasn't directly involved, the actual effect would be similar. Now, in Fuka's eyes, he was a Kyomogakure Jonin coming to launch a surprise attack, and if his identity was revealed, not only would he have wasted a trip, but the entire plan would fall apart. For a moment, Jing Hang felt a headache coming on. It seemed he had to either completely shake her off or land a fatal blow from a distance. Suddenly, a mountain appeared in his line of sight, and it didn't seem low in altitude. Jing Hang silently calculated in his heart and immediately had an idea, dashing toward the mountain top without hesitation. The two chased each other, and before long, they reached the mountain peak. Jing Hang jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Watching Jing Hang's figure leap down, Fuka coldly smiled. In the face of the super light and heavy rock technique, such a cliff jump was useless. Without any pause, she followed him down the cliff. Sure enough, she found Jing Hang dangling from a crooked tree halfway down the mountain. "Is hanging there comfortable?" Fuka said playfully, looking at him. Without saying a word, Jing Hang suddenly lifted his cloak, revealing 7 or 8 burning, explosive tags. Earth release. Arm of stone. Fuka reacted extremely quickly. Her right hand instantly transformed into a massive stone arm, blocking nearly her entire body. Boom! With a loud bang, splinters and debris flew everywhere. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Fuka retracted her stone arm and carefully examined the crooked tree that had just been blown to smithereens. Did he escape? As a ninja, she naturally wouldn't believe that the explosion was his real body. It must have been a shadow clone or a transformation technique that created a bomb trap. She meticulously searched the entire cliff 3 times, but still found no trace of him. She even deliberately left for a while and then returned, yet the cliff remained unchanged. It seems he really has escaped. This guy can really run. Fuka floated away, somewhat frustrated. After a considerable time, a section of rock wall, several meters away from the explosion, points slowly receded like sand, soon revealing a half-human-sized cave. Fortunately, this area is made of black basalt, using iron sand to cover it. It truly can't be seen if you don't look closely. This woman finally left. Jing Hang let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to the tree halfway up the cliff and a small cave, Jing Hang had gained a few seconds of advantage over Fuka when he jumped down. During the fall, Jing Hang quickly reassessed the terrain and altered his plan. Originally, he had planned to wait for Fuka to come down and launch an iron sand AoE attack to take her out in one go. He immediately produced a shadow clone and fashioned a simple trap with his cloak, while his real body dove into the small cave and blocked the entrance with iron sand. Crouching down, Jing Hang watched outside the cave, silently recovering his strength and refining his chakra. "Yo, hello there, stranger." A strange voice entered Jing Hang's ears, sending chills down his spine. He never expected that in such a small cave, barely half a person high and located halfway up the mountain, there would actually be someone. Moreover, he prided himself on his keen senses, yet he hadn't sensed anything at all for such a long time. For the first time in the ninja world, Jing Hang felt a deep sense of fear. He slowly turned his head and bumped straight into a monster with a face half black and half white. Oh, it's him. No wonder. Bang! A large hand slammed angrily on the table, and the sturdy wooden office desk collapsed instantly, raising a cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, a sturdy man with dark skin, light yellow long hair, and a long beard, muscles bulging, with a lightning-shaped scar on his chest and a tattoo on his right shoulder, emerged. He was the third Reikage, eh? Reikage-sama, please don't get too agitated. Tsuchi, the Reikage secretary, skillfully cleaned up the desk. As Reikage secretary, he knew this bad habit of the Reikage all too well. He had spent quite a bit of the office budget on furniture just this year. While tidying up the desk legs, he reported, the lookout post at the border of the land of Earth has indeed been attacked, and from what we saw at the scene, the attackers mostly used Earth release techniques. But that doesn't necessarily mean a Wagakure is behind it. After all, they're currently at war with Konoha. Starting a war with us would not benefit them at all. I suspect. Ha ha ha. The third Reikage interrupted Tsuchi with a loud laugh. My dear Tsuchi, how naive you are. Tsuchi was puzzled. I never care about the reasons for a fight. I only care about who it benefits me to fight. You understand? As for the reasons, someone will always come up with a good one. Understand? Ha ha ha. Isn't that what my job as your secretary is? Tsuchi's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. Ha ha. You finally understand. A laugh for a long time. Then his expression suddenly turned sharp. Immediately gather the ninjas. Infiltrate the border of the land of Earth. And after issuing a declaration of war, launch a full-scale attack on a Wagakure. After reading the urgent intelligence sent by Fuka, Onoki fell into deep thought. His three disciples, Yodo, Hakudo, and Akado, did not dare to breathe, fearing they would interrupt their teacher's contemplation. Order the entire army to withdraw to the land of Earth at midnight tonight. Onoki opened his eyes and said sternly, Huh? The three disciples were taken aback. Hakudo was so anxious that he stood up and said, We can't. If we give Danzo another kick now, he will definitely collapse. As long as we... But Onoki raised his hand, cutting off their words. I know what you want to say. I have my own considerations. You don't understand the third Reikage. By the time he wants to fight you, I'm afraid there won't be any chance to avoid his fists. Looking at the half-smiling face of Kuro, Jing Hang's mind was occupied with thoughts on how to eliminate it. This guy was undoubtedly the most reactionary existence in the entire manga. If he could truly get rid of it right now, Kagaya Otsutsuki could rest in peace. Uchiha Madara could slowly grow old in the outside world, and all the conspiracies and surprises would cease to exist. Perhaps the third and fourth great ninja wars could be avoided, and many innocent lives would not be lost. Kuro was merely an embodiment of Kagaya's will, skilled in reconnaissance and stealth, and possessed a certain degree of mind control ability. Its own strength was not formidable, but killing it would be extremely difficult. If one wasn't careful, it could easily slip away. On the other hand, Shiro was a tough character. It was an ancient human imprisoned in the last infinite Tsukuyomi, and this one had fused with Hashirama's cells, mastering chakra of 7 attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang, as well as the troublesome spore techniques. It was definitely a strong opponent, and Jing Hang feared that even if he personally took action, he might not necessarily be able to take it down. Jing Hang was lost in thought. Stranger, your killing intent is quite heavy, Shiro commented. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm, Kuro added. The two of them spoke to themselves, looking quite peculiar. This space is too narrow. It's not a good place for conversation. How about we go outside and find a better place to talk? I'll be waiting for you at the top of the mountain, stranger. With that, Kuro dived straight into the mountain. Jing Hang laughed self-deprecatingly. What was he thinking? He actually harbored the delusion of taking it down. Naruto and Sasuke, those two super powerful figures, had to activate yin-yang release and use catastrophic techniques to seal it away. How could he possibly pull something like that off? He was a being born in Kagaya's era, an ancient monster that had lived for thousands of years. His skills were practically insignificant in comparison. It would be better to consider how not to get killed by it. The Wagakure army has completely retreated. In my line of sight, I have not detected any ambushes. Hinata activated his Byakugan and carefully scanned the surroundings. Look more carefully. If it weren't for Akimichi Torufu's recklessness during the last reconnaissance, we wouldn't have suffered such great losses, Danzo said irritably. There is indeed no ambush. I guarantee it with my Byakugan, Hinata Haruai confidently replied. All right, take a small team and continue scouting ahead. If you reach the border of the Land of Rain and still find no trace of a Wagakure, return immediately. If you encounter a Wagakure, come back at once. Understood. Understood. It seems Jing Hang's plan is working, Danzo sighed in relief. Send a letter to the third Hokage. We need to withdraw all troops. Yes. After pondering for a moment, Danzo asked, have the ninjas sent to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning returned? Not yet. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. There are still 2 days left until the original plan. Keep a close eye on the movements of Kyomobikure. Understood. By the way, how is Akimichi Torafu doing? I asked Lady Tsunade earlier. Torafu's life should be safe, but what? Danzo's expression revealed a rare hint of tension. After all, Akimichi Torafu was a brother who had bled alongside the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Lady Tsunade said Torafu was attacked by dust release, had taken a secret medicine, lost a spleen, underwent half a stomach removal, and his right hand was severely injured. He probably won't be able to participate in battles anymore. Danzo weakly waved his hand, signaling for the reporter to leave, his expression somewhat despondent. Another strong general down. Are you talking about permanent peace? Jing Hang showed a surprised expression, like a serious elementary school student hearing something utterly unbelievable. That's right, true permanent peace. As long as this great technique is completed, there will be no more wars between the nations, and there will be no more disputes among people. People will no longer suffer from pain, disease, or hunger. In this world created by the technique, everyone can realize their dreams, indistinguishable from reality. No, even better than reality. Young man, would you be willing to help me? Would you be willing to join us? Kuro extended his hands, and under the setting sun's glow, his half-black, half-white face appeared somewhat sacred. Are you saying everyone's dreams can be realized in this technique? Of course. Then that means if I want to eat, I can eat. If I want to drink, I can drink, and the women I like will obey me. He, of course. Damn, that sounds amazing. Living like a bum, of course. I'd be willing to join you guys. So how do I join? Jing Hang suddenly became excited. You've already joined. I've already joined. That's right. Awesome. What's the name of our organization? We don't have a name yet. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. Organizations grow just like rolling snowballs, gradually getting bigger. Yes. Shiro couldn't help but laugh. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Fine. Jing Hang took out a kunai and stabbed it into his palm, blood flowing out instantly. He then half-knelt on the ground. Under heaven above and earth below, By the way, what do you go by, sir? Kuro. How old are you? Probably older than you. All right. I, Jing Hang, become sworn brothers with Kuro, sharing fortune and adversity from now on, with blood as proof, the heavens and earth as witness. Then, Jing Hang handed the kunai to Kuro. Kuro looked down at the kunai, then at his own hand. Suddenly, the black half raised its hand and sliced through the white half's hand, causing a significant amount of white liquid to flow out. Jing Hang sighed inwardly, lamenting it would have been better if Kuro had taken action. Shiro? Let it be Shiro. It seemed like this was the only powerful Shiro around. Jing Hang's movements did not stop. He quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Kuro's hand, and after a while, he put the handkerchief away and took out a bandage. Ah, big brother, you're too honest. Look, the handkerchief can't even stop the bleeding. Let's use a bandage. Little brother, you're being too modest. How could I not be honest when becoming sworn brothers with the esteemed Third Wind Shadow? Upon hearing this, Jing Hang paused in his bandaging, looking at Kuro in surprise. And, little brother, everything I said is true, and I'm not a fraud, you know. Do you have a test tube? Yes, we do. What do you need it for? Bring one over. Hold it like this, okay? Just wait a moment. Jing Hang took out a handkerchief and squeezed it hard against the test tube. After a while, a white liquid filled up about half of the tube. What is this? Tsunade curiously looked at the liquid in the test tube and casually added half a tube of sealing liquid into it. This is the blood of a friend. Blood. Tsunade paused for a moment, picked up a dropper, and took a sample to observe under the microscope. What is this friend of yours? A plant? I can see plant-like cells in the blood, as well as animal-like cells, and they're all very active. Where's your friend? The more she looked, the more excited she became. Do you want to see him? Of course. Wait, did you bring him along? Tsunade was all excitement, like a child who had found a new toy. Since the fighting had come to a temporary halt, she had no other tasks to occupy her time, so it was perfect for some research. I didn't bring him, but if I'm not mistaken, he should be inside me. Inside you? What do you mean? Can you explain more clearly? I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Do you know where Jiraiya is? I have a rough idea. Tsunade replied. Good. Then let's go find Jiraiya. Once we find him, it'll be clear. You mean the third wind shadow is also involved in this war? Madara was clearly surprised by this. That's right, Kuro replied. Madara fell into deep thought. Just like his ancestor, he's a cunning cough guy. Sigh. It seems that even if we don't actively intervene, things will still develop in their own direction. After a long pause, Madara spoke these words. Hee. That's indeed the case, Shiro replied. Humans will always have conflicts and fights. Cough. It's human nature, and it can't be erased by merely compromising a little. That idiot Hashirama never understood this principle. Only infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true peace. Cough. The more Madara spoke, the more excited he became, and his coughing worsened. Kuro quickly went over to pat Madara on the back. Do you think it's right for me to absorb him into our organization? Madara finally calmed down after coughing for a while. Don't think you can sway this guy with just a few grandiose words. Every wind shadow in history has been the kind that doesn't act until they see the rabbit. I certainly didn't expect him to accept our ideology right away, but it's always good to leave an opportunity. After all, he is a shadow ninja, and I believe he can help your cause, Kuro said. Yeah. I even swore brotherhood with him. Shiro chimed in excitedly. Madara shot Shiro an annoyed glare and sighed helplessly. Actually, the real reason you didn't mention, right? I can't hide it from your eyes. In that situation, I really wasn't confident I could take him down, and it was very possible he could take me down. Madara thought for a moment and said, You did the right thing. With your strength, you might not be his match. The person representing me on the ground hasn't been found yet. It's still too early for all the plans, so you mustn't get into trouble. As for the opportunity you mentioned, let's keep it for now. It might come in handy later. How's the war between Kumovikure and Owagakure going? It's quite lively. Oh, tell me more. They started with a tug-of-war at Grey Crow Crossing. The third rakeage, it was quite impressive, executing a single technique that slaughtered everywhere. Owagakure suffered significant losses. Bai, who was dubbed the successor of the third Tsuchikage, was killed in battle, and over 1,000 ninjas from Kumovikure also died. I remember this by Ninja. He was an excellent young man. It's a pity he still died. Madara couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, even a strong figure like you, Madara-sama, can't escape death, Shiro said casually, while Kuro silently distanced himself from Shiro. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the cave, the sound of Shiro's wailing filled the air. All right, we can start eating now. In front of the beautifully roasted fish, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Delicious. So good. The three kids exclaimed in admiration. Ha, of course. This is my exclusive secret recipe, so it's extraordinary. Jiraiya said proudly. Knock, is anyone there? Jiraiya looked surprised that someone would visit. Are you eating? Go ahead. We've already had dinner before coming, Jing Hang said with a big smile. Tsunade? Jing Hang? What are you two doing here? How did you find this place? Jiraiya looked at the two, sensing they meant no harm. I didn't want to disturb you. It was him who insisted on finding you, Tsunade said, raising her hand with an expression of helplessness. Oh, what can I do for the wind shadow? Jiraiya looked at Jing Hang, filled with questions. Brother Jiraiya, can you help me catch some lice? Catch lice? Jiraiya was even more confused. This blue-haired uncle has lice on him? You. So disgusting. Konan wrinkled her nose and slid a little further away from the table. Yeah, there are quite a few. Jing Hang grinned and made a funny face at Konan, then continued. Actually, I came to ask Brother Jiraiya for a favor. Didn't you sign a contract with Mayaboka Mountain? Yeah, what about it? Then could you summon Fukasaku and Shima for me? Of course, that's no problem. But can I ask why? I can't say right now, but I'll give you a perfect explanation shortly. Jing Hang grasped Jiraiya's hand, applying slight pressure with his fingers. Well, okay, kids, take your time eating. I'll step out with my friend for a bit. Jiraiya immediately understood. The three of them arrived at an abandoned large house. Summoning technique. Soon, two toad sages appear before them. Hello, little Jiraiya. Why'd you call us so late? Fukasaku asked. It's not me looking for you. It's my friend here. Jing Hang quickly greeted the two sages. Oh, I smell iron and sand. It seems your friend is from Sunagakure. Why do you have? Shima suddenly frowned. How many are there? Jing Hang asked. There should be 4. Good, I'll be counting on the sages. It's a small matter. You guys each transform into a shadow clone, and no matter what I produce from my body later, immediately subdue it. Jing Hang turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Let's go. Jing Hang nodded to Fukasaku, then sat cross-legged with his back to the sage. Fukasaku gently stroked Jing Hang's back, a wave of natural energy flowing into him. Before long, Jing Hang was filled with natural energy, his face slowly becoming round, and visible bumps began to appear on his skin. Just as Jing Hang was about to undergo transformation, for white, ghostly figures rapidly expanded into shape, soon becoming human forms, and as soon as they landed, they ran off in different directions. Now! Fukasaku shouted. At the same time, Shima swung a stick at Jing Hang's head, and he immediately returned to his original form. Meanwhile, the 4 escaping Shiro were also captured by Jiraiya and Tsunade, having their hands pinned behind their backs. See? A huge one. You can do whatever research you want on it later. Slicing it up is fine, Jing Hang said while rubbing his sore head, addressing Tsunade. Infinite Tsukuyami. Tsunade and Jiraiya's faces revealed extreme shock after hearing Jing Hang's description. Although it's just a theory, it seems that we can see their shadows in the current wars, as if many things behind the scenes are being stirred up by them, Jing Hang said with a determined expression. Is there perhaps a trace of the Uchiha clan in this? Quickly tell me, what do you usually call your leader? Tsunade tightened her grip on one of the Shiro's necks, and under the immense force, Shiro's neck twisted into a bizarre shape, making both Jing Hang and Jiraiya feel a chill run down their spines. I will not betray. Lord Madara, Shiro struggled to say. Everyone in the room was stunned, except Jing Hang, because they all understood the terrifying power contained in that name. Could it be that some conspiracy theorist is using Madara's name to create chaos? Let's not even mention the Valley of the End battle. Even if Madara has survived until now, he must be over 70 years old, Jiraiya said while counting on his fingers. Regardless of whether it's him or not, I think we can't let our guard down, Jing Hang replied. Should we report this to the Hokage? Tsunade asked. Report? How do we report? Should we take these strange beings to him? We don't even fully understand the real situation ourselves. If one of my subordinates dared to report like that, I'd throw him out. Jing Hang shook his head. Indeed, under the current circumstances, expecting Sarutobi Hiruzen to spare time to investigate the elusive Madara was unrealistic, especially since the entire ninja world was still at war. Who had the time to deal with such trivial matters? Then what do you suggest we do? Jiraiya scratched his head. After a moment of thought, Jing Hang said, Let's do this. Only the 3 of us know about this matter for now. Let's keep it quiet to avoid unnecessary panic. Once I return to Sunagakure, I will arrange for someone to investigate this organization. As for these 4, Tsunade, you can continue to interrogate them or study them. Sunagakure will provide everything you need. Of course, Actual investigation was unnecessary. He had the entire plot of the manga in his mind and didn't need to go through that trouble. Occasionally reporting news would be enough. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade agreed. Thanks again to Lord Fukasaku and Lord Shima. Jing Hang turned to bow to the two sages. Wind Shadow-sama, you are too polite. Fukasaku and Shima returned the gesture. Two sages, I would like to learn sage techniques. Is it possible to sign a contract with Mayaboka Mountain? Jing Hang realized he needed to learn sage techniques. Otherwise, he would always feel uneasy. Sorry, our Toad clan really cannot adapt to the dry environment of Sunagakure. Moreover, we generally do not sign contracts with ninjas outside of Konoha to avoid tragic situations of clan members harming each other, Fukasaku said apologetically. That's truly unfortunate. A hint of disappointment flashed in Jing Hang's eyes. However, your Sunagakure also has summoning clans adept at using sage techniques. Why come all this way to find us at Mayaboka Mountain? Didn't your village's elders mention this? Shima said, I really haven't heard of that. I've only been the Wind Shadow for a few days, busy with fighting and diplomacy. Jing Hang scratched his head. Really? The Weasel clan's Huang Pizi Grave and the Lizard clan's Chemo Island are all no less than the three great holy lands. How could you, a Wind Shadow, not know? Don't you think that's something to be concerned about? Fukasaku clearly felt dissatisfied with Jing Hang's ignorance. However, a glimmer of realization suddenly flashed in Jing Hang's eyes. Dong, 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 zing. Accompanied by a sharp sound of quenching, a beautifully patterned Rambo dagger appeared before everyone. Beautiful, Yitsong exclaimed as he admired the dagger. Jing Hang's movements didn't stop. He first used a grinding wheel to sharpen the blade, then carefully polished it with a whetstone. After that, he took a file to sharpen the serrations on the back of the blade one by one, and finally he attached a handle to the dagger and even fitted a small compass at the end of the handle. The entire process was seamless, leaving the surrounding craftsmen in awe. Ding! Jing Hang suddenly swung the dagger, slicing through a kunai on a nearby rack, which instantly snapped in half. The crowd gasped in amazement, and applause erupted in the workshop. Did everyone see that clearly? All right, now according to what I've done, please make a dagger of the same specifications, and if you finish in 3 hours, you can sign this labor contract with a monthly salary of 6,000 ryo. After hearing Jing Hang's instructions, everyone returned to their workstations to get busy. The last white fong I gave you was broken by the Hokage. This one will be compensation. Jing Hang sheathed the dagger and handed it to Yitsong. Yitsong couldn't stop playing with the dagger, his eyes filled with joy. Almost all ninjas have some basic knowledge of blacksmithing. Before the establishment of the ninja villages, weapons like kunai and shuriken were crafted by the ninjas themselves or their families. On one hand, only they knew their own usage habits. On the other hand, weapons they made themselves felt more reliable. Later, with the establishment of various ninja villages, common ninja tools began to be produced by specialized families and sold uniformly at ninja tool shops. Eventually, specialized weapon manufacturers like the Land of Crafts emerged, realizing a complete production and sales system, with quality and prices acceptable to everyone. During wartime, the families responsible for weapon manufacturing in each ninja village could hardly keep up, so they could only import some product from the Land of Crafts. However, even to this day, many traditional ninjas still retain the habit of making their own tools, and Jing Hang is one of them. He is quite the expert in blacksmithing. Initially, Jing Hang used opening a factory as an excuse to ensure the safety of the upper reaches of the Shul River. But then he thought, since he opened a factory, wouldn't it be a waste not to make money? Now was wartime. What was the most profitable? Of course, it was the arms business. Thus, he conceived the idea of truly making this ninja tool factory and canning factory grow strong. Canned food production is relatively simple, using techniques from the Napoleonic era. After more than half a month of exploration, they have launched 3 main products: braised pork, fermented black bean fish, and canned peaches. The packaging is uniformly in thin stainless steel cans, marked with simple patterns of pigs, fish, and peaches for distinction, and a sandglass logo is affixed to the top. During several banquets hosted by Danzo and Hanzo the Salamander for Jing Hang, he proudly presented his products for promotion. Both were greatly impressed after tasting them, and upon learning that these items had a shelf life of 2 years, Danzo immediately placed a large order of 6,000 boxes of each type, while Hanzo symbolically ordered 1,000 boxes. The first batch of products was quickly distributed as comfort supplies to the ninjas of Konoha and Rain Village. After being on the battlefield for over half a year and constantly chewing on tasteless military rations, the ninjas from Konoha were shocked after tasting various canned foods and immediately placed additional orders. Upon checking the price list, the pork cans were priced at 30 ryo each, the fish cans at 15 ryo each, and the peach cans at 10 ryo each, making the prices very affordable. Thus, the canned goods became incredibly popular. Moreover, as the news continued to spread and gain traction, several large businesses from the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning placed significant orders. The director of the canning factory, Yura, was suddenly overwhelmed with work, continuously leading his team to acquire 5 nearby pig farms, 10 fish ponds, and 4 large peach orchards to ensure the smooth completion of orders. Ninja tools were somewhat more troublesome, as the market for traditional ninja tools had been almost monopolized by the Land of Crafts. Therefore, Jing Hang decided to take a different approach and go for high-quality products, with the first product being a multi-functional dagger like the Rambo knife. Moreover, he used the most complex Damascus steel forging method. Damascus steel was originally high-quality steel made by cold forging Indian wood steel, known for its natural wood-like fiber patterns. Swords and knives made from Damascus steel are renowned for cutting through iron like mud and being tough without bending. Unfortunately, the forging method for this steel has been lost. Fortunately, before Jing Hang crossed over, he was a fan of an American reality show, Forged in Fire. This show featured the making of high-quality replicas of Damascus steel. Whether in appearance or strength, they were almost indistinguishable from real Damascus steel, and nearly all contestants using Damascus steel ended up winning. Director Rosa, please send someone to invite Danzo and Hanzo to dinner tomorrow night. It's time to promote our daggers. Come on, Danzo, Hanzo, let's drink up and enjoy ourselves. Jing Hang raised his cup, boisterously urging them to drink, already showing signs of slight inebriation. I heard the Wind Shadow will be returning to the village soon. Hanzo the Salamander suddenly asked. Yes, the battles are all done, the diplomatic affairs have been settled, and the factory matters are nearly wrapped up. I'll hand things over tomorrow and head back the day after, Jing Hang replied nonchalantly, burping slightly. In that case, let's raise a glass to wish the Wind Shadow a safe journey. Hanzo thought it best to see Jing Hang off, as having a dignitary from another country lingering in their midst must be uncomfortable for the home country. Ha! Don't worry. I won't take advantage of you guys while I'm here. Jing Hang teased, downing his drink in one gulp, the liquid quickly sliding down his throat. Don't joke around, Wind Shadow. Speaking of which, you've been away from the village for quite a while, and I'm sure there's a backlog of official business waiting for you. Isn't the Rain Shadow worried you're delaying important matters? Danzo, try to mediate. Yeah, I've indeed delayed a lot of official business. I left the factory stuff to Rosa and Yura to handle. If anything comes up, just reach out to them, Jing Hang said. Hearing this, Hanzo felt a bit relieved. It seemed he was genuinely planning to return. Before I leave, I still have to present my 2 big brothers with a treasure. Bring the items in. Jing Hang waved his hand, and 3 beautiful maidens gracefully entered, each holding a tray with a sheathed dagger on it. Danzo and Hanzo exchanged glances and silently slapped their foreheads. Oh no, they fell for it. Look at your expressions. It seems you don't have much confidence in our factory's products. Just take a look. With a flourish, Jing Hang drew the dagger and skillfully twirled it in his hand. The smooth motion made the blade glimmer under the light, instantly capturing the attention of both men. Only seasoned warriors who had fought on the battlefield would have an innate sensitivity towards deadly weapons. Please take a look. This is the latest product from the Hourglass Ninja Tool Factory, our multifunctional ninja knife. Look at this pattern. It uses a special forging and acid washing technique. When executing missions, it won't reflect light from any angle, allowing you to effectively conceal your position. Saying this, Jing Hang deliberately placed the knife under the light and changed its angles multiple times, and indeed, there was not a glimmer of reflection. Moreover, the steel is exceptional. It cuts through iron like mud. Next, Jing Hang pulled out 3 kunai from his pocket, stacked them together, and with one swift blow, sliced through all 3, instantly cutting them into 6 pieces. As he raised the knife, both men examined it closely and found no signs of dulling at all. They immediately took the daggers in their hands to play with. Look again. This knife isn't just an ordinary ninja knife. It has many magical functions. Jing Hang continued his demonstration without missing a beat. See the back of the blade? It could be used as a saw. With that, Jing Hang used the back of the knife to saw at the table, instantly cutting off a corner. This notch is perfect for prying out a nail. Jing Hang effortlessly pried a nail from the table using the knife. And it can start a fire. And when combined with the sheath, it turns into scissors. Jing Hang enthusiastically showcased the various functions of the knife, capturing the attention of the 2 men completely. It was clear they were hooked. Finally, look at this. Jing Hang thrust the knife forcefully into the tabletop, embedding the entire blade into the solid wood, leaving only the handle exposed. Each ninja knife comes with a small compass in the handle, ensuring that you won't lose your way during missions under any circumstances. Don't you think this is a treasure? After the demonstration, Jing Hang poured himself a drink and took a breath. He realized that this sales pitch was quite exhausting. He might need to add a business course to the technical school in the future. Hanzo and Danzo continued to play with the daggers in their hands, occasionally testing them on the table. After a while, Hanzo finally asked a crucial question. How much is this knife? Jing Hang raised 3 fingers and said, fixed price, 3,000 ryo each. But for orders over 100, it's 20% off. That price is too high. How much can a kunai cost? Hanzo clearly felt that the price of the ninja knife was exorbitant. After all, during wartime, a regular kunai only cost 50 ryo, while a premium kunai from the Land of Crafts was only 150 ryo. Come on, Hanzo. This ninja knife isn't a consumable like kunai or shuriken. It's a multifunctional knife meant to last a lifetime. You can't compare it to a kunai. Jing Hang pointed to a pile of kunai fragments. I want 1,000, Danzo declared, raising a finger with an air of authority. What kind of discount can you give? The latter half of Danzo's statement nearly made Jing Hang and Hanzo faint right there. 75% off. How does that sound? 70%. Brother, it's not easy for us either. 70%. Brother, we need to calculate costs. 70%. Brother, this needs to be reasonable. 70%. After a brief negotiation, they finally settled on a price of 70% off, which meant 2,100 ryo each for a total order of 1,500 knives, with the extra 500 grudgingly added by Hanzo. Ah, my bargaining skills still need work, Jing Hang said, running his fingers through his hair, feigning a look of self-reproach. However, what Jing Hang didn't expect was that due to the high quality and comprehensive functions of the Hourglass Ninja Knife, it received widespread acclaim upon hitting the market. Almost all frontline ninjas recognized and appreciated the Hourglass Ninja Knife immensely. The market soon saw many imitations, and there were even counterfeit products try to pass themselves off, but none could shake the position of the Hourglass Ninja Knife. On one hand, while the shape and functions of the knife were easy to imitate, the hardness and toughness of the steel could not be matched. On the other hand, the unique patterns on the knife were difficult to replicate, making it easy to identify forgeries. Thus, in the near future, the Hourglass Ninja Knife would become a star product of Sunagakure. Remember, for all the craftsmen under contract, while ensuring their salary and benefits, other aspects of their welfare must also be in place. Gifts during holidays cannot be neglected, and we've arranged housing for every craftsman at the Moon Lake base, along with free education for their children. We need to ensure they have no worries and can work with peace of mind. They should also have at least 1 month of vacation each year. With stable property comes stable resolve. In this war-torn era, do you expect a mere contract to bind someone to work for you? That's simply wishful thinking. An outsider can easily throw some bait and steal your core technology. Jing Hang meticulously explained to Rosa, who was jotting down notes in a small book, afraid of missing a word from his boss. For the next few years, you'll have to endure a bit. You need to hold down these 2 factories while I arrange for someone else to handle the mining bureau. Once the mining points are confirmed, you can go for extraction. Yura, you need to cooperate fully with Rosa's work on this. Yes, Wind Shadow-sama. Yura nodded in agreement. Additionally, the upper reaches of the Shul River need to be cleared as soon as possible. You should also keep a close eye on the flow of the river. Remember, if the Shul River is secure, the Moon Lake is secure. The safety of the Moon Lake New District is in your hands, and so is the safety of Sunagakure. Jing Hang spoke earnestly. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. Rosa and Yura replied in unison. All right, I won't let you suffer too much. Once I return, I'll have Karuro and Minako transferred here. This might not be appropriate. It's indeed a bit inappropriate. The 2 blushed and tried to decline. Don't give me that nonsense. You 2 were already involved back when you were Chunin. Now you're embarrassed in front of me? Get out of here. Bringing them here is not only giving you an opportunity, but also keeping an eye on you. Don't go thinking about those frivolous things outside. Understand? Understood. However, boss, you're not young anymore. It's time you settled down and started a family. Pa, it's not up to you to manage my business. Get out of here, Yeet Song. We're leaving. Wu Zhonglu looked up at the sun in the sky, gently wiped the sweat from his neck, then glanced at the tender green wheat seedlings in the field, gradually revealing a contented smile on his face. I don't know why you're always smiling. In the land of fields, we just farmed, and now in the wind country, we're still farming. Wu Zhonglu's younger brother, Wu Zhonghe, responded casually while carefully pulling weeds in the field. What do you know? Our lives were saved by Lord Fengying. What more can we ask for? Besides, whose land were we farming before? That was the landlord's. But whose land are we farming now? That's ours. We even have land certificates issued by Lord Karki and Lord Maji. How can that be the same? So many immigrants. Most of them went to the construction office to build houses or went to the tree planting office to plant trees. Who else gets a big piece of land like us right from the start? This is all a blessing from Lord Fengying. Do you understand? Wu Zhonglu glared at Wu Zhonghe, dissatisfied. Maybe Lord Fengying is interested in our crystal escape technique. Wu Zhonghe, at that age, was in the habit of talking back, always trying to argue. If he said the salt was salty, he would insist it had a sour taste. If he said the sun was round, he would squint and find edges on it. You ungrateful brat. I think you're itching for a beating. Wu Zhonglu picked up the hoe in his hand, pretending to go after Wu Zhonghe. Seeing this, Wu Zhonghe quickly climbed up the ridge of the field and ran off. Thus, the 2 staged a lively chase in the fields. Just as the chase was getting exciting, a clear child's voice suddenly rang out from the field. Dad, Uncle He, stop messing around. It's time to eat. Wu Zhonglu stopped in his tracks, turning to look in the direction of the voice, and saw his precious daughter, Honglian, riding on the shoulder of Tall Man, holding a food box, a happy smile on her face. Lord Fengying. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Wu Zhonglu was so startled that he knelt down in the field. Oh dear, brother Wu Zhong, no need for such formalities. Get up, get up. Yakura, quickly help me with the child. Jing Hang hurriedly took Honglian off his shoulder and then helped Wu Zhonglu back up, brushing off the dust on him. Actually, I heard your conversation with your brother just now. Lord Fengying, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I think your brother has a point. Actually, when I brought you out from the land of fields, I did have a bit of selfishness in mind, and that selfishness was your family's crystal escape technique. Wu Zhonglu was momentarily at a loss. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Let's eat first. Let me see. Oh, this meal looks quite good. There are pancakes, vegetables, and even fish from Moon Lake. Honglian, how about Uncle joins you for a meal here? Jing Hang unceremoniously opened the food box. It's fine. Uncle can eat as much as he wants. I brought plenty today, enough for 3 people. Honglian smiled sweetly. The Municipal Administrative Office of Moon Lake is located in a corner slightly west of Moon Lake. Although it's called an official residence, it's actually just a small 2-story building. At first glance, it looks like a middle-class family's home. This small 2-story building is the site of 2 important institutions in the Moon Lake base. However, the commander of the Production Construction Corps, Kazekage, and the head of the Immigration Bureau, Maji, both come from military backgrounds, act decisively, and have a simple style. The entire residence, apart from the staff dormitories and offices, has no extra rooms or furniture. Even after Maji received a loan of 100 million from Jing Hang that was transferred from Konoha, he did not spend an extra penny on the official residence. According to Maji, this 100 million was painstakingly secured by Lord Fengying from Konoha, and Lord Fengying entrusted this large sum of money to me, Maji, to build the Moon Lake base, not to waste on constructing a luxurious official residence. If we have money in the future, what kind of luxurious residence can't we build? With such a commander, there are such subordinates. The administrative staff in Moon Lake have developed a 3 simplifications administrative style characterized by brief language, concise wording, and efficient handling of matters. This style is highly efficient and simple in procedure, quickly becoming popular among the immigrants, who are willing to build their houses next to the official residence, even if the location is not the best. Currently, the 2 commanders of the Immigration Bureau and the Construction Corps, Maji and Kazekage, are holding a meeting in the conference room on the 2nd floor. The conference room is not large, and there are not many participants. The discussions are direct, without unnecessary back and forth, conducted in a straightforward question-and-answer format, which is highly efficient. What about the Construction Corps' plan to purchase buckthorn shrubs from the forest country? Kazekage asked. I've reviewed the proposal, and it's feasible, Maji replied. We plan to purchase 50,000 plants at a cost of about 2 million taels. A few advisors beside Maji began to discuss animatedly. After a while, they handed a note to Maji. Maji glanced at the note, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, allocate 1.5 million taels, with 1 million taels for purchasing the shrubs. The other 500,000 taels will be for your construction corps to send personnel to the forest country to excavate, at least 2 afforestation experts. Additionally, allocate another 500,000 taels to establish a dedicated plant greenhouse in the sunny area on the east side of Moon Lake, so that we won't have to import tree species from other countries in the future. A few advisors on Kazekage's side discussed the feasibility of the matter and ultimately reached a positive conclusion. The 2 commanders nodded, and the secretaries who had been prepared earlier organized the meeting minutes into a formal document, producing 2 copies for the commanders to review and stamp. A document with both seals represents valid documentation for the Moon Lake area. 1 copy is archived, and the other is given to the executor. A proposal went from being raised to resolved in less than 6 minutes. Next is the issue of grain imports. I think we can abandon the import of grain from the rice country and turn to the grain country. The prices of rice and wheat in the grain country are nearly 10% lower. If the quality of the grain from the grain country is acceptable, we can implement this plan. However, we shouldn't discard the suppliers from the rice country for now. We can use that as leverage to lower prices. Currently, the demand for grain in Moon Lake is very high. Relying on a single supplier is risky. Until the newly cultivated land yields grain, your supply chain absolutely cannot have any issues. Maji's tone became stern. Yes, the construction corps will ensure grain safety. What about the issue of resettling refugees from the rain country? We'll handle this according to the old rules. First send some grain over, and the construction corps will help build the housing. Personnel still need to be screened one by one. I remind my colleagues in the UMBU that the anti-spy issue is currently under the purview of Lord Chiyo. If there are issues in this regard, she will not let us off easily. Understood. What about the construction of chicken and pig farms? Just as everyone was preparing to discuss the next topic, the door was suddenly pushed open, and some blinding sunlight made it hard for everyone to see. 4 figures stood at the entrance. Maji was about to get angry, wondering who dared to interrupt an important meeting of the Moon Lake leadership. There were so many matters waiting to be dealt with. But then he suddenly realized that the figures in front of him looked familiar. Sorry to interrupt, but I have an urgent plan here. Lord Fengying. Upon recognizing the visitor, Maji was very pleased and stood up excitedly. Karaki even more dramatically rushed over and hugged Jing Hang. All right. I know it's not easy for you. Now let's discuss serious matters first. We'll talk about other things at dinner. Yakura, give them the materials. Yes, Lord Fengying. A plan book was handed to Maji. The Desert Highway Plan. Everyone take a look. This is the desert highway I designed. Jing Hang manipulated iron sand to create a 3-dimensional hologram in the air. The iron sand continuously changed shape with the movement of his fingers, presenting various perspectives such as cross-section, longitudinal section, top view, and bottom view, allowing people to see its overall appearance more intuitively. Of course, this is just my preliminary concept. The width is 50 meters, the height is 5 meters, the thickness of the supporting wall is 0.5 meter, and the thickness of this arched roof is 20 centimeters. These figures are just my estimates, and when your project officially starts, experiments will definitely need to be conducted and recalculations made. The holographic iron sand image instantly transformed into a shape resembling a subway tunnel, and Maji and Karaki, among others, stared at it intently, their eyes filled with confusion, clearly waiting for Jing Hang to finish speaking before raising questions. The overall materials for this project will use the crystal escape technique from the Wuzhong family. Brother Wuzhong, please bring some samples for everyone to take a look. Before long, everyone had a palm-sized piece of amethyst in their hands. This type of crystal has extremely high strength. Whether it's slashed by a knife or struck by an axe, or even attacked by explosive talismans, it cannot be affected. My idea is to conduct experiments first to verify its feasibility. Once the experiment is successful, we'll immediately start the project. We will first build a 400-kilometer-long desert highway to connect Shine Village and Moon Lake. If this highway can be successful, we can continue to construct more highways to connect the entire Wind Country. Jing Hang waved his hand majestically, and the holographic iron sand image transformed into a map of the Wind Country, with a black line connecting Shine Village and Moon Lake, along with many other black lines radiating out to connect the whole Wind Country. I have a question. The sand in the desert is very mobile, so the foundation built will inevitably be unstable. Although the crystal tunnel you designed is heavy, it will still experience floating and settling issues on the sand. In a few years, won't this tunnel be buried by sand? A staff officer from the construction corps raised his hand to ask. That's a very insightful question. The distribution of the desert in our Wind Country is high in the west and low in the east, and the section from Moon Lake to Shine Village is in the eastern segment. The average depth of the sand in this desert is 150 meters, which means that if we dig down 150 meters, we will reach the hard crust rock layer. So my solution is to drill 2 giant cement pillars underground every 200 meters, ensuring that the bottoms of the pillars reach the rock layer. This way, the crystal tunnel appears to be built on sand, but in fact is supported by cement pillars, which prevents it from drifting due to wind or having the risk of settling. Even if it occasionally gets buried by a sandstorm, it's no big deal. To crush this crystal tunnel, you would need at least 800 meters of sand on top of it. No one has seen an 800-meter-high sand dune in the desert, right? Moreover, if the tunnel is really buried by a sandstorm, we can just have Karaki fan it away. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Excuse me, Lord Fengying, what should we do if we encounter obstacles like sand dunes or quicksand during construction? For this question, I plan to explain it in detail to everyone, Karaki. Jing Hang sat down, and Yakura immediately poured him a glass of water. You construction corps need to establish a special department for highway construction, Karaki. For now, you will lead this matter, and you can select and arrange specific personnel from the construction corps. Ninjas skilled in wind escape and earth escape can be recruited. If personnel are insufficient, just report to me, and I will allocate some from Shine Village. For instance, regarding the issue of encountering sand dunes mentioned by the staff officer earlier, we can directly have a group of wind escape ninjas blow the dunes away. Furthermore, this highway isn't something we can just build and forget about. Routine repairs and maintenance are also a major undertaking. Therefore, the salaries, benefits, and logistical support for all ninjas involved in the project must be properly arranged. Don't worry, I will allocate the funds to you soon, starting with 50 million, and there will be a second round of funding later. In short, as long as this road can be built, if you need money, I will give you money. If you need people, I will provide people. Following that, Jing Hang answered several questions raised by the staff officers, and each question received detailed responses. Everyone nodded, feeling that this matter had great potential. Just thinking about how Moon Lake could be connected with Shine Village made everyone excited. At this moment, Wu Zhonglu timidly raised his hand. Brother Wu Zhong, please speak. If I go to build the road, what will happen to my fields? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Jing Hang smiled slightly, knowing what Wu Zhonglu was concerned about. It seems Brother Wu Zhong is still reluctant to part with those dozens of acres of land. Don't worry, since it's given to you by our Shine Village, we won't take it back. But this time, we really need your family's brothers to help. As for the fields, if you don't have time to tend to them, you can rent them out to others. By the way, how many strong workers do you have in your family? They can use crystal escape. Don't include the children. They still need to study. 6. Good. Have them all come over. They will all be assigned to the road construction team, and I will give them all the treatment of a jonin. You, Wu Zhonglu, will serve as the deputy commander of the road construction team. Wu Zhonglu was so excited that he froze. Then, am I going to be an official? Ha ha ha. The scene erupted in laughter. Oh dear, I'm finally back. Lying on this bed, I just don't want to get up at all, Jing Hang said without any reservations as he lay on his bed in Shine Village, burying his head deep into the soft goose-down pillow and refusing to lift it for a long while. At that moment, Jing Hang was in his own home. Yes, his own home, not the kind of rented ninja dormitory arranged by the village, nor the temporary resting room in the foaming hall, but the house he had bought with his own hard-earned money when he was a jonin, a luxurious 3-story villa. Of course, this money wasn't acquired through corruption. He had only been foaming for less than a year and hadn't had the chance to be corrupt at all. As a ninja, Jing Hang couldn't be considered poor. He became a jonin at the age of 16 and had now served as foaming for exactly 10 years, during which he completed 16 S-rank missions and 107 A-rank missions. He was a bachelor, neither gambling nor visiting brothels, so naturally, he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Plus, he occasionally encountered situations where he eliminated bandits or chased down fugitives while on missions. Despite his young age, he was a frequent visitor at the underground money exchange. To put it this way, before becoming Fengying, Jing Hang's net worth was already close to 1/3 of his small goal. Since taking office, it had been nothing but battles and diplomatic visits, followed by more battles. Damn it, it's time for me to enjoy life a little. Maybe I should find a woman and start a family? Jing Hang leaned against the headboard and muttered to himself. Jing Hang wasn't bad-looking. In fact, among all the previous Fengyings, the third Fengying was the most attractive. When he was a jonin, he was quite popular with the village girls. However, back then, he was too proud, or rather timid, as in this day and age, anyone could take his life, and focus solely on improving his strength and honing his skills, not thinking about relationships at all. It wasn't until he became Fengying's bodyguard that he realized just how busy being a Fengying was. Even his shadow clones weren't enough, let alone having time to find a woman. If it really comes to it, I could just settle for Yakura. Ugh, Jing Hang, you're really something else. She's only 16. Jing Hang slapped himself hard. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. Who is it? Big brother, it's me, Yakura. I saw you didn't eat dinner, so I brought some food over for you. Wait a minute, I'll be right down. Jing Hang scratched his head, secretly thinking that waiting a few more years wouldn't be a bad idea either. A lively puppet dog was amusingly doing somersaults in front of a red-haired child, who was laughing heartily. Chio manipulated the puppet dog, her face full of a warm smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Scorpion, stop bothering Grandma and go to bed. You have school in the morning. The couple, Chio's son and daughter-in-law, Akasuna no Kage and Akasuna no Hiromi, entered Chio's room. Scorpion was very obedient and well-behaved. Because Jing Hang saved his parents from the blade of White Fang, his character had not turned cold and cruel like it did later. He respectfully bowed to Chio and then followed Akasuna no Hiromi to the bedroom. Chio lovingly watched her dear grandson leave, signaling her son to close the door. Did you find out what's going on? Chio immediately changed her demeanor, becoming profound and cold. I found out, Akasuna no Kage said. Speak. The visitor is named Kojitsu Yukura, claiming to be a special envoy from the 3rd Mizukage. The Kojitsu family is also a prominent clan in Kirigakure, so his identity should be fine. I never doubted his identity from the start. I just wanted to confirm his purpose. He only said he wanted to meet with the 3rd Kazakage and wouldn't say anything else. Arrogant. Chio slammed her hand on the armrest of the chair, looking somewhat angry. Since Jing Hang appointed her as the head of the Shine Intelligence Bureau, Chio had rarely lost her temper like this. Usually humble and steady, she became very sensitive whenever it involved Jing Hang. In her eyes, Jing Hang, as the Fengying, was someone she greatly admired. Whether it was warfare or diplomatic negotiations, he executed them perfectly. What was even more commendable was that Jing Hang held a high reputation among frontline ninjas, and all factions in the village respected him greatly. Currently, under Jing Hang's leadership, the village's thoughts were unprecedentedly unified, and developments in various aspects were taking shape, which was exactly what Chio hoped to see. She firmly believed that on the basis of unified thought in the entire village, there would surely be a leap in development. However, the assassination incident in the Land of Fields rang alarm bells for Chio. If Jing Hang were to encounter an untimely death at this moment, the bright situation would instantly shatter like beautiful bubbles under the sun. Although Jing Hang had only issued a simple report and diplomatic statement regarding this matter, as the head of the Intelligence Bureau, Chio was drenched in cold sweat and felt very guilty. She was determined to focus on reorganizing the Umbu, creating a dark force capable of fighting for the village and for Jing Hang. Let's wait a few days, but the Umbu must stay active. Activate the dark pawns and find out this guy's intentions. Yes, in fact, the action of the dark pawns has already begun. This is the information that came back yesterday. Chio took the information, and after a while, her brows furrowed tightly into a chan shape. I hate villages like this. A whole village full of lunatics. And they're divided into factions. If something happens, we wouldn't know who to turn to for decisions. And if something goes wrong, who would be responsible? Just look. Chio handed the information to her son. It turned out that the situation in Kirigakure was different from other villages. Other villages like Konoha and Sunagakure were established by the first Hokage's overpowering strength, subduing many factions and then integrating them. But Kirigakure's establishment was more like a loose alliance formed by various islands banding together. The first Mizukage, Hakurin, was more like a great elder figure, with each island governing itself and playing its own tune. It wasn't until the era of the second Mizukage, Yagura, that this situation was completely changed. Yagura was powerful and cunning. To solidify the village's development, he emulated the second Hokage's Tobarama, establishing the Kirigakure Ninja Academy and the Umbu, while also formulating regulations to keep the secrets of Kirigakure. Since then, Kirigakure achieved military unification, and no factions dared to cause trouble anymore. Kirigakure reached an unprecedented level of strength, even able to contend with Konoha. Unfortunately, in the First Shinobi World War, the Second Mizukage and the Second Tsuchikage perished in a certain battle. The successor, the Third Mizukage, did not have the same means as Igura. Now, the Mizukage's orders could barely leave the main island, and the other factions in the village ran rampant without restraint, and the Mizukage could not stop it. For example, the last assassination plot against the Fonging was entirely instigated by the military faction led by Suigetsu and puffer fish demons, and the Mizukage was completely unaware of it. I think this matter should be reported to Lord Fonging as soon as possible. I feel that something is off about this situation, and delaying it may lead to disaster. Akasuna no Kage analyzed. Chiyo pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. She looked at the time. It's only 8 o'clock now. It's still early. Jing Hang should still be awake. Let's go. I want to hear his opinion on whether or not to meet this guy. Meet. We must meet. Arrange the meeting for first thing in the morning. After reading the intelligence, Jing Hang said decisively. Why? Chiyo asked. Simple. Regardless of which faction he represents, we must be clear about their intentions. Jing Hang bent down and poured tea for Chiyo and Akasuna no Kage. I'm all ears. You see, if this Kojutsu Yakura is indeed the Mizukage's envoy, then his purpose can only be twofold. One is to explain the previous assassination incident and seek peace with us. The other is to address the assassination incident, but twist the facts and declare war on us. However, the latter possibility is very small. Given the nature of previous Mizukages, if they wanted to fight, they would just do it. Declaring war would be superfluous. What if he's not a representative of the Mizukage? Akasuna no Kage asked. Actually, I think that possibility is low. Jing Hang shook his finger. Both of them showed puzzled expressions. A representative of a local military faction that failed to assassinate a foreign leader, and then send someone to negotiate? Apologize? Come on, what kind of generous person would forgive them? More importantly, Jing Hang didn't mention that this Kojutsu Yakura would later be controlled by a Bito, the fourth Mizukage, which made it absurd for a prince to rebel against the throne. As for what they are really here for, we can only find out after meeting them. Only by knowing will we have a countermeasure, right? Jing Hang said confidently. You Mizukage really have it tough. Jing Hang opened his mouth wide, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. He instinctively glanced at Chiyo beside him and Yakura, who was standing nearby, and they exchanged looks of surprise. The boy in front of them had a youthful face, his demeanor a bit shy and awkward. However, Jing Hang didn't dare underestimate him. He was a powerful figure and a respected individual willing to sacrifice himself for the village. As the future fourth Mizukage, Kojutsu Yakura's strength was not to be trifled with. With just one move of his coral palm, even someone as formidable as Naruto found it quite troublesome. He, as the Mizukage, willingly sacrificed himself to become the Jinchuriki, and he was a perfect Jinchuriki who successfully tamed the three tails, showcasing his ruthless methods. Unfortunately, he later fell victim to Obito's Jinjutsu and became a mere puppet, which led to the start of the brutal Blood Mist era in Kirigakure. This time, Kojutsu Yakura came not to seek war or peace, but to deliver a warning. After the assassination attempt by the 7 ninja swordsmen failed, the military faction led by Suigetsu and the puffer fish demons attempted to provoke war once again. They had gathered a group of martial artists and rogue ninjas, heading straight for Sunagakure with the intention of striking first and igniting war through a surprise attack. The Mizukage obtained this intelligence through his channels and even sold it directly to Sunagakure, which was quite astonishing. Indeed, the Mizukage has it tough. He values the friendship between Sunagakure and Kirigakure greatly. However, due to the different political systems of the two villages, the Mizukage is unable to stop these rebellious ninjas. Therefore, he has sent me here to communicate with you in advance. hoping that Lord Fengying can understand, Kojitsu Yakura said, deeply bowing to Jing Hang with an extremely humble gesture that was quite pleasant. Jing Hang gently raised his hand, signaling for him to not be so formal, but his mind was racing as he thought about the situation. He was well aware that this third Mizukage was a tough character who had faced considerable opposition and disturbance since taking office. After intercepting intelligence about the opposition's cross-border raid, he neither openly opposed nor made a fuss. Instead, he directly sold the information to Sunagakure. This way, he could use Sunagakure's strength to clear his own village's issues while also doing a favor for Jing Hang, all without committing a single soldier. It was a brilliant double-edged strategy. While white jade is beautiful, it inevitably has slight flaws. A majestic tree may occasionally have withered leaves. I hope you can convey to the Mizukage that he need not worry too much about this matter. Additionally, on behalf of Sunagakure, I accept the Mizukage friendship and hope that such incidents will not occur again between our two villages. After all, there has never been any deep-seated hatred between us. Jing Hang's intent was clear. He was willing to help the Mizukage address this issue and wanted to maintain a good relationship. But he also hoped that Kirigakure would strengthen its internal management and refrain from impulsive actions in the future. Lord Fengying is wise. I hope that Lord Fengying can visit Kirigakure when time permits, and the Mizukage will certainly give you a warm welcome. Kojitsu Yakura maintained his courteous demeanor. Of course. Jing Hang secretly thought to himself, visiting your Kirigakure? Forget it. That place is just like a lunatic asylum, full of martial madmen. He would never consider going before the fifth Mizukage. After sending Kojitsu Yakura away, Jing Hang kept Chiyo and had Yakura brew 2 cups of tea. When you arrange personnel later, go to the ninja school and bring over Mike Guy from Konoha. Oh, Chiyo seemed to be searching her memory for that name. He has a technique that is the nemesis of Suijetsu and the puffer fish demons. As long as he uses it, he can hit the target in 1 strike. Is that so? All right. Chiyo didn't seem to take the assassination attempt too seriously. Kojitsu Yakura had already explained the basic details of the time, location, and individuals involved in the surprise attack. This was no longer a matter of whether they could win. It was a question of whether those rebellious ninjas would live or die. Additionally, I have a major issue to discuss with you. Jing Hang's expression suddenly became serious, and Chiyo immediately turned serious as well. In the secret underground laboratory of the Sunagakure Medical Unit, a glass room contained a bound white Zetsu lying on the ground, letting out chilling screams. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he were undergoing immense pain. Nearby, a few individuals in lab coats were carefully observing while recording various data in a clipboard, led by Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. Add 2 more atmospheres of pressure. Tsunade's face revealed an inexplicable excitement as her eyes fixed on white Zetsu in the glass room. We can't increase it anymore. Adding more pressure will cause an explosion. A nearby staff member kindly reminded. Add it. It'll be fine, Tsunade said excitedly, licking her lips with a frenzied sparkle in her eyes. Is this where the experiment is happening? How did this crazy girl end up here? Jing Hang brought Chiyo to the underground lab and frowned at the scene before him. I was invited by your Fengying, you old hag, don't start with me. Tsunade never held back her words, showing no sign of fear. What did you say? You crazy girl, dare to say that again, and I'll poison you mute. Chiyo was instantly enraged, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Come on, you old hag. Your poison probably couldn't even kill our chickens, Tsunade retorted bravely, standing her ground against Chiyo. The two began to argue in front of Jing Hang, who helplessly smiled and tried to mediate between them. Suddenly, Jing Hang seemed to sense something was off. Quiet. Everyone stop, Jing Hang exclaimed, pointing at a large formalin bottle containing a white human head. Has it already been made into a specimen? Are there any more alive? Following the direction of the white head, Jing Hang saw a row of bottles on a shelf containing various organs, indicating that the 4 white Zetsu were in dire straits. There's only this one left, Tsunade pointed to the struggling white Zetsu in the glass room, looking a bit embarrassed. You really are ruthless. Don't increase the pressure. If you kill it, there won't be another one like it. It's hard to come by now. Jing Hang quickly signaled the staff to stop increasing the pressure and began to reduce it. Reduce it slowly. This is 60 atmospheres. If you drop the pressure suddenly, the blood vessels can't handle it. Remember to check the temperature of number 4, Tsunade reminded. 60 atmospheres. This one can withstand that much pressure? The white Zetsu you're talking about is this thing? Chiyo pointed at the white Zetsu in the glass room, her eyes filled with confusion. It's not just 60 atmospheres. Its resistance to toxins and impact is significantly different from that of a normal human, Tsunade said proudly. Resistance to toxins? Chiyo's interest was piqued. Whoever it is, bring over the data for Subject C, Tsunade ordered. Look, this is the clinical report for Subject 2 that consumed 3 times the lethal dose of the toxin, showing spasms only every 3 minutes. This is impossible. Tsunade proudly handed a document to Chiyo. What? Consuming 3 times the toxin and only having spasms every 3 minutes? That's impossible. There's nothing impossible. After taking the antidote, it recovered in 2 days, but it couldn't withstand 2 times the dosage of peacock bile. Although this result seems a bit exaggerated, I think it's within reason. In terms of toxicity alone, the toxicity of peacock bile is indeed stronger than that of the toxin. I believe it's not just a matter of toxicity. This organism's resistance to plant toxins is stronger than its resistance to mineral toxins and biological viruses. Then we need to see the tissue sample data of this organism to draw a conclusion. We cannot jump to conclusions. Why am I jumping to conclusions? Whoever it is, bring over the tissue sample data. Watching the two who were just at odds now seemingly become one, Jing Hang helplessly shook his head. He knew that these two had clashed once in the Land of Rain, one adept at poison and the other skilled in medicine. Although their methods were different, they were both exceptionally skilled and appreciated each other. Yakura. Yes, you've worked hard. Later, go to the Umbu and arrange an ambush. Let Akasa no Kage handle the personnel, and remember to call my guy. As for the specific on-site command, well, you could be in charge of that. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Summoning beasts? I always thought you looked down on that stuff, Hozo said, looking at Jing Hang with confusion. Look down on it? Why would I look down on it? Jing Hang replied, bewildered. When you were a Jonin, didn't you often control Iron Man and Shukaku to fight? I thought you. Hozo chuckled. Hey, it's not that I look down on it. You know, I grew up in an orphanage. The village sponsored my education. My Jonin instructor, Doshi, didn't have the chance to teach me summoning techniques before he sacrificed himself. After that, I followed the second Hokage as a bodyguard. Jing Hang explained helplessly. Yeah, I know that. The second rarely used summoning beasts. So, you really don't know how to summon. Hozo found this amusing. I really don't. Jing Hang spread his hands and shrugged. That's fine. We can start learning now. Let me first tell you about the major summoning beast clans in Sunagakure, Hozo said. I'm all ears, Jing Hang replied, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. I won't go into the smaller clans, as I believe you wouldn't choose them anyway. The major summoning beast clans in Sunagakure are the Yellow Weasel clan from Xianyuan Tomb, the Lizard clan from Kamajuo Island, and the Scorpion clan from Toxic Enemy Mountain. Hozo explained patiently. Xianyuan Tomb? Isn't that the Yellow Weasel tomb? Jing Hang asked in confusion, only to receive a light smack on his head. That's a derogatory term used by outsiders for the Yellow Weasel clan. We shouldn't call it that ourselves, Hozo said angrily. Oh, I see. That's definitely deserving of a smack. Which clan do you belong to? Jing Hang asked, rubbing his head. My sister and I are skilled in using poison, so our summoning beasts are from the Scorpion clan and Toxic Enemy Mountain, Hozo replied. Oh, which clan do you think I should choose for my summoning contract? Jing Hang continued. That depends on your needs. Each clan has its strengths, Hozo said. I have 2 goals. One is to learn Senjutsu, and the other is to guard against Jinjutsu, Jing Hang stated clearly. In that case, you'd best choose the Yellow Weasel clan. The Lizard clan excels in stealth and reconnaissance, and the Scorpion clan specializes in poison and assassination. But it's the Yellow Weasel clan that truly masters Senjutsu and Jinjutsu. By the way, my brother-in-law's summoning beast is also from the Yellow Weasel clan, Hozo added. Lord Ryudo's summoning beast is also from the Yellow Weasel clan? Jing Hang asked in surprise. Exactly, Hozo affirmed. Where's the summoning contract scroll for the Yellow Weasel clan? Jing Hang asked eagerly. It should be with my nephew, Hozo said. Akasuna no Kage. Jing Hang guessed. Yes. Hozo nodded. Lord Fengying, if you want to sign a contract with the Yellow Weasel clan, the ceremony is different from other summoning beasts. I need to explain it to you first, Akasuna no Kage said patiently to Jing Hang. Oh, please go ahead, Jing Hang said, looking intently at Akasuna no Kage. Anyone signing a contract for the first time must bring a live chicken and use a reverse summoning technique to take the chicken to Xianyuan Tomb. At Xianyuan Tomb, the chicken's blood must be used to pay homage to the Yellow Weasel God. Only after receiving the Yellow Weasel God's acknowledgement can the contract be officially established, Akasuna no Kage explained in detail. Oh, I see. Do you have a live chicken at your place? Jing Hang asked. Yes, but Lord Fengying, you don't need to rush, Akasuna no Kage replied, looking puzzled at Jing Hang. Sigh. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. I feel uneasy putting it off. Scorpion, my good son, go get your family's chicken for me, Jing Hang said, cutting his finger to sign his name on the scroll, just as he noticed Scorpion darting past the door and immediately called him over. At this moment, Scorpion was at a mischievous age. Upon hearing his godfather's words, he immediately thought of a brilliant idea. He ran to the chicken coop and grabbed the rooster that woke him up every morning from his warm bed. Godfather here. Scorpion proudly presented the rooster to Jing Hang. What are you doing? This is a rooster. Go get another one, Jing Hang said helplessly. Forget it. This one will do. Later, I'll have Yakura reimburse you. Make sure to get a receipt and charge it to office expenses, Jing Hang said with a smile to Akasuna no Kage. Reverse summoning technique. A puff of white smoke enveloped Jing Hang, and he disappeared from Scorpion's sight. Ancestor, eat this. Ancestor, eat this. Ancestor, eat this. In a brightly lit hall, it seemed as if a grand banquet was taking place. Countless tables lined the space, each adorned with a large character for longevity, indicating that it was a birthday celebration for a respected elder. The air was filled with the aroma of wine and meat. However, the atmosphere was not peaceful. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on two main seats at the head of the banquet. A plump old man with a yellow beard, dressed in a longevity robe, sat sideways in a grand chair, sulking while hugging his knees. He was pouting like a child who didn't get the toy they wanted, his mouth stuck out high. Around him were what appeared to be his numerous children, each holding various dishes, trying to persuade him to eat something. Upon closer inspection, everyone was holding different types of chicken. Roasted chicken, stewed chicken, boiled chicken, fried chicken, sautéed chicken, curried chicken, white-cut chicken, gourd chicken, beggar's chicken, salt-baked chicken, and even a raw chicken, sashimi. Each chicken exuded an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water, but the old man stubbornly shook his head like a rattle drum, repeatedly mumbling, "Take it away, I won't eat." Hey, you old coot. The children are showing their filial piety by preparing this grand chicken feast for your 3,000-year birthday. It's not easy for them. You should have spoken up earlier. Now you insist on having the rooster's blood, which is just making things difficult for everyone. I think you should just pick something you like and eat it. Don't make it hard for the kids, a woman dressed as an old hag advised. But the old man remained obstinate, still mumbling, "Take it away, I won't eat." Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a loud bang, and amidst a puff of white smoke, a young man with blue hair appeared before everyone. It was none other than Jing Hang. He held the rooster from the Akasuna no Kage family. The chicken, which had been peacefully sleeping in the coop, was suddenly taken out by its young master, and, still confused about what was happening, began to crow upon being brought into the brightly lit hall, thinking it was dawn. "Coop! Coop! Coop!" After 3 crowing sounds, the entire hall fell silent, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the rooster in Jing Hang's hand. Ha ha ha! Finally! Finally! The yellow-bearded old man, sitting on the chair, clapped his hands in delight, his mouth wide open, eyes bulging, drooling as he muttered, "Give me, give me." Not understanding the situation, Jing Hang obediently handed the chicken over. The old man snatched the chicken, firmly grasping its wings with one hand while rapidly plucking the feathers from its neck with the other until it was completely bare. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the old man bit down on the chicken's neck. The entire process was incredibly swift. The chicken had barely made a few sounds before it was left kicking. As the old man drank the chicken's blood, his appearance began to change. His hands transformed into claws, his ears grew larger, and a large tail sprouted from behind him. In an instant, he became a massive yellow-furred, white-haired weasel. Refreshing, refreshing, refreshing. The yellow-furred, white-haired weasel threw the drained rooster aside with satisfaction and exclaimed 3 times, then pointed at Jing Hang and said, "Good boy. Well done. From today on, you can tell outsiders that you are my godson, the yellow weasel." Upon hearing the weasel's words, everyone gasped in surprise. Jing Hang was left utterly bewildered. The Watermelon Mountain puffer fish demon spat out blood in large mouthfuls. Seeing this, several of his henchmen hurriedly stepped forward to wipe his chest and pat his back. "There must be an insider. I'll find him and tear him to pieces," the puffer fish demon said, filled with rage. His recent surprise attack had been a complete disaster. After suffering a setback in the land of fields, he had been holding onto his simmering anger. As a proud member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, ambushing a mere foaming guard team seemed like an easy task to him. Who could have anticipated that the small village hadn't been wiped out yet, and he would be met with a counterattack? He had no idea how that green-clad, bearded man could be so fierce, unleashing such powerful air blasts with his taijutsu. What was once the elite force of the 7 ninja swordsmen, known for its ability to destroy small countries, had now been reduced to a team of 3. He was determined to avenge this humiliation. When he heard the elders of his faction discussing an ambush on Sunagakure to incite a war between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, he eagerly volunteered to lead the charge, pledging to catch Sunagakure off guard and leave their bodies strewn across the battlefield. The elders of Kirigakure were initially reluctant to let him take on the task, but upon seeing the fiery determination in his eyes, they reconsidered. The objective of this ambush was not to kill many, but to create chaos. Given the state of the puffer fish demon, he seemed suitable for the job. Thus, the elders nodded in agreement. As the puffer fish demon confidently led 1,000 men towards Sunagakure, he inadvertently spotted a faint glimmer of firelight at the mouth of a nearby valley. Upon closer inspection, he saw a beautiful young girl with a bun hairstyle, 3 flaming orbs swirling above her head. In the light of the flames, her youthful face shone brightly with an unusual allure. "It's you." The puffer fish demon recognized her immediately. She was the same girl who had blocked their path in the land of fields. Both Woolly Shi Chi and Tongchao Yebito had been struck down by her fireballs during their retreat. Yakura said nothing and silently drew her ninja blade, drawing a line in the dirt. "Anyone who crosses this line dies." Her fierce little voice echoed clearly in the open valley. One rogue ninja was instantly enraged. With a scream, he drew his kunai and charged at her. Just as his foot crossed the line, a flash of killing intent appeared in Yakura's eyes, and a fireball shot toward him. However, this ninja was no ordinary foe. He performed a graceful roll to avoid the fireball and shot his kunai at it. The kunai struck the fireball and melted like butter, while the fireball continued to pursue him relentlessly. No matter how the ninja ran or dodged, he couldn't shake it off. Ultimately, the ninja stumbled, losing his footing, and the fireball hit him square in the chest. A sizzling sound filled the air, reminiscent of meat sizzling on a hot grill, accompanied by the ninja's shrill scream and a strange aroma. The fireball passed through his chest, leaving behind a hole the size of a basketball. The other ninjas exchanged glances and began to retreat, fearing that they had provoked this terrifying little girl. Seeing the situation deteriorating, the puffer fish demon knew that this group was mostly composed of local ruffians, bullies, and rogue ninjas. Their combat effectiveness was already weak, and they had come to create chaos. Even if they all perished, the elders of Kirigakure wouldn't care. However, if this little obstacle caused his men to scatter, his mission would be a complete failure, and he would no longer have a place among the village's higher-ups. She's just one person. What's there to fear? Watch me take her head and show my might. With that, the puffer fish demon drew his great sword, Joko, and charged at Yakura. Before he could reach her, a figure bathed in green light swooped down and delivered several beautiful kicks to the puffer fish demon's bulky body. He had no choice but to defend with Joko. "It's you, bearded guy." A wave of inexplicable fear washed over the puffer fish demon. This green-clad, bearded man had become his nemesis. "It's me, the Azure Beast from Konoha." You look familiar. Do we know each other?" Mike Guy struck a standard pose at the puffer fish demon. Seeing Mike Guy, the puffer fish demon's heart was filled with countless unnamed flames of rage. He unwrapped the bandages from Joko, ready to charge in for a desperate fight. Just then, he noticed torches lighting up at both ends of the valley, illuminating the entire area. Yakura smiled and waved to Akasa no Kage above the valley, who returned the gesture with a thumbs up. "Your escape route has been cut off. If you don't surrender now, then when?" Yakura's fierce little voice echoed again in the valley. "Damn it, fight back and reclaim my way out." The puffer fish demon wisely chose to retreat, but it was already too late. Sandstorm Great Burial. Puppet, Dance of Death. The ninjas from Sunagakure launched a fierce attack against the Kirigakure ninjas in the valley, and the area was instantly filled with wails of despair. In this battle, Sunagakure achieved a flawless victory with 0 casualties, nearly annihilating the invading enemies in the nameless valley outside the village. The reason it was termed nearly was that the leader of Kirigakure, the puffer fish demon, managed to escape the encirclement with the help of 2 loyal subordinates, preserving his life. After this battle, the third Fengying, Jing Hang, named the valley Triumphant Valley. The story of the iron-blooded little secretary beside the Fengying also became a cherished tale in the ninja world. Looking at the lifelike yellow weasel jade pendant in his hand, Jing Hang rubbed his still aching head from last night's hangover and smiled helplessly. "I can't believe I recognized a 3,000-year-old yellow weasel as my godfather. If this gets out, I won't be able to keep my status as Fengying in the ninja world." The jade carving wasn't large, about 2 inches long, made from a supposedly precious material known as tiger gallbladder jade, unique to the Xianyuan tomb region. According to the yellow weasel god, even if one ground down an entire mountain, it wouldn't yield a piece of jade like this. More importantly, this jade carving was personally crafted by the yellow weasel god, who had also set up a magical array inside it to stabilize the mind and concentrate energy. Wearing it could resist most genjutsu, making it particularly valuable. "What's wrong? Are you feeling wronged for having the ancestor as your godfather?" A yellow-headed, white-bodied weasel next to him grumbled. This weasel was at least twice the size of an ordinary weasel, with shiny fur, 1 blind eye, and wearing a black eye patch, giving it a fierce appearance. This weasel was named Baku, the grandson of the yellow weasel god. On that day, when Jing Hang visited Xianyuan Tomb at night, it was during the birthday celebration of the yellow weasel god, who was throwing a tantrum for not getting the rooster. At that moment, Jing Hang descended with a rooster in hand, which delighted the yellow weasel god, who immediately recognized Jing Hang as his godson. Before Jing Hang could understand what was happening, he was dragged off by a crowd of weasels to drink. As the drinking continued, Jing Hang, feeling tipsy, declared that he would give half of the chicken farm shares in the Moon Lake New District to the yellow weasel god. The yellow weasel god and the other weasels laughed heartily at this. The deity even took off the jade carving he always wore as a gift for Jing Hang, and upon hearing that Jing Hang wanted to learn Senjutsu, he arranged for his most capable grandson, Baku, to stay by Jing Hang's side as a liaison with Sunagakure and to teach him Senjutsu. How could this be? I'm flattered. How did such a good thing fall into my lap? That one. Jing Hang quickly tried to smooth things over. What's the matter, Lord Fengying? A secretary entered from outside. As a prominent Fengying, of course, he would not just have one secretary. Notify Ma Ji in Moon Lake and arrange for the chicken farm to send 30 live chickens to my villa every month. By the way, at least one of them must be a rooster. No need to go through the official account. I'll pay privately. Huh. On the playground of the Sunagakure Ninja School, hundreds of children were practicing their punches in perfect unison. Leading them were Fengying's disciple, Haiden, and the exchange student from Konoha, my guy. They executed their set of punches with style and energy, exuding strength and vitality. The physical education teacher at the Sunagakure Ninja School was none other than the foreign teacher, Mike Guy. Through his outstanding performance in the recent battles, this somewhat lean, bearded ninja had gained recognition from both parents and students alike. Even the Fengying personally invited him to join the textbook editorial team to work on the physical training curriculum. Jing Hang placed great importance on physical training. He understood that physical prowess was a crucial measure of a ninja's basic qualities, and the strength of one's taijutsu significantly impacted a ninja's survival rate on the battlefield. This viewpoint was shared by elders like Hozo and Chiyo, who recognized that as ninjas, they constantly danced on the edge of death. Without solid combat skills, it would be impossible to survive. After all, ninjas with bloodline limits and family secret techniques were a minority. Relying solely on flashy tactics and schemes was far from sufficient. Without real, solid skills, all those strategies would be mere talk. Just look at the legendary shinobi from the war era, such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Raitan, Hozuki Mangetsu, and others. Who among them was not a master of taijutsu? Who among them could not tear apart tigers and leopards or crush boulders? The foundation of taijutsu training was crucial during these years at the ninja school. In his education reform plan, Jing Hang elevated the status of physical training and fitness to a new level, even including taijutsu as a mandatory subject for the graduation exam. To achieve this, he extended the standard 6-year program to 7 years, allowing an additional year to solidify the foundation of taijutsu training. Even more impressively, he ordered Hozo to establish a dedicated taijutsu research and curriculum editing room to collect and organize unique taijutsu techniques and skills from various families. In a short time, they compiled a series of unique taijutsu techniques suitable for continuous advancement and learning for different age groups in Sunagakure. These techniques, following Jing Hang's guiding principles, eliminated unnecessary movements, disregarded aesthetics, and prioritized simplicity and efficiency. Techniques that could defeat an enemy in one strike were preferred over those that required two, and lethal techniques were emphasized over merely injuring the opponent. Jing Hang even gave this taijutsu a formidable name, Mega Jutsu. Stop. Today's technique practice ends here. My teaching methods may differ from what you've learned before. I want everyone to remember one principle. Any technique is static, while a person is dynamic. You never know where your opponent's next strike will land. The speed of thought often lags behind the speed of reaction. Therefore, it is crucial to train your muscles and body to develop memory so that they can instinctively choose the most appropriate response in different situations. For example, before he finished speaking, Mike Guy delivered a swift roundhouse kick toward Haiden, who instinctively ducked and responded with a sweeping kick. Very good. Mike Guy jumped effortlessly to avoid Haiden's attack. Everyone look! Haiden's response was spot on. He chose to duck instead of trying to block with his elbow because a kick has immense power. If I had used full strength to block with my elbow, it would likely have broken, leading you to lose half your combat effectiveness. Ducking not only involves a smaller movement, but is also highly effective, allowing for a rapid counterattack. Everyone, give Haydn a round of applause. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Haydn bashfully scratched his head, a shy smile spreading across his face. All right, everyone partner up and start sparring. My guy commanded loudly. Compared to the peaceful development of Sunagakure, the war outside was raging fiercely. The conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure had reached a boiling point. During the Battle of Grey Crow Crossing, both sides suffered losses. The third Kazakage initially intended to lure the enemy in, but the experienced third Raikage steadily advanced, resulting in a stalemate between the two sides. The resources, wealth, and manpower of both sides were being depleted, with the price of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags produced by the land of crafts doubling, leading both countries' finances to gradually exhaust. In contrast, Konoha was relatively at ease, facing little pressure. Having achieved victories in 2 consecutive battles against the Rain Village and forming an alliance with Sunagakure to the west, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could confidently adjust his troops, consolidate internally, and patiently wait for the opportunity to intervene in the conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure, thereby deciding the outcome. However, the eastern Kirigakure remained restless. After failing to ambush Sunagakure, they turned their sights on Konoha, occasionally causing friction along the borders. Recently, they even launched a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan, killing a clan member named Hinata Mitsuki and stealing a Byakugan. No doubt, it was the one from Niji. This shameless act of robbery infuriated Konoha's prominent clan, the Hyuga clan. The clan leader immediately petitioned the third Hokage, demanding an expedition against Kirigakure to reclaim the Byakugan. This left Sarutobi Hiruzen in a difficult position. Launching an attack would be logistically challenging due to the long distance and the water routes, which could lead to heavy losses. Moreover, Kirigakure was impoverished and offered little benefit, making it a fruitless endeavor. On the other hand, not acting could offend the powerful clans within the village, disrupting unity. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a compromise approach. He issued a strongly worded diplomatic notice to Kirigakure while publicly organizing a powerful expeditionary force led by Hinata Hizashi and Orochimaru to systematically eliminate Kirigakure's secretly established landing points along the coastline, greatly alleviating the Hyuga clan's dissatisfaction and intimidating Kirigakure's arrogance. During this period, the only village benefiting was Sunagakure, led by Jing Hang. Sunagakure not only distanced itself from the battlefield, extracting itself from the war early, but also shamelessly secured a 200 million tael interest-free loan from Konoha. After foiling Kirigakure's surprise attack scheme, the entire village, under Jing Hang's leadership, ramped up production. The development of the Moon Lake New District was flourishing, and the Hourglass Ninja Tool Factory and Canned Food Factory in the Rain Village also opened new markets, with sales skyrocketing. The Damascus Ninja Blades and Pig, Fish, and Peach canned goods became star products, especially receiving large orders from the war-torn Iwagakure and Kumogakure, earning the village significant foreign currency. At the same time, the Desert Highway Construction Bureau organized by Karaki was officially established, with a construction research team mainly composed of 6 Crystal Escape ninjas from the Wuzhong family, successfully experimenting with the construction of crystal tunnels. The highway connecting Sunagakure and the Moon Lake New District, known as the Shamai Highway, had officially begun construction, expected to be completed within 2 years. Maji, the highest-ranking official of the Moon Lake New District, appointed the newly allied Sandboat clan leader, Sandboat Tua, as the logistics chief, utilizing the unique summoning beasts of the Sandboat clan to transport materials for the highway construction and ensure logistical support. As a saying in Sunagakure goes, while the outside world is ablaze with war, we are flourishing within. I propose that all 3-man ninja teams be changed to 4-man teams, with the added member being a medical ninja. All combat modes will be centered around the medical ninja. I firmly believe that this arrangement will greatly enhance the survival capability of each ninja team on the battlefield. Based on this strategy, I present the following 3 principles. First, the medical ninja must never give up on treatment until a team member dies. Second, the medical ninja must never be at the forefront of battle. Third, the medical ninja must never die before any other team member. That is my proposal, and the specifics are detailed in the report before you. I hope the committee members will adopt it. Tsunade concluded her statement and casually settled into her seat on the podium, crossing her legs and taking a leisurely sip of her tea, a confident smile playing on her lips as she quietly awaited questions from the audience. When it came to personnel decisions, Jing Hang was undoubtedly bold. Whether it was Ma-ji from the Moon Lake New District, Karaki from the Construction Corps, or Rasha and Yura from the Hourglass Group, all were young and capable jonin. He had even entrusted the crucial position of the medical unit to the outsider, Tsunade. Not only that, he had elevated the medical unit to a medical department, and while to appease the opinions of the village's higher-ups, he had given Shio the title of head of the medical department. Everyone knew that Shio was primarily busy with intelligence and umbu matters, with real power firmly in the hands of Tsunade, the vice director and hospital director. In the face of opposition, Jing Hang was dismissive. It didn't matter if they were insiders or outsiders. What mattered was using the right people. Tsunade was someone he had painstakingly invited from Konoha. Did they oppose it? Fine. Could they find someone with abilities that matched hers? Could they find someone more suitable for this position? If they couldn't, then they should keep quiet. Moreover, the talents cultivated by Tsunade in the Sunagakure medical department and hospital would remain in Sunagakure, which was like meat rotting in the pot. How could they not see the value in that? Everyone should just settle down. Tsunade did not disappoint Jing Hang's trust. In Konoha, while her status was noble, after all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her seniority was not enough for many of her ideas and suggestions to be recognized and implemented. But things were different in Sunagakure. Jing Hang granted her absolute trust and authority. She was like a blank canvas, free to paint the most beautiful picture, building hospitals, training medical ninjas, creating laboratories, and even establishing a medicinal garden on the outskirts of Sunagakure in the Moon Lake New District. In just 6 months, she had greatly improved the medical environment of Sunagakure, earning recognition from the various factions in the village. In fact, similar ideas had been proposed by Tsunade in Konoha, but at that time, due to a lack of personnel and technology, they had been dismissed by the third Hokage. This time, she merely wanted to give it another shot. As for the hearing committee, it was a newly established organization, evolved from the Elder Advisory Group created by the second Hokage, and was a product of Jing Hang's political reforms. It intentionally distributed some power to the elders of various clans and representatives of families, which naturally gained support for the higher-ups in Sunagakure. Every new reform policy set to be introduced in the village would be presented to the hearing committee for consultation and questioning, ensuring the feasibility of the policy and reducing resistance to its implementation. This policy also allowed various factions in Sunagakure to participate in decision-making, preventing Jing Hang from becoming dictatorial or overstepping his bounds. In truth, Jing Hang was quite lazy and didn't want to manage everything personally, so he gave the Elder Council something to do. However, Jing Hang established a rule at the inception of the hearing committee. Any decision should be based solely on right and wrong, weighing benefits and drawbacks, without discussing factions or biases. Suggestions were welcome, but they had to be valuable. Shouting loudly and creating a commotion wouldn't work, making the entire hearing committee pragmatic, efficient, and focused. I have a question, and I hope Vice Director Tsunade can answer it. Elder Wikusa from the Human Resources Department raised his hand. Please, go ahead, Tsunade replied calmly, raising her hand slightly. Changing the traditional 3-man combat teams to 4-man teams by adding a medical ninja will indeed enhance battlefield survival capabilities, and I have no doubt about that. However, I am concerned that the combat strength of the teams may decrease, Elder Wikusa stated. I don't believe that will happen. Please turn to the 3rd page of my report where it clearly states that the medical ninja in a combat team is not merely a medical personnel. They also possess combat abilities and can engage in battle. Their primary function is to provide medical support to other combat ninjas, thus making the team's combat capabilities more sustainable, Tsunade patiently explained. I have no further questions, Elder Wikusa responded after carefully reading the relevant sections. I have a question. I would like Vice Director Tsunade to clarify. Elder Chiyo raised her hand. Please, go ahead. Tsunade turned to look at Elder Chiyo. According to Vice Director Tsunade's plan, all tactical teams in Sunagakure will undergo reorganization, involving over 3,000 combat teams and nearly 10,000 individuals. However, I just did a rough estimate, and it seems that Sunagakure does not have that many medical ninjas. I am curious how Vice Director Tsunade plans to address this issue. Elder Chiyo expressed her concerns. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade replied, Elder Chiyo's concern actually touches on another issue, which is the training of medical ninjas. I do have some thoughts on this, but some specific details are not yet finalized, so I haven't put them into writing. However, since Lord Fengying and all the representatives are here, I can briefly outline some of my ideas. Tsunade took a sip from her teacup, and a staff member immediately refilled it. Reorganization is definitely necessary. A team of nearly 10,000 cannot just be dispersed and rebuilt from scratch, and there will certainly be gaps in the current teams for medical ninjas. My plan consists of 3 steps. First, consolidate existing resources, create a unified registry for current medical ninjas, and then allocate them reasonably. For example, if Team A already has a ninja who can serve as a medical ninja, then only 1 combat ninja needs to be added. If Team B lacks a medical ninja, then a new one will need to be assigned. These medical ninjas will require new unified training and education and must pass before they can be deployed. Second, to address the current shortage of medical ninjas, we should cultivate individuals from various combat teams who are capable and willing to become medical ninjas to fill the gaps. Third, the ninja school should establish a dedicated department for training medical ninjas. Once a tradition is established, this issue will naturally be resolved. I hope my answer is satisfactory to Elder Chiyo. The hearing committee fell into a brief silence as everyone pondered Tsunade's words carefully. However, this will incur significant costs. Reorganization expenses, training expenses, and the cost for the ninja school will add up to at least 50 million taels. The Minister of Finance, Wei Juiron, remarked. I'd like to say something. Jing Hang finally spoke up. My viewpoint is that as long as we can enhance the ninja's combat capabilities, these expenses are worthwhile. One shouldn't be too stingy in doing things. Jing Hang paused, pointing at Tsunade as he continued, I have a feeling that the proposal put forth by Vice Director Tsunade will be a trend on the battlefields of the ninja world in the future, and this reform aligns with objective facts. Moreover, let me remind everyone that reforms like this, the sooner we push them, the lower the costs and the better the results will be. All right, enough talk. Let's start the voting. Jing Hang raised his green voting card. The rules of the hearing committee stated that green indicated agreement, red indicated opposition, and white indicated abstention. A proposal would pass with a simple majority. There are a total of 25 votes, 17 in favor, 3 abstentions, and 5 against. I announce that proposal number 97 is passed. The vote counter immediately announced the results, and applause erupted throughout the room. I will now announce several policies related to this proposal. For the reorganization of the new ninja teams, Ministers Wikusa and Weijui will immediately prepare the reorganization plan and budget. Understood. Hozo, the ninja school must also draft a plan for establishing the medical academy. Yes. Jing Hang flipped through the calendar in front of him and said, Today is March 10th. Can all plans be completed within 2 days? The Finance Department has no issues. The Human Resources Department has no issues. The Education Department has no issues. Good. If there are no problems, then we will conclude here for today. Everyone, go execute your tasks, and the meeting is adjourned. Wait, I have a question. Chiyo raised her hand. What question? Jing Hang asked, somewhat puzzled. Chiyo snapped her fingers playfully, and Yakura pushed in a 3-tier cream cake. Happy birthday, Lord Feng. Look, this is a gift for you. Tsunade handed over a kunai. Thank you. Jing Hang hesitated slightly as he accepted the kunai, inwardly complaining that as the Fenging of Sunagakure, it felt a bit dismissive for Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, to casually give him a kunai on his birthday. Seemingly sensing Jing Hang's thoughts, Tsunade replied with a hint of annoyance, Don't underestimate this kunai. It's a relic from my great-grandfather, and it's imbued with his flying thunder god technique. If it weren't for your birthday, I wouldn't part with it so easily. Oh, really? A relic from Lord Tobarama? That's incredibly precious. Jing Hang immediately treated the kunai with more respect, noticing the unique technique etched into the handle, confirming its authenticity. By the way, I have to return to Konoha tomorrow, Tsunade said. Huh? Didn't you say you were here to support us for 3 years? It's only been a little over a year. Why are you leaving? Jing Hang asked, puzzled. I have to go back for an urgent matter. The village received a letter saying that Akito Kaze's old injury has flared up, and the situation is somewhat critical. The Hokage hopes I can check on him, especially since I performed his surgery. I need to take responsibility, Tsunade explained. Then it makes sense for you to return. I'll arrange for someone to escort you, Jing Hang said. No need, it's not that complicated. I can return myself, and if everything goes smoothly, I'll be back in half a month, Tsunade smiled. All right, just make sure to file for your travel expenses with me, Jing Hang replied. Sure, thanks. Tsunade's smile brightened even more. Inside the Hourglass Ninja Tool factory by the Shul River in the Rain Village, Rasha was meticulously sharpening a blade, occasionally testing its sharpness before adding a bit of water to continue grinding. His management style was vastly different from Jing Hang's. While Jing Hang set clear rules and followed them, Rasha felt he lacked natural talent, often leading by example and getting personally involved. If there were no administrative tasks, he would be in the workshop working alongside the laborers, which earned him great respect among the workers. Nearly all the factory employees were loyal to him. All right, go assemble the knife handles, Rasha finally said, satisfied with the blade in his hand, handing it over to the next worker. He wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped aside for another worker. After all, as the factory director, he had many important matters to attend to and couldn't spend every day in production. This assembly line method was proposed by Jing Hang. The making of a ninja blade was divided into forging, hammering, grinding, and assembly groups. This new operational model not only significantly improved production efficiency, but also ensured the secrets of Damascus steel forging were protected. The core technique, the casting of Damascus steel ingots, was always in the hands of the few senior craftsmen that Jing Hang had personally trained. This forging workshop was not open to outsiders, and Jing Hang had even assigned 10 jonin from Sunagakure to ensure the workshop security. Furthermore, each senior craftsman received high salaries and benefits. In the Ninja Tool factory, they had better meals and lived in single rooms. Each of these skilled craftsmen had their own private apartment in the Moon Lake New District, and their families were also provided with jobs arranged by the village. Their children could enjoy free education. The workers in the forging workshop operated on a 3-shift system, with each shift having 3 months of vacation to reunite with their families in the Moon Lake New District. It was worth noting that this was a time of chaos, with many suffering from the ravages of war and struggling on the brink of starvation, while they lived like they were in paradise. All the senior craftsmen were undoubtedly grateful to Jing Hang and Rasha, showing unwavering loyalty to the factory. In fact, during this period, the Land of Crafts had sent several groups of commercial spies attempting to poach some senior craftsmen to uncover the secrets of Damascus steel, but they were all caught by the workers themselves. They joked that the money offered was hardly enough to buy toilet paper, let alone entice a senior craftsman to leave. General Manager, Mr. Shibuya from a Land of Lightning's merchant convoy is here, waiting for you in the reception room, Karaki, the assistant to the general manager, said, carrying a pile of documents to Rasha. Rasha immediately replaced his expression with a gentle smile and said, "Let them wait a moment. Prepare some tea for them. I'll change my clothes and be right there. Continue working and notify the kitchen to prepare fish for lunch so everyone can have an extra meal." Rasha instructed the workers, who cheered in response. "What? 2,000 ninja blades, 3,000 pairs of tactical boots, 5,000 tactical vests, and 30,000 cans, and they have to be delivered in 3 months. Mr. Shibuya, are you joking with me? Do you know when our orders are scheduled? It's until June of next year. It's not that I don't want to make money. It's just that I really can't do it." Rasha looked at the order in front of him, rolling his eyes and making a helpless gesture to the visitor. Nearby, Karaki held a folder to cover her face, struggling not to laugh out loud. In her eyes, Rasha had always been the serious type, but in less than a year as general manager, he had become quite shrewd. "General Manager Rasha, I know this is difficult, but the situation on the front lines is dire. The soldiers of Kumogakure urgently need these supplies. I made a military pledge in front of the Third Reikage, so please help me with this, I beg you," Mr. Shibuya said, bowing deeply to Rasha. "Ugh, Mr. Shibuya, you don't need to be so formal. We're old friends and I should help you, but we can't just conjure supplies out of thin air," Rasha replied. "I'm willing to pay a 20% premium." Mr. Shibuya's eyes were bloodshot, clearly under immense pressure regarding this matter. "Adding money," Rasha stroked his chin, secretly giving Karaki a meaningful glance. After a moment, she slightly shook her head. "No need to add money." Rasha seemed to have made a significant decision. Mr. Shibuya stood there stunned. Mr. Shibuya is not an outsider. He is a valued friend and an important business partner. "I will not let Lord Reikage behead you." Karaki immediately notified Director Yura and the heads of each workshop for a meeting. "We, the Hourglass Group, will take this order," Rasha declared firmly, slapping the order on the table. Thank you," Mr. Shibuya said, shaking Rasha's hand excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. "While I won't raise the price, there won't be any discounts either, considering the urgency of your order. The workers will have to work overtime." Of course," Mr. Shibuya held onto Rasha's hand tightly. "Of course, it would be even better if you could pay in cash. I brought the payment with me, and I can pay immediately." "Ugh, my dear friend Shibuya, you can sleep well tonight, but I won't be able to." Rasha rolled his eyes, looking up at the ceiling, while Karaki trembled slightly, stifling her laughter. She excused herself to notify others about the meeting and directly headed to the warehouse to check inventory. After all, there was no way such a large factory could have no stock. Get up! Shoju, wake up!" Tsunade yelled desperately in the rain, pouring chakra into her hands as she performed her healing technique. Beneath her, the half-conscious boy was breathing weakly, his breaths shallow and labored. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his chest and abdomen, especially from the horrific wound on his chest, through which one could faintly see some of his organs still twitching. It seemed he was not going to make it. "Give it up, Tsunade. Stop wasting chakra. Shoju isn't going to survive," Orochimaru said sadly from behind her. Sri, Danzo, and Mito Kane gathered slowly, their faces filled with concern as they looked at Tsunade, who refused to give up. They cast sympathetic glances in her direction. Shoju was the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a child they had all watched grow up. Everyone liked this boy who aspired to become Hokage, but unfortunately, his dream was about to be extinguished before it even began, which was truly regrettable. "Those damn mist ninjas act like robbers. I say we should send troops to eliminate them and wipe out Kirigakure." Danzo gritted his teeth, seething with anger. The situation was as follows. To punish Kirigakure for their frequent provocations against Konoha, the third Hokage organized a targeted operation to clear out Kirigakure's secret bases in the Land of Fire. Unexpectedly, this operation quickly met with a furious retaliation from Kirigakure. Unable to defeat Konoha's regular army, the Mist Ninjas targeted defenseless civilians and children. Just like that, Shoju, who was playing outside the village, inadvertently fell into a trap set by the mist ninjas with explosive tags and was now critically injured. Give it up, it's no use. Let the child go peacefully. Tsurutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Shut up, you old fool. Tsunade ignored Hiruzen's objections completely. His heart and liver are severely damaged, and it seems like his kidneys and spleen are injured as well. Even if you exhaust all your chakra, this child can only live for about another hour, unless you can immediately gather all the compatible organs for transplantation into Shoju. That's simply impossible. Give up, Tsunade, Orochimaru advised, supporting her shoulder. What did you say? Tsunade shot a murderous glare at Orochimaru, her fierce killing intent causing even the most seasoned shinobi present to shudder. Organ, transplantation, Tsunade murmured. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she turned to Tsurutobi Hiruzen. Old man, you three quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to send me and Shoju to Sunagakure. My great-grandfather's Flying Thunder God, Mark Kanai, is there. I have a lab in Sunagakure, and I can save Shoju. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At present, no rejection reaction has been observed, but the vital signs remain extremely weak. After all, he has suffered such serious injuries and undergone such a major surgery. Whether he can wake up is entirely left to fate. Jing Hang focused intently on the rope tree floating in the glass tank filled with nutrient solution, which had an oxygen tube inserted in it, and sighed helplessly, saying, I've done everything I can. Tsunade was breathing heavily, wiping the blood off her face. Her gaze was dazed as she stared at the glass tank, muttering to herself in a neurotic manner. Jing Hang tightened his bathrobe and glanced at the operating table nearby, where the dissected white zetsu lay in pieces, involuntarily recalling the shocking scene from last night. After a long day of work, Jing Hang had been enjoying a bath in his villa. Compared to an ordinary bathtub, he preferred the traditional wooden bath barrel. With the rising steam and the faint scent of pine, all his fatigue seemed to dissipate, creating an unparalleled sense of pleasure. Just as Jing Hang was immersed with his eyes closed, he suddenly heard a loud bang. After a puff of white smoke, two figures appeared in the bathroom. Upon closer inspection, he saw Tsunade covered in blood, holding a similarly bloodied boy in her arms. As soon as Tsunade saw Jing Hang, she disregarded her current condition and shouted at him. Quick, take me to the underground laboratory. Jing Hang stared at Tsunade for about 2 seconds, his mind beginning to grasp the situation. Time was of the essence. He had to act without delay. Grabbing a bathrobe to wrap around himself, he picked up both Tsunade and the rope tree, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and rushing toward the underground laboratory, even crashing through the door of his own bathroom. This must be the incident where the rope tree was attacked. But why did Tsunade come here? The medical facilities in Konoha are undoubtedly much better. Moreover, in the original manga, the rope tree was already dead. How could she save him? Wait, how did Tsunade get here? The Flying Thunder God technique? The second Hokage Tobirama has been dead for years, and the fourth Hokage Minato was probably still in elementary school at this time. Could there be someone else who is proficient in this technique? I need to ask about this later. As Jing Hang pondered these questions, his feet never slowed down. The hospital was not far from Jing Hang's villa, and they quickly arrived at the underground laboratory. Swiping open the door, Tsunade rushed straight to the operating room. Placing the rope tree on the operating table and instructing Jing Hang, the patient is losing blood severely. Go to the blood bank and get 1,000 cubic centimeters of type B blood. Turn on the shadowless light, prepare the surgical instruments, and activate the nutrient tank. I'll go get the donor. Hurry. Tsunade quickly connected oxygen and monitoring equipment to the rope tree before heading out without looking back. Jing Hang wasted no time, not questioning anything, and swiftly followed Tsunade's instructions. His mind was still swirling with countless questions, the most critical being, where was the donor coming from? However, an answer soon presented itself. Just as Jing Hang began to input blood into the rope tree's vein, Tsunade returned, gripping the remaining white zetsu sample like a chick. Seemingly dissatisfied with White Zetsu's struggles, Tsunade exerted force, and with a crack, White Zetsu's neck was twisted at an exaggerated angle before she unceremoniously tossed it onto an adjacent operating table. "How's the blood pressure? What are the vital signs?" Tsunade asked as she put on gloves. "Blood pressure is 65/32, pulse is 33, and the vital signs are extremely weak," Jing Hang reported while looking at the monitor. 10 milliliters of adrenaline. "Hand me the instruments. I need to start the surgery." Tsunade's expression was resolute as she picked up the scalpel and cut open the rope tree's abdomen. Jing Hang, accustomed to bloody scenes, was not afraid of a mere surgical procedure. He dutifully played the role of assistant and nurse, passing instruments and wiping Tsunade's sweat, silently observing her busy figure. When he saw her carefully place White Zetsu's gently beating heart into the rope tree's chest, Jing Hang finally understood Tsunade's intent. This was essentially an organ transplant. Damn, this is reckless. She didn't even do a compatibility test beforehand? Just cut it out like this. What if a rejection reaction occurs? Even if White Zetsu isn't considered a human and can be cut freely, they still need to consider whether the rope tree's body can handle it. Get another 1,000 cubic centimeters of type B blood. Tsunade remained focused on her task, not lifting her head as the rope tree's blood pooled on the operating table, the blood flowing incessantly. Jing Hang quickly changed the blood bag, waiting for Tsunade's next instruction. Suddenly, Tsunade dipped her hand in blood, slapped it on the ground, and solemnly called out, "Summoning technique." A large slug appeared in front of the operating table. "Lord Slug, help me stop the rope tree's bleeding." The slug climbed onto the operating table without hesitation, slowly wrapping around the rope tree and releasing a green glow. Before long, the bleeding truly stopped and the blood pressure stabilized at 80/40, showing a gradual upward trend. Watching White Zetsu's white heart steadily beat within the rope tree's chest, Jing Hang silently gave Tsunade a thumbs up. To complete such a complex heart transplant surgery successfully under such rush conditions was undoubtedly a miracle. Recalling that this White Zetsu originated from the original White Zetsu Akatsuki, who was created from the fusion of the first human to undergo the infinite Tsukuyomi and Hashirama cells, and that the rope tree was a direct descendant of Hashirama, it was not surprising that no rejection reaction occurred. Tsunade's hands did not stop moving. Under Jing Hang's watchful gaze, the organs in the rope tree's abdomen, such as the liver, spleen, and kidneys, were all replaced. Looking over at the side where White Zetsu lay, it had been thoroughly dismembered by Tsunade. "Lord Slug, you can let go now. Thank you for your help." Once Tsunade stitched up the final wound, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. No need to be polite. The slug crawled down from the operating table and vanished without a trace with a bang. "Come, help me place the rope tree in the nutrient tank." Tsunade lifted the rope tree's shoulder while Jing Hang hurried to lift his legs. With that, the surgery was finally at a temporary pause. The rope tree is still a child, while this White Zetsu is an adult. The other organs can be discussed, but the heart is a bit troublesome. I didn't completely close the chest cavity earlier. Even if he wakes up in the future, he will need to stay in the nutrient tank for at least 2 years until his chest can accommodate this heart, and then we'll have to perform another stitching surgery to conclude everything, Tsunade said, looking at the rope tree in the tank with a detached expression. "Hey, let's just save his life for now. Having life means there's hope," Jing Hang quickly reassured Tsunade. "There is hope with life. There is hope with life." Tsunade repeated this phrase, turning around to look at Jing Hang with gratitude. "Thank you." Tsunade slightly bowed to Jing Hang before suddenly losing consciousness and collapsing into his arms. "It seems you're under too much stress." Jing Hang carefully picked up Tsunade and walked toward the lounge. Indeed, she had just expended a massive amount of chakra rescuing the rope tree, then teleported thousands of miles to the sand-hidden village, and finally completed such a significant surgery. From the beginning of the incident to this temporary pause, she hadn't eaten or slept for more than 10 hours, and it was a wonder she didn't faint. As soon as they entered the lounge, Tsunade slowly regained consciousness. Looking at Jing Hang, who was holding her, noticing his blue hair and handsome face, she found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. With the faint scent of pine on him, Tsunade couldn't help but wrap her arms around Jing Hang's neck and kiss him on the lips. Jing Hang was caught off guard by this sudden assault. Dressed so lightly, he immediately reacted. After more than 50 years as a virgin, 20 of which were before his transmigration, he certainly couldn't withstand such stimulation and immediately responded to the passionate kiss. Unexpectedly, this response ignited unforeseen consequences, like igniting a pile of dry firewood. Tsunade swiftly turned around, pushing Jing Hang down, and within moments, stripped off her clothes, revealing her impressive figure. Jing Hang wanted to say something, but he was quickly silenced by her wet kiss. Under the dual sensations of pleasure, he had no choice but to give up on struggling. Forget it. Let's not say anything. We'll talk after it's done. Jing Hang used one hand to control the iron door of the lounge, locking it securely. Despicable, shameless, completely without dignity. Luo Sha slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, causing the table to crash to the ground, and the teacups on it to tumble, spilling tea everywhere. What are you getting worked up about? Just smashing the table means I have to clean up again, Jiayuro mumbled as he took out a cloth to wipe the surface. Have you ever seen this kind of situation? Have you? The factory has only been running for less than a year, and that old man with the gas pipe has raised taxes for the third time already. What does he want? Luo Sha continued angrily. I bought the land use rights along the river for 50 years with real money. So why should he raise taxes on me? If he pushes me too far, I'll just relocate the factory. Let him go find the river god of the Shul River to raise taxes. Relocate the factory? That won't do. Have you forgotten Lord Fengying's instructions? We need to guard this river. Jiayuro comforted Luo Sha as if soothing a child, pouring him another cup of tea. Luo Sha gradually calmed down, took a sip of tea, and said, "It's just 1 million in sanitation fees. Just give it to him. Consider it giving a beggar some money. I think we can give it, but we shouldn't just hand it over easily. If Hanzo the pepperfish can dictate terms to our sandglass group, he'll definitely push for more in the future," Jiayuro advised. "Of course, we won't just give it to him that easily. Send him a notice, invite him to dinner tonight, and have him sell the sumu our mine to us. If he agrees, then this 1 million will be considered a small token of our sandglass group's goodwill. Let's not mention any sanitation fees or garbage fees. That sounds crude. What if he doesn't agree?" Jiayuro asked. "If he doesn't agree?" A hint of a murderous smile appeared at the corners of Luo Sha's mouth. "Then I'll write a report to Lord Fengying and get rid of this greedy old man. Now I understand why the second-generation Fengying shaman acted like that. The rain-hidden village needs a good cleanup. I think we might be overthinking this matter. How about this? I'll write a report on the situation here and submit it to see what Lord Jing Hang thinks," Jiayuro said. "That's fine," Luo Sha nodded. "Let's write it tomorrow. For tonight, let's hear the old man's opinion first. By the way, temporarily halt the refugee reception work in the rain-hidden village. Let's create a bit of chaos for that old man. If I'm not comfortable, he shouldn't expect to be at ease either. Let him know the pot is made of iron." When you delivered the notice this morning, what was Luo Sha's attitude? Hanzo the pepperfish gently swirled the red wine in his glass, observing how it clung to the sides before removing his mask and taking a small sip, revealing a look of enjoyment as his brow gradually relaxed. After a while, he put the mask back on. He neither agreed nor disagreed. He just said he wanted to hold a meeting to discuss it. But judging by his expression, it was quite unpleasant. Lang reported seriously. "Unpleasant expression, ha ha. He always has that bittermelon face. It's always unpleasant. Ha ha ha." Hanzo the pepperfish seemed to find his own joke amusing, laughing for a long time without stopping. This Luo Sha is just a watchdog left here by Jing Hang, at best a second-rate character. A mere 1 million in taxes is just pocket change to him. How can he nitpick with me? If it weren't for Jing Hang's sake, I would have shut down his damn sandglass factory tomorrow. What a lowly thing. Hanzo the pepperfish said fiercely. Since the Sandglass Group established a foothold at the Shul River, providing a substantial cash flow to the rain-hidden village, 20 million in startup funds, 50-year lease of land use rights along the river for 50 million, 50-year lease of Sata iron mine use rights for 30 million, plus a monthly business tax of 2 million. Big opportunities were overwhelming Hanzo, the pepperfish. For reference, the annual administrative budget for a ninja village the size of the Sand-Hidden Village was only about 30 million. The Rain-Hidden Village, being a small ninja village, received only about 10 million from the feudal lord of the Land of Rain each year. Suddenly being presented with nearly 100 million in cash would make anyone feel lightheaded. Moreover, now that the war within the Land of Rain had completely ended and the Sand-Hidden Village had helped resolve the refugee issue that had been troubling him the most, Hanzo was completely free of pressure and had let himself go, changing from his previously rough and simple style to enjoying life. Drinking, tasting tea, enjoying singing and dancing, and indulging in entertainment. As Hanzo the pepperfish himself would say, "I've fought all my life. Can't I enjoy myself?" Report. Luo Sha sent a dinner invitation, inviting you to dinner tonight. It seems Jing Hang has left a sensible person by this bittermelon face. He's quite understanding. Reply to him that I'll meet him tonight at midnight. Hanzo the pepperfish took the invitation, opened it, and nodded in satisfaction. Also, there's one more thing. Speak. The Sandglass Group's refugee shelter has announced that it will stop accepting refugees starting today, and now a large number of refugees are flocking to the Rain-Hidden Building. What? Hanzo the pepperfish stood up in shock. Why aren't they accepting them anymore? They said their workforce is already saturated, and they can't afford it. Bastard. How many people are coming this way? Men and women, old and young, about 20,000. Bang! The exquisite red wine glass shattered into pieces on the floor. The famous American psychologist Stuttgart once said that sex is indeed the best way to relieve stress. When people face work pressure and emotional problems, not only does the brain become tense, but the body also becomes stiff. Sex can provide warmth through the contact between hands and skin and promote the secretion of endorphins in the brain, a chemical that brings about feelings of pleasure and calms emotions. Experiments have proven this to be true. Looking at Tsunade, who had already fallen deeply asleep on the sofa bed beside him, Jing Hang quietly pulled the blanket over her bare shoulder. It seemed Tsunade had indeed been under immense pressure. Her actions last night were nearly frantic. If it weren't for Jing Hang's more than 20 years of physical training and his dedication to preserving his original essence, he might have been the one to collapse last night. Jing Hang quietly got up, rubbed his sore back, tightened his bathrobe, and carefully left the lounge. It happened to be the weekend, and no one was in the lab. Taking advantage of the darkness, Jing Hang quickly slipped back to his villa. The first thing he did was to get back under the shower and wash himself again. While scrubbing his body, he contemplated how to handle his relationship with Tsunade. As the Fengying, it was impossible for him to marry into Konoha, but it seemed equally difficult for Tsunade to move to the Sand-Hidden Village. Although the two villages were allies now, who knows when that alliance might end. Cross-national marriages like Shikamaru and Temari's were only possible against the backdrop of the Great Peace that came after the Fourth Great Ninja War. But now, the Second Great Ninja War was still raging, and the Third had yet to break out. In such a political environment, marrying someone like Tsunade, a princess of a prestigious family, was something Jing Hang didn't even dare to consider. Was this a political marriage? Don't be ridiculous. A union between someone of Jing Hang and Tsunade's status would be akin to binding Konoha and the Sand-Hidden Village together tightly. Not to mention whether Konoha's upper echelon would agree. It's likely the elders of the Sand-Hidden Hearing Committee wouldn't accept it either. Damn it, it's already happened. I'll just take it one step at a time, Jing Hang thought, unable to come up with a good plan, so he decided to stop thinking about it. After showering and changing clothes, Jing Hang made 2 sandwiches, packed them into a lunchbox, and with a feeling of trepidation, headed back to the underground laboratory. Actually, you really don't need to think too much about it. Right now, I really don't plan to have any entanglements with you. Hey, This sandwich tastes pretty good, Tsunade said nonchalantly while biting into the sandwich in her hand. Ahem, I've always been quite conservative when it comes to emotions. Don't laugh at me. Yesterday was my first time, Jing Hang said with a restrained expression. So was I. Tsunade lifted the blanket of the sofa bed, revealing a small blood stain on the sheet. I don't even know what to say. I'll leave it to you to handle. And I will take responsibility. Jing Hang stammered, his brain completely in disarray and unsure how to express himself. Damn it, I actually took Tsunade's first night. She only met Kato after the rope tree incident. Isn't this akin to stealing someone's love? Ugh. No. It should be said that I arrived first. But that doesn't seem quite right either. Ah, that guy can just stay where he is. You want to take responsibility? Then I'll have to think carefully about how to make you take that responsibility, Tsunade said, the corners of her mouth lifting in a slight smile, tilting her head with interest as she looked at Jing Hang. That expression made Jing Hang feel a bit uneasy. In terms of emotions, Tsunade was definitely not a promiscuous person. Although she came from a prestigious family and had a bit of a young lady's temperament, she was by no means a spoiled rich kid. Despite being doted on by Senju Hashirama since childhood, she had no other bad habits apart from being a bit of a gambler. After all, she was also a product of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct teachings, having worked her way up from a lowly genin to an excellent kunoichi, serving as a successor to the will of fire. However, deep down, she had a different feeling toward this young Fengyin. From the battle at the Moon Lake to the failure of Danzo's beast trap plan, and then to the confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen in the land of rice, Jing Hang's heroic performances on the battlefield left a profound impression on Tsunade. Among his peers, Jing Hang was undoubtedly the most outstanding, bar none. Whether it was his skills, ninjutsu, decision-making ability, or judgment, even regarding Tsunade's most indifferent factor, status, if one were to turn the 5 great ninja villages upside down and compare them, the only one who might rival Jing Hang would be the future 4th Raikage, A. However, even in terms of looks, it was far inferior to Jing Hang. In fact, at this time, it had not yet become Raikage and was at most a prince, while Jing Hang had already held the title of Fengyin for over a year. As for the likes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they were even less comparable. After arriving in the sand-hidden village, witnessing Jing Hang's bold reforms, and watching a struggling village become vibrant and full of life, Tsunade was secretly impressed by his abilities. Facing her as an outsider, Jing Hang had daringly entrusted her with power and important responsibilities, which made her feel a deep sense of admiration. Moreover, their shared ideals and visions often aligned, with many of Tsunade's policy ideas coinciding with Jing Hang's thoughts. Of course, those who have seen the manga know that Tsunade's viewpoints are entirely correct. Even the ideals that Konoha could not realize became a reality here. A capable, strong, bold, magnanimous, and charismatic young man who was accomplished yet not arrogant, and who had considerable wealth, being an orphan yet having a car and a house. What girl wouldn't be moved by such an outstanding, unmarried young man? As for those so-called political factors, to hell with that. This princess wouldn't consider them at all. Jing Hang finally felt a bit annoyed under Tsunade's gaze, a surge of anger rising within him. He suddenly stood up, his face flushed, and said, "Enough. I, Jing Hang, am a dignified 7-foot-tall man. My principle in life is to judge right from wrong, without considering personal gains or losses. At worst, I'll step down as Fengyin. I won't let you down." Hearing this, Tsunade immediately broke into a radiant smile, wrapping her arms around Jing Hang and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Fool! Why would you want to give up being Fengyin?" Phew! Jing Hang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he got through this hurdle. In fact, he had already prepared a backup plan in his heart. If he really had to choose between being Fengyin and a woman, sorry, this 7-foot body has pledged allegiance to the country. Difficult to pledge to you as well. It's just like the relationship between Kai Yi and Xiao Fengxian in the ninja world. Would you, Tsunade, be willing to leave? The atmosphere grew subtly tense. You definitely wouldn't want to leave. The card of a man's responsibility you don't accept. What about the tragic card of home and country? There must be one that can touch you. Come, let's go see how the rope tree is doing. We should also clean up the operating table. By the way, how did you get to the Sand-Hidden Village? Did you use the Flying Thunder God technique? To be precise, it's the Flying Thunder Array technique. Danzo, Mito Kazumi, and Tokakorin are all disciples of my second grandfather, and with their combined strength, they can perform the Flying Thunder God technique as long as the destination has the technique's markings left by my second grandfather. I see. Jing Hang picked up the kunai with the markings, falling into thought. I think we can consider Luo Sha's suggestion, Chiyo said as she put down the report sent by Luo Sha. Minister Chiyo, do you mean? One of her subordinates hesitated to continue. That's exactly what I mean. Chiyo stood up and walked to the window. I want to get rid of Hanzo the pepperfish, and it's definitely not because of personal grudges, even though I really dislike that old man with the gas pipe. Chiyo paused for a moment before continuing. The Sandglass Group is now a key department of the village. It is not only the village's source of income, but also an important guarantee for the Moon Lake New District, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. I know Hanzo the pepperfish well. He has ambition and means, but he is narrow-minded and short-sighted, only focused on immediate profits. If it were just about losing some money, it wouldn't matter, but his desires are insatiable. Today he wants money, tomorrow he might want the factory. We cannot place our hopes on someone like him. We should find someone to deal with him instead. That would save a lot of trouble. Bringing a more obedient and less ambitious Rain Shadow to power would align better with the interests of the Sand-Hidden Village. But Hanzo the pepperfish is known as a demigod in the ninja world. He might not be easy to deal with. Only Lord Fengying in the village might have the confidence to tackle him. We cannot let Lord Fengying take action, nor can we let anyone else in the village act. We must have an outsider do it, and we cannot leave any evidence behind. That might require a high cost. Times have changed. Our financial situation is no longer so dire. It's feasible to take out 10 or 20 million to take care of someone. Chiyo said with a smile. I still think this person will be hard to find. Take your time. There's no rush. By the way, write this plan down and inform Lord Fengying. No, writing it down isn't safe. I'll go talk to him in person. I think this matter can be implemented. Jing Hang entered the room, and apart from Chiyo, everyone else in the room saluted him. Minister Chiyo is right. This task cannot be done by me, nor should it be done by other jonin in the village. It must be completed by an outsider. As far as I know, there are no more than a handful of people in the entire ninja world who can take on this task. Jing Hang smiled, extending one hand. Oh, it seems Lord Fengying already has a suitable candidate in mind. I wonder if you can share it so I can reference it as well. Chiyo said curiously, knowing very well Hanzo, the pepperfish's strength. She couldn't think of anyone who could take him down single-handedly. I do have a candidate in mind. It's someone I met while I was still a jonin, doing side jobs for money. His business skills are exceptional, and he's absolutely capable of handling this task, Jing Hang said, scratching his head a bit sheepishly, since the side job wasn't exactly something to be proud of. All right, stop keeping me in suspense. What's the name of your friend? In the restroom located within the Land of Birds, there was actually a hidden secret. This concealed chamber served as an underground exchange, where any illicit business could be conducted, be it murder, human trafficking, kidnapping, smuggling, or money laundering. If you could pay the price, nothing was impossible here. At this moment, Kakuzu was fully focused on counting the money at his feet, where a corpse lay, clearly the prey he had successfully hunted. After counting the last bundle of cash, Kakuzu nodded in satisfaction and placed the money into a briefcase. He was particularly obsessed with money. Every time he completed a task and received his reward, he meticulously counted it, not because he didn't trust the exchange, but simply because he enjoyed the process of counting, relishing the scent of the ink. Over the long years, only money provided him with a sense of stability and comfort. Indeed, exactly 3 million Rio. He belongs to you. Sigh, Business has become increasingly difficult these days. The leader of the largest underground organization in the Land of Fire is only worth this much, Kakuzu said, kicking the corpse at his feet in dissatisfaction. 2 staff members from the exchange then came to remove the body. Kakuzu-san, please wait. Kakuzu paused, turning to look at the staff member from the exchange. It's like this. We have a client who specifically named you to complete a customized private task, and the price is quite generous. I'd like to know if you're interested in taking the job. A customized private task? How much? 10 million Ryo. What's the task? Kakuzu's eyes clearly showed signs of interest. In these war-torn times, lies were as cheap as grass. Although the volume of business had increased, most transactions were low-priced. Kakuzu typically wouldn't accept jobs worth less than 5 million Ryo, so a 10 million Ryo offer that came with his name on it was hard to resist. Murder. How many people? 1. Who? Him. The staff member handed over a photograph. Hanzo the pepperfish? Kakuzu was somewhat surprised. Exactly him. The staff member adjusted his slipping sunglasses. This man is called a demigod in the ninja world, with exceptional ninjutsu, intricate scythe techniques, and his summoning beast is fearsome and powerful. It's indeed a bit tricky. Are you suggesting giving up this job? I mean, we need to raise the price. My client has stated that given the difficulty of this task, the reward can be increased appropriately. He has given me a certain amount of leeway, so please make an offer. The staff member opened one hand. 17 million Ryo. Kakuzu tentatively quoted a high price. Deal. The staff member smiled slightly. Damn, that's a bit low. Kakuzu silently cursed himself. But at this point, it was already a done deal, so he had to accept it. All right, I'll take the job. Is it see the corpse or see the object? This was the jargon. See the corpse meant bringing the target's corpse to the exchange for payment, while see the object meant bringing a designated item belonging to the target, usually an organ, such as a head. No need for either. From the moment you take the job, as long as there is news of the individual's death within 3 months, you can come to the exchange to collect your payment. The authenticity of the result can be verified through our client's channels. Kakuzu nodded and looked at his watch, saying, Let's start counting from this moment. Come, try this delicacy. This is the hot spring fish transported from the land of rivers this morning. The meat is delicate. The flavor is exquisite, truly a rare dish in the world. You must try it, Hanzo senpai, Luo Sha said with a standard fake smile, politely urging the dishes. Hanzo the pepperfish sat at the head of the table, not touching the food and drinks laid out before him. He silently toyed with his wine glass, his eyes half closed as he watched the geishas gracefully dance around the table, not uttering a word and showing no expression, making the atmosphere grow noticeably cold. Manager Luo Sha. After a long while, Hanzo finally spoke up. You speak. Luo Sha immediately straightened up, adopting an attentive demeanor. We're here feasting on delicacies, but my people can't even afford to eat. Is that so? Is it that serious? This is terrible. Everyone knows that Lord Hanzo cares for his people. The folks below are really not doing their jobs. We must properly rectify this to maintain your reputation. Luo Sha laughed, completely ignoring that Hanzo's face had turned slightly pale. Don't you know, Manager Luo Sha? Yesterday, 20,000 refugees surrounded my rain-hidden building, almost causing a bloody incident. Hanzo's patience finally wore thin, and his tone grew heavier. Is that so? How unfortunate. Why are the refugees from your land of rain acting like this? Luo Sha continued with his forced laughter, deliberately emphasizing refugees from the land of rain, clearly implying that they were not the responsibility of the Wind Country. I have an agreement with Lord Jing Hang. The Sand-Hidden Village is responsible for setting up factories in the Rain-Hidden Village and handling the refugee issues. Hanzo could no longer hold back and laid it all on the table. Damn it, I'm nearly a beggar, and yet still complaining about spoiled food. Luo Sha cursed inwardly. There's nothing I can do. Business is tough these days. Our factory's labor force is already saturated. We can't employ that many people anymore. Besides, the taxes for your rain-hidden village are too high and keep increasing. Our 2 factories are barely profitable now. I've already reported to Lord Fengying and am preparing to relocate. I've heard that the environment in the Land of Rivers is nice, and the relationship between Lord Fengying and Lord Fengying is excellent. It should be fine to move there, Luo Sha said, no longer being polite. Since the other side had laid it all out, he had no need to hide anymore. Hanzo was momentarily speechless, wanting nothing more than to draw his scythe chain and slay this arrogant, bittermelon face. However, it's not all bad news. Luo Sha pretended to take a sip of sake. When Lord Fengying left, he specifically instructed us to cherish the friendship between you and Lord Hanzo. After all, we are neighbors, and friendship is important. Oh, Hanzo saw a potential turn of events and gradually calmed his emotions. It's like this. I have a suggestion that I'd like to ask you to consider, Lord Hanzo. Please go ahead. Recently, we received an order from the Cloud Hidden Village, and the amount is quite considerable. The production capacity of the Sada Iron Mine is a bit insufficient, and if Lord Hanzo could part with the mining rights of the Sumu Iron Mine, I believe the issue with the refugees in the Rain Hidden Village would no longer be a problem. After all, mining iron requires workers, doesn't it? Oh, you want to buy the mining rights for the Sumu Iron Mine? For how many years? Old rules, 50 years. What price? 28 million Ryo. Hanzo the pepperfish fell into thought. The Sumu Iron Mine was slightly smaller than the Sada Iron Mine, but the ore quality was high. The price of 28 million was neither high nor low, making him hesitate. Seeing Hanzo the pepperfish silent, Luo Sha immediately threw in another bombshell. If this deal goes through, this 2 million will be considered your personal tea money. Luo Sha snapped his fingers, and Jelyuro immediately approached Hanzo with a briefcase, respectfully opening it to reveal neatly stacked, brand-new bills. In fact, if Lord Hanzo needs money, just tell me directly. There's no need to charge for sanitation fees or garbage fees. It's such a hassle, and we have to go through public accounts. Why bother? We're all friends here, Luo Sha said with a smile. At this moment, Hanzo's eyes were fixated on the briefcase full of cash, filled with greed. After a long while, he lifted his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fish, removed his breathing tube, took a bite, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. This hot spring fish is indeed extraordinary, extremely delicious, Hanzo said, putting his mask back on. All right, it's a done deal. Luo Sha clapped his hands, and 2 stunning geishas gracefully approached Hanzo's sides. Listen up. Lord Hanzo is a renowned demigod in the ninja world. A great hero. You must serve him well. Yes, the 2 geishas said gently, bowing, their impressive curves causing even Hanzo, sitting to the side, to feel a stir in his heart. Please enjoy your meal and entertainment, my lord. I have some mundane matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Good. You go ahead. Hanzo clearly could no longer contain himself, beginning to make advances toward the geishas. I've never seen a bastard so happily selling his ancestral estate that it almost makes me not want to kill him anymore, Luo Sha said as he exited the hall, turning to Jelyuro. Too late. Lord Fengying has already given the order. Jelyuro handed Luo Sha a small note. Oh, is that so? Luo Sha's eyes lit up as he took the note, becoming increasingly pleased as he read. Hearing the sounds of laughter coming from the hall, Luo Sha couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. Eat, play, old man, you won't be enjoying yourself for much longer. Haha, 3 5s. A leopard. You're definitely going to lose this time. Come on, reveal it. Tsunade laughed triumphantly, skillfully shaking the betting bowl, looking every bit like a professional gambler who had spent years in the casino. Are you really that obsessed with gambling? Jing Hang casually shook the betting bowl, showing no interest in the game of chance. This is a family tradition. Ever since I was little, my grandfather would take me to the gambling table, Tsunade replied confidently. Oh, I'm impressed. How are Lord Hashirama's gambling skills? Jing Hang asked. Oh, well, that's... your betting bowl is about to fall apart. Hurry up and reveal it, Tsunade said, her eyes flickering with a hint of embarrassment. Jing Hang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that even the so-called god of ninja had a weakness when it came to gambling. Open. 3 6s. Pay up. Jing Hang revealed the bowl, grinning at Tsunade. This famous big fat sheep of the underworld indeed lived up to his reputation. No way. You actually hit that? You're not using iron sand to cheat, are you? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she reluctantly handed over her coins to Jing Hang. What do you take me for? Cheating against my girlfriend? Jing Hang laughed. Then suddenly a thought struck him like lightning, and he tightly grasped Tsunade's hands, asking, "Is gambling very popular in Konoha?" "Very popular. It was started by my grandfather. My second grandfather, Lord Hiruzen, and several elder advisors in the village are all old gamblers. Most of the Konoha ninjas I know enjoy a game or two during their downtime," Tsunade explained. "What do they play? Where do they play?" Jing Hang's expression brightened with excitement. "What do they play? They play everything. Slot machines, pinball machines, card games, dice, pai gow, baccarat, and even mahjong. Konoha has a whole street filled with small gambling joints." "Why? Do you want to go?" Tsunade asked, a bit puzzled. Jing Hang began to calculate in his mind, gradually perfecting his idea. No matter which world you were in, the gambling industry was undoubtedly one of the most lucrative businesses. Just like Macau, a tiny place with an area of only 32.9 square kilometers and a population of 683,200, yet it generated over 240 billion Australian dollars in value annually from gambling alone. Adding real estate, tourism, dining, and entertainment, it's nearly $1 trillion industry. If the Americans could create a Las Vegas in the western desert, why couldn't the sand-hidden village build its own gambling city in the land of wind? Having read the biography of Ho Hung San before his transmigration, Jing Hang was well aware of the 3 key elements of running a casino. First, a massive cash flow. Second, strong security. And third, extensive connections. Counting on his fingers, he felt he seemed to meet all these criteria. In terms of financial resources, the current sand-hidden village was no longer the impoverished place it was 2 years ago. The Sandglass Group had fully opened up its operations, profiting immensely by trading supplies during the war. Ninja tools, canned goods, tactical boots, tactical vests, etc., selling as much as they could produce, with monthly profits exceeding 80 million Rio. The agricultural development in the Moon Lake New District was also beginning to show results, with food, pork, lamb, chicken, vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs not only meeting their own needs, but gradually providing for the sand-hidden village as well. Once the Sand Moon Expressway was completed, Jing Hang believed that the food shortage issue in the sand-hidden village would become a thing of the past. Perhaps the village could even become a food-exporting nation. Currently, the treasury of the sand-hidden village had 500 million Rio available, and by the end of the year, it would reach at least 1 billion Rio. Money was simply not a problem. As for security, the sand-hidden village was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Although they had lost some personnel during the Second Great Ninja War, the village's overall strength had significantly recovered thanks to Maki's tireless efforts in the Moon Lake New District. The number of bloodline limit families and secret technique families had obviously increased, along with many well-known wandering ninjas and rogue ninjas who had either openly or covertly joined Sand's ranks. The village's power now even surpassed that of pre-war times, with the ability to easily mobilize an army of 10,000 ninjas, making security completely manageable. As for connections, that was even less of an issue. Jing Hang himself was the Fengying, with solid relationships at the upper echelons of Konoha. There had been no wars with the cloud-hidden or rock-hidden villages, and to establish diplomatic relations, after the battles, he could organize some diplomatic activities and invite them over for a game or two. Connections could be built like that. As for the mist-hidden village, that could be considered later. As his thoughts became clearer, a smile gradually appeared on Jing Hang's face. Hey, wake up. What are you thinking about? When did you develop the habit of silly smiling?" Tsunade waved her hand in front of Jing Hang's face, looking perplexed. Haha, dear, how about I build you a gambling city? Jing Hang shook Tsunade's shoulders excitedly. A gambling city? Tsunade looked confused. Yes, a gambling city. Imagine a city dedicated to the gambling and entertainment industry. The whole city filled with high-end casinos, hotels, and various entertainment venues. Here, you can sip the finest red wine and taste the most delicious food, enjoying every gambling game you can think of in a luxurious casino. As Jing Hang described it, a grand vision of a gambling empire gradually unfolded before them. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eventually hugged Jing Hang, her eyes shining like stars as she asked, "Really? Is there really a place like that?" "Not right now, but there will be one in the near future. I'll go lay the first brick for this city right now." Jing Hang packed up the gambling equipment and coins, turning to leave. "The first brick? What's that?" "Little fool. It's the report for the hearing committee. I can't do this alone. It'll take everyone working together," Jing Hang said with a smile, gently tapping Tsunade on the forehead. "I'll help too." Tsunade excitedly raised her right hand. Perhaps even Jing Hang himself didn't expect that his report would cause a huge stir in the Sand-Hidden Village's hearing committee. The reactions weren't filled with disapproval. Instead, everyone insisted that this time it shouldn't be nationalized like the Sandglass Group, but should allow everyone to enjoy the benefits of the reform, preferably with families pooling their funds to buy shares. Some old men even nearly got into a fight over the distribution of share ratios at the hearing. The meeting dragged on until the afternoon, and somehow word leaked out, leading non-hearing committee families to demand to attend. Why should you old guys monopolize the benefits? Won't buy shares too. A hearing that was supposed to be simple ended up becoming an expanded meeting. How expanded was it? Let's just say by the next afternoon, even Maki and Geluro from the Moon Lake New District showed up with their representatives. In the end, even Luo, Sha, and Yura, who were far away in the Land of Rain, expressed the desire to send representatives to attend. After all, everyone could clearly feel that Jing Hang's initiative could become one of the most profitable businesses after the war. To prevent leaks, Jing Hang decided to call for the first representative assembly of the Sand-Hidden Village to comprehensively address all issues. This move also directly shocked the various forces around the Land of Wind, who thought Jing Hang was preparing for military action and launching a new round of war. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wrote a letter inquiring about the situation, urging younger brother Jing Hang to calm his anger, cherish the hard-won peace in the Land of Wind, Fire, Rain, and River, and refrain from taking unjust actions that could lead to the suffering of countless lives. His words were extremely earnest, giving off a vibe of an elder, which left Jing Hang both amused and exasperated. "I'm just doing a little construction. Is it really that tense?" All right, everyone quiet down and take your seats." Jing Hang gently pressed his hands down, and the venue gradually returned to calm. Looking at the sea of people below, Jing Hang couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In his previous life, he was just an inconsequential figure, but he had the fortune to participate in the arrangement of a large city meeting. In other words, he helped set up signs and clean up a bit. He never imagined that now, in the world of Naruto, he would have the opportunity to host a large meeting for nearly 1 million people in a ninja village. This was truly a twist of fate. As everyone settled down, Jing Hang cleared his throat and said, "Okay, we'll start the meeting now." Everyone sat up straight, preparing to listen to the Fengyi's instructions. It's a rare occasion that we can all gather here today. Not only do we have the elders of the traditional families from the Sand-Hidden Village, but also new friends from a Moon Lake New District and workers from the Sandglass Group in the Land of Rain. This Fengyi Hall is indeed filled with distinguished guests, and we have representatives from all over the Sand-Hidden Village. Originally, we were supposed to discuss the construction of a new city and the distribution of shares, but since everyone is here, let's also go over and implement the series of newly proposed policies. Yakura, your secretariat needs to handle the logistical tasks for the meeting. Although this came up rather suddenly, you must do your best to ensure everything is covered. We can't let the representatives attend the meeting on empty stomachs or hoarse voices. Also, arrange accommodations. This meeting may last several days. If you need more personnel, just contact Minister Wikusa from the HR department, and expenses can be reimbursed by the village finance department. Minister Chiyo, your ombu must also take action, ensuring security and confidentiality for the meeting. The meeting may take some time, so I hope everyone can be patient. I believe that by the second meeting, conditions will improve. All right, let's take a 1-hour break for now, and the various preparatory tasks will commence immediately. After 1 hour, we'll begin the first agenda item. Despite everything being quite rushed and everyone having never attended such a large meeting before, Jing Hang had experience with large-scale events. After all, a few hundred people's meeting was nothing to scoff at. Although it was a bit chaotic, the meeting progressed in an orderly manner. The meeting lasted a full 5 days and 4 nights. While it left the representatives exhausted with bloodshot eyes, each of them was spirited and invigorated. On the first day of the meeting, they clarified the share arrangements for the future gambling city. The initial planning for the future gambling city was divided into casinos, hotels, restaurants, izakayas, and kabuki districts, adopting a decentralized management and centralized dividend distribution model. A company named Golden Sands Entertainment Group would be established for unified management, and professional managers could be hired for operations in the future. The shares would be arranged in a public-private partnership, with the village's finances contributing 51% and the remaining 49% available for all representatives to subscribe to. Selling only 49% was to prevent malicious acquisitions by outside forces. The dividend arrangements were also handled simultaneously. This sparked enthusiastic responses from everyone. Many people immediately pulled out stacks of cash to subscribe. Minister Chiyo, who was over 60, purchased 20 million Rio worth of shares in one go, becoming the largest shareholder among the individual investors. According to her own words, she was putting in her money for her daughter's future and her own coffin fund. Jing Hang, not wanting to fall behind, purchased 15 million Rio worth of shares, declaring that as the Fengying, he needed to set an example. Within less than 2 hours, all shares were sold out, raising a total of 800 million Rio in capital. The financial potential of the prominent families in the sand-hidden village truly amazed Jing Hang. If he played a Ponzi scheme here, it would surely be lucrative. The next day's conference focused on detailed discussions regarding the site selection, design planning, road construction, industrial layout, and personnel arrangements for the gambling city. Everyone expressed their opinions actively, and Jing Hang even summarized some casino rules from his memories of Hong Kong gambling films, which surprisingly gained unanimous approval from many representatives. Thus, Jing Hang acquired another title, chairman of the board of Golden Sands Entertainment Group. As the blueprint for the future gambling city gradually took shape, the topics of the meeting slowly shifted to issues concerning the livelihood of the villagers, such as educational reform, healthcare reform, reforms to the ninja conscription system, the construction of the Desert Expressway, mining, and integrity construction, among others. Specific issues were determined during this conference, with some even being planned for the next 5 to 10 years. Such is the nature of things. Once there is a plan and a direction, the remaining task is simply to work towards that goal. Finally, the conference concluded successfully amidst enthusiastic applause. Fengying Jing Hang delivered a speech at the closing ceremony, expressing that it was wonderful to gather everyone together for such a meeting, as it effectively addressed many practical issues. He felt that such meetings should become a tradition, and he decided to hold a representative assembly for the sand-hidden village once every 3 years, with the resolutions of the assembly serving as the highest decisions for the village. After the meeting, Jing Hang announced that the village's administrative staff would have 2 days off, except for essential duty and security positions. He then took Tsunade and went to his villa, covering himself with a thick blanket and falling into a deep sleep. Damn it, 5 days of meetings were even more exhausting than completing an S-rank mission. The residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Wind was a vast complex located on the slopes of Kunling Mountain, characterized by a refreshing, ancient, and elegant style. The roofs were covered with green tiles, and people habitually referred to it as the Half-Mountain Green Palace. In a country where 80% of the land was desert, the location of this palace was carefully considered. To the north, the continuous foothills of Kunling Mountain blocked the southward gusts of wind and sand, while the southern slopes of Kunling Mountain enveloped the warm ocean currents within the Kunling Plain. Though this small plain covered less than 10% of the entire Land of Wind, it was the most fertile and prosperous area. Unlike the endless yellow sand and desolation found in other parts of the Land of Wind, this place had blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, lush trees, and vibrant life. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Green Palace, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind looked perplexed as he read a report. Your Fengying wants to buy land? Does he have the money to buy land? In the feudal lord impression, the ninjas of the sand-hidden village were still a group of impoverished warriors, merely a bunch of thugs raised by their families. The thought of them wanting to buy land was laughable. What would they buy land for? Farming? He had heard that they'd been doing well farming in the Moon Lake area. Could it be that these ninjas wanted to become farmers? Yes, my lord. Ever since you granted us the land in the Moon Lake area, Lord Fengying has led us to cultivate the land, raise pigs, grow vegetables, and develop production. We have now achieved self-sufficiency in grain. However, as you know, the ninjas of the Sand-Hidden Village are still quite poor. Therefore, Lord Fengying wishes to engage in trade and buy a piece of land for some small business at the border. Minister Uemozuki bowed deeply to the feudal lord, his attitude extremely respectful. Oh, it seems Jing Hang is doing quite well in the Sand-Hidden Village. He's managed to achieve self-sufficiency in grain, which is very good. I'm quite pleased. However, there's no extra land available in Kunling Plain for you. My lord has misunderstood. The Kunling Plain is a place dedicated to the ancestral temple, and we wouldn't dare to encroach upon it. Oh, then where do you want land? The feudal lord of the Land of Wind asked, somewhat confused. Ueshi Peninsula? The feudal lord of the Land of Wind furrowed his brows slightly, then turned to the side, where an old retainer quickly stepped forward holding a map. My lord, this is the location. It's right here in the southern part of the Land of Hot Water, to the west of the Land of Fire on our eastern border. It's a small fishing village surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with quite beautiful scenery. Your grandfather once built a country villa there, but it was reduced to ashes in the war many years ago. Nowadays, there are still dozens of fishing families making a living from fishing, but most of the fields have become barren, the old retainer explained respectfully. Oh, I see. Is there anything famous produced there? The feudal lord's eyes flickered with curiosity. Well, I've heard that the hairtail fish produced there is quite good. The old retainer hesitated before answering. Hairtail fish. What's that? Is it delicious? The feudal lord continued to inquire. My lord, that is a type of fish commonly eaten by fishermen, and it's not very valuable, so it's hard to make it to your dining table, the old retainer patiently explained. Oh, I see. Ninja, did you just say that your Fengying wants to purchase this Ueshi Peninsula? The feudal lord turned to look at Uemozuki. Yes, my lord. Uemozuki maintained a submissive attitude as he replied. Given the relationship between your Fengying and me, he should not have to pay for this piece of land. However, the land in the Land of Wind has been passed down through generations, so you should understand, right? The feudal lord gave a knowing glance to his retainer, Mute, who immediately understood. My lord, I have a suggestion that I would like to offer, Mute said cautiously. Go ahead. The feudal lord signaled Mute to continue with a nod. It's like this. Lord Fengying wants to open a transit station as a warehouse, and this idea is excellent. Our great lord also fully supports it. Mute spoke slowly. Yes. Uemozuki quickly smiled and nodded. However, as the lord mentioned, the land in the Land of Wind has been passed down through generations and cannot be easily sold to others. That said, Lord Jing Hang is ultimately a subject under our lord's banner, not an outsider. In the past 2 years, he has put in a lot of effort to tidy up the affairs of the sand-hidden village, and our Lord should offer him support. I propose that your sand-hidden village can symbolically contribute 5 million Ryo and waive the military expenses for the next 3 years. What do you think? Mute suggested tentatively. This, Uemozuki's face showed difficulty, while the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, upon hearing Mute's words, immediately brightened, nodding repeatedly and even secretly giving Mute a thumbs up. I think this proposal is excellent. Ninja, what do you think? The feudal lord looked at Uemozuki expectantly. Well, that sounds very good. Then, let's go with the lord's proposal, Uemozuki said with a pained expression, trembling as he pulled out a large box from his robe, facing the feudal lord and respectfully pushing it forward. This is 5 million Ryo. Please check. The feudal lord looked curiously at the box, but quickly lost interest. Although the box contained 5 million Ryo, it appeared to be quite disorganized, with bills of various denominations bundled together and piled in stacks. There were 10,000 Ryo bills, 5,000 Ryo bills, and even a few bundles of 1,000 Ryo bills. Upon closer inspection, the bills were a mix of old and new, resembling tax payments collected from the village. The feudal lord waved his hand dismissively, and Mute immediately stepped forward to take the money and smoothly retrieve the land deed for Ueshi Peninsula. The lord glanced at it briefly, nodded, and gestured for Mute to prepare the transfer contract. Before long, the contract was drafted, and the lord took out his personal seal, breathed a sigh, and heavily stamped it. Tell your lord Jing Hang to do a good job. If I have time, I'll visit him in the sand-hidden village. That's it for today. I'm a bit tired, so I won't keep you for dinner. Mute, please see them off. After speaking, the feudal lord left the hall with the support of 2 maidservants. Uemozuki received the land deed for Ueshi Peninsula and the transfer contract, nodding in satisfaction as he carefully folded them and tucked them away. He exchanged a knowing glance with Mute, both wearing satisfied smiles. Once the two exited the Green Palace and reached a secluded spot, Uemozuki beamed with a smile and bowed deeply to Mute, saying, "Thank you for your mediation in front of the Lord. When I came here, Lord Jing Hang mentioned that I must not forget the friendship and kindness of Lord Mute." "Not at all, not at all." Mute waved his hand politely. "Your phonying is too courteous. We've been old friends since he became a jonin. This little help is nothing, nothing at all. No way. Your one sentence in front of the Lord grants us such great benefits. How can you say it's nothing? Come on." Uemozuki snapped his fingers, and a masked ninja suddenly appeared before them. The ninja knelt down, facing Mute, and opened a box. Mute looked up, and his eyes immediately widened in surprise. The box was neatly packed with stacks of brand-new 10,000 Ryo bills. 5 million Ryo, just a small token of appreciation for Lord Mute. Uemozuki waved his hand grandly. "Oh no, how can I accept this? You're too kind, Mute said, expressing polite refusals while swiftly taking the cash, nearly salivating at the sight of it. "Please wait, my lord. There's still some mundane matters in the village, so I'll take my leave now." Oh. Take care, Mute said politely while keeping his eyes firmly fixed on the box. Uemozuki shook his head and slowly retreated with the masked ninja. Looking back at the gradually diminishing half-mountain green palace, the masked ninja impatiently pulled down half of his veil and spat. "Tisich, these corrupt bureaucrats." "Huh." Uemozuki coldly chuckled and replied, "There's nothing strange about it. These old nobles are all like that. Otto Taro, you're still too young. You'll get used to it." "I just can't stand it." Otto Taro frowned. "Sigh, if you can't stand it, you can't stand it. But without these corrupt bureaucrats, we wouldn't have been able to acquire such a large piece of land at such a low price. Look, it's nearly half the size of the Land of Rivers. What a bargain. When I was leaving the village, Lord Fengyin granted me a budget of 1 billion Ryo, and I didn't expect to spend only 10 million Ryo, even including the bribes. Haha, it's just funny to think about." Uemozuki sighed. "And what about the 3 years of military expenses?" Taro asked. TCH, that little money, divided among every sand-hidden ninja, is only 1,500 ryo a year, barely enough to buy toilet paper. This feudal lord of the Land of Wind has been in the Kunlun Plain for too long, acting like a rural nouveau riche, Wemizuki scoffed. Hee, you're quite right. Taro couldn't help but chuckle. Don't just laugh. We still have to write a report, the two of us. 10 million ryo is public funds, and if we can't explain it clearly, we might end up in the Anti-Corruption Bureau for tea, Wemizuki said seriously. The Anti-Corruption Bureau? Does the village have that department? Taro asked in surprise. Oh, I forgot to tell you. It was established at last week's Village Representative Assembly, specifically for investigating corruption. For public actions like ours, we need to clarify the money source afterward. When we get back, the department will organize a meeting to convey the spirit of the meeting, Wemizuki explained. How troublesome. Taro seemed to find the matter quite cumbersome. It's not troublesome, it's necessary. I even think this is the most astute decision made by Lord Fengying during this meeting. The resolution to develop the new city can't compare to it. It's absolutely a contribution to the present and future. Wemizuki suddenly spoke with seriousness. This? Taro looked a bit puzzled. Taro, let me tell you, corruption is a more dangerous enemy than Konoha or the Land of Clouds. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu is, it cannot defeat it. It will completely destroy the foundation of a village. Only by tightening the system can it be curbed, and I absolutely support Lord Fengying in this, Wemizuki said earnestly. Oh, Taro nodded, somewhat understanding. Oh, please. Wemizuki laughed as he patted Taro on the head, saying, keep your eyes open and don't let any problems arise regarding this matter. Do you know who the first director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau is? Ryohei. He's a truly incorruptible individual. As the former head of the interrogation room, it's better to die on the battlefield than to fall into his hands. In a deserted alley in the Land of Rain, the sky was still drizzling. Outside the alley lay several corpses in disarray, and the entire alley looked as if it had been bombed. The cement walls on both sides had mostly collapsed, and the ground was riddled with deep pits about a meter square, everywhere bearing the marks of fierce battle. If an experienced ninja were present, they would surely be astonished by the intensity and destructive power of the fight. This was at least the clash of two shadow-level powerhouses to reach such devastation. At the deepest part of the alley lay two corpses. The one closer in was holding a broken chain sickle, wearing a respirator, and the Amigay-Cure forehead protector had been knocked aside. His grayish-white hair was disheveled on the ground, and his ninja armor was severely damaged. His once robust body was covered in deep wounds that exposed bone, some sliced by wind techniques, others burned by fire techniques, and some clearly scorched by lightning techniques. He had met a truly tragic end. Upon closer inspection, his face revealed that he was none other than the demigod of the ninja world, the renowned Amigay-Cure leader, Hanzo of the Salamander. Not far from Hanzo's body lay another corpse, which looked quite peculiar. It wore the forehead protector of Amigay-Cure, with a deep gash across it, indicating it was a rogue ninja. He wore a black mask, obscuring his features, and his pair of green eyes had dilated, having long lost their vitality. Below his neck resembled a doll that had been maliciously disassembled by a mischievous child. His torso and limbs were scattered around, connected by some black threads. After a while, a black dog slowly walked into the alley. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dog, but rather a black creature crawling on all fours with a mask on its face. The creature glanced around and walked straight towards the broken corpse, prying open its chest and crawling inside. After a moment, the torso seemed to twitch, and the black threads wriggled like snakes, slowly reconnecting the limbs and head. In no time, a complete person was formed. Whoosh! The corpse slowly exhaled a long breath, and actually sat up gradually. This time, I've suffered a huge loss. Kakuzu looked at the broken mask on his face, counting sorrowfully with his hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them destroyed. Damn it. Kakuzu angrily kicked Hanzo of the salamander's corpse. Strange things happened again. Kakuzu's kick landed right on the corpse's kidney, seemingly causing something to burst. With a puff, a purple gas began to seep out from several ruptures in the body, gradually spreading. Damn! Kakuzu swiftly performed a series of backflips, quickly retreating to a safe distance. How twisted is this old man? He even has a poison pouch hidden inside his body. Hanzo's corpse, of course, wouldn't reply to him, and the purple gas continued to release, spreading out. A passing mouse was engulfed by the purple mist and, in less than a second, lay dead on the ground. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately took several steps back. This place is not safe. I should retreat first. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu took off. As he ran along the walls, Kakuzu couldn't help but scold himself for being too impulsive, wondering why he had taken on such a task. Fortunately, he had kept one Earth-type Yotan, on hand. Otherwise, he would have been done for this time. Not only had he lost the wind, fire, lightning, and water Doton, but more importantly, he hadn't replenished his heart. He originally wanted to use Hanzo's heart to make up for it, but he didn't expect this old man to be so toxic that it was unusable. Now, he would have to find 4 more hearts. Who knew when he would be able to gather them all? Damn it, I need more money, Kakuzu said angrily to himself. Come at me. Kyuka dodged a sickle thrown by Haiden, spinning to throw 2 shuriken back. Haiden calmly responded, not flinching from the incoming shuriken. He merely shook the steel cable in his hand, sending the shuriken flying away. Without pausing, Haiden yanked the sickle back, using its blade lodged in the ground as a pivot to deliver a flying kick towards Kyuka. Kyuka secretly admired this kid's skills. He had quite the proficiency in taijutsu. He immediately charged forward. Just as Haiden's kick was about to connect with Kyuka's chest, Kyuka suddenly changed tactics, spinning in the air to perform a beautiful 180-degree side flip, switching their positions in the process. When they landed, Kyuka held a shuriken poised at Haiden's neck. Not bad. Not bad. Where did you learn that move? Very creative. Kyuka praised Haiden, who was now holding a short spear reversed in his hand, the tip aimed at Kyuka's abdomen. It was taught by Teacher Dai. He said to always hold back a little strength, just in case, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. Good. In terms of taijutsu alone, you've already reached the level of a chunin. Thank you for the compliment, master. Haiden sheathed the short spear and began to retract the sickle. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted, and the Kyuka in front of him vanished. It was just a shadow clone. Brother Haiden is amazing. He defeated my godfather. Not far away, Kyuka approached, carrying Akasuna no Sasori. Sasori looked very excited, raising his small hands high and reluctant to lower them. Haiden smiled as he took Sasori from Kyuka. Where, compared to my master, I'm still far behind. Indeed, you did well. Your sickle technique is an improvement based on Hanzo of the Salamander's chain sickle 2-stage strike, emphasizing wide openings and tricky angles. You've already grasped some essence of it. By the way, how's your shadow clone technique coming along? Haiden scratched his head awkwardly. Apart from taijutsu, he was weak in other areas. Shadow clone? I can do it. Sasori struggled out of Haiden's grasp, eagerly showing hand seals. With a bang, he created an identical clone. Kyuka was somewhat surprised, as expected of the talented ninja from Sunagakure. He affectionately patted Sasori's small head and continued speaking to Haiden. As a ninja, your attack methods should be diversified. There are ninjas who rely solely on taijutsu, but when facing an opponent of equal level, having a singular attack method can lead to disadvantage. How about this? I'll directly teach you the multi-shadow clone technique. Yes, master. I want to learn too. No problem. Listen carefully. This technique was developed by the second Hokage Tobirama. It's a B-rank ninjutsu that creates physical clones using chakra. The hand signs are quite simple. but the key lies in the balanced allocation of chakra. You see, Lord Wind Shadow. Urgent report from Amage Cure. Yakura interrupted Kyuka's teaching, holding a document. It seems we'll have to learn on the go, Kyuka said helplessly after reading the intel. Fortunately, winter break is coming soon, so it won't delay your studies. Yakura, arrange a temporary bodyguard identity for Haydn to accompany us to the Land of Rain. We'll learn along the way. Go pack your things, Kyuka instructed Haydn. The Land of Rain? What happened? Is there a problem? Haydn asked, looking puzzled. Your idol, Hanzo of the Salamander, has been assassinated. We need to pay our respects. By the way, Yakura, inform Elder Chiyo to settle the accounts. Haydn looked bewildered. When did I get an idol? What about me? What about me? I still want to learn the multi-shadow clone. Kyuka squatted down and pinched Sasori's small face. You should first learn puppet techniques from your grandmother. As for the shadow clone technique, your godfather will teach you when he returns. What is going on in Konoha? Even Lord Danzo has come personally to express his condolences. This is quite the elaborate affair. It really gives enough face to Hanzo of the Salamander, Yashimaru exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the morning procession in Konoha village. Leading the way was Sarutobi Danzo, dressed in white. To express his sorrow, he even covered his red hat with white cloth. Behind him were the serious-looking Shimura Danzo and Mito Gaiden, and at least a third of Konoha's upper management had also come. In my opinion, in terms of status in the martial world, Hanzo of the Salamander barely deserves such honors of mourning, but I believe the Hokage's personal visit must have another purpose. Yakura whispered to Kyuka. Yakura makes a valid point. Let's not rush. We should respond to whatever comes our way. Come, let's go greet them, Kyuka said as he donned a green hat covered with white cloth, moving towards Konoha's procession. Lord Wind Shadow, Lord Hokage. The two parties met, each bowing to the other, and the two groups proceeded side by side. Hanzo of the Salamander can be considered a hero from the previous era, still continuing to this day. His ending is truly lamentable, Sarutobi Danzo remarked as they walked, addressing Kyuka. In a chaotic world, to live until now, like the predecessor Hanzo, is indeed not easy. It seems that ninjas dying under blades is a kind of fate, Kyuka responded, his words sounding profound but lacking actual content, akin to mere pleasantries. However, the loss of such a strong figure in the Land of Rain will greatly affect the surrounding situation. Sarutobi Danzo seemed to want to get straight to the point without beating around the bush. Please enlighten me, Lord Hokage. I haven't received any related information on this matter, Kyuka said, somewhat surprised. Could there be another unforeseen development? Weren't the battles around Amage Cure already over? There was no relevant intel from Director Chiyo either. Kyuka glanced back at Raza, who was half a step behind. Raza shook his head, indicating that he also did not know what was going on. Actually, there isn't much information. It's just that the common people have suffered from the ravages of war for too long, and the battles in the north are becoming more intense. Now that something like this has happened in the Land of Rain, it's inevitable that the flames of war will spread. I just want to end this chaotic situation as soon as possible, Sarutobi Danzo explained. Oh, so Lord Hokage is considering this. I, being dull, am willing to follow your arrangements, Kyuka replied. After all this fuss, it turned out he wanted to mediate between the Earth and Lightning countries. This guy is truly clever. Fearing his own strength isn't enough to convince both Shukaku and Reikage. He sees the opportunity of attending Hanzo's funeral to meet with me. The combined power of the Wind Shadow and Hokage is certainly enough to pressure both sides into a ceasefire. Sarutobi Danzo is indeed a true Dove faction member. Thank you, my wise brother. Once the funeral and the ceremony for the new Rain Shadow are over, let's discuss this at Konoha's base. I will arrange the place. There's an izakaya by the Shul River that is spacious, serene, and safe. It belongs to our Sandglass group, and the chef there makes exceptional yakitori, Raza suggested. Oh, really? Then let's meet the night after tomorrow. All right. I will be awaiting your arrival. The Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Danzo, has come to express condolences. The wind shadow of Sunagakure, Kyuka, has also come to express condolences. About 3 bows. The family thanks you. As Kyuka was about to bow to the family, he slightly raised his head and saw an older woman leading 5 or 6 young and beautiful girls, all crying. Who exactly is the family? Who is the main person here? Kyuka looked at Sarutobi Danzo in confusion, who appeared just as baffled. Nearby, the Amage Kyujounin, Oboro, responsible for welcoming guests, seemed to notice the 2 leaders' confusion and quietly approached, whispering, "The woman in the middle is Lord Hanzo's original widow. The others are his concubines." Kyuka and Sarutobi Danzo suddenly understood, and they both slightly bowed to the older woman. This guy has spent all his money on these women. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent 20 million Ryo to invite Kakuzu. I could have just spent a few million to book a venue and let him enjoy himself for 3 days and nights, which would definitely have had better effects and been cheaper. Next, the chairman of the morning committee, who would also be the future Rain Shadow, Ninshin Kanga, delivered the eulogy and introduced Hanzo of the Salamander's life. He droned on for quite a while, causing Kyuka to nod off. After a long time, it was finally announced that the funeral would be paused, and everyone could rest in the side hall for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the final item of the funeral, farewell to the remains, would take place. In the side hall, Raza reported to Kyuka, Ninshin Kanga was originally Lord Hanzo's bodyguard and chief steward. He has a good relationship with our Sandglass group. With the support of the Sandglass group, he not only inherited all of Hanzo's estate, but also ascended to the position of Rain Shadow. He also promised that the current tax rate would remain unchanged for 10 years, and that he would provide us with a green light in policies. Kyuka nodded, saying, "We must maintain such a relationship well. We should show some appreciation during holidays. Additionally, you are responsible for the intelligence department's work here. The infiltration of other high-ranking members of Amage Cure must not stop, and we must always have contingency plans." Before long, 20 minutes passed, and everyone returned to the main hall, preparing to pay respects to Hanzo of the Salamander's remains. However, what lay before everyone was a sealed lead coffin. In front of the coffin was a tray containing 3 items that belonged to Hanzo of the Salamander in life: a broken chain sickle, an old respirator, and a headband of Amage Cure. Just as everyone felt puzzled and began to discuss, Ninshin Kanga stood up and signaled for silence. Please do not be surprised. There is a reason for the lead-sealed coffin. Lord Hanzo had a toxic pouch of the highly poisonous black pepper fish implanted in his body since childhood. The assassin was so ruthless as to damage the pouch, causing toxic gas to leak out. Though it has been several days, there is still a small amount of neurotoxin leaking. For the safety of all friends, we had to use a lead-sealed coffin. Please view the items belonging to Lord Hanzo in life and express your condolences. After the funeral, Kyuka did not choose to accompany Raza to inspect the factory, nor did he talk with the relevant leaders of the group. He merely excused himself for being a bit tired, declining all matters. He had Yakura boil a bucket of moxa water and soaked alone in his room, trying to wash away the bad luck on him. After a long while, Kyuka spoke to a dark corner of the room. "Don't worry, there is no one within 800 meters. I checked with Iron Sand. Come out. It's better to be cautious. Anything that isn't kept secret can become a harm." A figure stepped out of the shadows. It was Shimura Danzo. "What do you Konoha intend to do? Planning to mediate the war in the north? You haven't even resolved the issues with Kirigakure in the east. How can you have the leisure to manage this? Your young master is still lying in our hospital. Do you think I want to meddle in this mess? The bad ideas from Mito Gate Inn and the others suggest that we unite with you Second Shinobi to pressure the Tsuchikage and Reikage, and then hold the second 5 Kage summit, taking advantage of the situation to force Kirigakure to yield. This way, we can end the war without firing a single shot, showcasing Konoha's international status. A win-win situation." Hey, this idea isn't too bad. If executed well, it might really work. But this will affect my business. If the war ends, my ninja tools and canned goods probably won't sell as well. Not just your business. All the peace we've painstakingly fought for could be laughed at by others due to a few words. Our hard work would become a joke, right? Kyuko was stunned for a moment, reflecting on Danzo's words, and after a while, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. This Danzo, while clever, lacks vision. After all this talking, it's still about his power in Konoha. What are you laughing at? Danzo's face turned somewhat awkward. I'm laughing at the problems in your words. What problems? Ultimately, the one being laughed at is you. I am the Wind Shadow. I have to work with your Hokage to intimidate others and quell disputes. Who would laugh at me? You. Danzo's face turned bright red as his secret was exposed. Don't get worked up. Don't be so sensitive. To be honest, I don't support mediating the war right now. But to persuade the Hokage and those Konoha elders, you should say it this way. The night after tomorrow, you can say. Shungshu groggily awakened from a deep slumber, suddenly realizing that his body felt as if it were submerged in water, triggering a wave of panic within him. He was about to struggle desperately when he was astonished to find that his entire body seemed to be immobilized, especially at his chest, where a heavy pain surged through him. Looking down, he was horrified to see a large, gaping hole in his chest. The opening was covered by a layer of unknown transparent film, and through it, he could clearly see his white heart beating vigorously within his chest. Ugh! Shungshu was filled with terror, wanting to scream, but he discovered that a tube was inserted into his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. Just as he prepared to struggle violently, a series of crisp tapping sounds reached his ears. Focusing his gaze, he saw a familiar figure outside the transparent tank. It was his older sister, Tsunade. In her hand, she held a piece of white paper, on which were written 4 large characters, "Do not move." Upon seeing his sister, Shungshu felt a wave of calm wash over him. He struggled to move his right hand, attempting to greet her. Tsunade, noticing her brother's gesture, sparkled with excitement in her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, desperately suppressing her emotions to avoid crying. She then picked up a pen and quickly scribbled something on another piece of paper, after which she stuck the note to the side of the tank for Shungshu to read. The note read, "You have sustained severe injuries. I performed surgery on you, and now you need to recuperate in the nutrient solution. Don't be anxious. Relax." After reading the note, Shungshu nodded slightly at Tsunade. She continued writing on the paper. The next note said, "Rest assured, I will definitely heal you." Suddenly, Shungshu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. That small movement had exhausted all his energy. He struggled to make an okay gesture before sinking back into a deep sleep. Watching her brother gradually fall asleep again, Tsunade felt tears welling up in her eyes once more. However, at this moment, she was certain that she had pulled her brother back from the clutches of death. Wow, how fascinating. The fusion with my spore organ is so perfect. It seems this kid has some unusual traits. A voice suddenly chimed in. Oh! Tsunade whirled around, throwing a powerful punch, only to hit nothing but air. The intruder's movements were incredibly swift and precise. They simply sidestepped half a step, avoiding the force of her punch. A chill ran down Tsunade's spine. This laboratory was located in the basement of Sunagakure Hospital, extremely secretive, with tight security measures in place. As the designer of this facility, she knew it well. According to her regulations, one could not enter without a security card, and there was only one passage from the hospital to this location, guarded by 4 checkpoints. The fact that this person could silently infiltrate here, even getting so close to her without being detected, was genuinely terrifying. When she finally saw the intruder's appearance, her heart filled with dread. The figure looked almost identical to the several white zetsu she had previously obliterated, but it had only half a head. The other half was spiraled and stuck to the top of its head, its body a half-gray and half-white mess, looking extremely uncoordinated. This person was likely the white zetsu subject that Kyuka had mentioned. How cruel are you, woman? You've killed so many of my spores, and now you dare to attack me? You really deserve a beating. White Zetsu waved his hand, and instantly, numerous white, fluffy spores began to sprout from Tsunade's body. These fluffy substances grew larger, slowly forming heads, facial features, and limbs, resembling white Zetsu, and appearing utterly disgusting. Tsunade was furious, channeling her monstrous strength to yank at the fluffy growths on her body. However, she quickly realized that these growths were as sticky as taffy, and no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't tear them off. Instead, they continued to grow stronger, gradually enveloping her entirely. Tsunade could clearly feel her chakra being rapidly absorbed by these fluffy substances, so she hastily stopped using her monstrous strength. Yet, the white fluff continued to grow relentlessly, eventually wrapping her up completely. White Zetsu ignored Tsunade, who was still struggling with the spores, and fixed his gaze on Shang-Shu in the tank, his eyes shining with obsession. This is so interesting, so magical. There's no rejection reaction. How'd I not think of playing this way? I must take him back to show Black Zetsu and Lord Madara. They will definitely love this. As he spoke, White Zetsu reached out to touch Shang-Shu in the tank. I advise you to take your hand away. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to chop it off. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the air. White Zetsu looked around in terror, but saw no one. Looking down, he discovered that the voice came from a weasel. A sleek, glossy yellow weasel was leaning against the glass tank, one eye blind, and wearing an imposing black eye patch, casually holding a small Damascus steel dagger and grooming its claws. Though the weasel was small, the killing intent and aura it emanated compelled White Zetsu to take 2 steps back. At the same time, the white spores that had wrapped around Tsunade began to visibly wither. Tsunade shouted and forcefully tore apart the shriveled spores, revealing a syringe in her hand. It seems that mineral toxins are effective against your spores. Thank you, Lord Baku. Tsunade elegantly tossed the syringe aside, flexed her wrist, and prepared to engage in battle with White Zetsu. I say, Black, you always come out so silently. Even my iron sand can't detect you. Can you teach me? Kyuka had just seen off Danzo and turned to find Black Zetsu standing there with half a face. This is a kind of space ninjutsu that requires talent. You might not necessarily be able to learn it, Black Zetsu said thoughtfully. What about White? Why didn't he come with you? Kyuka asked, looking around in confusion. He's busy with other matters. I came to find you this time because I need your help, Black Zetsu replied. Kyuka leisurely raised his hand, gesturing for Black Zetsu to sit down, even pouring a cup of tea for him. Don't rush, Black. Take your time and tell me what's up, Kyuka said. Black Zetsu was not polite either. He sat cross-legged and said, I just came from the land of Earth. The fighting there was supposed to be intense, but suddenly both sides called for a ceasefire. After inquiring, I found out that Hanzo of the Salamander was assassinated, and both the Hokage and Wind Shadow gathered in the Land of Rain to pay their respects. The Tsuchikage and Reikage, worried about being stabbed in the back, have pulled back their forces. What are you planning to do? Are you going to mediate this war? Kyuka calmly poured himself a cup of tea, taking a small sip. Yes, we have that intention. Black Zetsu clearly did not expect Kyuka to be so frank. Without personally experiencing the pain of war, people will never truly cherish absolute peace, Kyuka said slowly. So, you mean to let them continue fighting? Black Zetsu asked. Yes, Kyuka replied firmly. Is this Lord Madara's idea? Black Zetsu's body noticeably stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal. You already knew, huh? Kyuka continued sipping his tea, his expression unreadable. You've implanted so many things in me. How could I not know? Black, you're not treating me as a member of the organization, Kyuka said, setting down his teacup and looking at Black Zetsu with a smile. Black Zetsu stared blankly at Kyuka, and after a long moment, he finally spoke. Little brother, don't take it personally. You just joined the organization. I have to keep a hand back. Kyuka merely smiled, not pressing the issue further. All right, what do you want me to do? Black Zetsu directly asked, knowing that this person in front of him was not easy to deal with. Let's make it quick. I can help you persuade Sarutobi to temporarily refrain from interfering in the Second War, but you have to promise me one thing. Arrange a meeting for me with Lord Madara, Kyuka said, his gaze steady on Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu appeared troubled. Kyuka didn't rush him, simply waiting quietly. After a moment, Black Zetsu finally nodded heavily. All right, I'll arrange it. Good, it's settled then. How long do you plan to let those two old men fight? Kyuka asked. Let them fight for 2 or 3 years first, Black Zetsu replied. At an inconspicuous izakaya by the Shul River, the location was extremely remote, far from the Sandglass Group's factory area. However, it was very quiet here. The exterior decoration was quite ordinary, just like any roadside small shop. Yet once inside, one could see the differences. The interior decor was not luxurious, but exuded a strong sense of human warmth. The overall layout was clean and tidy, with soft lighting that was not glaring, creating a cozy and comfortable atmosphere as soon as one stepped inside. At this moment, the shop had been cleared of all other patrons, leaving only 6 guests at one table. Konoha's Sarutobi Danzo, Mito Gate Inn, and Shimura Danzo, along with Sunagekyu's Kyuka, Raza, and Yashimu, Raza's future brother-in-law, and a jounin from Sunagekure. In the kitchen not far away, thick smoke was rising, and the chef was busy cooking, sending delicious aromas wafting into the air. After a while, a stout chef with a simple and honest appearance came out, carrying a large platter of grilled yakitori. He placed it in front of the group, along with a large bottle of sake. Here you go, gentlemen. Everything you requested is ready. Please enjoy your meal, he said. Kyuka nodded, saying, Thank you for your hard work. You can go rest now. He then turned to Sarutobi Danzo and said, Come. You must try the yakitori here. It's exceptional. Danzo, now completely relaxed, unceremoniously picked up a skewer and popped it into his mouth. The egg mixture burst with flavor instantly, and the chicken was perfectly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, indicating that the chef had truly mastered the art of grilling yakitori. Not bad. I underestimated this place. It may not look big, but the taste is genuinely good. Mito, Danzo, you two should give it a try. Danzo called to the other two, while he downed a cup of sake with a satisfying breath. Mito Gate Inn and Shimura Danzo wasted no time joining in on the eating and drinking, while Kyuka and the others followed suit, indulging in the delicious skewers. As the dishes were consumed and the sake flowed, everyone's demeanor began to relax, and their postures became more casual. Kyuka felt that the time was right to discuss business. He gradually slowed down his eating pace and said, All right, that's enough. Gentlemen, can we talk about serious matters now? Danzo exchanged glances with Mito Gate Inn and Shimura Danzo. Danzo gave a slight nod, and Mito Gate Inn spoke first. The Hokage's intention is to take this opportunity to unite the strength of Konoha and Sunagekure, first issuing a joint peace declaration urging the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning to cease hostilities and restore peace. If that fails, we can form a ninja alliance of no less than 20,000 troops stationed in the Land of Rain to intimidate both countries with force. Wait. Let's stop there. Kyuka rudely interrupted Mito Gate Inn, still holding a finished skewer. He pointed at Mito and said, First, answer me a question. Please go ahead, Wind Shadow, Mito replied, unfazed by Kyuka's rudeness. After all, in this casual atmosphere of eating and drinking, adhering to formalities seemed inappropriate. It was better to speak freely. If we deploy troops to the Land of Rain, and that fool of a third Reikage and that stubborn old third Suchikage refuse to listen and continue fighting, what then? The three from Konoha were taken aback by this question, as it seemed no one had considered that possibility. Such a scenario indeed defied logic. According to our repeated simulations in the Konoha military staff, such a situation will not occur because... Elder Mito, please answer my question directly. I'm not asking for your staff simulation results. I want to know what we should do if the situation I mentioned arises. This, seeing Mito gate in at a loss for words, Kyuka pressed on, right now it's just the land of earth and the land of lightning at war. Are we to risk it becoming a four-nation battle involving wind, fire, earth, and lightning? Wouldn't that escalate the conflict? That would go against your brother's pursuit of peace, wouldn't it? That shouldn't happen. Mito gate in was now completely at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he was employing a typical staff mentality, overly reliant on charts and wargame simulations, unable to withstand challenges or scrutiny. Kyuko wasn't about to let him off the hook and sternly declared, shouldn't happen. War is a matter of great importance to a nation, concerning life and death, survival and extinction, and must be treated with caution. You want me to entrust the lives of the children of Sunagakure to the simulations of a few Konoha staff members? I'm sorry, but deploying troops is absolutely out of the question. His words were righteous and imposing, leaving no room for rebuttal. Anyone who dared to refute him would surely be labeled a war criminal. The lives of the children of Sunagakure are precious, just as the children of Konoha are raised with love and care by their parents. Mito gate and was momentarily choked into silence, and could only lift a cup of sake to cover his embarrassment. Shimura Danzo silently gave Kyuko a thumbs up, then chimed in, Wind Shadow, there's no need to be angry. The deployment of troops can be put on hold for now, but surely we can at least issue the peace declaration. With one statement, Danzo downgraded a quasi-military operation to a diplomatic statement. Everyone knew that in this age where might makes right, a peace declaration without military backing was little more than toilet paper. Sarutobi Danzo shot a fierce glare at Danzo, clearly displeased with his remarks. Then such a peace declaration would lack deterrent power. A peace declaration can certainly be issued. The military threat can be approached differently. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Danzo's interest peaked. What approach? Kyuka leisurely sipped his sake and uttered 4 words, military exercises. Military exercises? The 3 from Konoha echoed the term in unison, confused. Yes, military exercises. Konoha and Sunagakure can each dispatch around 1,000 elite ninjas to stage an exercise on the borders of the land of earth and the land of lightning, showcasing powerful ninjutsu and tactical coordination, essentially flexing our muscles and demonstrating our strength. I estimate that both the hidden cloud and the hidden stone will weigh the implications behind this exercise, and thus temporary peace can be achieved, right? After hearing this, Sarutobi Danzo's eyes lit up, but after a moment, he dimmed again. I estimate that such peace won't last long. Ha ha! Kyuka burst out laughing, the sound making the 3 from Konoha look rather displeased. Raza and Yashimaru tugged at Kyuka's clothing, worried that the situation might get out of hand. Brother, do you really think that your approach will bring about lasting peace? Kyuka did not overly indulge in his laughter. Upon hearing this, the 3 from Konoha fell silent. Does anyone here know about bullfighting? The group was momentarily stunned. The topic had shifted too rapidly. Are you talking about bulls fighting Wind Shadow? Yashimaru clearly knew how to play along. Exactly, bulls fighting. When bulls clash, their horns lock, their strength is immense. If you try to break them apart at that moment, not only will you fail, but both bulls may charge at you with their horns. Even if you manage to pull them apart by brute force, as long as they have strength left, the next time they meet, they will undoubtedly have an even fiercer battle. So what should we do? Yashimaru continued to ask, and Kyuka nodded with satisfaction. This kid had potential. What should we do? Let them fight first. Let them exhaust themselves, then use a whip to scare them. Naturally, they will stop fighting. Sarutobi Danzo and the others clearly understood. Danzo lifted his cup and took another sip. If the war drags on, countless lives will suffer. At this moment, Danzo spoke up. I actually think what the Wind Shadow said makes sense. Forcing a lid on things now is merely a temporary ceasefire. It won't stop the war. In a few years, a larger war may erupt. Moreover, Danzo's expression suddenly turned grim. I believe a war-torn hidden cloud and hidden stone would better serve the interests of Konoha and Sunagakure. This statement shocked everyone at the table. Kyuka and the three from Sunagakure simply sipped their drinks in silence, while Sarutobi Danzo looked at Danzo in astonishment, and Mito Gate took a remaining skewer of grilled chicken skin, chewing away vigorously. Everyone understood that although Danzo's words were harsh and seemed somewhat cold-blooded, there was no denying that they had a point. Well, when do you think this war will end appropriately? Sarutobi Danzo sighed helplessly, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. I think your previous idea of deploying troops to the Land of Rain was good, though it might have been a bit early, perhaps in 2 years. Kyuka looked at Mito Gate, who usually enjoyed making various simulations. He trusted that Konoha's staff had conducted relevant analyses and work. At most 2.5 years, Mito Gate finally finished the now somewhat cold chicken skin he had been munching on, recalling the situation for a moment before speaking slowly. Then it's 2.5 years, Kyuka concluded, realizing that his sense of justice was ultimately defeated by reality. As the Hokage, just as Kyuka had said, he could not gamble with the lives of the children of Konoha. Additionally, I have another proposal. Danzo spoke again. Let's move the military exercises from the border of the Land of Earth to the Land of Rivers and expand the scale a bit, say to about 3,000 people, while publicly declaring it to be 10,000. Why do it this way? Raza asked, his face filled with confusion. Because there are some secret bases of the hidden mist within the Land of Rivers. These bases have grown significantly and have been frequently harassing our Konoha borders. We can take this opportunity to eliminate them in one go. Danzo swung his arm fiercely, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he spoke loudly. Kyuka nodded in agreement, believing that sending 6,000 troops to deal with a few secret bases of the Hidden Mist was a very reliable plan. It would also provide a chance to train the reorganized ninja teams and the new ninjas, as only those who had experienced actual combat could be considered true fighters. Sarutobi Danzo also generally agreed with this proposal, though he was still immersed in the earlier emotions. He merely said, "Danzo, you can be responsible for organizing this matter," and then continued to drink in silence. Kyuka turned to Raza and said, "You should hand over your current work to Yura. I'll leave Yashimaru with him. After that, you'll be in charge of this military operation. Once it's done, come back to the village. I have other plans." "Understood," Raza replied seriously, standing up to show his compliance. "All right, we've discussed things enough and have eaten quite a bit. Why don't we start the next program?" "What is it?" Sarutobi Danzo, now somewhat tipsy, had a glazed look in his eyes. "How about we play a few rounds of Pai Gao?" Kyuka revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Oh, then, let's play a few rounds." Sarutobi Danzo and Kyuka exchanged glances, both breaking into knowing smiles, as if they had found kindred spirits. The laughter of everyone in the room followed, as the earlier discussions of military affairs seemed to vanish like a breeze in the air. The next morning, after the new rain shadow, Ninshin Kanga completed his succession ceremony. Hokage Sarutobi Danzo and Wind Shadow Kyuka jointly issued a peace declaration. They hoped that the Iwagakure and Kumogakure would exercise restraint, cease hostilities, and avoid further suffering. Both sides agreed to organize a large-scale military exercise of 10,000 troops in the Land of Rivers 3 months later to maintain military safety in the wind, fire, and rain regions. Newly appointed Rain Shadow Ninshin Kanga also expressed his agreement and support for the peace declaration and military exercise, stating that he would send 800 troops to bolster the show of strength. Thus, this declaration became known as the Wind-Fire Declaration, or the Wind-Fire-Rain Declaration. This move left Onoki and A in a state of confusion, as they could not grasp the true intentions of these three shadows. Neither side dared to take swift action opting instead to temporarily halt hostilities and observe the developments while sending numerous personnel to gather intelligence. Thus, the ninja world fell into a temporary peace, although this peace might not last long. Kyuka and Sarutobi Danzo were both very satisfied with this outcome, agreeing to meet again in the Land of Rivers in 3 months. Sarutobi Danzo departed with his team, but Kyuka did not rush to return. Under Raza's guidance, he toured the Sandglass Group's factory and met with representatives of the workers. In front of a large number of workers, Kyuka delivered a passionate speech. "You are the backbone of the economy of Sunagakure and represent the most advanced productive forces and development direction. Your hard work and efforts will not go in vain. I, Kyuka, promise that any worker achieving the title of senior technician will enjoy housing, education, and other related benefits in the Moon Lake New District. As long as we all work hard together, we will surely create a bright tomorrow." His impassioned speech garnered strong responses from the workers, who expressed their determination to work diligently and reduce defects, contributing to the construction of the Sandglass Group. After boosting morale, Kyuka organized a meeting with the group's executives in the conference room. "I come here for 2 reasons. One is to pay respects to Hanzo of the Salamander, and the other is to announce 2 important resolutions regarding the Sandglass Group." Kyuka leisurely scanned the room before finally resting his gaze on Raza and Yura. Noticing that everyone was listening attentively, he continued, "The first is a personnel appointment. Minister Chiyo of the village's intelligence and ANBU has repeatedly reported to me that she is getting old and lacks the energy to continue in such an important position. After discussions with the hearing committee, it has been decided that Raza will return to the village to serve as the head of the intelligence department. The ANBU has many overlapping functions with the intelligence department, so it will be dissolved. Some personnel will be integrated into the intelligence department, while others will be reorganized into the operations department, with Akasuna no Sasori serving as the director. As for the Sandglass Group, Kyuka pointed at Yura. Yura will serve as the general manager, and Yashimaru will be the deputy general manager. Raza, Yura, and Yashimaru immediately stood up in unison, saying, "We will follow the village's arrangements." Raza glanced shyly at Kyuka and then at Kururo. Kyuka instantly understood his meaning and added, "Kururo will also be returned to the village to serve in the intelligence department. The specific position, well, to be discussed." Kururo's face turned bright red at that moment, and he secretly pinched Raza's thigh. Raza remained expressionless, calmly sitting down. Kyuka looked at them and smiled slightly before continuing. "Next, there's another task primarily for you. Oh, and Yashimu." Kyuka paused for a moment, took a sip of tea, and cleared his throat. "Raza and Yashimaru participated in my talks with the 3rd Hokage. You should know that this war is nearing its end, with at most 2.5 years left before it concludes." Upon hearing this, Yura's expression changed immediately as he said, "If there's no more fighting, the business of the ninja tool factory and canned goods factory will undoubtedly be greatly affected." That might indeed be the case. There may not be as many large orders in the future. Kyuka nodded, his expression somewhat serious. And Yura looked at Kyuka, momentarily unable to think of a better solution. Kyuka no longer hesitated and said directly, "So we need to change the existing sales model." Yura and Yashimaru quickly took out notebooks, diligently jotting down notes like elementary school students. "In the next 2 years, you need to do one thing. Establish stores widely in various countries, shifting from wholesale to retail. Since the mountain won't come to us, will take the initiative to go to the mountain." Yura and the others' eyes lit up, sparkling with anticipation. Kyuka confidently continued, "Konoha has a commercial agreement with us, so setting up stores isn't an issue. As for Awagakure and Kumogakure, we can slowly negotiate through diplomatic means. Your previous relationships with the caravans from those 2 countries were quite good, right?" Raza chimed in, "Mr. Shibuya from Kumogakure and Mr. Habuto from Awagakure have good relations with us, and they have some influence in the upper echelons of both countries." "Great. This way, we can basically secure the three major countries of Earth, Lightning, and Fire. As for Mist, well, let's put that aside for now. Sir, I have a question. Everything else is fine, but we currently lack talent and management. Since we want to establish so many stores, where do we find people to manage them? Yashimaru asked, puzzled. Good question. Hyuka praised Yashimaru with a nod. The village and the technical school in the Moon Lake New District established a business department 6 months ago, specifically to cultivate business talents. However, those kids are still too young and need some practical experience. We should first open stores in our own village and Konoha for them to intern in these two places, gradually developing their skills. Also, I remember that the Sandglass Group has a sales department and a reception department, right? Yes, but the scale is not large, Yura replied. That's fine. We can select a group of capable and flexible individuals to send to the technical school in the Moon Lake New District for training. Once we set up the framework, the subsequent work will gradually improve. Understood, I'll arrange this immediately. Yura was deeply impressed by Hyuka, feeling his foresight and exceptional leadership skills. All right, let's wrap up the work-related matters here. Raza, you should take your people back and hand over the intelligence department's responsibilities to Elder Chiyo. Yes, and what about you? Raza asked. What about me? Hyuka smiled, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light. I'm going to pay a visit to an old veteran of the ninja world. It really is a hardship for Lord Madara to hide in such a deep underground place. An elderly person who doesn't see sunlight for a long time is likely to suffer from osteoporosis. Hyuka carefully examined the underground city, known as the Cemetery of Mountains, secretly impressed by its surroundings. This place was not far from Konoha, but it was extremely remote. Although it was located on a peninsula, it appeared desolate, with large areas around it devoid of any greenery, making the vicinity desolate for miles with hardly a trace of human habitation. It was a perfect example of the psychology of darkness under the lamp. In such a desolate place, how has Lord Madara managed to live here for so long? What about his meals? The nearest villages are dozens of miles away. Black Zetsu turned back to look at Hyuka and said. Hyuka shrugged. I remember you weren't this talkative before. I'm about to meet my idol. I'm a little excited. Hyuka grinned widely. Madara is your idol? Black Zetsu showed a hint of surprise. Of course. He was a man who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world back in the day. Hyuka acted like a fan meeting a celebrity. Oh, then why not consider Hashirama Senju as your idol? He is arguably better than Madara, Black Zetsu asked, puzzled. Hyuka's smile grew even brighter. Compared to someone who has passed away, I admire those heroes who are still alive. The two slowly descended into the underground, where the light gradually dimmed. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the path began to widen and visibility improved. Suddenly, they entered a large open area. Hyuka looked up to see a skylight above, directly facing the sun, making the cave's lighting nearly indistinguishable from the outside world. As they walked further, a massive giant-like creature came into view. Its hands and feet were tightly bound with shackles. Its face bore 9 closed eyes, and its color resembled that of withered wood. 10 pillar-like protrusions jutted out from its back. A humanoid bulge on its chest was likely the cultivation chamber for Hashirama cells set up by Madara. The entire exterior exuded an aura of the dark arts, both magnificent and grotesque. In the abdomen of this outer path monster, 3 soft tubes dangled down, connecting to a hunchbacked old man. The old man wore a tattered black cloak, his long white hair reaching down to his waist, and he was looking down, obscuring his face. Hearing the footsteps of the two, he slowly raised his head. Younger ones, are you here to see me? The old man's voice was frail and deep, yet it contained a magnetic charm. Hyuka's eyes widened as he carefully observed this absolute powerhouse from the previous era. His first impression was that he was thin, looking like a mere skeleton, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The only part of him that seemed to have any flesh was the small amount of fat beneath his eyes. His second impression was that he was old, Kyuka could hardly imagine a living person could age to such an extent. He looked like an oversized shrimp shell, unable to stand straight. If not for his moving eyeballs and rising chest, one could easily mistake him for a specimen. His sunken cheeks had a pale greenish hue, and his forehead, almost translucent, bore a large age spot. One eye was covered by his disheveled white hair, while the other was a Rinnegan, a kaleidoscope Rinnegan. At this time, Madara's Rinnegan had already been transplanted into Nagato. I specifically reviewed the anime and manga. Currently, Madara has one eternal kaleidoscope Rinnegan, while the other is obscured by hair, so it's unclear if it's blind or normal. As for why the transplanted, I can still become a kaleidoscope Rinnegan instead of leaving two holes, I really can't explain, so I'll just write it according to the original work. I can hardly believe it. You are indeed still alive. Could you do me a favor? Kyuka's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Madara displayed a look of confusion. Could you give me an autograph? Kyuka earnestly pulled out a pen and a notebook, extending them toward Madara. Madara looked at Kyuka in surprise, and then at Black Zetsu, who explained, "He says you are his idol." Idol? What is there to admire about a failed, barely surviving guy? Madara's tone carried a hint of disdain. Better to barely survive than to be just a pile of dirt. Those who live until the end are the real winners, Kyuka replied calmly. Madara closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He slowly took the pen and began to write his name in the notebook. "Young man, let's have a chat," Madara said casually as he sat down. His withered body seemed to exude an immense authority, and the kaleidoscope Rinnegan he revealed flickered with a mesmerizing light. Kyuka's heart jolted. He felt a wave of clarity wash over him as a cool sensation spread from his chest to his brain, clearing his mind instantly. He put away his earlier fawning demeanor, casually wiped the stone bench in front of him, crossed his legs, and sat down slowly. "All right, let's start our conversation. I am Haiden, a newly promoted genin from Sunegakure's ninja school this year, skilled in taijutsu. I hope to receive your guidance." Haiden introduced himself confidently. "I am Fumi Wuzhong, also a newly promoted genin from the Moon Lake New District Ninja School this year, proficient in crystal release and medical ninjutsu. I look forward to your teachings," Fuyumi added with a polite bow. "I am Banji Zhang, likewise a newly promoted genin from the Moon Lake New District Ninja School, skilled in boil release. I hope to receive your support," Banji Zhang said with determination. Akasuna Shusuk closed the folder containing the profiles of the three recruits and looked up at them, feeling a twinge of surprise. All three were descendants of post-war immigrants, and they had graduated early from the ninja school under the new education reforms, having only studied for a year. Since Kyuka appointed Kaizu as the Minister of Education, they had implemented sweeping reforms in the ninja schools. The original 6-year system was changed to a 7-year system, where children would typically enroll around 6 years old and graduate around 13. However, the new policy allowed all children a chance to apply for early graduation, provided they passed the regular graduation exams, which included written tests, taijutsu, physical fitness, and ninjutsu, with at least 3 subjects achieving excellent results. According to Kyuka and Kaizu, it was to give those geniuses a chance to showcase themselves. Now, the 3 in front of him were all considered geniuses. All right then, let me test the true level of these so-called geniuses. Hello everyone. I am your Class 21 captain and instructor, an elite jounin, Akasuna Shusuk, skilled in puppet techniques. From now on, we may become comrades fighting side by side, but it's also possible that we may not, as you have an important test awaiting you. Akasuna Shusuk smiled and pointed to a flagpole standing in the open space. The 3 followed his gaze to see a small, triangular red flag fluttering at the top. "From now until this time tomorrow, you 3 must think of every possible way to take down this little red flag. Of course, I will do my utmost to stop you. If you succeed, you will become a combat-ready ninja squad. If you fail..." Akasuna Shusuk slowly pulled out a scroll and continued, "Then I'm sorry, You will need to hand over your ninja headbands and certificates and return to the school to continue your studies. At this point, the scroll had fully unfurled, clearly displaying the words black and white. With a loud bang, 2 plumes of white smoke erupted, revealing 2 puppets, one black and one white, each nearly 2 meters tall, wearing high hats and long robes. The white puppet held a morning staff, while the black puppet wielded a soul-hunting rope, looking menacing and terrifying. These are my battle puppets, Black Wu Chang and White Wu Chang. Given that you just graduated from ninja school, I won't use any poison techniques this time. Are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Akasuna Shisuk maintained a kind smile, appearing very approachable. Can I chop down the flagpole? Haydn asked, pulling out his triple-bladed scythe. Sure, as long as you can get the flag, anything goes. I'll tie up the puppets. Banji Zhang will deal with the instructor, and Fuyumi, you go for the flag. How does that sound? Haydn whispered to his 2 comrades. Do you think you can handle 2 puppets? Banji Zhang asked with concern. I should be fine. Let's give it a try. Multi-shadow clone technique. Haydn instantly created a shadow clone, one wielding a scythe and the other a spear, charging towards the flagpole. Banji Zhang followed closely, aiming straight for Akasuna Shisuk at the back, while Wuzhong Fuyumi stayed in a safe area, ready to provide support, as she was a medical ninja. According to the second principle taught by Tsunade in the ninja school, medical ninjas must never be at the front lines of battle. Black Wu Chang split off to engage Banji Zhang, while White Wu Chang suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a barrage of sunbon needles at Haydn. Haydn spun his scythe like a helicopter blade, deflecting some of the needles, but the shadow clone holding the spear was instantly turned to white smoke by the barrage. Once the needles were exhausted, Haydn threw his scythe at White Wu Chang with a powerful strike. White Wu Chang raised its morning staff to block, producing a metallic clash, indicating that this staff was indeed no ordinary weapon. White Wu Chang turned to face Haydn and shot a jet of water towards him. Haydn swiftly sidestepped, and the water struck the ground behind him, creating a small crater. Meanwhile, Banji Zhang was having a tough time with Black Wu Chang. No matter what attack route he chose, Black Wu Chang blocked him thoroughly. Banji Zhang decisively created distance from Haydn, who was entangled with White Wu Chang, trying to free up space for Wuzhong Fuyumi to act. Seeing the right opportunity, he jumped high and formed his left hand into a trumpet shape. Boil release, skillful mist technique. A plume of smoke shot out from Banji Zhang toward Black Wu Chang. Upon contact with the sand and stones on the ground, the smoke began to burn them, indicating its strong acidity. Black Wu Chang opened its mouth and sprayed a torrent of flames to counter the acidic mist, leading to a standoff between the two. Seeing that Banji Zhang and Haydn had created an opening, Wuzhong Fuyumi quickly advanced, aiming directly at Akasuna Shisuk guarding the flagpole. Crystal release, coiling dragon technique, she shouted, and a blue crystal dragon soared into the air, immediately wrapping around Akasuna Shisuk tightly. I'm sorry, but the red flag is mine. Wuzhong Fuyumi laughed as she leaped up, holding a piece of blue crystal, ready to cut the flag rope. At that moment, a figure darted out like lightning, kicking Wuzhong Fuyumi far away. Wuzhong Fuyumi, clutching her sore waist, looked up to see that it was Akasuna Shisuk. Glancing back at the puppet she had bound with her coiling dragon, she noticed its skin was peeling away in chunks, revealing a horse-faced figure underneath. I'm sorry, but I forgot to mention that this is also my puppet, Horseface. Akasuna Shisuk said, if you get tired, there are provisions and water over there. You can eat while you discuss how to seize the red flag. These 3 little ones are quite impressive. They forced me to use 4 puppets. Akasuna Shisuk marveled inwardly, realizing that this was approaching her limit. At that moment, Haydn was still engaged in a fierce battle with White Wu Chang. However, White Wu Chang was no longer the formidable opponent it had once been. Its hat had been knocked off, its white clothing was tattered, and the morning staff it held was now only half intact, with injuries all over its body. Black Wuchang was not in much better shape. Its clothing had been completely corroded by Ban Zhang's boil release, exposing the wooden structure beneath. The soul-hunting rope it held had lost its metallic sheen and would likely need to be reworked after this battle. In contrast, Horseface was relatively fortunate, suffering no substantial damage and still firmly bound next to the flagpole by the blue crystal coiling dragon technique. Wuzhong Fuyumi had evidently no intention of releasing it for the time being, as fewer puppets participating in the battle would only benefit their flag retrieval team. Furthermore, they were unsure what material the blue crystal was made of, as it completely prevented Horseface from breaking free. Facing Wuzhong Fuyumi was Bullhead, one of Akasuna Shusuke's offensive puppets. It showed no fear against Fuyumi's crystal release attacks, raising its horns to defend itself, and the two were evenly matched. Akasuna Shusuke pulled out her last remaining scroll, torn between whether to use her final two puppets. In the world of puppet masters, strength was typically measured by the number of puppets one could control. Currently, the most powerful puppet master in the village was her grandmother, Chiyo, who could control 10 puppets. Her husband, Akasuna Gamu, ranked second with 8 puppets, and Akasuna Shusuke herself ranked third with 6. But now she faced a dilemma. Was it necessary to use the 6 fingers technique against these 3 kids who had just graduated from ninja school? The performance of these 3 kids had already left her quite satisfied. She even thought they had reached the level of Chunin, simply lacking practical experience and skills. Given time, they would undoubtedly become remarkable ninjas. With that thought, Akasuna Shusuke decided to put her last scroll back into her robe. She resolved to use only these 4 puppets, and if they could win, it would prove that these 3 kids were qualified. Just then, the previously even battle began to shift, and the one to break the deadlock was Haydn. He leapt continuously, breaking free from the fray, tossed aside to side, and pulled out 2 large Damascus steel claws from his pocket. After all, being the Wind Shadow's disciple, his equipment had to be top-notch. As he slowly put on the claws, he said, "Akasuna Shusuke-sensei, I'm sorry, but the sun is about to set, and I need to go home for dinner. Excuse me. First gate of the 8 gates, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Injury gate, open." Now, as the 4 gates were opened, Haydn's complexion turned serious, his eyes sparkling like lightning, and his chakras surged and rolled around him. Haydn shouted, moving like lightning, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. His fists fell upon White Wuchang like hail. At first, White Wuchang managed to raise its arm to defend, but soon the arm broke under the assault. Haydn's movements were swift as a phantom, and the sound of his strikes rang out like a rain of wood chopping, as White Wuchang, originally made of hardwood, was visibly dismantled into pieces. Before Akasuna Shusuke could react, Haydn flashed to the flagpole and executed a whip kick against it. With a resounding crash, the 10-meter-high flagpole fell to the ground. Haydn struggled to pull down the flag and proudly waved it at Akasuna Shusuke before collapsing onto the ground. Wuzhong Fuyumi rushed over without hesitation, checking on Haydn as she performed a healing technique on his chest. "It's fine. It's just the after-effects of the technique. You're a bit fatigued," she said. After all, Haydn was still young. He wasn't as resilient as he would become later on, so fainting was quite normal. Akasuna Shusuke felt relieved upon hearing Fuyumi's words. Before long, Haydn awakened groggily, proudly flaunting the red flag in his hand to everyone. "You reckless child. You opened 4 gates right off the bat. It's no wonder you fainted," Akasuna Shusuke said, recognizing Haydn as a participant in the Konoha Valley ambush. She then glanced at the now-defunct White Wuchang and helplessly said, "It was directly broken, but I guess we can salvage some useful parts to rebuild it." As she spoke, she pulled out a scroll. With 2 loud bangs, 2 puffs of white smoke appeared, revealing 2 battle puppets over 3 meters tall. One wore golden armor and held a mountain-cleaving axe with Day Wanderer inscribed on its chest. The other wore silver armor and held a demon-slaying staff with Night Wanderer on its chest. The Night Wanderer approached Horseface, striking it with the staff, instantly shattering the blue crystal coiling dragon. Day Wanderer began to collect the remnants of White Wuchang, carefully piling them into a blank scroll. Clearly, these two newly appeared puppets were far more powerful in both offense and defense than the previous four. Haiden and his companions realized that Akasuna Shusuk had indeed been holding back during the earlier battle. If all 6 puppets had been unleashed, they would surely have been defeated. All right, in celebration of your official status as ninjas, I've decided to treat everyone to hot pot. Awesome. In a hot pot restaurant called Shilai Shun in Sunagakure, the atmosphere was lively and bustling, filled with patrons enjoying their meals. The restaurant's signature was its copper pot hot pot, featuring an incredibly delicious broth. The lamb was tender and flavorful, and the combination of dipping sauces was meticulous, with reasonably priced offerings. The unique dining experience made it a favorite among the villagers. Currently, this restaurant had open branches in both the Moon Lake New District and the Land of Rain, with plans to expand into Konoha as well. This was Kyuka's private enterprise, managed by several retired ninjas who had been injured in battle. They received good treatment and were happy to work for Kyuka. One of the ninjas, skilled with a blade, was showcasing his knife techniques for the customers. He held a knife, and with a flurry of swift movements, he transformed a piece of fresh lamb weighing over a pound into more than 100 slices as thin as a cicada's wings in the blink of an eye. The presentation was both beautiful and appetizing, drawing applause from the diners. At this moment, Haiden and Banji Zhang had completely forgotten their images, piling plate after plate of meat into the hot pot. Watching the bright red meat transform to a lighter shade, they quickly picked it up and dipped it in sauces, devouring it with enthusiasm. After the rigorous test earlier, they needed to replenish their energy. Wuzhong Fuyumi and Akasuna Shusuk, on the other hand, appeared more refined. They also dipped slices of meat one by one, but their mouths never stopped moving, continually enjoying the food. As the pace of their eating slowed, Akasuna Shusuk put down his chopsticks and said, "You all take your time eating. I have something to discuss." The 3 of them turned their gazes toward their instructor, though their chopsticks remained in motion. Lord Wind Shadow has announced that 3 months from now, a joint military exercise will be held in the Land of Rivers with Konoha, codenamed Wind Fire Operation. Upon hearing this, the 3 stopped eating and looked at their teacher. Although it's called a military exercise, it will include actual combat content. The plan is to eliminate a batch of hidden mists, secret military strongholds in the Land of Rivers. Normally, newly formed ninja squads wouldn't participate in such operations, but I think this is a rare opportunity for everyone to get exposure to real combat and hone their tactics. It will greatly help improve everyone's strength. So, I want to submit a report to request our participation in this military exercise. What do you all think? Of course, I agree, Haiden said boldly. I have no issue with that. Banji Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I also agree, Wuzhong Fuyumi stated firmly. Then I will submit the report tomorrow. I believe there shouldn't be any problems. I will set the stage for you, and I hope you can perform well. Yes, the 3 replied in unison. Very good. Objectively speaking, your individual combat abilities are quite decent, but you still lack some teamwork. This is also an area you're not yet familiar with. For the next 3 months, our task will be to address this shortcoming. I have some ideas. Let's use today's flag retrieval battle as an example. Akasuna Shusuk picked up her chopsticks as a prop and began to explain to the 3. Meanwhile, in another location, Tsunade was wearing a loose purple bathrobe, her alluring figure partially revealed, with long legs that were quite enticing. She was drying her freshly washed hair with a towel. Kyuka, lounging in a relaxed position, caught sight of Tsunade and felt a stir of emotions. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Tsunade swatted away Kyuka's inappropriate hand and said, "What are you thinking? You've been quiet for a long time." Kyuka stared at the ceiling, helplessly saying, "I was thinking about whether I would have any chance of winning if I fought Madara." Tsunade shot him a glare and replied, "That's hard to say. After all, Madara was at the pinnacle of that era. Even now, though he's old, his strength remains unfathomable. Who knows if he still has tricks up his sleeve? Even his subordinate, that white Zetsu, possesses formidable power. If it weren't for Lord Baku, I certainly wouldn't have been able to hold him back. Yeah, who knows what tricks he has left? Kyuka looked back up at the ceiling, filled with helplessness. In the cave, Kyuka had thought more than once about eliminating Madara, the root cause of the entire manga's troubles. But every time he saw that enchanting Rinnegan, he suppressed the thought. There was no doubt that the Rinnegan was one of the most challenging cheats to deal with in this world. Not to mention powerful and lethal techniques like Susanoo and Tensei. If Madara were to get desperate and use his remaining eye to employ his Anaji or his Zanami, such perverse eye techniques that were half real and half fake, with the added effect of resurrection, he might genuinely find himself in trouble given his current Iron Sand techniques and incomplete Sage techniques. Moreover, there was Black Zetsu lurking nearby, always watching. Inside the outer pass monster were thousands of white Zetsu. If they were to use some method that he was unaware of to release, he would find it difficult to resist, as one good tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Given such uncertainty, Kyuka knew he could not act rashly. He had finally arrived in this ninja world, finally risen to the status of a village leader, finally tasted a bit of success. He could not simply die in this desolate cave without clarity. However, he believed that Madara wouldn't dare to act lightly either. After the illusion of the kaleidoscope Rinnegan faded, Madara likely would not have absolute confidence in eliminating him. The reason for leaving poetry with iron sand on that stone bench, aside from the elements of humor, was also a form of deterrent power. Kyuka firmly believed that for at least the next decade, Madara's influence would not dare to covet Sunagakure, preventing tragedies like those in the future Hidden Mist Village. He could calmly consolidate resources and enhance his own strength. There was still plenty of time. As long as he interrupted any critical juncture, he could potentially thwart Black Zetsu's schemes. If all else failed, he could follow the original storyline, which was also a viable path. He believed that in the coming decades, as long as he managed things well, his life in Sunagakure would be quite good. Tsunade, somewhat displeased, poked Kyuka's forehead and said, "You should have told me about such matters in advance." Kyuka chuckled and replied, "How could I? If it weren't for white Zetsu showing up at the underground laboratory, wouldn't you think I was just telling tales?" Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "That's true. By the way, what do you plan to do about that white Zetsu?" A sly glint flashed in Kyuka's eyes as he replied, "Let's let him go hungry for 3 to 5 days. After all, they've bullied us at our doorstep. We can't let them off easy. Hee hee, but before dealing with white Zetsu, I think I should deal with you first." With that, Kyuka could no longer contain his emotions, flipping over and pouncing toward Tsunade. Tsunade pushed him away in disdain and said, "Go take a shower first. You're filthy." Deputy Director Jelu, a huge dune field has appeared ahead. Several members of the engineering department have calculated that if we choose to take a detour, the project schedule will be delayed by several months. Wu Zhongoyu, wearing wind goggles, reported to Deputy Director Jalakue, who came to inspect the progress of the Shiyu Expressway. "Let's go take a look." Jalakue did not hesitate at all, putting on 2 sandproof socks and stepping out of the tent. When they faced the massive dune field, which was over 200 meters high and seemed endless, Jalakue couldn't help but frown. "How long is this dune field?" Jalakue asked. "At least 30 miles, Wu Zhongoyu replied. "We can't afford to delay this. We can't afford to." Upon hearing Wu Zhongoyu's answer, Jalakue quickly shook his head. The original plan was to complete the first phase of the Moon Sand Expressway by the end of this year. If we are delayed by a few months, it will be pushed next year. Moreover, the village is about to organize military exercises in the Land of Rivers, and the supply of materials to the Uehu district is of utmost importance. This matter absolutely cannot be delayed. We cannot choose to take a detour. Didn't your previous exploration team discover this dune field? It didn't exist before. Didn't a black sandstorm blow through a couple of days ago? In just one night, such a large area appeared. Wu Zhongoyu said helplessly. Sigh, I didn't consider the unique climatic factors of the desert thoroughly. Jialu Kuei slapped his forehead, looking frustrated. After a while, Jialu Kuei tugged at the scarf around his neck, as if he had made a significant decision. Let's do it. We'll continue construction according to the original plan. But this dune is over 200 meters high. If we dig holes and drill according to the original plan, the amount of work will more than double. Isn't that going to cause even more delays? Wu Zhongoyu scratched his head and said, If I can move this dune, you can finish on time, right? Of course, that's no problem. I, Wu Zhongoyu, guarantee with my head that as long as the dune is cleared, we can definitely complete it within 2 months. Good, that's what you said. Someone come. Jialu Kuei shouted, and immediately a team of people rushed over. Please give your orders, Deputy Director. You've all heard the situation, right? Hear it. Good. I won't waste any more words. Kato, take a small team and head back to Yue New District immediately to find Officer Maki and bring all the ninjas in the village who can use wind release techniques and control sand over here. Yamada, go directly back to Sunagakure and report the situation here to Lord Kazekage and request reinforcements. Yes. Several ninjas immediately took off. Jialu Kuei bit his cheek, angrily pulling out the iron fan from his back and pointing it at the dune ahead. I will use this iron fan to blow you away. Wind release, gale dance. With that, Jialu Kuei opened the fan, revealing 3 red hearts, and vigorously waved it at the dune. A powerful stream of high-pressure wind surged out with the movement of the iron fan, crashing into the massive dune in front of him, causing it to collapse in large sections. Jialu Kuei looked satisfied at the results before waving again. Yakura, immediately notify all ninjas to gather outside the village, except for those on duty. Also, tell Minister Yuara from the logistics department to organize a support team to ensure that all combat personnel have supplies of drinking water, food, tents, and medicine, preparing for a month's worth at first. Jing Hang opened the drawer of his office and took out the wind goggles and scarf he had used before. As he stepped out of the Kazakage hall, ready to head outside the village for battle mobilization, he bumped into a bald monk. Master Finfu, what brings you here? Since Jing Hang took over as Kazakage, he had rescued Finfu from the abyss and settled him in a small temple outside the village, arranging for someone to deliver rice and supplies for him every month. Shukaku had gradually become docile and had not caused any trouble since, indicating that Finfu had grown into a perfect Jinchuriki and gained Shukaku's recognition. The villagers had also gradually forgotten the terror of Shukaku, no longer resisting Finfu, allowing him to move freely in the village without interference. I heard that the village is having trouble repairing the road, so we came to help. Shukaku too. That's wonderful. When Jing Hang heard Finfu say we, he knew he had brought Shukaku along. Upon reflection, Shukaku wasn't the most vicious of the tailed beasts. Compared to the Nine Tails' indifference and cruelty towards life, Shukaku could be considered lively and mischievous at most. With Finfu's deep Buddhist teachings over time, Shukaku probably wouldn't rampage easily. If necessary, there was also the technique of Gada that could serve as a stabilizing force. Having Shukaku come to clear the dunes was simply a perfect match for the task. If this event can completely change the village's impression of Shukaku, it would be a great merit. Well said, Lord Kazekage is absolutely right. Finfu said, joining his hands together. Sunagakure's administrative efficiency was remarkably high. Nearly 10,000 ninjas quickly gathered in the open space outside the village. Jing Hang jumped up onto the mountain gate, looking at the crowd, picked up a tin trumpet, and cleared his throat to get their attention. The area immediately quieted down as everyone prepared to listen to the Kazakage's address. Over 60 years ago, our ancestors established Sunagakure under the leadership of the first Kazakage, Lord Rieto. Back then, in this desolate desert, people drank salty and bitter water, ate rough food, and slowly cultivated the foundation of Sunagakure. Despite the barren drought, the lack of water and rain, the absence of warm spring breezes, and the absence of shady green trees, our ancestors willingly shed their sweat and blood here. Why? Because this is our hometown, the place where we were born and raised. We must build our hometown well, turning it into a rich and beautiful place. At this moment, Jing Hang pointed dramatically to the distant desert and continued. Over 100 kilometers from here, the first expressway in the ninja world is being constructed, which will tightly connect the Uehu New District and Sunagakure. From now on, grains, fruits, livestock, medicinal materials, and other goods from Uehu New District will continuously flow into Sunagakure, allowing us to completely rid ourselves of the label of poverty and backwardness. The days of suffering will be gone forever. The crowd's enthusiasm was ignited, erupting in cheers like a tsunami. Jing Hang paused for about a minute, raised his hand to quiet them down, and continued. But right now, the construction team is facing difficulties. Due to the black sandstorm, dozens of miles of large sand dunes have appeared in front of the team. What do you think we should do? Move it, shift it, move it. The crowd's enthusiasm surged again. Jing Hang felt pleased in his heart. It seemed the people's hearts could be won. Yes, this is the spirit of the Sunagakure ninjas who inherit the will of our ancestors. Unyielding and daring to fight against the heavens. Unyielding and daring to fight against the heavens. Unyielding and daring to fight against the heavens. The crowd's emotions reached a peak. They all raised their right hands, shouting with a roar like a mountain tide. Let's go. Jing Hang boldly pointed forward. A rare battle between man and sand officially began. Magnet release. The art of the giant. A black iron man holding a shovel stood majestically before the sand dunes. Its imposing appearance instantly drew cheers from the crowd below. Jing Hang stood atop the Iron Man, shielding his eyes with his hand as he looked down at the vast expanse of sand dunes. Wow, this stretch of sand dunes is really quite large. Shohei, how about we have a little competition? Shohei, standing beside him with narrowed eyes that resembled copper coins, looked at Jing Hang with a hint of pride and said, "Stop showing off. I only came to help because of the monk's request." Then, disdainfully glancing at the sand dunes in front of him, he added, "Kid, I might not be good at fighting, but when it comes to playing with sand, you're no match for me." "Well then, please go ahead," Jing Hang said politely. The Iron Man also leaned on the shovel with one hand and made a please gesture with the other, looking quite comical. Facing the sand dunes, Shohei suddenly opened his mouth wide, rapidly gathering a massive amount of chakra. A giant black chakra sphere was gradually taking shape. No way. Is he really going to use a tailed beast bomb? Jing Hang showed a hint of surprise. Boom! The black-tailed beast bomb, like a heavy black billiard ball, spun and whistled as it surged forward, plowing through the sand dunes with unstoppable force, extending until it almost blocked their view. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out as the tailed beast bomb detonated, sending a strong shockwave rushing towards them, causing everyone to bend down, fearing they would be knocked over by the wind generated by the blast. Once the strong wind passed, everyone looked up and saw that wherever their eyes could see, all the sand dunes had been leveled to the ground. Jing Hang was also dumbfounded. "Shohei, long live!" Someone shouted this slogan, which quickly triggered a chain reaction. Long live Shohei! Long live Shohei! The crowd erupted in cheers for Shohei's remarkable feat. Such a shocking scene filled everyone with genuine admiration for Shohei. So noisy. Shohei seemed to mutter disdainfully, but his small eyes sparkled with pride. This was the first time he had received so much recognition from people, the first time he heard so many cheering for him, and it felt pretty good. This subtle change did not escape Jing Hang's notice. He was overjoyed as the tailed beasts, like the village, could form emotional bonds. If he could turn Shohei from a feared monster into a beloved guardian spirit of Sunagakure, that would definitely be a good thing. And why not? Looking at the flat desert before him, Jing Hang couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself that if he had known it would be this simple, He could have just brought Shohei over to unleash a few tailed beast bombs and been done with it, rather than making such a big fuss. However, it was also good. The restructured ninja army could take this opportunity to conduct training and effectively work on team cohesion. With that thought, Jing Hang pointed into the distance and said, "We cannot lose, my warriors. Follow me." After saying that, he controlled the Iron Man to rush toward the farther sand dunes, and the ninjas were all energized, following the wind shadows lead into the fray. Construction team. While there's no wind and new sand dunes haven't formed, hurry and start drilling and setting piles. Don't let Lord Wind Shadow and Lord Shohei's efforts go to waste. Wu Zhong-o called out, and the construction reinforcements that had come from a Moon Lake new district responded in unison, immediately picking up shovels and getting busy. Some were using ninjutsu, and for a moment, the scene was bustling with activity. At this rate, who knows, maybe in less than 2 months, the Tsunamoon Expressway will be completed. Lord Wind Shadow really knows how to get things done. Jialu Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed. In reality, the situation was even faster than Jialu Kuei imagined. Wind release. Great Ball spiraling shuriken. Jing Hang controlled the giant Iron Man, which held a rapidly spinning chakra ball, accompanied by a high-frequency whistling sound. The ball also had a ring of spinning blades around it, clearly a product of highly compressed wind release chakra. What is this? Shohei looked at the technique Jing Hang had used, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Here goes. Jing Hang threw the chakra ball forward, much like tossing a baseball, aimed at the sand dune that stood over 200 meters tall. It nearly matched the effect of a tailed beast bomb, and the sand dune was also flattened. After clearing this area, that should be about it. Hey, why are you staring at me? Jing Hang noticed he was looking at him without speaking, and he understood what it was thinking. After fighting with you for so many years, I must have some insights, right? This technique is developed based on your tailed beast bomb. How's that? Not bad, right? You're pretty good at stealing ideas, but your technique is just a shadow of the tailed beast bomb. It's far from it. Shohei scoffed. Why don't you give me some pointers then? Jing Hang said, trying to curry favor with Shohei. Depend on my mood later, Shohei replied, putting on airs and speaking nonchalantly. Jing Hang didn't mind and just smiled. He believed that after this road construction incident, Shohei would also undergo some changes. This change stemmed from recognition. Even the fiercest dog would not ruin its own territory. As long as it recognized Sunagakure and the people on this land, it would use its claws to protect this territory. As for the wind release, Great Ball spiraling shuriken. It could be considered an enlarged version of Naruto's spiraling shuriken. The manga provides extremely detailed explanations of this technique and the various jutsu derived from it. It doesn't require hand seals, has great lethality, and since wind release is Jing Hang's affinity, not using it would be a waste. After a few simple experiments, he succeeded. Moreover, he developed corresponding wind release and magnet release spiraling balls. If he could master Sage Arts a bit more proficiently, he could even create a high-quality imitation of the tailed beast bomb. Let Namikaze Minato take a break. When the time comes, I can teach him. The issue with the sand dunes was finally resolved completely. Wu Zhong-o's construction team was also not idle, bringing in the Crystal Release clan members to work in shifts, laboring diligently. The construction progress had already reached 2/3 completion, and with the united efforts of over 10,000 Sunagakure ninjas, in just a month and a half, the Tsunamoon Expressway was officially completed. Crystal Release. Tunnel Technique. Wu Zhong-o shouted into the distance, and a crescent-shaped purple crystal tunnel appeared out of thin air, gradually extending all the way to the mouth of Triumph Valley, fitting seamlessly into the valley entrance. Before the construction, Wu Zhong-o and his clan members had undergone specialized training at the Moon Lake New District Ninja School, and their understanding of chakra and mastery of the Crystal Release bloodline had improved tremendously. Now, the Crystal Release could be manipulated freely. Standing at the valley entrance, Jing Hang looked down at the Crystal Highway, which was segmented every 100 meters by crystals of different colors. To prevent thermal expansion and contraction, the gaps in between were filled with asphalt rubber. There were purple, red, yellow. Under the sunlight, they emitted a dazzling array of colors, like a beautiful rainbow bridge winding through the desert. Truly beautiful. This is indeed a magical heavenly road. Jing Hang was deeply moved by his own design. I declare, the Sunamun Expressway is officially open for operation. The ninjas in the valley erupted in cheers. This time our mission is to set an ambush in Area 4, Chisunashuki said seriously, pointing to the small red dot on the map. This is a stronghold of the Mist Village at Jiza Mountain. According to the intelligence we have, there are about 200 Mist ninjas entrenched in this location. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the main force of Konoha will launch a full-scale attack on the Mist, and this battle is expected to end in about 2 hours. Our task, as Sunagakure, is... Chisunashuki pointed to the latter part of the map and continued, to cut off the enemy's retreat. The three young ninjas listened intently while carefully applying tactical face paint. This tactical face paint was a new product developed by the Sandglass Group, very practical. It not only served as camouflage, but also prevented mosquito bites. Sunagakure was the first to procure a badge for the teams participating in this operation, equipping each person with one. In this mission, we are not the main players, and Area 4 is not the best route for enemy retreat. Theoretically, we shouldn't encounter a large number of fleeing soldiers, but we must not let our guard down. If we encounter small groups of enemies, we will eliminate them all. If large groups of enemies try to retreat through our defensive area, we will hold them back without hesitation. Furlong, here, this firework is in your charge. If you encounter more than 4 enemies, you must immediately set off this firework. Within 20 minutes, at least 6 combat teams will come to support us. Do you all understand? Understood, the 3 replied in a low voice. Finally, let me remind you of one more thing. No matter if we face 50 or 100 enemies, as long as there is one person from Team 21 still alive, we must grit our teeth and hold on for 20 minutes. Yes, the 3 said resolutely. Check your gear. Gear is complete. Gear is complete. Gear is complete. Gear is complete. Synchronize watches. For watches were lined up neatly, and all showed the time as 3:12. Let's go. With Chisunashuki's command, the 4 figures swiftly vanished into the vast night. According to the intelligence we've obtained, the group of mist bandits entrenched at Jiza Mountain consists of about 260 individuals. Most of them are martial factions that failed in internal struggles within the Mist Village, as well as a small number of wandering ninjas and renegades from other villages. They claim to be a group of renegade Mist ninjas and are the largest bandit force of Mist within the Land of Rivers. And this person, Danzo, gestured for his subordinates to switch to the next slide, and the screen instantly switched to a young ninja's profile. This young ninja had a knife-like face, broom-like eyebrows, mismatched eyes, a mustache, and several pockmarks on his face, with a Mist Village forehead protector hanging around his neck, marked with a slash. Shimizu Renai, 27 years old, is the leader of this force. He was once one of the 4 major disciples under the former leader of the Mist Village, ranked 3rd, and was the leader of the martial faction in the Mist Village, serving as a junior instructor, proficient in water release techniques, and skilled in swordsmanship, a force not to be underestimated. Junior instructor? That's a significant position. How'd he end up here? Jing Hang asked, puzzled. It is understood that he has made multiple radical statements within the Mist Village, advocating for armed invasion of the continent to secure overseas interests for the Mist Village. He organized a small faction of martial artists within the Mist Village, gaining considerable influence, and has often confronted the Mizukage and the former leader in public. After one failed attempt to seize power through armed action, he was exiled here along with several core members. 2 years ago, he managed to drift here and took over this hill, with many of his former subordinates crossing the sea to come to him. He has led his followers to Konoha and Takigakure several times to organize terror activities. Last time when Shoshin had an incident, this guy even claimed responsibility for it. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, his face filled with anger, clearly unable to contain his rage. This is not a martial faction. They are clearly reactionaries. They are terrorists. Danzo, just tell us the battle plan. Yes. Danzo indicated for his subordinates to switch to another slide, and the screen changed to a strategic situation map marked with red and blue forces. For this operation, I have chosen a strategy of surrounding 3 while 1 attacks. We will launch attacks from the east, south, and north of Jiza Mountain. As long as one route succeeds, we will quickly expand horizontally, opening up other attack routes and forcing the enemy westward towards the back mountain. There, our comrades from Sunagakure have already set up pockets, and we will carry out a pincer attack to annihilate the enemy. This plan is quite good. Let's discuss the specifics. Yes, the specific plan is that the 3 routes will launch attacks at 4 o'clock tonight. The Eastern Army will be led by elite Jonin Yunyushokai, who is hiding with 300 ninjas at Old Rabbit Ridge. The southern route will be led by Uchiha Zonyu from the Konoha Guard, who will lead 300 elite ninjas to attack Jiza Mountain directly. The northern route will be led by elite Jonin Hitaki Sakumo, who will climb up from the northern cliffs with 200 elite ninjas to directly attack the enemy's lair. As for the western pocket deployment, it will be introduced by Minister Rasha from Sunagakure. Very good. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. I am very satisfied with this plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. However, about Hitaki Sakumo, Jing Hang felt some doubts. This person had been captured by himself at the stone fortress before, and the once proud Konoha White Fang had suffered heavy losses in that incident. After being revived, Sunagakure and Konoha had formed an alliance, but he had been in Sunagakure Hospital, dispirited and silent. Now, bringing him back to Konoha so soon made Jing Hang worry that he might falter at a critical moment. Lord Kazekage is overthinking. Truly excellent ninjas will wash away their humiliation on the battlefield. Lord Hokage, you make a valid point. All right, you're the boss. What you say goes. Rasha, please present your plan to everyone. Yes. Rasha responded and took over Danzo's command baton, signaling for his subordinates to switch to another slide. The terrain in the back mountain is quite unique, mostly consisting of fish scale-like mountains, with dense vegetation and numerous paths. If the enemy attempts to break through in multiple directions, it will be difficult for us to form effective blockades. If we only set small-scale ambushes, the effect will not be significant. And if we station too many troops in one area, it will not only waste manpower, but also easily expose our movements. Therefore, my method is chain defense. Chain defense? Upon hearing this, everyone in the command room looked puzzled. Please look at this diagram. Rasha continued to explain calmly. In this fish scale-like mountain range, I have dispersed over 100 combat teams, nearly 400 ninjas from Sunagakure, across the various ambush points marked on the map, which essentially covers the entire area. In this way, no matter which direction the enemy flees, they will encounter our ambush points. Once they encounter the enemy, they will be surrounded and attacked by at least 6 to 10 of our combat teams in a very short time. Moreover, between the combat teams, we have also set various traps to layer our defenses and dismantle their forces. I believe this will eliminate most of the enemy's active strength, but I still think some enemies will escape. Danzo interjected darkly from the side. Rasha remained calm and continued. Therefore, I have deployed a heavy troop group of 200 at the 7 passes. I believe this will ensure our success. Good. After hearing Rasha's presentation, Jing Hang was the first to applaud, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded along with many Konoha advisors in agreement. Jing Hang even heard Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mido Kaze murmuring that this tactic was brilliant, and after the battle, they must ask Sunagakure for a copy of the combat log for reference. Only Danzo remained silent with a long face, clearly calculating his own plans in his mind. As the overall commander of this operation, Danzo had initially seemed to have improved his cunning when assigning combat tasks to Jing Hang. But when he and Rasha spread out the map for careful study, Jing Hang was dumbfounded. It was obvious that Danzo had deliberately dug a pit. The advancing troops seemed to be in danger, but they were, after all, a large force overwhelming a small one, whereas on their side, they were like trapped beasts fighting desperately for survival, and the difficulty was simply incomparable. However, Jing Hang was seasoned in battle. Through first-hand inspections and discussions with Rasha, he designed an entirely new tactical approach. Additionally, Jing Hang had been a devoted fan of Italian football in his previous life, so he had considerable insight into chain defense tactics. As the command room gradually quieted down, Jing Hang stood up and said solemnly, "The battle is about to begin, and I have no special instructions. I will only say this. Whoever can bring me Shimizu Renai's head, I will personally reward them with 20,000 ryo." Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to choke on his pipe, coughing for a while before looking at Jing Hang and saying, "We from Konoha will also offer 20,000 ryo. Look at you now, all listless and reeking of alcohol, looking just like a pile of mud. Are you still the spirited and ambitious Konoha white fang that made the ninja from the 5 great nations tremble in fear? What a disgrace." Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the wine bottle in front of him to the ground, the sake splattering everywhere and soaking Hitaki Tsukumo's face. The bottle spun a few times before shattering into pieces. One failure does not mean eternal failure. The shame of the battlefield should be washed away on the battlefield. That is what a true ninja should do. The cold sake jolted Hitaki Tsukumo awake, and a proud man, once his pride has been thoroughly shattered, often finds it hard to accept. "Lord Hiruzen, Stop talking." Sarutobi Hiruzen drew a short blade and stabbed it into the table. The blade was covered in black patterns, and, under the dim light of the izakaya, reflected no light whatsoever. "Your white fang has been broken by me, but I do not want your spirit to be broken as well. This is a custom ninja blade that I paid a lot for from the Sandglass Group, almost identical in appearance to your white fang, with the main feature being its concealed blade and excellent toughness. Now that war is upon us again, I don't have the time to waste here with you. Think it over carefully, and when you're ready, go take a bath, shave, and report to the Hokage's office with this blade tomorrow morning. If you can't figure it out," Sarutobi Hiruzen casually tossed the sheath aside, "then you can use this blade to end your own life." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the izakaya without looking back, but not before reaching down to gently pat Kakashi, who was sneakily watching him. "Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. Our generation should set an example for the children." Hitaki Tsukumo looked at the ninja blade before him, his blurry eyes gradually clearing. He slowly reached out and grasped the hilt. "Captain! Captain!" Hitaki Tsukumo was jolted awake by his comrade's call. "What time is it?" Tsukumo instantly snapped out of his deep sleep. 3:50. "Perfect. Follow me." Hitaki Tsukumo moved his limbs, checking to make sure he was ready. With a leap, he landed firmly on a rock, and, with a ninja blade on his back and an iron chain hanging from his waist, he moved like a nimble monkey, quickly climbing up the mountain using the cracks and protrusions in the rock. The nearby ninja closely followed him. In no time, the two had climbed to the top of the cliff. They unfastened the iron chain from their waists and secured it tightly to a large tree. Checking their watches, they saw it was exactly 4 o'clock, then quickly waved their lighter towards the opposite mountain peak. The iron chain began to tighten gradually, eventually stretched taut, clearly being pulled from the other end. "Captain, your method is brilliant. It saved us a lot of effort." The ninja quietly praised Hitaki Tsukumo's ingenuity. "This is nothing. It's just adapting to the situation. Those strategists only know how to draw on paper and never come to the field for inspection. If we had followed the original plan to climb up, it would not only have wasted time, but also left us exhausted before the fight." Hitaki Tsukumo replied quietly, his confident demeanor shining through even in the dark. Just then, sounds of fighting and clashing swords seemed to come from ahead, growing louder and more chaotic. "They're coming. Get ready to move." Hold the line! Hold the line! Shimizu Renai swung his sword, shouting madly. The hideout was crowded and chaotic. Master! Master! Enemies are sneaking up from the cliff. A minion rolled in to report. What? How is that possible? How many are there? A sea of black. I can't count them. Useless. Shimizu Renai kicked the messenger away. The extreme chaos gradually made him calm down. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his mind racing. They were surrounded. There were sounds of fighting to the east and south, indicating a significant enemy presence. Now enemies were also climbing the northern cliff. A seasoned warrior, he immediately realized they could no longer hold this position and must not linger. Everyone, withdraw to the back mountain with me. The back mountain had complex terrain and dense vegetation. Once they dove into the woods, even an army of 10,000 would find it hard to locate them. Want to escape? Not so easily. Before Shimizu Renai could regain his composure, he was already stabbed in the chest. Fortunately, having immersed himself in swordsmanship for many years, his reflexes were quick. As the blade approached his body, he instinctively leaned slightly to the side, avoiding a fatal blow, but still received a 6-inch gash, blood gushing out and quickly soaking part of his body. Ignoring the wound on his chest, Shimizu Renai held his sword steady, and indeed, he heard a loud clang as he blocked a patterned short blade that had no shine. Ancient sword technique? You are Konoha White Fang. You have some knowledge. Oh, you are Shimizu Renai. Exactly. Ha, heaven is eyes. I can finally pay off my drinking debts from the past 2 years. Shimizu Renai, hand over your head. With that, Hatake Sakomo changed his stance and unleashed a flurry of attacks like a storm. At that moment, he had lost the dazzling techniques of his past. The dull short blade made it even harder to anticipate the angles of his strikes. Shimizu Renai found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught, receiving several new wounds. Just then, a loud boom echoed as the hideout's door was blown open with an explosive tag. A large number of Konoha ninjas poured in. Most of the missed ninjas left behind in the hall were die-hard followers of Shimizu Renai, and knowing they could not hold out, they still fought fiercely to buy time for their brothers to retreat. I can't get bogged down here, or I'll be finished. Shimizu Renai shouted, his long sword dancing like a golden snake, pressing Hatake Sakomo hard. But instead of retreating, Hatake Sakomo advanced, ducking low, changing blades in an instant, blocking the long sword with his left hand while launching a punch directly at Shimizu Renai's abdomen. Shimizu Renai, surprisingly, took the punch head-on, staggering back a few steps. As he retreated, he formed a hand sign with his left hand and unleashed a water release, water dragon bullet technique at Hatake Sakomo. Hatake Sakomo was no ordinary ninja. Facing the roaring water dragon, he twisted at his waist and executed a bridge technique, pushing his right hand to the ground while holding the blade upwards, splitting the water dragon cleanly in half. Once Hatake Sakomo stood up, he saw Shimizu Renai's fleeing back, and anger surged within him. Damn it! Die for me! The ninja blade in his hand seemed to sense its master's overwhelming killing intent, letting out a low hum. Kill! Hatake Sakomo's veins bulged as he charged into the crowd. Once the young leader of the martial faction from the Mist Village, Shimizu Renai was far from the type of hot-blooded rookie who would simply shout in a panic when faced with danger, nor was he a mindless brute with only muscles in his head. He was highly strategic and well aware of the surround 3 while 1 attacks tactic. Therefore, he boldly asserted that there must be an ambush at the western back mountain. Thus, instead of panicking and fleeing with the main force, he quietly pulled 4 trusted subordinates aside, hiding in the shadows to observe the situation. Sure enough, before long, flames erupted in the dense forest ahead, followed by the sounds of explosions from several explosive tags. The clashing of weapons, the roars of ninjutsu, the sound of falling trees, and the cries of people intermingled, creating a cacophony. Although these sounds seemed to grow more distant, they became denser and more urgent. We can't go this way. The entire path is filled with traps and ambushes. The one who set these traps is a master, laying them out in sections for layered defense. This entire area must be tightly secured. With just the 5 of us, we absolutely can't break through. Shimizu Renai tightened the bandages around him to ensure no blood would leave a trace for pursuers. After pondering for a moment, he pointed to the left side of the forest and said, "Let's go this way." "But there's no path over there," one of the rookie ninjas replied, earning immediate glares from the others. One ninja even slapped him on the head, clearly indicating that questioning the leader's decisions was intolerable in their group. However, Shimizu Renai seemed unfazed by the doubts of his subordinates. "It's precisely because there is no path that it's safer. Don't worry, I've roamed this area for nearly 3 years. I know every blade of grass and tree here. Beyond this forest, there's a narrow path formed by wild animals, wide enough for the 5 of us to pass through, and no one knows about it." With that, he leaped onto a tree. "But you all need to be careful. Konoha may have set traps. We'll take turns scouting ahead, while keeping a safe distance to avoid leaving traces. I'll go first." He jumped to another tree, and the other 4, seeing his resolve, quickly followed. "Once I get out of here, I will gather the personnel from other strongholds. Konoha, I will avenge this arrow." Shimizu Renai thought fiercely to himself. "Wow, it sounds really lively over there." Ban no Sho remarked enviously as he listened to the sounds of fighting to the right. "Yeah, unlike us here, there's not even a sound. I feel like we're just wasting time here. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have stayed in the village and learned a few techniques from the master," Haiden added, feeling a bit bored. "Fools, your master is here, at the front mountain command center," said Chisuna Shuki. "All right, both of you shut up," Chisuna Shuki whispered sharply, and the 2 immediately fell silent, not daring to speak again. "This feels off. Furong, did you set the markers?" "I did, as long as someone comes." Before he could finish his sentence, startled birds suddenly flew out of the forest. This was what Shuki referred to as the markers. Generally, birds would not easily take flight at night unless startled by something nearby. "They're coming." Chisuna Shuki tensed instantly, ready for battle. The 3 young ones also put away their casual attitudes and watched the front warily. They heard a rustling in the woods, and a ninja stumbled out, emerging into the clearing. In the dim moonlight, it was clear that this person was wearing a mist forehead protector. Soon after, another ninja followed. Chisuna Shuki did not rush to attack. Instead, he calmly observed the situation, silently counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were indeed 5 of them. Seeing that no more ninjas were emerging from the woods, Chisuna Shuki decisively commanded, "Furong, signal, Haiden, ban no show, execute plan 3. A green firework shot into the sky. Shimizu Renai and his men looked up at the sky, their hearts sinking. "Not good. It's an ambush. Scatter." Just as the 5 prepared to disperse and flee, they found themselves surrounded. This time, Chisuna Shuki held nothing back. Black Wuchang, White Wuchang Ox Head, Horse Face, Day Wanderer, and Night Wanderer all made their appearances. 2 puppets stood at the front, 2 at the back, and 2 were positioned on the flanks, with Haiden and Ban no show ready to strike from the northeast and northwest corners, creating an impenetrable encirclement with 6 puppets and 2 ninjas. Only Chisuna Shuki and Wu Zhong Furong remained hidden, waiting for the optimal moment. Now, the enemy had the advantage in numbers, but their true strength was unknown. If they attacked recklessly, they could fall into a disadvantageous position. It would be better to hold the enemy back and wait for reinforcements to arrive. "Puppet Master, it's Tsunagake here." Shimizu Renai drew his sword, remaining vigilant and calmly observing the situation. He knew well that these 2 kids were definitely not the puppet masters. With 6 puppets in total, it indicated that 1 or 2 puppet masters were likely hidden, controlling these puppets. "Everyone, don't panic. That firework was likely their signal for help. There are only 2 little brats and 1 puppet master here." He said this to boost morale, but in reality, there was indeed only 1 puppet master. As long as we quickly deal with these enemies, we can rush out immediately. Follow me. With that, he raised his sword and charged toward Ban no Sho, because he was the shortest. As Ban no Sho saw 5 people charging toward him, he suddenly performed a backflip and shouted, "Boil release, skilled mist technique." A torrent of acidic mist surged toward the group, scorching the surrounding grass and trees. Everyone scrambled to avoid it, and a short, stout mist ninja charged forward, shouting water release, exploding water shockwave. The ninja leaped into the air, and a flood of water poured down like a lake, dispersing Ban no Sho's acidic mist and continuing to surge toward him. As the mist ninjas moved, the puppets also changed formation. The Day Wanderer, clad in golden armor, flashed forward and stood in the rushing water, its legs rooted like gnarled old trees, unaffected by the rapid flow. Ban no Sho landed on the Day Wanderer's shoulder and threw 2 shuriken at the Mist Ninja. One Mist Ninja raised his kunai and swiftly knocked Ban no Sho's shuriken away. Just as he was about to advance for a close fight, a massive demon-hitting club came crashing down from above. The Mist Ninja attempted to dodge, but found himself tightly bound by a crystal dragon. That Mist Ninja was struck dead on the spot by the Night Wanderer, his brains splattering everywhere, with his corpse collapsing to the ground. Is there anyone else? Shimizu Rinai looked around warily. No time. Hold your breath. Water release. Great exploding water shockwave. Shimizu Rinai spat out a massive volume of water, instantly forming a giant elliptical water prison centered around him. The water prison expanded rapidly, surrounding even the hidden Chisuna Shuki and Wuzhong Furong. Meanwhile, Shimizu Rinai carefully observed the bubbles rising in the giant water prison. Oh, there! 5 sharks technique. 5 fearsome sharks formed in the water, charging straight for Chisuna Shuki and Wuzhong Furong's hiding place. Chisuna Shuki suddenly felt despair. He had intended to catch a small fish, but instead, a giant turtle had appeared. Puppet masters typically have a common weakness. While the puppets themselves may be powerful, the puppet masters who control them often have average strength, excluding top-tier performers like Chiyo and Sasori. For example, Kankuro becomes nothing without his puppets. Because they spend a significant amount of time creating, designing, and practicing with combat puppets, their own abilities might be relatively weak. According to past habits, Chisuna Shuki would typically keep at least 1 puppet to guard her, but seeing the considerable number of enemies, she was concerned for Haiden and Ban no Sho and chose to commit fully. However, in this situation, controlling 6 puppets to defend was already beyond her reach, and she found herself at a loss. Just then, 5 crystal dragons roared out, colliding head-on with the 5 water sharks. It was Wuzhong Furong's crystal release, 5 dragon technique. Light release, light sphere technique. A small light sphere slowly rose in the hands of Odo Taro, and then suddenly shot into the sky like an arrow, illuminating the surrounding area like a miniature sun. It's been 17 minutes since the fireworks signal was launched. The fighting over there was intense. It seems Shuki and his group are in some serious trouble. We need to move quickly. As the light sphere ascended higher, it passed through the trees and burst in midair, illuminating a large area that was previously dark. Odo Taro and the others slowly emerged from the forest. When they reached the clearing outside the woods, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The clearing was in complete disarray, with 7 or 8 people lying scattered about, their status unclear, whether dead or alive was hard to tell. Fragments of damaged puppets, parts, broken shuriken, and kunai littered the ground, along with large amounts of water. A tall, lean ninja was leaping high into the air, holding a sword upside down, his body bent as if coiling, like a tiger pouncing down, the tip of his sword aimed directly at the ground. Directly below him, the injured Chisuna Shuki was struggling to control the damaged horse-face puppet, her expression resolute as she stood protectively in front of Ban no Sho and Wuzhong Furong, who were lying on the ground, unconscious. Damn, just 1 step away. Odotaro thought to himself, realizing that at his current distance, he could not reach them in time to help. With his experience, he could tell that Chisunashuki was at her limit. Relying solely on this broken puppet, she could not withstand that powerful strike. Just then, a small figure suddenly dashed out from the side, boldly charging toward Shimizu Rinai's sharp sword with a three-bladed scythe held high. It was Haiden. This was a reckless gamble for life. Clang! In a flash, Haiden managed to block Shimizu Rinai's long sword with his scythe. However, given the difference in strength, Shimizu Rinai slightly shook his wrist, cleverly using his power to flick Haiden's scythe away. What could have been a fatal strike was abruptly interrupted by this little brat. Shimizu Rinai, clearly infuriated, thrust his sword into Haiden's chest, driving the blade deep until it met the hilt. The two figures instantly melded into one. Shimizu Rinai looked at the young ninja in front of him with a sinister smile, just as he prepared to pull out his sword and continue his attack on Chisunashuki. He suddenly found his sword hand firmly gripped by Haiden, who was now smirking at him. Thud! A slender spear pierced through Shimizu Rinai's throat in an instant. The two fell to the ground together, kicking up a cloud of dust and grass. Shimizu Rinai's body twitched uncontrollably, blood gushing from his neck, his life force rapidly ebbing away, and a thought spiraled in his mind. Are these little brats from Sunagakure really this ruthless now? Haiden! Chisunashuki screamed, rushing toward the fallen Haiden as if she had gone mad. At the battlefield hospital of the Konoha Sunagakure Allied Forces. Everyone, please step outside. Don't worry, he'll be fine with me around, Jing Hang said with a smile as he ushered the others out of the tent. Looking at Haiden lying on the bed, Jing Hang sighed helplessly. At that moment, Haiden lay quietly on the stretcher, his face slightly pale. After all, he had lost a lot of blood, his upper body wrapped in bandages, and Shimizu Rinai's sword still embedded in his chest. It seemed that the medical ninja who had provided initial treatment was afraid of causing excessive bleeding and didn't dare to remove the sword. To avoid touching the wound, the doctor had even kindly carved a small hole in the stretcher so that Haiden could lie comfortably. At this moment, his breathing was steady, as if he were asleep. In fact, he was indeed asleep. Jing Hang pulled out a short knife and quietly glanced at the head of the bed, then picked an apple, sitting down on a small stool in front of the bed to peel it seriously. Seemingly disturbed by the rustling sound of the apple being peeled, Haiden slowly woke up. I'm still alive? Huh, master. Haiden sat up in a panic, causing the sword in his chest to jam painfully into the wound. Damn it. How could I forget about this? Lie down slowly, Jing Hang said, helping him carefully lie back down while Haiden's eyes were glued to the sword handle in front of him. Here, eat this. Jing Hang handed over a peeled apple, and Haiden stupidly accepted it. Don't look. Go. Before he finished speaking, with a swift motion, Jing Hang pulled the sword entirely out of Haiden's chest. Haiden screamed in shock, clearly tense, crushing the apple in his hand. Stop wasting things and be quiet. It'll be over soon. Jing Hang tossed the sword aside and pulled out a packet of medicinal powder from his pocket, tearing it open and evenly sprinkling it over Haiden's chest. Hiss! The stinging sensation from the powder made Haiden suck in a breath. The hemostatic powder scent from Ueho New District is indeed of good quality. It deserves praise. The blood on Haiden's chest visibly stopped flowing at an impressive speed. Don't let the wound get wet for the next few days. Just wait for it to scab over before taking a bath or wiping it down. I'll have the medical team prepare some chicken soup for you to help your body recover. You'll be able to get back on your feet within half a month. Master, I'm saying you are too reckless. Not only did you open the fifth gate all at once, but you also went down with that scumbag. What kind of lessons is Chisunashuki teaching you guys? Can't you think a little? Use Shadow Clone first. Jing Hang wanted to continue lecturing, but Haiden raised his hand to interrupt him. Master, let's set that aside for now. This, Haiden pointed at the wound on his chest. You mean this? Jing Hang dropped his reprimanding tone, his expression gradually becoming serious. You've noticed that you feel a bit different, right? Hmm? I've sensed that during training, but this time, I feel. That's right. Your suspicions are correct. You are indeed different from others. Jing Hang did not hide anything or fabricate lies. Then what exactly am I? Confusion flickered in Hayden's eyes. Great, this kid is probably entering his rebellious phase. Given his audacity to go down with Shimizu Renai, I can't let his thinking stray down the wrong path. Disciple, do you remember anything from before you started following me? Hayden scratched his head. I remember some things, but some I can't recall. It seems his brain's self-protection mechanism is kicking in. Those days with the evil god cult in Takigakure were too dark, painful, and bloody for a 7 or 8-year-old child to want to remember. He was taken by the evil god cult at around 7 or 8, stayed there for more than a year, and after being rescued, spent another 2 years in Sunagakure, making him about 11 or 12 now. Just explaining this once, so no need to get triggered. It's time to tell you this secret, child. The truth is you are. Master, don't say it. Hayden interrupted Jing Hang again. Don't trick me. Although I'm an orphan, I still remember my mom and dad. People in the village said I looked exactly like my dad, and my mom was a well-respected person in the area. So you absolutely cannot be my biological father. Get lost. I don't know your mom, and I'm definitely not your biological father. Jing Hang angrily thumped Hayden on the head. From now on, stop reading those romance novels from Yakura. They're full of nonsense. And I warn you, if you interrupt me again, I'll stick this thing right back where it came from. Jing Hang pointed at the sword on the ground. Oh, Hayden awkwardly rubbed his head. What I wanted to say is this. Jing Hang pulled out half of a black scroll from his pocket. Hayden took the scroll from Jing Hang's hands and fell silent for a long time. The light in the tent flickered gently, casting their shadows that danced and elongated. You mean, I am an undying of the evil god cult? Yes. Evil god cult. Evil god cult. Evil god cult. Hayden mumbled to himself, suddenly clutching his head with both hands. Countless fragmented memories began to piece together in his mind, threatening to explode his skull. The floodgates of memory burst open, and vivid scenes flashed in his mind. A group of fierce-looking individuals in black robes stormed into his home. His parents tried to stop them, but were brutally killed, collapsing in a pool of blood. He wanted to rush over to lift them up, but a black-robed figure hoisted him onto his shoulder. No matter how much he screamed and struggled, it was futile. Then, he watched helplessly as his home ignited in flames. In a freezing, dark room, he and a group of children his age were locked inside. Wearing thin clothes, huddled in corners, knees drawn up, shivering violently, their teeth chattering. A food bowl was thrown in, filled with spoiled food. He rushed forward, grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his mouth, but was instantly pulled back by someone behind him as he bit and clawed like a wild dog, defending its food. He was tied to a cross on an altar by 2 black-robed figures, while a multitude of others in black knelt before him, chanting scriptures he couldn't understand. Looking around, he saw 4 other children who had also been imprisoned in the dark room, now brought forth and similarly bound to crosses. A figure in purple robes wielded a gleaming dagger, brutally slicing open the belly of a nearby child, intestines spilling everywhere. A glinting dagger was raised high, aimed at his heart. Hayden let out a beast-like howl, his eyes wide and bloodshot, drool spilling from his mouth as his body trembled uncontrollably. His limbs thrashed wildly, and the wound that had just stopped bleeding burst open again, blood seeping through the bandages. You're about to go berserk. Iron sand, capturing frame. Black iron sand transformed into several iron chains, tightly binding Hayden's arms and legs. To prevent Hayden from biting his tongue, Jing Hang tore off the sandproof scarf around his neck and stuffed it directly into Hayden's mouth. It seemed he had triggered painful memories. What should I do? It looks like I opened his wounds too soon. This kid's mental resilience is too weak, and I don't have any medical ninjutsu. This is clearly a mental health issue, and it's tough to handle. Fool, snap out of it. Jing Hang shouted, trying to imitate a high monk from a drama in his past life, glaring wide-eyed. However, it had no effect. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that the 5 aggregates are all empty, transcending all suffering and distress. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is exactly emptiness. Emptiness is exactly form. Sensation, perception, formation, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, all dharmas are empty in nature, neither arising nor ceasing, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no sensation, perception, formation, or consciousness, no eye, or nose, tongue. Haydn continued to struggle, even biting the scarf until blood flowed. Clearly, the Heart Sutra was ineffective. Should I try the Tao Te Ching, or maybe perform a ritual dance? The sun sets behind the western hills, and the blackbirds fly. Or just knock him out? Just as everyone was at a loss, Tsunade entered the tent, lifting the curtain. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? I can hear you yelling from outside the tent. Someone has to work tomorrow. Where am I? Haydn sat up, looking around as if he were still on the altar of the evil god cult, with another version of himself still bound to the cross, a short knife still embedded in his chest. At the foot of the altar, a blue figure moved skillfully among the black-robed people, deftly maneuvering, and none of the surrounding individuals were a match for him. It was Master. Haydn recognized that it was Jing Hang rescuing him. "Boss, this kid is still alive," came the voice of Minister Rasha. "Oh dear, how pitiful. Let's get him back." "Be gentle," Master said, looking at his unconscious self on the cross, giving instructions. "Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you." The scene shifted, and Haydn saw his frail self engrossed in eating, with Master serving him chicken legs. "Little brother, I see you have excellent potential. Would you like to learn ninjutsu from me?" Master smiled and asked, "Today I'll teach you a scythe technique. Pay close attention." Master wielded the 3-bladed scythe, moving swiftly, appearing and disappearing like a startled swan, gracefully like a dragon. Haydn was utterly focused on every movement of Master, afraid of missing any details. To celebrate everyone officially becoming ninjas, I'll treat you to hot pot. This was Chisunoshuki. The copper pot lid lifted, releasing waves of steam, and the white broth bubbled enticingly, exuding a delicious aroma. Ban no Sho eagerly tossed a plate of lamb into the pot, and Haydn didn't want to be outdone. "Damn, Haydn, you can read my novel, but why are you messing with my bookmark? Now I don't even know where I left off." Yakura was scolding the embarrassed Haydn while holding a thick book titled The Illegitimate Children of Ninja Families. "Watch out!" Chisunoshuki shoved Haydn aside, only to be struck by Shimizu Renai's sword. The so-called Will of the Wind is the spirit of the ninjas of Sunagakure. This was the political education class at the Ninja Academy, taught by the bespectacled Chunin Shizoku, a kind and tall old man. This was Haydn's least favorite class, and sure enough, his classroom self was dozing off. "What is the strongest thing in the desert?" the teacher suddenly asked. "Quicksand pits, wild wolves, rattlesnakes." The children below eagerly raised their hands to answer. "No, children, it's the wind. The wind in the desert. Even the hardest rock can be blown into sand by it, and even the tallest dune can be swept away in a night. It can brush across your cheek like a silk scarf, or turn into a black sandstorm that changes the color of the world. It seems formless and shapeless, without roots, yet it is everywhere and can do anything. In this desolate world, only the wind survives tenaciously, never complaining, never compromising, relentlessly fighting against the heavens. Relentlessly fighting against the heavens. Haydn seemed to be touched by something. A sharp pain shot through his brain, and then clarity returned. "Hey, my good disciple, you're awake." Haydn's blurred vision gradually cleared, revealing his master playing chess with Aunt Tsunade. Upon seeing Haydn awake, Master quickly reached out and scrambled the pieces on the board into a mess. "Hey, how can you cheat like that? You won, all right? Tsunade replied, somewhat dissatisfied as she gathered the pieces, while Master wore a smile. Feeling better? Young man, don't overthink things, otherwise it's easy to go crazy. Yes, Master. My mind is indeed a bit confused. Actually, I hesitated a lot before deciding to show you this, but then I thought that you might be the only one in the world who can use this technique. Whether you use it or not is your choice, but I didn't expect the evil god cult to have such a devastating impact on you. Sigh, I should have considered this better, so I'll destroy it now. With that, Jing Hang reached out to grab the scroll, but Haiden stopped him. Master, I truly hate the evil god cult, Haiden said solemnly. But, as you said, I might be the only one who can use this technique. Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it? Haiden struggled to sit up and bowed to Jing Hang. Master, thank you. Jing Hang felt a bit flustered. Haiden continued. Master, Yakura, Might Guy, Shizoku, Chisunashuki, Ban no Sho, Wu Zhong Furong. Everyone in the village has given me warmth and treated me like family. The evil god cult destroyed my home, but you, Master, have given me a new home. At this point, Haiden was already in tears, and Jing Hang patted Haiden's shoulder in response. Fool! Tsunade, standing nearby, also felt moved, her eyes glistening with tears. This work on his mentality was truly impressive. Fool, I don't want you to be shattered. I want you to become the chariot of Sunagakure. Charge into battle for the village. With that, Jing Hang pulled out a shogi piece, which was a chariot. Haiden took it, gripping it tightly in his palm and nodding vigorously. Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy's chess skills were truly lacking. I wondered why there was a missing chariot while playing. In fact, this military operation against the Mist stronghold in the Land of Rivers had been closely watched by spies for various nations. Various summoning beasts that transmitted intelligence darted back and forth across different regions, and many sleeper agents planted in the shadows began to reveal themselves. However, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jing Hang chose to turn a blind eye to these potential issues. In contrast, Rasha and Danzo were extremely busy during this time, their hands never leaving their pens and their feet hardly touching the ground. This was to be expected. The two were not only the commanders of this military exercise, but also the heads of their respective villages' intelligence operations. Now is the time to utilize these hooks to relay intelligence and to intimidate the Earth and Lightning countries. Once the exercise was over, the sleeper agents that needed to be caught would naturally not escape punishment. The operation at Giza Mountain was undoubtedly a resounding success. The 268 renegade ninjas from the Mist were either annihilated or captured, leaving no one behind. The former leader of the Mist, Shimizu Renai, was beheaded, and the coalition suffered fewer than 30 casualties, marking a definitive victory. On the second day after the operation ended, the Kazekage and Hokage visited the injured ninjas from the mission and publicly fulfilled their previous promise by awarding the Sunagakure team, led by Chisunashuki, a reward of 400,000 ryo for killing Shimizu Renai. This scene elicited envious expressions from the ninjas of both villages who participated in the battle. Lord Kazakage Jing Hang stated on the spot that, to boost morale, he would personally add another 2 million ryo as bonuses for future battles, hoping that his brothers would fight bravely and achieve new accomplishments. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and echoed that whatever Jing Hang contributed, Konoha would match it. In an instant, the ninjas erupted in cheers. The sight of the Mist ninjas' heads no longer seemed so terrifying. By the way, Shimizu Renai's head had a considerable price at the underground exchange. Kazekage, we from Konoha, also contributed half of that reward. Shouldn't we also get a share of the head? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to approach Jing Hang, while Danzo and the advisors were busy formulating new battle plans. I didn't expect the Hokage to also have a hobby of collecting heads. I wonder if you want the left half or the right half, or the upper part or the lower part. Jing Hang shot back, his words sharp and his attitude firm. When it came to financial matters, Jing Hang never budged an inch. Haha, Brother Jing Hang, you're joking. I don't have such a disgusting hobby. I'm referring to the bounty at the underground exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face slightly paling as he pointedly made his intentions clear. Haha, Hokage, it seems you didn't sleep well last night. You're an old hand on the battlefield. Don't you understand this basic rule? Shimizu Renai was taken out by our Sunagakure ninjas, so the bounty naturally belongs to us. If a Konoha ninja had gotten it, I wouldn't even mention it, Jing Hang replied with a tone full of sarcasm and a firm stance. While that may be true, we Konoha did contribute quite a bit of effort. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned slightly red. According to the rules of the old generation, his request was indeed somewhat unreasonable. Jing Hang let out a cold snort. My 200,000 Ryo bonus comes directly from my own pocket, and you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are using Konoha's public funds. If you're trying to pocket some benefits on the side, you've got the wrong person. However, a thought suddenly crossed Jing Hang's mind. There seems to be another way to maneuver this. However, what you said does have a point. Konoha ninjas did indeed exert considerable effort. Jing Hang's expression changed in an instant, and his serious demeanor began to loosen. Oh, then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing a shift in the situation, quickly asked, let's not beat around the bush. Shimizu Renai's head has a clear price of the underground exchange, 16 million Ryo. As long as the Hokage agrees to one thing, 8 million Ryo will be delivered immediately. Also, for the bounties from future operations, we will continue to split them evenly. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gradually turned serious. He huffed, Kazekage, you underestimate me. I would never sell out Konoha's interests for a mere 2 coins. What are Konoha's interests? Can they be eaten? Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked puzzled. Hokage, don't misunderstand. My request is quite simple. Next time, I get to decide the location of the 5 Kage summit. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen still looked confused, struggling to find a connection between these two matters. Don't worry. In fact, these two matters really have no connection. Jing Hang said with a smile. Let me be clear. We from Sunagakure are developing a new resort at a place called Ueji Peninsula on the border of the Land of Rivers. It will take 2 more years to complete. Holding such a large meeting then would be perfect for drawing in crowds. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left puzzled, trying to ponder the correlation between the two matters. However, based on his years of interaction with Jing Hang, he knew that this kid's actions, though seemingly erratic, often hid far-reaching plans. One might unwittingly fall into the traps he set. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen still uncertain, Jing Hang threw out another bait. Let's do this, to demonstrate my sincerity. As long as the next 5 Kage summit is held at Ueji Peninsula, Sunagakure will cover all the expenses for accommodations and meals for the delegations of the 5 nations. What's in it for you? Didn't I just say? Popularity. Without popularity, who would know where Ueji Peninsula is? You just have to agree to this, and the 8 million Ryo will be delivered tomorrow night. All right, it's a deal. I'll agree to this. Caught between confusion and the 8 million Ryo, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately chose the latter. After careful consideration, he felt that this matter wouldn't harm Konoha at all. Great. Old brother, you're straightforward. Come, let's drink tea. This is this year's new tea. Jing Hang happily raised the teacup. As long as you come, it will be easy to handle. Whether you will come out on top will depend on my mood. As for the 8 million Ryo, it might just be a matter of a few rounds of cards. Leaving aside the disgraceful deal between the 2 Kage, the fighting had to continue. After Shimizu Renai was beheaded, the other forces in the mist strongholds in the Land of Rivers fled like startled birds, some escaping to other countries while others returned to the mist. Danzo and Rasha charged forward with great momentum, easily sweeping through what was originally planned to take 3 months to complete in less than 2 months. It was believed that the Mist renegades would not dare to provoke trouble again in the near future. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure sides were similarly taken aback by this swift and decisive approach. It wasn't until 3 months after Konoha and Sunagakure withdrew their troops that they dared to take any action again. Only after discovering that Konoha and Sunagakure had indeed refrained from intervening in the war between the Earth and Lightning nations did both sides reorganize and raise their weapons once more. After returning to their respective villages, Konoha's Umbu and Sunagakure's intelligence department simultaneously launched a large-scale cleaning operation against spies within their villages, yielding rich results. Many long-standing sleeper agents were unearthed, marking an unexpected gain. Additionally, Jing Hang had a small surprise. After his relentless efforts, he finally managed to secure Tsunade's position as a liaison officer in Sunagakure. This also meant that Konoha officially recognized their relationship in private. However, Tsunade put forth a condition. She could not hold an official position in Sunagakure. This was not a difficult matter for Jing Hang. He waved his hand and added honorary in front of Tsunade's titles of Deputy Minister of the Medical Department and Head of the Hospital, turning her official role into a nominal one. However, her treatment and authority remained unchanged, and Tsunade didn't mind at all. After all, Jing Hang's pockets were deep enough to support her. By the way, what are you planning to do with that white Zetsu? It seems to have been lying in the lab for a few months now, Tsunade suddenly asked on the way back to Sunagakure. Oops. Jing Hang slapped his forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. You all are too straightforward. I clearly told you to starve it for 3 to 5 days, and you actually hung it up here, and it's been several months. Look at it. It's almost turned into a dried corpse. How can you be so cruel? At least give it some water or a bit of sugar water, right? Why has it just been left hanging like this? Don't you feel uneasy seeing it every day? Jing Hang shook his head and sighed as he looked at the white Zetsu, hanging in midair, resembling a piece of dried meat. Tsunade, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, occasionally glancing at the surgical instruments nearby with a look that seemed to say that as soon as Jing Hang gave the order, she could dismember this white Zetsu in an instant. She had no fondness for it at all. You can't blame us. The little girl in the lab spoke with a tone of grievance, almost in tears. You and Minister Rasha took most of the medical personnel away for this operation. With such a large lab, there are only a few of us interns left. That thing has a terrible temper, curses at us every day, and bites if we get too close. Who would dare to go feed it? Jing Hang was momentarily at a loss for words, while Tsunade was nearly bursting with suppressed laughter, her stomach almost hurting from it. Indeed, to practice new combat strategies, Jing Hang had sent out teams composed entirely of medical ninjas, concentrating personnel to form a battlefield hospital. As a result, most of Sunagakure's medical ninjas had been swept clean. The results were significant. This military operation, which was not small in scale, actually achieved a zero-death outcome, with the heaviest injuries sustained by Chisuna Shuki's group of 4. But who would have thought that there would be such an obvious side effect behind it? All right, stop crying. I didn't think this through. Go ahead and bring it down. It's quite scary just hanging there, Jing Hang said, covering his forehead with his hand, feeling helpless. Report, sir, we can't bring it down. That thing is sealed, and I can't undo it, the little girl replied helplessly. Great. Jing Hang suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten about that. He waved his hand, signaling the little girl to step aside. Summoning technique. Jing Hang bit his finger and performed the summoning jutsu. Boom! A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing the one-eyed weasel, Bakuhatsu, in a bright entrance. Wow, what kind of twisted people are you? Playing with my skin dumplings like this. It's so classically quirky. No, it's just that there's been too much going on recently, and we accidentally left it here. Please bring it down for us. It's quite alarming. We're really sorry. Jing Hang quickly explained. Bakuhatsu didn't waste words, walking over to the skin dumpling. Suddenly, he showed a surprised expression, raised his finger to his lips, and made a motion, signaling everyone to be quiet, then leaned in closely to listen. There's a ghost. This thing is actually still alive. You're saying that white Zetsu has your grandfather's cells? Tsunade's face displayed disbelief, mixed with a hint of anger. It's true. Otherwise, why wouldn't Rope Tree have had a rejection reaction? And I have another piece of evidence that you might know. What evidence? During the Valley of the Inn battle, Madara bit off a piece of flesh from your grandfather's arm. It should be roughly around this place. This is the fundamental source of all Hashirama's cells. Jing Hang pointed to his own arm. Exactly. There's indeed a scar on Grandpa's arm. I used to often touch it while playing cards when I was little. To me, Grandpa was like a deity, and I've always wondered who had the ability to leave such a large wound on him. If it was Madara, then everything makes sense. Tsunade seemed to have suddenly understood. So the plant characteristics you saw in the blood you brought would release genes. The two spoke in unison. Then this white Zetsu must be some kind of hybrid created from another being in my grandfather's cells. It's an artificial human, Tsunade said, her eyes lighting up. Exactly, and it's a very special artificial human. You've been studying the cellular data of the white Zetsu spores for a while now. This one should be the most primitive experimental subject, and its data is incomparable to those spore bodies. Hearing Jing Hang's words, Tsunade showed some excitement, her mind racing with countless hypotheses and experimental plans. I want to keep it. Jing Hang looked at Tsunade, his expression very serious. How do we keep it? We'll do it this way. Jing Hang leaned over to Tsunade's ear, whispering about some plot. What smells so good? White Zetsu smelled a peculiar and enticing aroma while still unconscious. Brother Bai, you're awake. It's you. What came into view was the blue-haired man holding a bowl filled with skewered delicacies, which was the source of that delightful smell. Looking at himself, he found he was in a white hospital room with an 4 drip attached to his hand. Quick, eat it while it's hot. Jing Hang handed over the bowl, and White Zetsu took it instinctively. What is this? Oh, this is a specialty snack from Sunagakure, spicy hot pot. For a being like White Zetsu, who originally didn't need to eat, it had simply relied on the outer path golem to replenish chakra whenever tired while being around Madara. But now, looking at this delicious food, he suddenly felt a desire to eat. Tentatively, he picked up a piece of tofu and naturally began to chew it. The mix of spiciness, heat, freshness, and aromas stimulated his long-dormant taste buds, filling him with an indescribable sense of happiness. Wonderful! He quickly devoured the entire piece of tofu, grabbing another skewer, then another. Before long, the large bowl of spicy hot pot was empty. Ah, that was truly satisfying. White Zetsu burped, his face revealing pure bliss. It seems you're recovering well. You've had 12 bags of 4 fluids, so your bodily fluids are replenished. Tsunade entered the room, wearing a white coat. It's you, evil woman. White Zetsu's expression turned fierce, as if he were about to jump off the bed and fight. But Tsunade remained unfazed, still smiling. Calm down, Brother Bai. It's all a misunderstanding. We're on the same side. Jing Hang quickly pressed White Zetsu down, soothing him. On the same side? White Zetsu's mind was a bit muddled. He remembered that Madara had ordered him to infiltrate Sunagakure for intelligence gathering, and he had inadvertently broken into what seemed to be the most heavily guarded underground laboratory. He recalled seeing a child in a tank, with organs transplanted from his spore body and numerous specimens of spores in the lab. Wait, she killed my spore body. She didn't know you at that time. It was all a misunderstanding. She also attacked me with a weasel. It was all a misunderstanding. They hung me up and starved me. It was all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Then she's your sister-in-law. Jing Hang extended his left hand, revealing a shallow scar on his palm. Forgot? I'm your sworn brother. White Zetsu scratched his head, as if recalling something. Evil woman is your wife. Girlfriend, Jing Hang smirked. This guy had decent strength, but thankfully his brain wasn't too sharp. Otherwise, it would be hard to fool him. You came to Sunagakure to gather intelligence, right? You don't need to do that anymore. We're all on the same side now, part of the same organization. What's the point of spying? Just ask me directly what you want to know. Jing Hang continued. White Zetsu found his brain struggling to keep up again. Can I go back now? Not yet. You have a new mission. A new mission? White Zetsu looked confused. I've met Lord Madara. Jing Hang dropped another bomb. Seeing White Zetsu's puzzled expression, Jing Hang pulled out a small notebook. Look, isn't this Lord Madara's notes? White Zetsu took it and saw that it indeed bore Uchiha Madara's signature. He was no longer confused. He recognized Madara's handwriting. He was a simple logical thinker, and the logical chain was practically complete now. What mission? Stay here and help me. What do you want me to help you with? Right now, there's no specific mission. Just follow her instructions. Jing Hang pointed at Tsunade. Follow the evil woman's instructions. You'll be working under Director Tsunade from now on, and you'll receive researcher benefits. Does that mean I'll get paid? Of course. Over 8,000 Ryo a month. Jing Hang smiled. 8,000 Ryo? How much is that? Jing Hang pointed at the empty bowl. That's enough to buy over 4,000 bowls of spicy hot pot. Wow! White Zetsu jumped up excitedly. Lie down, lie down. You're still on in 4. Tsunade hurriedly stepped forward to support White Zetsu. From then on, the Sunagakure Medical Research Institute, which had already been upgraded, gained a new researcher who was comedic, diligent, and always wore a silver whirlpool mask. 2 years later, Sunagakure saw the establishment of a large enterprise called Silver Sand Pharmaceutical Group. 10 years later, that group became the largest pharmaceutical company in the ninja world. Meanwhile, in a secret cave in the Land of Bears, hasn't White Zetsu come back yet? No, it should have been taken out, right? Sigh, we were just a step behind. What a pity. Sunagakure is still not to be trifled with. It's all right. Isn't it easy to get that kind of thing? True. It's just that the beings generated keep getting more talkative and foolish with each generation. In an underground training ground in Sunagakure, you need to pay attention. Our Shinyuan Tomb Sage arts are different from others. You must mix natural energy into your chakra while in motion and quickly find the balance to get it working. Hurry up. Keep running. Jing Hang was sprinting madly on the training track, with a weasel Bakuhatsu perched on his shoulder, using its tiny paws to help guide the natural energy. You said it too simply. I have to run, gather energy, find balance, and keep it flowing, all at the same time. How am I supposed to manage that? Jing Hang gasped for breath as he ran. Bakuhatsu smacked Jing Hang on the back of the head with one of its paws. You still have time to argue with me? You're the Kazakage, looking smart, but in reality, you're nothing, still a half-baked sage after training for over half a year. Jing Hang felt a bit helpless. The sage arts of Shinyuan Tomb were completely different from the Mayaboka Mountain's Toad Sage arts. According to Bakuhatsu, those scaled and armored creatures couldn't be compared to them. Their hearts weren't even fully developed. However, it was true that despite the difficulty in mastering these sage arts, the results had been significant. The Mayaboka Mountain sage arts not only took a long time to prepare, but also had a short duration. It was only when Naruto Uzumaki used multiple shadow clones and a large scroll to create an infinite energy reserve that these issues were barely resolved. But if he faced an opponent of equal strength with strong endurance, he would end up at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the Shinyuan Tomb Sage arts had none of these problems. It was like charging for 5 minutes and being able to talk for 2 hours. Theoretically, as long as natural chakra was successfully introduced and balanced with one's own chakra, the chakra's rotation would continue indefinitely. As long as you had enough stamina, you could fight for as long as you wanted. Jing Hang stopped arguing, relaxing his mind, and allowed his body to run mechanically while focusing on sensing the natural chakra's rhythm within him. Bakuhatsu began guiding him from the side. The mind governs the spirit, while the heart stores it, forming the duality of yin and yang. Divided into 4 streams, flowing down the spine to the dantian, generating the 4 symbols and operating in a circular motion. Jing Hang mentally recited the incantation, guiding the chakra within his body according to the key points. Hey, Bakuhatsu noticed a change in Jing Hang. Jing Hang's face began to change. 5 long whisker-like stripes appeared on each cheek, and his eye sockets and nose bridge were adorned with a circle of white mass patterns. At first glance, he looked just like a character from a traditional Chinese opera. When Jing Hang first succeeded, he couldn't help but laugh and cry at his Sage Mode appearance. Other people's Sage Modes were glowing and flashy, resembling gods descending to Earth, while he had turned into Lu Lihua for the three-way intersection. It was simply too ugly. But then again, when it comes to fighting, as long as you can fight and win, who cares if you look good? Not bad. Not bad. You succeeded on your 3rd attempt this time. Half an hour faster than last time. Come on, let's spar. Bakuhatsu praised Jing Hang for the rare occasion, twisting his waist and jumping off Jing Hang's shoulder, taking a ready stance for an attack. Jing Hang wasted no time and immediately turned to deliver a whip kick. Bakuhatsu spun in the air, climbing up Jing Hang's leg and swiping at his lower body with a paw. Jing Hang used his left hand to slice through Bakuhatsu's paw, and his body spun like a top, flinging Bakuhatsu away before quickly stopping the rotation and delivering another hand chop toward Bakuhatsu. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of moves in midair, their movements so swift that they were nearly impossible to follow, and despite being a contest of punches and kicks, the sounds of wind and thunder could be faintly heard. These Xinyuan Tomb Sage arts were indeed extraordinary. Once in motion, they had lightning-like speed, and each strike carried tremendous force. Before long, the solid ground of the training ground, as hard as iron, was marked with numerous impressions of fists and feet, and paw prints. Let's try ninjutsu. Bakuhatsu leaped high into the air, retracting his claws to build up energy. Sage art, 10 Storm Claw. 10 streams of high-speed wind mixed with powerful sage chakra tangled together in the air, merging into a massive force that resembled a meteor and roared like a tiger, surging directly toward Jing Hang with overwhelming momentum. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. This was Jing Hang's first time using this technique with sage arts. To his surprise, the marble in his hand rapidly expanded, its diameter even larger than what an Iron Man could produce, and the spin frequency was higher, the vibration nearly deafening. Not good. Get out of the way. Jing Hang shouted loudly, but the power of the Storm Claw was already approaching him. It was impossible to withdraw midway, so he could only throw the giant marble with all his might. The two tremendous forces collided head-on in midair. The back-and-forth tugging and rolling produced sounds akin to a dragon roaring in a deep abyss and the wails of ghosts from hell. Finally, the power of the Storm Claw was completely dissipated by the spiraling shuriken. Without any obstacles, the spiraling shuriken surged forward like a stampede of wild horses, crashing into the ceiling of the training ground. It's going to collapse. Bakuhatsu, being experienced, sensed something was wrong at the moment the spiraling shuriken was released. He quickly flipped and dropped, narrowly evading the incoming giant marble. As soon as he landed, Bakuhatsu raised his forepaws and dashed toward the nearest corner without looking back. Jing Hang was not slow either. Empowered by sage arts, he activated Thunder Kai, and an instant later, his entire body sparkled with dazzling blue and gold light. In just a breath, he curled up in the nearest corner and, while at it, grabbed the exhausted Bakuhatsu and held him close. This training ground was an exclusive facility for past Kazakages, built 5 meters underground, and was as large as more than half a football field. At this moment, the thick ceiling resembled decaying skin under a child's hand. With a crash, large chunks of soil and rock cascaded down, and the entire ceiling collapsed by more than half. Fortunately, Jing Hang had taken cover in the corner early on, and the first falling cement blocks had created a safe triangular zone against the corner. Damn it, what kind of technique is this? It's so powerful, Bakuhatsu exclaimed from Jing Hang's embrace. Cough, cough, I let my guard down. I guess I should practice sage arts in the desert from now on. Almost buried me alive. Jing Hang coughed due to the dust that had fallen. It's not me arguing with you. We're literally buried alive right now. Why don't you come back to Xinyuan Tomb with me and then come back. No need, I'll just do it again. Spiraling. Enough, enough. If you keep going, you might get buried even deeper. Bakahatsu hurriedly pressed down Jing Hang's raised hand. Then I'll use iron sand. Just then, the cement block propping up above was moved aside, suddenly revealing a clear view. Jing Hang and Bakahatsu focused in, seeing Rasha controlling a golden giant hand holding a piece of cement. Good thing I had something to report to you. Yukura said you were here. Wow, you've made quite a racket. Can't take my fists off, you know. Jing Hang brushed off the dust from his body. By the way, arrange for someone to clean this place up. Clean up? How do you clean this? Just look at it. It's like it experienced an earthquake. Jing Hang jumped out of the pit and surveyed the surroundings, smiling sheepishly. Still, let's clean it up. After all, it's an old building that's been around for decades. It's not in vain. There will be expenses, and I'll pay for it myself. Bakahatsu rolled his eyes and said he was leaving. With a bang, he turned into a puff of white smoke. What's going on? Jing Hang asked. There's been trouble in the land of rain again. Kenshin Jingang has recently developed a very serious skin disease that has spread from his neck to his chest, causing a thick layer of skin lesions to form. This skin condition itches incessantly day and night, and he can't help but scratch at it, causing the flakes to fall off in heaps. However, even when he scratches his skin until it is raw and bleeding, he cannot relieve the itch. After the skin has been scratched raw, the wounds begin to ooze yellow fluid continuously. Yuin village experiences constant rain and has a humid climate, making it even harder for the wounds to heal. He has consulted several medical ninjas and applied countless ointments, managing to stop the bleeding and form scabs, but once the scabs fall off, the thick layer of skin lesions returns, repeating this cycle endlessly. However, what troubles him the most is not just the itch of the skin lesions. Since he took over the position of Yuing, he has felt that something is amiss, but he can't quite put his finger on it. Currently, Yuin village is free from the ravages of war. There are no starving citizens rioting, and it maintains harmonious relations with neighboring countries. The treasury is full, and the documents piling up on his desk for processing have never exceeded 10 pages. He can finish reviewing them in just over an hour at most. Every month, the Hourglass Group delivers 2 million Ryo in taxes, which he can use at his discretion, and during festivals, he even receives personal gifts. His most frequent activity now is visiting the families of former Yuing. This peaceful and hands-off lifestyle made him briefly think that he might become a more successful Yuing than Hanzo the Salamander. But Kenshin Jingang is not the type who just eats and drinks without purpose. Although he has not been on many battlefields or taken on many missions, he comes from a civilian advisory background and mainly issues tasks. He has followed Hanzo for many years and later served as his bodyguard and steward, though he mainly acted as a steward, with the bodyguard role being nominal. He keenly sensed a hint of danger, but he wasn't clear on what exactly it was. However, the answer soon revealed itself. At the inauguration ceremony for the new Yuing, the third Kazakage, Kageho, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, proposed a wind-fire peace declaration and announced that military exercises would be held in the Land of Rivers. This suddenly overshadowed his succession, which naturally displeased Kenshin Jingang. But both of these big shots are high-ranking and powerful figures, and he dared not easily confront them. Moreover, his position as Yuing was obtained through the financial and political backing of the Hourglass Group. However, as a steward, he was quick-witted. He immediately gave a speech, expressing his firm support for the Wind-Fire Peace Declaration and pledging to send 800 Yuin ninjas to demonstrate their might. He thought, first, by supporting the declaration and sending troops, Yuin village would also be considered one of the initiators of the declaration, and it would be his first order as Yuing, restoring some face for his succession ceremony. Second, aligning with Konoha and Suna in action means choosing sides, with his big brothers protecting him, who would dare to easily provoke Yuin village. Finally, sending 800 men was neither too many nor too few. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Even if Kiri village retaliates later, it wouldn't fall on Yuin village to take the blame. This was a brilliant strategy that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Kanshin Jingang was even surprised by his own cleverness. That day, at Hanzo the Salamander's farewell banquet, he drank a few more cups and ended up staying there drunk that night. When there was still a month left before the deployment date, as Kanshin Jingang prepared to muster the troops and hold a swearing-in ceremony, he was surprised to discover that the ninja roster for Yuin village was just like the documents he reviewed daily, only 10 pages long, and that was single-sided. That totals only about 1,000 people. If he sends out 800, wouldn't Yuin village be left empty? His bodyguard, Rong, even added that among those 1,000, there were 88 students who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. However, the words had already been spoken, and it was as hard to take back as spilled water. After much consideration, Kanshin Jingang gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and appointed Jonin Matsumoto to lead 800 Yuin ninjas to the Land of Rivers. In an instant, the Land of Rain experienced the most vulnerable period in its history, with only 172 ninjas in total to guard the nation. Fortunately, this military operation went very smoothly and was completed successfully in just over a month. The ninjas from Yuin village only did some cleaning on the periphery and played minor roles, suffering no losses. Jonin Matsumoto even killed a small leader at a stronghold and received 50,000 ryo in reward from Lord Kageho. Adding Konoha's, it totaled 100,000 ryo. It wasn't until the expedition team returned home that Kanshin Jingang's heart finally relaxed a bit. He immediately conducted an investigation into the matter. The results nearly made him faint. Yuin village's population had dropped to less than 60,000. As the directly appointed governing official by the daimyo of the Land of Rain, the Kage is also the village head, thus a governing official. He was about to face a situation with no people to govern. As the highest military leader of the Land of Rain, he found that he hardly had any soldiers under his command. Isn't that laughable? He decided to investigate further, firmly believing that this must be a conspiracy from another country. The results came out quickly, and it was indeed not a conspiracy, but a blatant scheme. The perpetrator was none other than Kanshin Jingang's father behind the scenes, the Hourglass Group. In fact, the root of the problem didn't lie with him. He had only been Yuing for a few days. Similar situations had already begun to arise during Hanzo the Salamander's later years. When the Second Great Ninja War broke out, the Land of Rain became the main battlefield for Yuin, Suna, and Konoha. Later, when Suna withdrew and Idava joined, the already average economy of the Land of Rain was devastated, and its people suffered greatly, leading to widespread starvation. Later, during the Earth and Lightning War, people continuously fled to the Land of Rain, resulting in a tidal wave of refugees and overcrowding. Though Hanzo the Salamander was known as a demigod in the ninja world and was formidable on the battlefield, he found himself powerless to govern the populace. Just when he was at his wit's end, Suna extended a hand of friendship, not only helping to solve the refugee problem, but also showering him with gold. Rosa and Maki were also not holding back. Since the establishment of the Hourglass Group, one was collecting money in the Land of Rain, while the other was managing the Moon Lake New District, keeping skilled workers to work along the Shul River, while those without skills were sent to the Moon Lake New District to cultivate the land, effectively resolving about 70 to 80% of the refugee problem, almost exhausting the Suna gold that Rosa had accumulated in the early stages. Eventually, the foreign refugees disappeared, and the domestic refugee issues were mostly resolved. Just when the ninjas and villagers of Yuin village were preparing to lick their wounds and rebuild their homes, they discovered a problem. They were as broke as a church mouse. Where's the money? Of course, the money was in Hanzo the Salamander's pocket, as he enjoyed a life of peace and prosperity. During the fighting, the ninjas still had some military stipend from the village, but now that there was no war, the stipends naturally ceased, forcing the ninjas to take on missions to earn money. But during these times, the landlords and big households went bankrupt, who had money to hire people. However, there were indeed employers, namely the Hourglass Group. Damascus ninja blades, tactical vests, tactical boots, and canned goods were selling like hotcakes in various countries, and the Hourglass Group was continually expanding along the Shul River. A large number of villagers became workers. The money earned from working was not less than farming. If they really wanted to farm, there was plenty of land in the Moon Lake New District. Moreover, whether it was the first-generation manager Rosa or the second-generation manager Yuri, they treated the workers very well. This was Kageho's instruction. Workers' treatment could not be lowered. So that's how it was. They obediently went to work in factories with good benefits, food, and accommodation provided. And if they performed well, their children could attend technical schools in the Moon Lake New District to learn skills. As for the ninjas, they were even easier to arrange. The factory security, security for the mining areas, security for overseas farms, and escorts along the route from the Land of Rain to the Moon Lake New District all needed personnel, and with a wave of Rose's hand, he let them come to work. Thus, the ninjas from Yuin Village found new jobs. However, gradually, the psychology of these Yuin ninjas began to become unbalanced. When they compared their income from mission assignments with that of the Suna ninjas, they found the disparity to be stark. Why was this the case? Through in-depth research and discussions at the first village representatives meeting hosted by Kageho, they discovered that there were certain issues with the current income model for ninjas, and that reform was necessary. Originally, the main source of income for ninjas came from undertaking commission tasks through the village, which also required them to share profits with the village. What difference was there from the work model of a food delivery person? This method not only led to unstable income, but also negatively impacted the village's defensive strength. More seriously, it easily triggered resource imbalances, as everyone habitually sought out a specific ninja known for good reviews to take on tasks. Therefore, Kageho implemented sweeping reforms to this system. After all, they were currently at war, and there were not many tasks to take on. The village could not rely on that little scattered silver to sustain itself. Wasn't it true that the Hourglass Group had achieved industrialization, and that the Moon Lake New District was also under development? At this time, the village's finances also had a certain foundation. Taking advantage of the opportunity to reform ninja tactics, changing the 3-man teams to 4-man teams, they also carried out a comprehensive overhaul of the system. They gradually achieved a quasi-militarization of ninjas. Thanks to the tireless efforts of people like Haro and Maki, the current number of registered ninjas in Suna Village has reached as high as 12,000, surpassing the peak levels during the era of the second Kazakage shaman. Such reforms were undoubtedly significant measures. The first step was to form nearly 2,000 new combat teams, totaling over 8,000 personnel in a standing armed group, and implement semi-militarized management. These ninjas focused primarily on daily training to improve their tactical skills, with military stipends issued by the village according to wartime standards. The second step was to establish a touring instructor corps composed of over 100 elite jonin, those particularly skilled in combat. In their spare time, they would guide the tactical levels of various combat teams, and during wartime, they would act as mid-level commanders, commanding roughly 10 combat teams. The third step was to adopt a rotation system for the standing army. Additionally, around 4,000 personnel would execute other tasks, such as garrisoning fortresses, escorting merchant caravans, and handling the original commission tasks. Big money should not be missed, and small money should not be overlooked. Moreover, the commission from task assignments would almost entirely belong to the ninjas, who only needed to pay a personal income tax to the village not exceeding 10%. These policies not only increased the personal income of the ninjas, but also enhanced the military strength of the village, gaining recognition and support from both sides. As a result, the ninjas of Yuin became dissatisfied. For the same tasks, they could only earn 5 ryo, while the Suna ninjas could earn 9 ryo. Is this reasonable? The task assigners were also helpless. They were giving 10 ryo anyway, delivering it directly to each village, so how it was allocated was up to them, and it had nothing to do with them. This was simply too much. Hanzo was too unscrupulous. We are fighting hard at the front while he enjoys a carefree life in the back, profiting from our hard work and taking half of it. Enough is enough. However, the Yui ninjas heard about a new policy from Suna village. As long as they passed a test called Political Review, ninjas from any country could switch allegiance and become Suna ninjas, enjoying the same treatment as them. After a 5-year probation period, they could even join Suna's standing army. In this era of chaos where flags change frequently, changing headbands was not a big deal, especially for small ninja villages like Yuin, which were under strict management from larger nations. Thus, more and more lower-ranked and middle-ranked ninjas from Yuin village secretly ran to the immigration office in the Moon Lake New District to sign up, and even some jonin later joined in. Meanwhile, Hanzo the Salamander had become engrossed in wine and women, completely unaware of Suna's poaching activities. By the time he discovered the situation, he had already been assassinated by Kaku. What to do now? Kansha and Jing Hang broke out in a cold sweat. He was very aware of the power of the Hourglass Group. If the Hourglass Group were to pay for his head, the underground assassins would come pouring in from one end of the village to the other. Confrontation was not an option. He did not possess the strength or resolve of Hanzo the Salamander. Kanshin Jing Hang locked himself in his office for 2 full days without food or water, finally coming up with 2 ideas. First, establish a relief fund to appease the civilians in the village. Second, change the commission distribution ratio for Yuin ninjas' task payments from 50 to 50 to 10 to 90, making it equal to Suna's. After all, he had money on hand and did not need to be too stingy. Since the situation could not be turned around, he decided to cut his losses in time. The effect was very significant. The situation of ninja attrition improved. Some wandering ninjas even came to seek refuge. Kanshin Jing Hang felt greatly relieved and also established a political review system like Suna Village, accepting all of these individuals. However, the loss of population could not be compensated for in a short time. After all, there was no war now, and there were not many refugees left. They had just completed the windfire operation. Perhaps Kanshin Jing Hang did not know that if it were not for the population nearing saturation in the Moon Lake New District, Maki could have emptied Yuin village. Next, Kanshin Jing Hang chose to lie flat. He told himself, "I'll take a nap. I'm so tired." But he couldn't sleep for long before he found himself unable to sleep at all. At some point, a small group of Wuyin ninjas infiltrated the Land of Rain, claiming to seek revenge for their leader, and frequently carried out terrorist activities in Yuin village, which gave Kanshin Jing Hang a headache. If you Wuyin want to stir up trouble and seek revenge, go find Konoha or Suna. Why come all the way to my Yuin village to cause trouble? We just had a few peaceful days. What he did not expect was that the Wuyin side thought this way. Konoha and Suna have strong military power and are in a position of strength. Causing trouble, there would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. Oh, you participated in the windfire operation, right? I can't take on Kageho, but can I take on Liu Bei? Let's go for it. Thus, headache aside, Kanshin Jing Hang looked down on these bandits from the bottom of his heart. If they simply took a post, set a few fires, it was just like the skin lesions on his own body. As long as the ointment was appropriate, it could be easily resolved. His ointment was his most formidable subordinate, Matsumoto. Matsumoto was a young talent promoted during the Hanzo era, and after Kanshin Jing Hang took office, he regarded him as an absolute confidant. His Suiton techniques were superb, and he was very skilled in using dual tomos. Sending him to deal with these bandits was simply a waste of talent. Just as he was about to summon Matsumoto to discuss a cleanup plan, what came instead was Matsumoto's bloodied head, with the words "blood for blood" carved into his forehead. Is this all he can't handle? Kageho said, disdainfully, while holding the report handed to him by Rosa. The current Yuin village may indeed not be able to handle this matter well. We've cut too deeply. Rosa shrugged helplessly. Kageho pondered for a moment before saying, Kanshin Jing Hang is still obedient. Since he wants to lie flat, let him lie flat and sleep. However, we cannot allow the Hourglass Group to be threatened like this. Yori's side is at a crucial transitional period and cannot afford any mistakes. So, Kageho walked to the map, looking at the area of the Land of Rain. Draw to know, 3 regiments from the standing army. Following Suna's structure, 10 ninja teams make 1 regiment. To help Kinshun Jing Gang quell this trouble, Kageho gently hammered the map. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Wait. Kageho stopped Rosa, who was about to leave. After the battle is over, these 3 regiments need not return. They will be directly restructured into a guard team, with a rotation every 6 months, and the command will be handed over to Yori. Military stipends will remain. This arrangement is very appropriate, saving Kinshun Jing Gang from being as confused about rank as his predecessor. Rosa said with a smile, "That's the idea, and one more thing. This assistance in quelling the trouble is just that, assistance. The fees that should be charged cannot be shortchanged at all, and you must especially remind the commander executing the mission," Kageho said very seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been enjoying quite a comfortable time lately. After the wind-fire operation concluded, the wars between the various countries have temporarily come to a halt, allowing the common people to finally enjoy a brief period of peace. The defectors from Wuyin have been thoroughly eradicated, and the village is no longer shrouded in the shadow of terrorism. The state of alert has been lifted. Children can once again run and play freely in the village, and shops have reopened for business, creating a harmonious scene throughout the village. After finishing his official duties, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched comfortably, habitually prepared his pipe, and began to smoke with satisfaction. Teacher Hiruzen. Oh, it's Orochimaru. What brings you here? Nothing much. I just finished a mission and wanted to come see you. Well, it just so happens that I have some free time. Come, let's take a walk. Such an honor, Orochimaru replied politely. Hiruzen has always regarded Orochimaru as a successor to nurture. As Hokage, he naturally has his own inner circle, consisting of older generations like Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu, middle generation figures like Kakashi and Hyuga Hayashi. The age calculation for Hyuga Hayashi in previous texts was incorrect and has now been corrected, and the younger generation represented by Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. After a great war, the situation has undergone significant changes. Uchiha Kagami heroically sacrificed himself. Akimichi Torafu suffered severe injuries, and while Mito Menyen and Toji Kamari are skilled in planning, they lack decisiveness. Shimura Danzo is ambitious and often conspires in the shadows. Kakashi suffered heavy damage in the Battle of Rashi and has only recently regrouped, but his prestige in the village has significantly declined, losing training value. Hyuga Hayashi, coming from a prestigious family, places too much emphasis on family interests, while Tsunade is far away in Suna and is unlikely to return anytime soon. Jiraiya has a naive personality, a jumpy thought process, and lacks political acumen. In Hiruzen's view, the one truly suited to serve as his representative is Orochimaru. Orochimaru is calm and rarely smiles, but when dealing with matters, he is decisive and ruthless. His strength is also remarkable, having become a leading figure among the younger generation in Konoha. The master and disciple, dressed in casual clothes, strolled leisurely down the streets of Konoha, with Hiruzen smiling as he observed the bustling crowds on either side, while Orochimaru followed half a step behind, matching his pace. "Slow down, don't fall." "Oh dear, you fell, didn't you?" A parent-like figure rushed over from the roadside, helping a fallen little boy up and brushing the dust off his knee. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Did you know? Shosui has woken up." "What?" "This is truly surprising," Orochimaru said, rarely showing an expression of surprise. He understood just how severe the injuries Shosui had sustained were, almost certain that Shosui was destined to die. Deep down, as his direct disciple, Shosui shared a profound emotional bond with him. Shosui was cheerful, kind-hearted, confident, and full of dreams. His passing had greatly affected the usually indifferent Orochimaru, making him often reflect on the fragility of life. It really is unexpected. This is truly good news, Hiruzen said with a reassuring smile. Yes, it is indeed good news, Orochimaru replied, then fell into deep thought. As a student taught by the same teacher, Orochimaru felt he understood Tsunade quite well. In medical ninjutsu, he acknowledged that Tsunade was far superior to him, but she was certainly not strong enough to bring someone back from the dead. This matter was beyond his understanding. Right, Tsunade had strongly insisted that Shimura Danzo, Mito Minyin, and Akimichi Torafu use the Flying Thunder God technique to send her and Shosui to Suna. There must be something fishy about this. Hey, why are there so many people ahead? What's going on? It looks so lively. Hiruzen noticed a large crowd blocking almost half the street ahead and curiously asked, "It seems like the Hourglass Group's ninja tools store is opening." Orochimaru came back to his senses and replied, "Oh, I know about this. Let's go see what Kageho has planned," Hiruzen said, then squeezed into the crowd. After much effort, the two finally pushed their way to the front and were both stunned. At the entrance of a large store, a sizable stage had been erected. On the left side, there appeared to be a band, and on the right side, a group of young women in matching white kippeos with sashes, all beautiful and graceful, creating a pleasing sight. Hiruzen was puzzled when he suddenly heard 3 sounds of whoosh, and 3 figures leaped onto the stage. 3 youthful, voluptuous young women, dressed in avant-garde and sexy attire, wearing Suna headbands, shone brightly under the colorful lights. "I am Yoshimi," a short-haired beautiful girl winked at the audience. "I am Lola." A straight-haired beauty raised her chin with her hands on her hips. "I am Mibu." A curly-haired beauty flirtatiously bit her lip. "We are the Ninja Girls," the 3 said in unison. "Thank you all for attending the grand opening ceremony of our Hourglass Ninja Tools Group's Konoha flagship store," Yoshimi said. "We hope to share a joyful time with everyone," Lola added. "Here, the Ninja Girls will bring you a song, and that is..." Mibu began. "Bluebird," the 3 called out in unison. "As we spread our wings and soar high, we can reach the end of our dreams. Remember to keep moving forward, belonging to me, the azure sky." The 3 began with a segment of a cappella, their voices high and clear, seemingly piercing through the clouds above, then suddenly stopped. They lowered their heads, holding chakra microphones in both hands, striking a pose of waiting. The scene fell silent. The earlier singing had been so shocking that everyone was eager to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the band below began to play, first with a burst of rapid drum beats, followed by a powerful and rhythmic accompaniment that made everyone unable to resist moving along. Meanwhile, the 3 on stage began to perform a hot dance, their bodies swaying, and the audience was left dumbfounded. Who had ever seen such a spectacle in the village? Everyone craned their necks to watch. Hiruzen's face was already flushed, breathing heavily, his eyes wide open like saucers, unable to blink for a long time, while Orochimaru maintained a calm demeanor but had a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. The taste of sorrow from a masterpiece. I never truly understood it, tasting the bitterness of the past, and never ceasing to explore the present. Can you let me abandon this cage I've long outgrown? From now on, I will never surrender. Let the rapid breaths, along with this heartbeat, soar high together. Look up at the vast sky. Escape the cage. The 3 of them rotated their positions, striking combat poses or flashing charming smiles at the audience, alluring and captivating, causing the crowd to surge and cheer. As we spread our wings and soar high, we can reach the end of our dreams. Remember to keep moving forward. It is that peace, the snow-white clouds. It is that peace, the snow-white clouds. Finally, as the last note fell, the 3 struck a tactical squad defensive formation, looking valiant and imposing. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Another one. One more. Another song. Mibu smiled charmingly and picked up the microphone. "Thank you all for your support and love for our Ninja Girls." Lola also picked up the microphone. This is our first performance as ambassadors for the Hourglass Group. Thank you all very much. Yoshimi likewise took the microphone, pointed at the door of the adjacent ninja tool store, made a cute peace sign, winked, and stuck out her tongue, inciting a howl from the crowd. The young women at the side opened the door accordingly. "Let's go in and take a look," Hiruzen said, his face flushed. "As you wish," Orochimaru replied with a smile. "Suna Village is truly a fascinating place. I should visit it someday," Orochimaru thought to himself, licking his lips. "You mean Orochimaru is coming?" Kageho furrowed his brows, holding the letter tightly in his hand. "Yes, Shosui is his disciple. It makes sense for him to come and check in. However, the secrets of the Research Institute." Tsunade hesitated, knowing that this was Suna's territory. "Well, letting him come to see isn't out of the question." "No, wait, when exactly is he arriving?" Judging by the date on the letter, it should be in the next couple of days." Tsunade never expected Kageho to agree so easily. "Oh, that's soon." Kageho glanced at the date on the letter and confirmed that it was indeed just a few days away. "He's an action-oriented person, just like you. He acts immediately on whatever comes to mind. Being action-oriented is good. I appreciate that. I'll treat him to a meal since he's your old classmate," Kageho said while pulling Tsunade into an embrace. "Well, what about those experimental subjects and specimens in the Research Institute? And aside from Ikuyai, he can see everything else." Kageho waved his hand, appearing quite generous. "The situation with Obito is something I might not be able to handle alone. Having an ally wouldn't be a bad thing." "Yes, you're right." Tsunade pondered for a moment and found some truth in Kageho's words. "Make sure to clean up experiment number 17. "What for?" We can't let him come all this way and leave empty-handed. Otherwise, people will say that Suna Village lacks hospitality," Kageho said with a smile. "By the way, before sending him off, cut out its tongue to avoid any loose talk." Kageho's inner intentions were not so benevolent. He didn't want Orochimaru to see the information from the Research Institute to form an alliance, but rather to plant a landmine in Konoha. Alliancing with Orochimaru? That would be tantamount to seeking death, just like Rose's experience. His true aim was to use Orochimaru to undermine Konoha's strength from within, which was his real purpose. Orochimaru was undoubtedly one of the most charismatic antagonists in the early part of the Naruto series. Setting aside his cruel and bloody human experiments, he managed to make powerful subordinates like Kimimaro, Guren, who was intercepted by Suna, and other members of the Sound for willingly serve him, showcasing his charisma. In terms of ability, he created the Sound Village and built numerous large-scale bases in various locations. With so many subordinates, he must possess some management skills. His strength is also beyond doubt, being undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. Even amidst the onslaught of many powerful and devious characters later on, he managed to survive until the end. Moreover, if I may put it bluntly, if Orochimaru hadn't had a sudden change of heart and resurrected the previous Hokages with the reanimation jutsu, the story's trajectory might have turned out completely different. However, the current Orochimaru is still quite young. While he harbors some darkness within, he is still swayed by Hiruzen's will of fire and has not yet completely fallen into darkness. This cannot continue. He must be pushed. After the Second Great Ninja War and before the Third, this period is Konoha's absolute peak. The older generation of powerful figures like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo are in their prime, while the more mature and seasoned ninjas like Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru have emerged from the crucible of the Second War. Not to mention the new generation, represented by Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha, all shining brightly. Konoha at this time is a constellation of stars, boasting formidable strength. In terms of national power, they could easily take on 1v2 or even 1v3. Otherwise, how could they have triumphed in the Third War? If Suna doesn't create some trouble for such a Konoha, that simply won't do. Waiting for Konoha to dominate the ninja world? What about Suna Village? Continuing to play the role of a little brother to Konoha, like Gaara, lying on the ground and licking Konoha's boots? Kageho asserted that he could not do that. Now, conceding is merely a temporary measure. If one continues to concede, it becomes a sign of weakness. But confronting them head-on is clearly not suitable. Konoha's strength and influence are there, and he's been developing quietly with Rosa and Maki for over 2 years, stealing ninjas from other countries, and finally achieving some results. He cannot let it all be ruined in one fell swoop. Having arranged for Danzo previously, now he plans to bring in Orochimaru. Both are skilled at tearing down their enemies. Undermining the enemy's strength from within is the right path. Stimulating Orochimaru's desire for eternal life and absolute power early on, pushing him into darkness and evil, would be entirely beneficial for Suna Village. Of course, he must also keep a check on him now and then, preventing Orochimaru from developing any covetous feelings towards Suna, and redirecting his malice to Konoha. Anyone daring to bare their teeth at Suna should have their teeth pulled. Can't you see? In the original story, whether it was Orochimaru or the Akatsuki organization, they dared to provoke Konoha and Wuin, while Suna was bullied terribly. All 3 generations of Kazakage have passed away. Only then did they dare to act against Kimobikira. Why? Because they had the strength and hard style. Just not bullying you is already a favor. If you dare to reach out, then you'll pay the price. Iwa's situation is special, and this will be explained in future plots. Little brother, do you know how to get to Suna Village? Orochimaru asked politely, wearing a warm smile, as he approached a red-haired child playing in the sand. The child looked up and quietly observed the long-haired, pale-faced man in front of him, his gaze eventually landing on the Konoha headband. I know. You want to go to the village, right? Follow me. The child flashed a bright, innocent smile, brushed the sand off his clothes, and stood up to lead the way. The desert was incredibly easy to get lost in, with no signposts and no one to ask for directions. Luckily, he met this child. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have known which way to go. He silently thanked his luck. The Suna Expressway was still under construction. However, he quickly found that his smile faded. This isn't Suna Village, is it? Why is it getting darker the farther we go? Of course, this is Suna's territory, but it's a bit special. The child turned around, revealing an innocent smile while holding a scroll in his hand. What's so special? Orochimaru became a bit wary and took a step back, reaching for his ninja tool pouch. This place is now abandoned. It used to be a departmental unit in the village, the Abyss Prison. The child's smile gradually took on a sinister quality. Kid, you must be mistaken. The name Abyss Prison clearly didn't sound like a good place. Speak. What are your intentions as a Konoha ninja here in Suna? I came to find someone. It seems you're still being dishonest. No problem. A beating will make you honest. Come out, Black Ant. Hanzo. The child suddenly unfurled the scroll, and with 2 loud bangs, 2 puppets appeared. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. He had encountered Chiyo in the Land of Rain and knew of the existence of puppeteers, but he never expected this 6 or 7-year-old child to also be a puppeteer capable of manipulating 2 at once. Are all the little brats from Suna this capable? Hey, listen to me. Before he could finish, the 2 puppets charged at him. Orochimaru had no choice but to pull out a kunai to defend himself. From the first clash, Orochimaru realized something was off. This kid, despite his young age, was quite formidable. He was definitely no pushover. Initially, he thought about explaining, but found himself constantly dodging and evading. Yet this child attacked with lethal moves from the start. The puppet named Black Ant swung its 6 arms equipped with saw blades, spinning like a whirlwind and forcing Orochimaru to defend himself desperately. Hanzo burrowed underground, occasionally popping up to take a bite while using its body to block Orochimaru's counterattacks. The 2 puppets coordinated perfectly, one attacking while the other defended. If it weren't for Orochimaru's impressive taijutsu, he might have fallen for their tricks. Gradually, Orochimaru became enraged. First, he would subdue this little brat, then explain things slowly. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Orochimaru leaped into the air his right hand sprouting countless snakes, heading straight for the child, controlling the puppets behind him. When Orochimaru saw the child tightly bound by his snake hands, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having successfully captured him, Orochimaru slowly walked forward and said, "Kid, don't misunderstand. I really just came to find someone. I have a disciple named Shosui." "Huh? Why is there sand falling from your face?" However, Orochimaru quickly realized something was off. What he had tied up was not a child at all, but clearly a puppet. As he attempted to break free, suddenly everything went dark before his eyes. The black ant puppet had quietly approached and opened its abdominal compartment, locking Orochimaru securely inside. "Haha, capture successful. My tactics are quite good, aren't they? Let me introduce you. What you just caught was my personally designed humanoid puppet, Crow. You got tricked." "Haha." The child's arrogant laughter came from outside the puppet. Orochimaru tried to smash the hard wooden walls, but the space inside the black ant was extremely cramped, and he couldn't lift his hands. He realized this was intentional by the designer, meant to prevent the captive from forming hand seals. However, for someone skilled in using snake hands like him, this wasn't too much of a problem. But why bother with a little kid? "Kid, shut up. If you don't want to die, be honest and come back with me to the Suna Security Department for interrogation." Going to the Suna Security Department wasn't a problem, as Konoha and Suna were allies now, and he could explain everything there. But then he thought absolutely not. Once he arrived at the security department, even if he could clarify other matters, being captured by a mere child from Suna would ruin his reputation entirely. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. Suddenly, the abdomen of the black ant puppet burst open, and Orochimaru broke free, immediately countering with hidden shadow, snake hands. This time, he firmly bound the child. Orochimaru glanced sideways at the child, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent, as the snake heads in his hand flicked their tongues, some even opening wide to reveal their bloody mouths. Just then, he heard a whoosh, and a rapidly spinning yellow shuriken flew through the air, severing all of Orochimaru's snake hands. In an instant, hundreds of snake heads wriggled on the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The shuriken embedded deeply into the stone wall, and then instantly transformed into a cloud of yellow sand. The child successfully escaped, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "I'm a bot. Good. Don't be angry, sir. Why bother with a naughty child?" Orochimaru looked up to see a tall, thin monk stepping out from the shadows. "Master Bunfu." The child quickly darted behind the monk. The monk, with a kind expression, gently patted the child's head and said, "Scorpion, why are you so naughty? If I hadn't been meditating in the abyss, you would have been injured by this, sir. Quickly apologize." Come. Eat. Brother Orochimaru, don't be shy. These are all our Suna village's specialty dishes. Try them." Kageho generously helped Orochimaru with some food. Most of Suna's cuisine is centered around barbecued dishes, and the table was filled with roasted lamb legs, grilled chicken, skewers, and grilled kidneys, all exuding an enticing aroma. Clearly, Kageho was putting on quite a lavish reception. Orochimaru seemed disinterested in the food before him, sitting there coldly. Kageho noticed the awkward atmosphere and gave Tsunade a glance. She immediately picked up a bottle of alcohol and poured a drink for Orochimaru. Kageho also raised his glass. "Brother Orochimaru, we've crossed paths on the battlefield before, and I truly admire your skills. We might say we've become friends through battle. Now that Suna and Konoha have formed an alliance, we are all friends. Cheers!" After saying this, he downed his drink in one go. Orochimaru looked at Kageho, then at the cup. Since it had risen to a political level, he couldn't refuse, so he also picked up his cup and drank. "Good. This second cup is to welcome you, Brother Orochimaru. You braved the difficult journey to visit your injured disciple, which shows great loyalty. I, Kageho, respect those who are loyal. Cheers!" With that, he again tilted his head back and drank it all. Well, now it was elevated to the level of loyalty. He couldn't be heartless, could he? Orochimaru had no choice but to drink another cup. This third cup is a drink to calm your nerves, brother Orochimaru. You must have been startled. Saying this, he took Tsunade's bottle and personally filled Orochimaru's cup. This statement had deeper meaning. Orochimaru lifted his cup but hesitated to drink, slowly saying, Suna village is indeed extraordinary. Even a child possesses such strength. Your village truly has hidden talents. Facing the subtle jab from Orochimaru, Kageho remained unfazed and filled his own cup, saying, I feel ashamed. The child you mentioned, Scorpion, is my adopted son. He is the grandson of Elder Chiyo in the village. This rascal, quite mischievous, spoiled by his grandmother. If I don't discipline him for 3 days, he climbs the walls. As his adoptive father, I must take responsibility. Wait a moment. I'll go teach him a lesson and bring him over to apologize to you. With that, he stood up to leave. No need. At this moment, Orochimaru became flustered. If he brought the child over to apologize, wouldn't that be a clear slap in my face, implying that I bullied a child? Kageho burst into laughter upon hearing this. Brother Orochimaru, you are magnanimous. Well, let's let this matter pass. Come, let's drink. With that, he downed his drink again. Orochimaru smiled bitterly and had no choice but to finish his cup as well. At this time, Kageho was indeed in a good mood. Scorpion truly lived up to the name. He was pondering how to give Orochimaru a taste of his own medicine when this little rascal had already pulled such a stunt. Well done. He must reward him with a chicken leg. But the feast once again fell into an awkward silence. Tsunade whispered to Orochimaru, In Suna village, there's a rule. After 3 cups of wine, if the guest doesn't move their chopsticks, the host also cannot eat. That would be impolite. Orochimaru had no choice but to glance at the table and picked up a skewer of roasted meat. Seeing this, Kageho beamed with a smile, picked up a grilled kidney, and started eating, tossing a couple of skewers into Orochimaru's bowl. Kulme. This is delicious, tender and juicy, very nourishing. Orochimaru slowly finished his meat skewer. How is Shosui doing? Kageho, busy swallowing the kidney, pointed to Tsunade, indicating for her to answer. His vital signs are stable. He's just very weak and is still being kept in nutrient solution. He's awake for only about 2 hours a day. Oh, can I see him? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Sure, but not today, Kageho said after swallowing the kidney. It's getting late today. I'll personally accompany you to see him early tomorrow. What method did you use to treat him? Orochimaru turned his head to ask Tsunade. Organ transplantation. This was inspired by you, Tsunade replied. This is incredible. How did you find so many matching organs in such a short time, and also suppress rejection? Brother Orochimaru, there's no need to rush, Kageho said with a smile, grabbing another leg of lamb. By tomorrow, all your doubts will be resolved, and I have a gift for you. Oh, you really are willing to. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with curiosity. Kageho interrupted him. Brother Orochimaru, didn't I just say? We are friends. As friends, I have nothing to hide from you. Orochimaru looked at Kageho, then at Tsunade, who slightly nodded. Orochimaru picked up a skewer of grilled kidney. I'm looking forward to tomorrow more and more. This is truly astonishing. In the massive nutrient tank, Shosui remained peacefully asleep. His arms and chest were adorned with various monitoring devices, and an oxygen mask was securely placed in his mouth, rhythmically releasing a stream of bubbles. The wound on his abdomen had healed, although it still retained a pale, bloodless hue. The wound on his left chest remained partially open, supported by a transparent material that propped up his ribcage, and a notably mismatched white heart was beating vigorously. Orochimaru gazed at the sleeping Shosui in the nutrient tank, feeling a genuine sense of awe. His eyes sparkled as if he were admiring a magnificent work of art, revealing a profound intoxication. Kageho stood beside him, quietly observing and secretly feeling pleased, thinking to himself, Kid, you've taken the bait. Are these organs the spore bodies you mentioned? Orochimaru finally shifted his gaze from Shosui to the white Zetsu, head specimen placed in a large glass jar. His eyes still shone with an obsessive gleam. That's right. Incredible. Orochimaru continued to survey Tsunade's collection, which included kidneys, livers, spleens, lungs, stomachs, intestines, and more. It was as if he had opened a door to a new world, where vibrant colors radiated, making him feel as if he were in a mysterious and fantastical realm. Here, this is all the experimental data for the subjects. Tsunade brought over a stack of documents about half her height. Can I see it? Orochimaru asked tentatively. Kageho smiled and nodded, saying, I told you, everything here is open to you. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru quickly took the data, found a random table, and eagerly began to read, as if the information contained endless treasures. He wanted to engrave every word into his mind. If you get hungry, just let the duty room know. They'll arrange lunch for you. Okay. Orochimaru replied absently, his eyes seemingly glued to the data, unwilling to look away. Tsunade glanced helplessly at Kageho, who softly said, Let him read here. It's fine. After he's done, he'll come find me. Let's head out for now. With that, he pulled Tsunade out of the laboratory, casually closing the door behind them. Where's Iku? I gave him 50 Ryo to go eat some spicy hot pot. Well, it seems Orochimaru will be occupied for a while. Later, I'll arrange for him to help out at the pharmaceutical factory. How has he been performing lately? Kageho asked. Tsunade showed a wry smile and said, He's very talented. He grasps medical ninjutsu quickly and often draws inferences from one instance to another. He's basically been in charge of the experiment for the second-generation chakra enhancement medication. But what? Kageho stopped walking and asked. But he talks a lot and often asks some nonsensical questions. Sometimes he even teases the female interns, lifting their skirts at the drop of a hat. When did he pick up this habit? Kageho was somewhat surprised. Although white Zetsu appeared male, it didn't possess sexual characteristics. Could it be that this guy was a pervert before being enveloped by the god tree? Orochimaru read slowly, and it took him a full 7 days to emerge from the laboratory. I heard you haven't eaten much these days. That won't do, you know. Your health is your capital. No tea for you. It can make you dizzy. Here, drink some sugar water. Kageho offered a steaming cup of sugar water to Orochimaru. They were on the rooftop of Kageho's villa, where he had designed a quaint little tea pavilion. He sent Tsunade away and conversed privately with Orochimaru. Orochimaru grabbed the teacup and, without caring if it was hot, gulped it down, then quickly grabbed some snacks and shoved them into his mouth one after another. Slow down. Don't choke, Kageho said with a smile, pouring another cup for Orochimaru. Once Orochimaru finished eating and drinking, Kageho asked, So, how was it? Any insights? It was shocking, truly shocking. I can't believe there are such creatures in the world. Do you know what this means? No rejection response, super strong toxicity resistance, superb compatibility with various chakra types, combining characteristics of both plants and animals. Orochimaru spoke feverishly, and Kageho simply stood by, smiling and listening quietly, occasionally nodding slightly. If we develop along this path, how many wonderful outcomes could arise? This is something no powerful ninjutsu could compare to. This will be a historic innovation. No, a revolution. By the end, Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes were filled with madness. It seems he's already on board. Kageho stood up, slowly turned around, facing the waning moon, and said softly, The Sage of Six Paths established the ninja religion, leading to the myriad phenomena of the world. Just like this vast starry sky, the infinite universe hides countless wonders and secrets. Compared to them, powerful figures like Hashirama and Madara, although their techniques could move mountains and seas, are they not now lost to time? Throughout their lives, did they ever uncover even 1/10,000th of the world's mysteries? And what about us? Orochimaru watched Kageho's elongated shadow in the moonlight, feeling an immense sense of sadness and loneliness inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Eternal life. Only by achieving eternal life can one explore these endless mysteries and gain unparalleled power. Human lifespan is limited by time. If one could live forever, wouldn't that be perfect? Had this thought occurred to him before coming to Suna, he would have dismissed it outright. But after reading the Research Institute's data, he felt that this idea was not entirely impossible. With his intellect, if he had the right experimental subjects and opportunities, he could seize a glimmer of this heavenly secret. At that moment, Kageho had already returned to his seat. I have no choice. I was entrusted by the second Hokage and had to become the Kazakage. This life will ultimately be burdened by mundane matters, and I fear I will never have the chance, but you still have a chance. Me, Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. So, I'm going to lend you a hand. Here, take a look at the gift I'm giving you. With that, Kageho walked into a room, and after a while, he returned with a large burlap sack. Opening the sack revealed a white zetsu with its hands bound behind its back. This is the last experimental subject. I want to give it to you. Everything else is fine. It's just that Tsunade cut off its tongue. This was indeed true. It was Tsunade who had cut it off. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the struggling white zetsu on the ground, just like a pervert staring at a bound beauty. After a long pause, Orochimaru lifted his head and looked at Kageho, saying, "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Finally, he was on the right track. Not discussing conditions made it seem insincere. "Oh, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that." Kageho waved his hand dismissively. "Just a small matter," Orochimaru insisted. Kageho smiled and put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, saying, "Of course, I have conditions." "Speak." Orochimaru appeared calm. "Perhaps on some day in the future. Of course, this day may never come. But within your ability, I would like to ask you for a small favor, and I hope that when the time comes, you will not refuse me." The emphasis was on the last 5 words. According to a saying from Hong Kong movies, "You owe me a favor that must be repaid." Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then solemnly nodded, saying, "I agree." "Good. Now let me tell you the origin of this thing." Kageho pointed at the white zetsu on the ground. "Oh," Orochimaru showed interest. After studying the data for so long, he had become fascinated but had not thought about where this thing came from. "Well, this was after I visited Konoha. I went to the land of Earth to handle some business and encountered a certain person. Since the battle with Orochimaru, Scorpion's transformation has been nothing short of dramatic. During the summer break from ninja school, he no longer had to attend classes, so he put aside his previously mischievous antics. Instead, he seemed to turn into a shell of his former self, drifting through life with a dazed expression whether he was eating or sleeping. At times, he would furrow his brows tightly, as if grappling with some complex problem. At other moments, he would sit silently, staring vacantly into space. Sometimes he would ramble nervously, muttering to himself. And at other times, he would suddenly recall something important and grab a piece of paper to start sketching. Chiyo watched in distress, her heart racing. With only one precious grandson, she worried that if he continued down this path of torment, how would she explain it to her deceased husband, Retsu, in the afterlife? As things worsened, Scorpion actually gathered a large pile of crafting materials and puppet-making texts, diving deep into the workshop and never coming out again. He ate, drank, and tended to his needs all within the confines of that space. When Chiyo brought him meals, he ignored her completely. He was either drawing or carving wood, with no regard for personal hygiene, no brushing his teeth, no bathing, and he went nights without sleep. His eyes became red and bloodshot, filled with gunk, and he looked like he had lost a significant amount of weight. Chiyo's heart ached with worry, and she tried pleading and coaxing him repeatedly. But Scorpion remained steadfast in his ways, eventually locking the workshop door and leaving only a small window for food delivery. This pushed Chiyo to the brink of despair. She unleashed her frustration on the couple, Scorpion's parents, cursing them for being negligent parents, too busy with their own affairs to notice their child was on the verge of madness. Has this kid been stimulated in some way? Akasuna Shu, Scorpion's father, muttered. Upon hearing this, Chiyo furrowed her brow and decided to set aside her pride, seeking help from Rosa in the intelligence department to investigate the situation. Rosa found her request amusing yet perplexing. He was so busy that he could barely manage to split himself into two to get things done, let alone address her grandson's psychological issues. However, given that it was a request from an old superior and not something against principles, he arranged for a few idle ninjas from the intelligence department to help gather information. The matter turned out to be quite simple, and within a day, a ninja from the operations division learned the details from Master Bunfu. Upon hearing this, Chiyo exploded with anger. How dare Orochimaru, a notorious figure in the ninja world, come to Suna village to bully her grandson? Did he have no shame? After discovering that Orochimaru was staying at Kageho's place, she stormed into the Kazakage's office, demanding an explanation. Orochimaru has already left. Kageho shrugged helplessly. Then I'll go to Konoha and confront him. You may fear him, but I, an old widow, do not. If I don't twist his head off, I'll leave my old bones there, Chiyo declared, turning to leave. Wait. Your bones are precious and shouldn't be spilled outside the village. Kageho quickly stepped forward to stop her, knowing that this doting grandmother would do anything for her grandson. Please calm down, have some tea, and tell me what happened, Kageho urged, wanting to hear the whole story about Scorpion. As she spoke of her sadness, tears began to flow. Kageho listened quietly for some time without interrupting. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good lad, ambitious, truly the descendant of Retsu." Chiyo looked at him, confused and tearful. Kageho explained, I suspect this kid had a setback after facing Orochimaru and is now brewing a desire for revenge. Chiyo was taken aback. How about this? I'll personally visit your home and help guide him. He hasn't eaten properly in days, has he? Prepare a light meal. Oh, and here's this. He pulled out a 1,000 Ryo note and placed it in Chiyo's hand. What's this for? I have money for food. Chiyo was even more bewildered. No. This is to compensate for the trouble at your door. What? Door? What door? Chiyo was puzzled. With a loud crash, the door of Chiyo's workshop, which had been passed down for 3 generations, fell to the ground under Kageho's powerful kick. Wow, is this kid studying poison gas? After the dust settled, a pungent stench hit them. The workshop was a complete mess, filled with wood shavings and scraps everywhere, with various blueprints and books scattered about. Tools such as chisels, saws, compasses, and measuring tapes were carelessly tossed aside, and the toilet in the corner was overflowing, clearly needing to be emptied soon. In the center of the workshop stood a 2-meter-tall puppet resembling a female figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head had 3 eyes displaying expressions of joy, anger, and sorrow, while the 6 arms grasped dual swords, a trident, and a bow. Instead of legs, it had a tail made of segmented steel bars, ending with a long, sharp steel needle. The entire puppet exuded a menacing aura while still maintaining a semblance of feminine beauty. Kageho nodded repeatedly, while Chiyo stood there, dumbfounded. Grandfather, Grandma, you're here. Scorpion, who had been sleeping among the piles of books, was startled awake by the door crashing. He rubbed his head and looked at the visitors. My dear, Chiyo was about to step forward, but Kageho held her back. Is this creation completed? Kageho asked, pointing at the puppet. As soon as the topic of his work came up, Scorpion's demeanor changed completely. Yes, it's nearly finished except for the coloring. What do you think, Grandfather? Give me some feedback. Scorpion looked eager for praise, making Kageho chuckle. Though to be fair, the puppet was indeed impressive. Kageho stroked his chin thoughtfully, walking around the puppet before saying, not discussing performance, just in terms of appearance. I think this puppet has high artistic value. How high? Scorpion asked curiously. About 3 or 4 stories tall, Kageho joked. Grandfather has a good eye. This puppet has taken a lot of my effort, with many unique designs. Look at this head. Just as Scorpion began to explain, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Kageho quickly helped him up. It turned out he was experiencing typical low blood sugar symptoms. Kid, there's no rush. Eat first. Later, we'll head to the training ground to test it out. Don't tell me about the mechanisms yet. We'll have a real battle. Kageho said. Growl. Scorpion's stomach rumbled loudly. Come on, dear grandson, eat while it's hot. Chiyo immediately presented a bowl of steaming noodles. Without hesitation, Scorpion grabbed the noodles and started slurping them down like a starving ghost. Chiyo affectionately stroked his head, her maternal love evident. In no time, a bowl of noodles meant for an adult was completely devoured by Scorpion, and he let out a satisfied burp. What's the name of this puppet? Kageho inquired. Shuro woman. Grandfather, do you believe that if I encounter Orochimaru again, I can definitely defeat him? Scorpion declared with confidence, shaking his little fists. Well, we'll only know after we practice, Kageho replied. Then let's hurry to the training ground. Grandma, help me prepare some fire oil, hydrochloric acid, and venom from the Scorpion Mountain. Scorpion excitedly exclaimed. Kageho playfully gave Scorpion a light smack on the head. Fire oil and hydrochloric acid are fine, but venom. Do you want to kill your grandfather? And Kageho pinched his nose, expressing disgust. You should wash up first and change your clothes. You smell so bad you could knock me out. Scorpion sniffed himself, and the sour odor nearly made him regurgitate the noodles he had just eaten. In the interest of fairness, I won't use iron sand. Kageho tightened his forearm guards and declared. Iron sand was nearly the bane of all puppets. Once it got lodged in a puppet's critical parts, even the mightiest puppet would be rendered immobile. Sighing, Kageho reflected on how he couldn't comprehend how the third Kazakage had been defeated by Scorpion. It felt like a chicken defeating a weasel. For the sake of fairness, I won't use poison either, Scorpion replied proudly. At this moment, he had finished bathing and changed into a fresh outfit, restoring his youthful appearance, but his arrogant demeanor made one want to give him a good smack. Can we start? Kageho asked, struggling to contain his anger. Hold on, Scorpion interrupted. Father, while I won't use poison, I've applied purple dye to all the areas where I would have used it. The venom from the Scorpion Mountain is quite fierce. Even a little touch can be... Kageho glanced helplessly at Chiyo, who was observing from the side, but she appeared calm, as though she were enjoying the scenery, despite the lack of anything worthwhile to see in the barren surroundings. Fine, I'll go along with you. Just consider it a win if you give scratch, Kageho thought to himself, acknowledging the child's strong competitive spirit. He carefully examined the puppet before him. This Shuro woman wore a golden crown, draped in yellow robes, and had a dark blue complexion, resembling a night demon from Tibetan Buddhist Thankas. This puppet had arrows for long-range attacks, a trident for mid-range, dual swords for close combat, and a tail that could both attack and defend while also entangling foes. Truly a case of a dog biting a hedgehog. Impossible to approach. After pondering for a moment, Kageho picked up a steel whip from the weapon rack, believing that breaking armor would be key against such a puppet. Begin, Chiyo, acting as the referee, declared, and the fateful duel officially commenced. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instead of launching a direct attack, Kageho summoned 3 shadow clones to probe the puppet's defenses. The 4 figures surged forward like brave warriors, constantly shifting positions, making it difficult to discern who was who. Meanwhile, the Shuro woman also sprang into action. Its head rotated to form a smiling face, and as its mouth opened, it fired a barrage of poison needles at the 4. One clone was immediately hit, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. The other 3 clones deftly leaped into the air to avoid the attack, and charged from different directions to launch a fierce counterattack. Just then, Scorpion shouted, "Divide!" The Shuro woman puppet instantly split into 3. The puppet holding the bow stood in front of Scorpion, drawing its bow and firing multiple arrows. The puppets wielding swords and tridents extended their lower bodies, quickly gliding forward to intercept the two clones charging at Scorpion. Good. Chiyo's eyes lit up. As an experienced puppeteer, she could see the brilliance in her grandson's design. This puppet could split and merge, attack and defend, with a variety of offensive methods. It was indeed a work of ingenuity. Kageho was also quite shocked, but he had no time to dwell on it. With two clones holding off two puppets, he himself swung the whip to knock down the incoming arrows, then charged straight for Scorpion in the center. Seeing Kageho knock down 3 arrows and rapidly approach him, Scorpion quickly maneuvered his puppets to meet the threat. The bow-wielding Shuro woman swung its steel tail directly at Kageho. Kageho hurriedly swung the steel whip to defend against the incoming tail, but the tail moved like a nimble snake, evading his attack, twisting in midair, and continuing its assault. At that moment, the tail's steel needle was mere inches from Kageho, and he could even see the evenly applied die on its tip. Raising Gan, Kageho performed a side flip, narrowly avoiding the steel needle, then executed a powerful Rasengan that struck the side of the steel tail, instantly twisting it into a mess and pulling the puppet closer. At this point, Kageho found himself positioned like an unsteady bridge on the ground, using his right-hand whip to maintain balance. Just as he was about to rise, he unexpectedly caught sight of the Shuro woman's angry face. Not good. How'd it get pulled over here? Before he could finish his thought, a blast of fire erupted from the Shuro woman, aimed directly at Kageho. At this distance, under 1 meter, there was almost no way to dodge. But Kageho reacted swiftly, extending his left hand to grip the Shuro woman's neck and twisting hard. While he didn't break it, he redirected the flames. However, his chest was still hit by a bit of the fire oil, instantly igniting a massive blaze. He released his legs and rolled over in a lazy manner to extinguish the flames. Kageho patted the remnants of fire on his chest, which had turned his armor black, leaving him looking quite disheveled. Father, you managed to avoid that. Truly impressive skills. Scorpion's arrogant laughter echoed nearby, and the 3 Shuro woman puppets had somehow merged back into one. Meanwhile, his 2 shadow clones had also been eliminated without him noticing. Good lad. Kageho felt a surge of anger rise within him. This kid was too arrogant. He wouldn't hold back now. Multiple shadow clone technique. Using the same trick again? Father, can't you come up with something new? Scorpion scoffed as thick smoke dissipated, revealing a multitude of shadow clones. The novelty of a technique doesn't matter. As long as it works, that's what counts. Charge! A massive Kageho army rushed towards Scorpion. What use is sheer numbers? Divide! Scorpion shouted, and the Shuro woman split once more, arranging itself in a small triangular formation in front of Scorpion. One puppet breathed fire, another shot poison needles, while a third sprayed acid. Coupled with the continuous barrage of arrows and the close assaults of the trident and dual swords, the sounds of explosions filled the air as countless shadow clones dissipated into smoke. Such dishonorable tactics, Chiyo muttered, watching the unfolding battle closely. At first, Scorpion was exhilarated by his success, but he gradually sensed that something was amiss. His father's shadow clones poured in like a flood, while his reserves of fire oil, acid, and needles were dwindling fast. Now you're starting to feel the pressure, huh? Too late. Seeing his supplies nearly exhausted, Kageho leaped high into the air, holding the steel whip upside down, and while Scorpion's view was obstructed by smoke, he pinned the Shuro woman's steel tail firmly to the ground. Then, he charged straight for Scorpion. Scorpion quickly maneuvered the other 2 puppets to block Kageho's advance. The Shuro woman, holding the trident, moved forward and thrust it at Kageho. Kageho sidestepped to evade, grabbing the trident's handle. Just then, the smiling face of the Shuro woman shot out a steel needle. What a clever kid. He even had a backup plan. Kageho tilted his head, catching the steel needle in his mouth. Then he swiftly snatched the trident, delivering a powerful kick that sent the puppet flying far away. Spit! Kageho expelled the steel needle from his mouth, not pausing in his actions, and threw the trident toward the sword-wielding puppet. The puppet crossed its swords to block the incoming trident, but the force of the throw was immense, forcing it back 4 or 5 meters. But that distance was more than enough. In a flash, Kageho appeared right in front of Scorpion, his fingers poised like swords, pressing against Scorpion's throat. Scorpion froze, and after a long pause, he said dejectedly, "I lost." "No, it's a draw." "Spit." Kageho turned his head and spat. Scorpion looked closely at the spit and noticed it was purple. Instantly, his eyes regained their spark. "If that stuff truly had poison on it, I would have likely gone down with you before succumbing to it." "Scorpion, you did well." Hearing Kageho's praise, Scorpion shyly scratched his head. "I've let my guard down for too long. Won't you reconcile?" Scorpion extended 2 fingers to make a peace sign with Kageho. "Outstanding, outstanding. It's been a while since I've seen such a thrilling duel. My dear grandson, you truly are remarkable." Chiyo applauded for Scorpion, her face filled with a proud smile. She knew full well that Kageho had gone easy on him, neither using iron sand nor activating Reikage, but this child was only 7 years old, and to push Kageho to such an extent demonstrated his considerable strength. The puppet arts have a promising future. As for puppetry, I'm no expert, but I can share some insights from the battle, Kageho said. "Please, father, enlighten me." Scorpion respectfully bowed to Kageho. "From the perspective of your puppet alone, the concept is quite novel. The design is truly ingenious, and its functions are diverse, with tactical arrangements that are quite appropriate. However, I think the shortcomings lie in the materials." "Materials?" Scorpion fell into deep thought. "Look, traditional puppets are mostly made of wood, complemented by iron weapons and mechanisms. But even the hardest wood has its limits. Just take your puppet as an example," Kageho said, pointing at the Shuro woman on the ground. "If we replace these weapons and this tail with the Damascus steel unique to our Suna village, let's see if the effectiveness improves significantly." Scorpion quietly contemplated Kageho's words. "Furthermore, I think the wooden structures could also be replaced. But if I change everything to iron, it will not only limit the puppet's malleability and flexibility during production, but it will also significantly increase the weight, making movement slower and more difficult. Some delicate tactical maneuvers will become less precise, and over time, it will be prone to rust." Scorpion shook his head. "Did I say to use iron?" Kageho raised an eyebrow. "Huh? Then what should we use?" Scorpion asked, puzzled. "My suggestion is to use alloy materials." "Alloy materials?" Even Chiyo, who was watching from the side, became intrigued. "Exactly. Of course, I'm not an expert in this area. The technical school should have people who are quite proficient in it, as they have a dedicated casting program. For example, you know bronze, right?" Yes, both Scorpion and Chiyo nodded, clearly starting to take this topic seriously. Bronze is a copper-tin alloy, which has better hardness and toughness than pure copper, and is also lighter. If we could develop an alloy that matches the weight of wood, or even lighter, but has higher strength and toughness than hardwood, what would the outcome be? "Yes," Chiyo exclaimed, grabbing Kageho's hand, and Scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Kageho, I must thank you. This idea of yours will bring a revolutionary change to our puppet arts." It can't be that significant." Kageho was somewhat taken aback. "No, it truly is." Chiyo's expression turned serious. "Since the founding of the puppet arts by the first puppeteer, Minazawa, it has been nearly 100 years. During this time, there have been many brilliant puppeteers who created numerous powerful battle puppets. But today, various techniques have basically hit a bottleneck. Especially after the Second Great Ninja War, with the sacrifice of the second Kazakage, the talent pool in the puppet arts has diminished significantly. Now, only the 3 of us remain from 3 generations." Chiyo's eyes were filled with a sense of loss as she spoke. But if we follow your line of thinking and develop new alloy materials to create entirely new battle puppets, it will greatly expand the combat capabilities of puppets. They can be more robust in defense, sharper in offense, faster in speed, and lighter in weight. Saying this is a revolution is absolutely not an exaggeration. Scorpion listened quietly, countless ideas colliding in his young mind. Let's go. Grandma, we're heading to the workshop. Scorpion grabbed Chiyo's hand, eager to return home. The idea of revenge against Orochimaru paled in comparison to the thrill of revolution. Wait. Kageho quickly held back the impatient Scorpion. This matter can't be handled by just the two of you alone. Scorpion froze. The development of new alloy materials is no small task. It requires substantial funding and a lot of talent. Listening to what your grandmother just said, I have an idea. Yes, tell us. Chiyo became very interested. We should integrate the existing resources, including the casting specialists from the technical school and the forging workshop personnel from the Hourglass group, to create a new alloy materials research lab in Suna Village. This way, not only will we have sufficient research power, but the results can also be shared, and the new alloy materials can be used to improve the ninja tools from the Hourglass group, benefiting both the group and the technical school. Great. That's wonderful. It was clear that working together would be far more effective than just Chiyo and Scorpion tinkering away on their own. If this could be successfully accomplished, the prospects would be incredibly promising. I want to go to the research lab too. Scorpion raised both hands, his little face flushed with excitement. Sure, but not right now. Kageho splashed cold water on Scorpion's enthusiasm. He then patted the boy's head and said, "This is not something you can just work on alone in the workshop. This is a major project that requires the village to hold hearings and mobilize manpower and resources. It will take time. Your task right now is to go home, eat well, sleep well, listen to your grandmother, and after summer break, let your father submit an application for early graduation to the ninja school. You need to review at home. If you fail the exam, not only will you not get to work in the research lab, but you won't even be able to step into the workshop at home. Don't worry, Uncle. I guarantee it will be fine," Scorpion promised, thumping his chest. Chiyo nodded in relief, finally feeling that this matter was resolved satisfactorily. Watching the figures of the grandmother and grandson leave, Kageho also smiled with satisfaction. The younger generation is indeed formidable. At just 7 years old, he's already this impressive. No wonder this kid could defeat himself at just 15. This not only settled the fate between him and Scorpion, but also successfully redirected Scorpion's research development. In the future, he would hopefully no longer delve into the crazed puppetry of the past. What Kageho did not expect was that this initiative of his would eventually establish the renowned Metallurgical Research Institute in the ninja world, the Akasuna Research Institute. Wind Festival? What the heck is that? I've never heard of it. Do I have to go? Can't the other elders or ministers go instead? Kageho scoffed as he tossed aside the decree sent by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. The Wind Festival is the most important ancestral worship event held once every 20 years in the Land of Wind. When the second Kazekage shaman attended, you were still in the ninja academy, so naturally you haven't heard of it. As a nominal vassal, it's important to show face. You'd best not refuse, Harrow said with a smile. Minister Harrow, do you know how many pressing matters there are in the village right now? I don't even have time to pay respects at my own ancestor's grave, so why should I go scream at someone else's graveyard? Harrow internally chuckled, thinking you a war orphan. What ancestors do you even have? Your father's body was dug out from the pile of corpses by us old folks. According to the rules, the Kazakage must attend. It would be unwise to tear the facade now. If Suna Village becomes an outlier in the ninja world, it would be detrimental. Harrow continued to persuade him. Kageho let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, I'm not worried about wasting a few days. I really don't want to see that daimyo's sharp and sarcastic face. Hey, just think of it as giving yourself a holiday. Go enjoy a few days in the Kanriki Plains. Kageho contemplated for a moment and reluctantly accepted. When he got home after work, he found Tsunade looking particularly down. "What's wrong with you now?" "Nothing, just a bit tired." "That's not tired. It's clearly a gambling addiction kicking in. How about we play a couple of rounds? Playing with just you isn't interesting." Tsunade continued to sulk. Kageho was troubled. Suna Village had one distinct difference from other ninja villages. It had no gambling houses. First, since Suna Village was established, it had been known for its poverty. Everyone couldn't even afford enough to eat, let alone gamble. Secondly, both the first Kazakage and the second Kazakage were relatively traditional ninjas, with rigid styles and strict self-discipline, adhering closely to the three ninja precepts, which led to a similar atmosphere in the village. Though Kageho was quick-witted, he had little interest in gambling. One of the main reasons he chose Yuin Peninsula as the gambling city location was to prevent such negative influences from infiltrating Suna Village and affecting the village's fighting power. Seeing Tsunade looking so pitiful, Kageho felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. "Damn it, I'm a genius." With that, he dashed upstairs and retrieved a small box from the safe. "Please finish up your tasks at the Research Institute and Pharmaceutical Factory, and pack a few changes of clothes." "What for?" Kageho opened the box in front of Tsunade, revealing it packed full of stacks of cash. "What's this for?" "I have money for food." Tsunade was even more confused. No. This is to compensate for the trouble at your door." "What door? What door?" Tsunade was puzzled. With a loud crash, the door of Chiyo's workshop, which had been passed down for 3 generations, fell to the ground under Kageho's powerful kick. Wow, is this kid studying poison gas? After the dust settled, a pungent stench hit them. The workshop was a complete mess, filled with wood shavings and scraps everywhere, with various blueprints and books scattered about. Tools such as chisels, saws, compasses, and measuring tapes were carelessly tossed aside, and the toilet in the corner was overflowing, clearly needing to be emptied soon. In the center of the workshop stood a 2-meter-tall puppet resembling a female figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head had 3 eyes displaying expressions of joy, anger, and sorrow, while the 6 arms grasped dual swords, a trident, and a bow. Instead of legs, it had a tail made of segmented steel bars, ending with a long, sharp steel needle. The entire puppet exuded a menacing aura while still maintaining a semblance of feminine beauty. Kageho nodded repeatedly, while Chiyo stood there, dumbfounded. "Grandfather! Grandma! You're here!" Scorpion, who had been sleeping among the piles of books, was startled awake by the door crashing. He rubbed his head and looked at the visitors. "My dear!" Chiyo was about to step forward, but Kageho held her back. "Is this creation completed?" Kageho asked, pointing at the puppet. As soon as the topic of his work came up, Scorpion's demeanor changed completely. "Yes, it's nearly finished except for the coloring." "What do you think, grandfather? Give me some feedback." Scorpion looked eager for praise, making Kageho chuckle. Though to be fair, the puppet was indeed impressive. Kageho stroked his chin thoughtfully, walking around the puppet before saying, "Not discussing performance, just in terms of appearance. I think this puppet has high artistic value." "How high?" Scorpion asked curiously. "About 3 or 4 stories tall," Kageho joked. Grandfather has a good eye. This puppet has taken a lot of my effort, with many unique designs. Look at this head." Just as Scorpion began to explain, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Kageho quickly helped him up. It turned out he was experiencing typical low blood sugar symptoms. "Kid, there's no rush. Eat first. Later, we'll head to the training ground to test it out. Don't tell me about the mechanisms yet. We'll have a real battle." Kageho said. "Growl." Scorpion's stomach rumbled loudly. "Come on, dear grandson, eat while it's hot." Chiyo immediately presented a bowl of steaming noodles. Without hesitation, Scorpion grabbed the noodles and started slurping them down like a starving ghost. Chiyo affectionately stroked his head, her maternal love evident. In no time, a bowl of noodles meant for an adult was completely devoured by Scorpion, and he let out a satisfied burp. "What's the name of this puppet?" Kageho inquired. "Shuro woman." "Grandfather, Do you believe that if I encounter Orochimaru again, I can definitely defeat him? Scorpion declared with confidence, shaking his little fists. Well, we'll only know after we practice, Kageho replied. Then let's hurry to the training ground. Grandma, help me prepare some fire oil, hydrochloric acid, and venom from the Scorpion Mountain. Scorpion excitedly exclaimed. Kageho playfully gave Scorpion a light smack on the head. Fire oil and hydrochloric acid are fine, but venom. Do you want to kill your grandfather? And Kageho pinched his nose, expressing disgust. You should wash up first and change your clothes. You smell so bad you could knock me out. Scorpion sniffed himself, and the sour odor nearly made him regurgitate the noodles he had just eaten. As a newly promoted Chunin, Bloodpool Gaojin was particularly excited these past few days. He had just been assigned to the intelligence department after his promotion, and as a newcomer in the workplace, he was eager to prove himself and make a mark. However, just a few days into organizing documents and serving tea, he was informed by his superiors that he would be transferred to the Secretariat. Heavens! What the Six Paths Sage? The Secretariat? What kind of place is that? It was where the Kazakage's closest aides worked, a key unit of the entire Suna village, connecting the Kazakage with the entire village. A crucial department indeed. Just when Gaojin thought his future was bright, he realized his ancestral tomb wasn't just smoking. It was ablaze. The Kazakage was going to attend the Wind Festival hosted by the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and the accompanying list included only 3 people. The first was Tsunade, who was the Kazakage's girlfriend, which made sense. The second was the director of the Secretariat, Yakura, which was also reasonable, as it was quite normal to bring a secretary for such an important diplomatic event. However, the third person was himself. That was a bit unreasonable. Gaojin widened his eyes and examined himself in the mirror repeatedly, unable to see anything special about himself. He could only believe that perhaps his ancestors were blessing him, allowing his career to rise sharply. Until the moment he set off with Lord Kageho, Gaojin still couldn't believe it was all real. At that moment, Lord Kageho approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and asked, "Young man, your name is Gaojin, right?" Gaojin was almost moved to tears. His leader called him by name, treating him as one of their own. He immediately stood up straight and replied loudly, "Yes, I am Gaojin." Lord Kageho laughed heartily, and a compliment from him made Gaojin feel as if he were walking on clouds, his steps light and buoyant. As they were about to arrive at the inn, Kageho quietly pulled Gaojin over and whispered a few words in his ear. Oh, it turned out that the Kazakage was quite humorous and romantic. After dinner, the 4 of them chatted in their room. Suddenly, Kageho suggested playing dice. Tsunade eagerly agreed, and Yakura did not object either, so Gaojin naturally followed suit. Kageho took out 3 dice and placed them in a transparent glass cup, shaking it vigorously before suddenly slamming it down on the table, saying, "Guess. What's the total?" Tsunade and Yakura looked at Kageho as if he were foolish. "You want us to guess the numbers in a transparent cup? Are you joking?" Yakura explained patiently to Tsunade, "The Lord isn't good at gambling. He probably doesn't know that we have to guess the numbers first with a transparent cup. Please try again, Lord." Kageho laughed helplessly. "Do you think I'm a fool? Just play along, guess. What's the total?" Tsunade, being straightforward, replied, "Isn't it 1, 2, 3, 6? And you?" Kageho asked Yakura. "No problem, it's 6. Yakura looked around the cup, but couldn't figure anything out. "And you?" Kageho asked Gaojin. "I guess 4, 4, 6, 14. Huh. This time, it was Gaojin who sounded foolish. "Huh. Great minds think alike. Also guess 14. Huh." Yakura and Tsunade exchanged glances, doubting if their eyes had simultaneously malfunctioned. "All right, enough talk. Let's reveal." When Kageho lifted the glass cup, the 3 dice clearly showed 4, 4, 6. "Ha ha ha!" Kageho laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Did you use a genjutsu?" Tsunade, who had spent years in casinos, reacted quickly, pointing at Gaojin. Using jinjutsu or ninjutsu in a casino was a serious taboo. Sort of jinjutsu, but a bit special. Gaojin spread his hands. Yakura. Tsunade reached out to Yakura, who promptly understood and infused a burst of chakra. Wow, strange. How did you do that? Kageho said while putting his arm around Gaojin's shoulder. Let me introduce my little brother, a young talent from the Bloodpool family in the Moon Lake New District. Bloodpool Gaojin. Bloodpool? Tsunade asked, puzzled. That's right. Even more powerful than your Byakugan in Konoha. Hearing Kageho say this, Gaojin scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. The trick just now was the effect of the Bloodpool's eye technique. Then that means, Kageho, you're quite talented. Tsunade suddenly seemed to realize something and became exceptionally excited. All right, we should arrive at Dragonfly City tomorrow night or the day after. My plan is as follows. Gaojin and I will head to the Wind Temple to participate in the ceremony. Tsunade, you, and Yakura will. The Wind Temple is not far from Half Mountain Green Palace, located at the top of a hill. Standing at the highest point of the temple, one can almost overlook the entire Dragonfly City. This is the ancestral shrine of the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and the temple is vast, occupying nearly half the mountaintop, constructed in a grand and solemn manner. The monks in the temple worship the Buddha, while the rest are the past daimyos of the Land of Wind. Kageho, dressed in the Kazakage's ceremonial attire and wearing a conical hat, idly watched the lengthy sacrificial ceremony. This event would last for 3 full days, with the daimyo personally reciting the incantations and burning offerings, followed by presenting rich tributes to the ancestors and recounting the lives of past rulers. Afterward, there would be song and dance performances showcasing the great achievements of the first daimyo to the current one in a theatrical format. Finally, the daimyo would have private conversations with each of the distant vassals, marking the end of the ceremony. Kageho was somewhat interested in the song and dance, but found it lacking the next day. What the hell? This was far inferior to the entertainment groups at the Golden Sands. The singing style resembled Japanese no theater, droning on like a lament. The makeup was unbearable, with their faces stark white as if they had submerged themselves in a basin, their teeth painted black, and the dance resembling a chaotic frenzy that felt eerie and unsettling, making Kageho feel nauseous. Finally, after enduring to the 3rd day, the situation improved as the Kazekage was the first to meet the visiting vassals. Upon entering the reception room in the Wind Temple, a servant respectfully brought tea. Kageho bowed politely, and the daimyo nodded slightly, followed by a long silence. What the hell? If we're going to talk, let's get on with it. I still need to go to the casino to gather some people. Kageho was beginning to feel impatient. The daimyo broke the silence first. Kageho quickly bowed and assumed an attentive posture. Is everyone at home well? They're all well. How about the village? Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Have the crops been harvested? Yes, they have. Good, that's nice. Then there was another round of silence. What's going on? Did I come all this way just to chat about trivial matters? Kageho was left puzzled. Well, that's good. Go back and work hard. You can enjoy a few more days in Dragonfly City. That's all. You may leave. After saying this, the daimyo picked up his tea and took a sip, then fell silent again, as if he had entered a meditative state. Is that it? Are you kidding me? Just a few meaningless words before sending me off? But then again, he's a ninja leader who doesn't have to pay taxes or provide grain, and he receives military funding every year, so there really isn't much to discuss. If you don't want to talk, then I'm not interested in listening. Walking out of the Wind Temple with Bloodpool Gaojin, Kageho immediately stripped off his ceremonial attire and threw it to Gaojin. What's the situation? Kageho asked Gaojin. Not great. Tsunade has been in the casino, and her luck is as bad as coal. Yes, I anticipated that. Kageho smiled. How much is left? When I arrived, you gave me 15 million ryo in chips, and it seems to be running low. Sigh. That wasteful woman. We need to hurry. Here, put these on. Kageho handed Gaojin a pair of sunglasses. With that, he instantly vanished in front of the mountain gate. Gaojin quickly followed suit. At the Jingpu Casino, the largest casino in the entire Dragonfly City, one might wonder just how large it is. It occupies nearly half a street. The decor is exquisite, truly breathtaking, with every detail crafted to perfection. The service is attentive and thoughtful, making guests feel as if they are embraced in warmth. The attitude is fair and impartial, treating every customer equally, whether they are children or elderly. There is no favoritism. In short, as long as you abide by the rules and do not employ any underhanded tactics, you can enjoy the most refined service and the best gambling experience possible. Typically, casinos do not fear customers winning. What they fear is customers not coming at all. Moreover, the owner behind Jingpu Casino is the renowned tycoon of the Land of Wind, Mr. Hirai Yasaru. It is said that this man possesses mountains of gold and silver. Even a light stomp from him would send the daimyo of the Land of Wind trembling in fear. At this moment, a crowd had gathered thickly around a dice table, where Tsunade was gambling, and behind her sat a young aide, Yakura, the secretary of the Kazakage. The dealer at this table was a handsome young man with a cheerful smile. Tsunade picked up a bottle of alcohol and drank deeply, then shook the bottle lightly. "Out of booze. No problem. I'll arrange it for you right away." The dealer snapped his fingers, and a servant hurried over with a bottle of sake, carefully taking away the empty one. "Have you shaken it well?" Tsunade, with slightly blurred eyes, looked at the dealer, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. "It's already been shaken. We are just waiting for your bet." The dealer smiled, appearing unfazed. "Well, for this round, I'll bet on big." Tsunade pushed a stack of chips toward the big side of the table. The crowd of gamblers gasped in surprise. If she loses this round, it will make 36 consecutive rounds of small. "This is the longest losing streak in casino history," one gambler exclaimed. "I bet small. I bet small." An unaware gambler quickly pushed his chips to the small side, only to be met with laughter from the crowd. "What's wrong?" The confused gambler looked around, completely clueless. "Sir, this table has already been booked by this lady. Without her permission, you cannot participate. You should take your chips back," the dealer patiently explained with a smile. "Get lost, don't ruin my luck." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, signaling for the dealer to leave. The confused gambler blushed, grabbed his chips, and sheepishly retreated into the crowd, resulting in more laughter from the onlookers. "Bet locked in, roll." Tsunade fixed her gaze on the dice cup, her eyes revealing a hint of tension. 1-1-2, 4-point small. The casino dealer skillfully collected Tsunade's chips, and gasps erupted from the crowd once more. A new record! A new record! What a shame! Such good luck, wasted by this foolish lady. She could have walked away, but ended up losing everything. Tsunade paid no mind to their remarks, poured herself another drink, and confidently pushed another stack of chips to the big side. Big. In a corner, an older man resembling a manager inquired with his subordinate, "How much has this lady lost?" 5 million from the day before yesterday, another 5 million from yesterday, and today." The subordinate glanced at the report in his hand and replied, 4 million. It's been a while since we've encountered such a big fish." The old man's eyes gleamed with greed as he nodded in satisfaction. "For a quality customer like her, we must provide even more attentive service. After she finishes gambling today, let's offer her a VIP card and cover her travel expenses, plus a 200,000 Rio rebate." 200,000? Isn't that a bit excessive? The subordinate question puzzled. "What do you know?" The old man scoffed. "We must not only focus on user experience, but also on customer loyalty. A customer like this may not gamble tomorrow after today. This 200,000 will be paid back eventually. Now go and take care of it." Just as Tsunade was about to lose all her chips, a figure quietly sat down beside her. Tsunade glanced over and said, "Finish with your business. Fun. Want to play a couple of rounds? Let's play a couple of rounds together. Can we bet with you?" Kagaho looked at the dealer. "As long as this lady agrees, there's no problem. The dealer maintained his smile. How much do you have left? About 3 million, Tsunade said as she rummaged through her chip box. My entire fortune will eventually be lost to you. Kageho smiled as he took 2 chips from Tsunade's box. The chips at Jingpu Casino were designed beautifully, with the highest denomination being a gilded square worth 1,000,000 ryo, easily held in one hand. The next was a silver square worth 500,000 ryo, followed by copper squares worth 100,000. There were small circular chips worth 10,000 ryo, decorated in gold, silver, and copper, respectively. Triangular chips worth 1,000, and long strips worth 100. The high-denomination chips were made from rare black steel wood, which was extremely valuable, each square worth 10,000 ryo. The lower denominations were made from ordinary wood. At this moment, Tsunade's box was nearly empty, mostly filled with triangular and long chips, while Kageho had taken 2 copper triangles valued at 1,000 ryo each. I bet small. Tsunade flicked her wrist and placed a chip worth 100 ryo on the small side. Kageho smiled and pushed his 2 copper triangles to the big side. The dealer sensed something was amiss. Shake it. Why are you dawdling? Tsunade urged. All right. The dealer quickly grabbed the dice cup and shook it vigorously. Bet locked in 4, 5, 6, 15 points big. Kageho's 2 copper triangles instantly turned into 4. Wow, not bad. Let's keep going. Tsunade tossed another 100 ryo chip, still betting on small, while Kageho smiled and pushed the 4 copper triangles to big. Then 4 copper triangles turned into 8, then into 16, and then 32. By the time it reached 64, as Kageho was about to win his 8th gold square, the dealer's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. I'm sorry, but my shift is over. I'll go get my colleague to attend to you. With that, the dealer awkwardly left the table. That's all right. You should have left long ago, Kageho said with a smile. Replacing him was a slightly plump dealer with a determined gaze and calm demeanor, his strong hands indicating he was an experienced veteran. Please. This dealer spoke little, merely observing quietly. Kageho looked at Tsunade, who smiled brightly, and she tossed another 100 ryo chip to the small side. Then 8 gold squares turned into 16, then 32, and so on until they reached 64. After the 5th dealer had come in, Kageho's side had already piled up 7 small boxes full of chips. The old man in the casino wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and hurriedly instructed his subordinates. Quickly invite Mr. Zansetsu here. And take these 2 to the VIP gambling hall. Bring out my best 30-year-old Milan Chun and speak politely to them. Hurry! At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Hey, don't you have larger chips? Look, this pile is blocking my bets. Kageho crossed his legs arrogantly and said. Suddenly, he felt a powerful presence behind him. With a ninja's instinct, he sensed that a skilled individual was approaching. Of course we do. A deep, magnetic voice came from behind. Kageho turned with a serious expression. A thin figure in a white robe, donning a crescent moon mask, and with a head of white hair, stood behind him. Oh, where? The masked man glanced at Kageho, but lingered his gaze on Tsunade for a long while before slowly speaking. In the VIP gambling hall. It's too noisy and chaotic here. Only there can you use higher denomination chips. May I ask your name? Kageho clasped his hands and slightly bowed. I wouldn't dare. I'm just an ordinary dealer at Jingpu. Everyone calls me Zansetsu. Zansetsu. Mr. Zansetsu. The surrounding gamblers burst into exclamations, creating a commotion. It seemed that this Mr. Zansetsu was quite famous in the casino. Your gambling skills are exceptional. You've won quite a bit today. If you wish to stop now, you can exchange your winnings for cash and leave. If you're interested in continuing, please proceed to the VIP gambling hall, where I will personally serve you. Wow, he certainly has a commanding presence. Kageho glanced at Tsunade, who was blushing with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Kageho waved his hand grandly, rising to head to the VIP gambling hall. Woo, this wine is truly something special. It's so smooth upon entry and feels incredibly warming as it goes down. It doesn't have the fiery kick of a strong liquor. and in the aftertaste, you can subtly sense the aromas of plum blossoms and orchids. Quite delightful indeed. Kageho sipped from his glass, praising it. He then looked around and nodded slightly. This was indeed the VIP hall, with a level of luxury in its decoration that rivaled the Kazakage's reception room at Half Mountain Green Palace. It was resplendent and exuded an air of grandeur. On either side of the gambling hall stood 10 beautiful women, each one more stunning than the last, tall and graceful, their eyes sparkling with allure, a truly regal atmosphere. Here are your chips. Zansetsu presented 17 crystal blocks and 5 golden chips, placing them before Kageho. Kageho picked up one of the crystal blocks, examining it closely under the light. This seems to be real crystal. That's right. Each one is worth 10 million ryo, and you've won 170 million in total. You can count if you like. If you decide to walk away now, you can leave with cash immediately. We'll also arrange transportation for you. Additionally, there's this. Zansetsu pulled out 2 cards from his pocket and respectfully presented them to Kageho and Tsunade. What if I decide to keep gambling? Kageho inquired. That's simple. As long as the game is on, I'll accompany you until you choose to stop. Come on, as if I'd be afraid of you. Tsunade was already showing signs of impatience. Wait, Zansetsu raised his hand. I'm sorry, but my capacity is limited. I can only attend to 1 guest at a time. Princess Tsunade, please refrain from participating. Kageho and the others were taken aback. Zansetsu had directly pointed out Tsunade's identity, which meant he had already seen through the little tricks they had played earlier. However, Zansetsu's approach was still quite proper, giving them face. They could leave with their money, but if they continued to play, they could no longer employ those tactics, or it would turn into a matter of face and escalate into a serious confrontation. Kageho had originally intended to make some money, but he didn't want to get into a fight. The Kazakage must participate. It wouldn't be wise to break the facade now. If Suna Village becomes an outlier in the ninja world, it could lead to undesirable consequences. Zansetsu continued. Kageho let out a helpless sigh. Honestly, I'm not worried about wasting a few days. I just really don't want to see that daimyo's sharp and sarcastic face. Hey, just think of it as a little vacation. Go enjoy a few days in the Kanriki Plains, Kageho eventually conceded. After finishing work and returning home, Kageho noticed Tsunade looking particularly downcast. What's wrong with you now? Nothing, just a bit tired. That's not tired. It's clearly a gambling addiction kicking in. How about we play a couple of rounds? Playing with just you isn't interesting. Tsunade continued to sulk. Kageho was at a loss. Suna Village had one distinct difference from other ninja villages. It had no gambling houses. Since its establishment, Suna had been known for its poverty. Everyone struggled to have enough to eat, let alone gamble. Moreover, both the first Kazakage and the second Kazakage were traditional ninjas with rigorous styles, strictly adhering to the 3 ninja precepts, leading to a similar atmosphere in the village. Kageho may have been clever, but he had little interest in gambling. One of the primary reasons he chose Yuin Peninsula as a gambling destination was to prevent such negative influences from infiltrating Suna Village and affecting its combat effectiveness. Seeing Tsunade looking so pitiful, Kageho felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Damn it, I'm a genius. With that, he dashed upstairs and retrieved a small box from the safe. Please finish your tasks at the Research Institute and Pharmaceutical Factory and pack a few changes of clothes. What for? Kageho opened the box in front of Tsunade, revealing it packed full of stacks of cash. What's this for? I have money for food. Tsunade was even more confused. No. This is to compensate for the trouble at your door. What? Door? What door? Tsunade was puzzled. With a loud crash, the door of Chiyo's workshop, which had been passed down for 3 generations, fell to the ground under Kageho's powerful kick. Wow, is this kid studying poison gas? After the dust settled, a pungent stench hit them. The workshop was a complete mess, filled with wood shavings and scraps everywhere, with various blueprints and books scattered about. Tools such as chisels, saws, compasses, and measuring tapes were carelessly tossed aside, and the toilet in the corner was overflowing, clearly needing to be emptied soon. In the center of the workshop stood a 2-meter-tall puppet resembling a female figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head had 3 eyes displaying expressions of joy, anger, and sorrow, while the 6 arms grasped dual swords, a trident, and a bow. Instead of legs, it had a tail made of segmented steel bars, ending with a long, sharp steel needle. The entire puppet exuded a menacing aura while still maintaining a semblance of feminine beauty. Kageho nodded repeatedly, while Chiyo stood there, dumbfounded. "Grandfather, Grandma, you're here." Scorpion, who had been sleeping among the piles of books, was startled awake by the door crashing. He rubbed his head and looked at the visitors. "My dear," Chiyo was about to step forward, but Kageho held her back. "Is this creation completed?" Kageho asked, pointing at the puppet. As soon as the topic of his work came up, Scorpion's demeanor changed completely. "Yes, it's nearly finished except for the coloring." "What do you think, Grandfather? Give me some feedback." Scorpion looked eager for praise, making Kageho chuckle. Though to be fair, the puppet was indeed impressive. Kageho stroked his chin thoughtfully, walking around the puppet before saying, "Not discussing performance, just in terms of appearance. I think this puppet has high artistic value." "How high?" Scorpion asked curiously. "About 3 or 4 stories tall," Kageho joked. "Huh, Grandfather has a good eye." "This puppet has taken a lot of my effort, with many unique designs. Look at this head." Just as Scorpion began to explain, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Kageho quickly helped him up. It turned out he was experiencing typical low blood sugar symptoms. "Kid, there's no rush. Eat first. Later, we'll head to the training ground to test it out. Don't tell me about the mechanisms yet. We'll have a real battle," Kageho said. "Growl." Scorpion's stomach rumbled loudly. "Come on, dear grandson, eat while it's hot." Chiyo immediately presented a bowl of steaming noodles. Without hesitation, Scorpion grabbed the noodles and started slurping them down like a starving ghost. Chiyo affectionately stroked his head, her maternal love evident. In no time, a bowl of noodles meant for an adult was completely devoured by Scorpion, and he let out a satisfied burp. "What's the name of this puppet?" Kageho inquired. "Shura woman." "Grandfather, do you believe that if I encounter Orochimaru again, I can definitely defeat him?" Scorpion declared with confidence, shaking his little fists. "Well, we'll only know after we practice," Kageho replied. "Then let's hurry to the training ground. Grandma, help me prepare some fire oil, hydrochloric acid, and venom from the Scorpion Mountain." Scorpion excitedly exclaimed. Kageho playfully gave Scorpion a light smack on the head. "Fire oil and hydrochloric acid are fine, but venom. Do you want to kill your grandfather?" And Kageho pinched his nose, expressing disgust. "You should wash up first and change your clothes. You smell so bad you could knock me out." Scorpion sniffed himself, and the sour odor nearly made him regurgitate the noodles he had just eaten. "Lord Kazekage, do you wish to continue gambling?" Zansetsu asked, pulling out another deck of cards with an eager expression. Kageho wiped the sweat from his forehead, gritting his teeth as he put aside his earlier bravado at the table, adopting a much more cautious and serious demeanor. He scattered the 10 million Rio crystal chips in his hands, starting a small-scale probe, as if he were back on the battlefield using careful tactics. However, he was unaware that in the gambling world, this approach was a grave mistake. The battle in a casino was entirely different from that on a battlefield and should never be confused. In gambling, momentum was crucial. Often, if your spirit was strong, luck would follow. But once that momentum waned, fortune would leave you without mercy. Zansetsu played boldly at the table, becoming more aggressive with each turn, while Kageho found his hand deteriorating rapidly, resembling a defeated army. Before long, he had only 10 crystal blocks left in front of him. "Pour me a drink," Kageho commanded, and a beautiful server promptly approached to fill his glass. He downed the drink in one go, his eyes flashing with sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze on Zansetsu. as if staring down an enemy on the battlefield. After a moment, he snapped his fingers. "Break this up. Continue." Gaojin nodded from behind and exchanged one of the crystal blocks for 10 golden chips. Zansetsu remained unfazed, calmly breaking the cards, checking them, shuffling, and dealing. At this moment, Kageho's bottom card was a K. Zansetsu's bottom card was an A. Zansetsu slowly spoke. 30 million. Immediately, he made a bold move. "I call and I'm all in." Kageho did not let Gaojin assist this time, confidently pushing all his chips to the center. Zansetsu paused for a moment but didn't respond, continuing to deal, indicating that he accepted the bet. Since they had already gone all in, there was no need for additional bets, and Zansetsu dealt through to the end. Zansetsu's cards revealed were A6, 6. Kageho's cards were K7. Kageho had formed 3 of a kind, holding a significant advantage, and Zansetsu would reveal first. "I haven't seen such a rivalry of cards in a long time," Zansetsu said calmly. "Really? I don't gamble often, so I'm not familiar with what a rivalry means. But my hand should be quite substantial, right?" Kageho smiled, unexpectedly revealing his bottom card, showing a 7. K captures. Tsunade jumped up excitedly. "Young man, don't be too overconfident. Until the bottom cards are revealed, no one knows the outcome." "I'm sorry, but A captures." Zansetsu slowly revealed his bottom card, which turned out to be a 6. Although it was also a capture, it was clearly much smaller than Kageho's. This is impossible. This is impossible." Zansetsu picked up the 6, inspecting it from all angles, turning it over repeatedly to check. But no matter how he looked at it, that 6 remained a 6. Zansetsu nearly collapsed at the table, his face filled with disbelief. Tsunade and Yakura jumped up in excitement, clapping in celebration. "Oomph. If you're not overconfident, can you still call yourself young? Cash out. We're done." Tsunade, Yakura, Gaojin, let's go. Kageho understood that they couldn't linger here. If their tricks were revealed, it would lead to serious trouble. "Wait!" A kindly old man suddenly stretched out his hand to block their way. "What do you want?" Kageho raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with caution. "Ah, Lord Kazekage, please don't misunderstand. Come, let's help Mr. Zansetsu to rest." The old man instructed. "Speak. What's the deal? Why aren't we cashing out?" Kageho asked coldly. "Of course not. At Jingpu Casino, credibility is paramount. Your cash is already prepared. Come." For strong young attendants appeared, carrying 4 large boxes. In front of Kageho and the others, they opened the boxes to reveal them filled with brand new bills. "Can we leave now?" Kageho regained his earlier arrogance. "Of course, but I have a humble request that I hope the Kazakage will allow." The old man was very polite, and his demeanor was quite gentle. "Speak." Kageho gestured, as it was always good manners to return kindness. Since the other party was so polite, he naturally wouldn't be rude. "My master wishes to meet you," the old man stated, which surprised Kageho. "Hirayasu?" Kageho frowned and asked. "Exactly," the old man nodded. Kageho pondered. He had some dealings with the tycoon of the Land of Wind. Suna ninjas often received escort missions from merchant caravans under his command, and he was one of the biggest clients in the Land of Wind. However, Kageho was still quite interested in meeting this person. "Shall we go?" Kageho looked at the other 3. Tsunade said, "You go ahead. We'll stay here." Kageho nodded, confident that with Tsunade and Yakura's strength, they would be fine. He then took out approximately 20 million ryo in cash from one of the boxes and handed it to Tsunade. "Here, go have fun. Yakura, Gaojin, keep an eye on the rest so we don't end up with an empty trip. I'll be back soon." With that, Kageho followed the old man out of the casino. Hirai Yasuru's residence was a stark contrast to the opulence of Jingpu Casino. It was a farmhouse located on the outskirts of Dragonfly City, far from the bustling streets. Although it was not particularly conspicuous, it was adjacent to several major traffic routes. The yard, though not large, was tidy and well kept, giving off a comfortable vibe. "The master is inside. Please, the old man said, pulling open a door and gesturing for Kageho to enter. Kageho removed his shoes and walked in slowly. The room was small, easily seen from one end to the other, with simple furnishings, a large bookcase, a low table, and a round-faced, portly old man wearing reading glasses, engrossed in a book. "Ah, you're here, please sit." The old man put down his book and glasses, warmly inviting Kageho. Kageho surveyed the room's decor and slowly took a seat. "You seem surprised?" The old man, noticing Kageho's expression, asked with a smile. "Yes, I didn't expect the great tycoon of the Land of Wind to live so simply," Kageho replied candidly. "Ha ha!" The old man laughed heartily. "An old man like me, buried halfway in the ground, only needs 2 bowls of rice to eat and 7 feet to sleep. Where I live doesn't matter. As for being a tycoon," the old man shook his head with a smile, "every day I wake up to serve thousands of people's needs. The title of tycoon is merely a burden. With a slight misstep, it could lead to ruin. Do you know what my favorite saying is?" "I haven't had the pleasure," Kageho said, intrigued. "It's what my master said when I was just a small shop assistant. In business, one must never be slack. We are always just a year and a half away from bankruptcy." The old man's voice carried a deep sense of reflection. He sounds like someone with experience. It seems he climbed up from the bottom step by step." "I take your advice." Kageho nodded slightly. "I can't say I'm instructing you. You are stronger than me. In less than 3 years, you have turned a nearly collapsing Suna village into a thriving one. If you weren't a ninja and the Kazakage, I would have nurtured you well. You'd be the head of all my industries," the old man said with great anticipation. "Too flattering." Kageho chuckled inwardly. The idea of being the head of a conglomerate seemed a bit far-fetched. "Not mere flattery. It's the truth." The old man waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes gleaming. "Since you became Kazakage, first navigating the tumultuous waters and managing to extricate yourself from conflicts with Konoha and Amigakure, then developing the Moon Lake and attracting talent, and establishing a factory in the Land of Rain, some actions I've seen in my years in business have left me in awe of your methods." "Hee, you flatter me. I won't beat around the bush. You invited me here for a reason. What is it?" Kageho asked directly. "Well, you're a man of action. I'll get straight to the point." The old man paused before continuing. "I've heard that your Suna village is planning to build a casino on Yuin Peninsula." Well, this old man has his eyes set on that piece of cake. "Yes, that's true," Kageho answered honestly. "I won't waste time. I'll invest 3 billion Ryo, and you'll give me a 30% share. I'll cover the construction of the casino, staff for the gambling operations, the alcohol, the entertainers from the nightlife districts, and all other miscellaneous expenses. How does that sound?" The old man said boldly. Wow, the old man has quite the ambition. Moreover, his offer isn't small. The total investment for the entire Suna village is only about 1.8 billion Ryo, and he's offering 3 billion right off the bat. Definitely a premium. Furthermore, the miscellaneous expenses he mentioned are no small matter. This isn't just about running a little casino. It's about managing a city. If the relevant industries are not aligned, the so-called casino will just be a joke. These logistics are intricate, and the resources needed are immeasurable. However, there's also risk involved. If you give a 30% stake to an outsider along with all the software facilities of the casino, it could become unmanageable without him. If he uses his means to acquire some scattered shares from village representatives, the casino could end up being entirely under his control. No way. Kageho firmly shook his head, a flicker of caution flashing in his eyes. Hirai Yasaru's appearance did not match the amiable persona he projected. If you were to judge him solely by his looks, you would pay a painful price. He could mercilessly tear you apart, leaving no scraps. In his early years in the business world, he was known as the short-nosed crocodile of the Land of Wind. Originally, he was just a lowly shop assistant. After the death of his master, who was also his father-in-law, the grocery store was handed over to him. Through hard work and dedication, he toiled day and night for 10 years, eventually transforming the grocery store into a small fortune, netting him millions in Dragonfly City. However, it was the next two events that truly skyrocketed his wealth. Hirai noticed that the houses in Dragonfly City were tightly packed, making them prone to fires. Therefore, he invested all his savings to establish a fire brigade. Whenever a house caught fire, he would capitalize on the homeowner's fear by buying the burning house and its neighbors at a low price before extinguishing the flames. Through this method, Hirai acquired thousands of houses and subsequently rented them out at high prices. In a short time, he became a billionaire. The second pivotal event was his marriage. After the death of his first wife, instead of marrying a younger, more attractive woman, he chose to marry a widow 20 years his senior. This was solely because the widow's late husband left her a significant gold mine. When everyone assumed Hirai was after the widow's wealth, he surprisingly wrote a will leaving all his assets to the widow's son after his death. However, merely 10 years later, the widow died, and her son also mysteriously passed away. From then on, Hirai Yasaru had wealth that could rival nations. A few years later, his influence seeped into various industries in the Land of Wind. It was rumored that even the daimyo of the Land of Wind had borrowed money from him. He was a significant figure in the business world of the Land of Wind. A commoner's anger could even shock the feudal lords. His desire to invest in the Yuen Peninsula was straightforward. He aimed to seize this industry. The gambling business was the final piece of his commercial empire, and it was the most lucrative sector. When he received word that Suna Village was planning to establish a casino, he was ecstatic, keenly aware that this was an excellent opportunity to potentially double his wealth. If executed correctly, he might even have the chance to compete with the long-established wealthy merchants and families of the Fire and Lightning Nations. He initially planned to dazzle the young Kazekage with an inflated price of 3 billion ryo, then simultaneously infiltrate the various industries of the casino while covertly buying up shares from Suna Village's residents. He firmly believed that within a few years, the Yuen Peninsula would fall under his control. However, he did not anticipate that this young Kazekage would show no interest in the seemingly astronomical sum of money. Instead, Kageho articulated the structure of the casino's shares, the operational model of the gambling industry, and the future prospects of the Yuen Peninsula with clarity and detail, as if reciting from memory. I know that this guy is an orphan, living a life of blood and danger as a ninja from a young age. But the way he talks, he seems like a seasoned businessman, Hirai Yasaru mused inwardly. 30% is a number neither I nor the other representatives from the village can accept. Why? This price is absolutely sincere. Sincerity aside, if your shares account for 30%, you would become the largest shareholder of the Yuen Peninsula and control the vital arteries of the casino's operations. This means you would replace me as the chairman of the board, effectively seizing control over all the financial resources of Suna's elites. Do you think I, as the Kazakage, could agree to that? 30 billion for a ninja village? Isn't that too cheap? Caught off guard by being seen through, Hirai Yasaru was momentarily speechless. He had indeed considered infiltrating Suna Village and had researched its current power structure in depth. If he succeeded in acquiring shares as planned, he could remotely control the upper echelons of Suna Village and, with his military and financial resources, even replace the occupants of Half Mountain Green Palace. Business should be done genuinely. Cooperate for mutual profit without always thinking about annexation and rivalry. You must understand one principle. You are a businessman, and I am not. It's like we're playing cards. You might win some money, but I could flip the table. Kageho raised his thumb and pointed at his nose, speaking boldly. Hirai Yasaru was taken aback. His long-standing business mindset had created a relatively fixed way of thinking, which overlooked an important fact. This young man was not just an ordinary businessman, but the leader of the most powerful armed group in the country, ranked among the top 5 or even top 3 in the entire ninja world. If he really flipped the table, it wouldn't be a simple matter of bickering, fighting, or litigation. It would mean war with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. What should we do? Hirai Yasaru showed an expression that was like wanting to eat rice cakes. but fearing the heat. The risks were enormous, but the profits were equally substantial. His financial analyst had calculated that if he took a 30% share and managed it well, he could break even in a year, and profits would grow exponentially from the second year onward. Well, it's good that you have that attitude. If you play by the rules, we ninjas are the most rule-abiding. I can persuade the hearing committee to sell you 20% of the public shares in the village. Rest assured, I won't take advantage of you. I'll only charge you 2 billion. Don't thank me just yet. Kageho raised his hand to stop Hirai from speaking. I'm protecting you here. That 20% share is already quite significant, and I need to make it clear that this share only enjoys profit dividends without voting rights on the board. Otherwise, people might really think you're trying to usurp power. No voting rights? Hirai Yasuru's mind raced, calculating the implications. If it's okay, I'll head back to the village to hold a hearing. I estimate there won't be any issues. We can sign the contract within a week. You can come yourself or send someone. If that's not possible, that's fine too. Business is business. If it doesn't work out, my casino will just be built a bit slower. All right. Hirai Yasuru was not one to dawdle. Once he understood the key points, he felt relieved. Making money is what it's about. What's wrong with being a bit humble? Pleasant cooperation. You can inquire around. My reputation is excellent. I believe that in the near future, our wealth will rival that of the world's top families. Kageho extended his hand, and Hirai Yasuru firmly shook it without hesitation. Now, let's discuss the details. Yes, it should be like this. Thus, the two began discussing the details, continuing until early the next morning. When Kageho bid farewell and left, Hirai Yasuru watched his departing figure and muttered to himself, "If I have a child like this, what regrets could I have in death?" When Kageho returned to the Jingpu casino, Tsunade stuck her tongue out at him as soon as she saw him. Kageho helplessly tapped his forehead. "Yakura, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on things? What happened? You couldn't even hold onto 200 million Ryo in a single night? Did you end up in the VIP hall again?" "Don't worry, it's not that exaggerated," Yakura replied, looking a bit embarrassed. "Then how much is left?" "When I came, the 15 million Ryo you gave seemed to be nearly gone." "Sigh. That wasteful woman. We need to hurry. Here, put this on." Kageho handed Gaojin a pair of sunglasses. With that, he instantly vanished in front of the mountain gate. Gaojin quickly followed suit. The moon is bright and the stars are few. The autumn wind is bleak, and the public cemetery of the wooden leaves is silent, with only the rustling sound of the dry leaves dragging on the ground and the rhythmic sound of digging echoing in the air. A figure is strenuously digging away at a grave, and from the color of the soil, it is evident that this is a new grave. The gravedigger's movements are extremely quick, and before long, a nearly brand new coffin appears before him. At this moment, the gravedigger is panting with exhaustion, but his hands do not stop. He puts down the shovel and picks up a hammer and a cloth-wrapped iron stake, prying up the coffin nails one by one. Finally, after his relentless efforts, 6 long nails are pried out in succession. He gathers his strength and suddenly lifts the lid with a creak, revealing a male corpse covered with a white cloth inside. The gravedigger tears off the white cloth and looks at the corpse. The corpse's complexion is pale, and its features are handsome, but it is missing a right eye, which is covered by a black eye patch. There is a green X mark on its forehead, and while it appears to be in its 30s, its hair is completely white, giving it an eerie look under the moonlight. The gravedigger examines it for a moment, and a glimmer of excitement flashes in his eyes. "Soft fist, heavenly finger," the gravedigger whispers, pointing at the corpse's Zhongwan acupoint, then tightly pinching its philtrum. After a while, the corpse's single eye suddenly opens, and it sits up directly from the coffin, followed by a violent coughing fit. While the gravedigger gently pats the one-eyed man's back, he murmurs, "Be quiet, be quiet." Once the one-eyed man catches his breath, he coldly scans his surroundings. "Where is this?" "Brother." The gravedigger hands him a water pouch and softly strokes the one-eyed man's shoulder, saying, "It's okay. I left an air hole. Just take it slow." You've suffered. I'm sorry, brother. After saying this, he silently sheds tears. The prestigious Hyuga clan of the Wooden Leaves has two brothers in this generation. The head of the main family is Hyuga Ryuichi, and the branch family is his younger brother Hyuga Mugetsu. The two have been extremely close since childhood, playing together, practicing martial arts together, go to school together, and even advancing to Chunin and Jonin together. Although there is a distinction between the main family and the branch family, neither of them cares about these outdated customs. Even when the clan elders were about to place a curse mark on the younger brother Mugetsu, the elder brother Ryuichi cried uncontrollably, holding on to his brother tightly, claiming he would willingly give up his position as the head of the main family to accept the curse mark in his brother's stead. However, the younger brother Mugetsu shook off his brother's hand and said, "I will naturally swear to protect my brother with my life. Does this mark mean my brother will abandon me?" After saying this, he smiled and accepted the reality. From then on, the bond between the two brothers grew even closer. Whether in life or on the battlefield, they looked out for each other, working in perfect harmony, earning the title the Twin Stars of the Sun and Moon from the enemies outside the village. However, misfortune always strikes suddenly. During a mission to eliminate the Mist Ninja within the Fire Country, the team that Mugetsu was part of was surrounded by numerous enemies. After receiving the news, Ryuichi rushed to the rescue, but arrived just a moment too late. When he dispersed the Mist Ninja, he found his younger brother tied to a tree, life or death unknown, with his right eye violently removed, leaving behind a gaping bloody hole, which tore Ryuichi's heart apart. Fortunately, he arrived in time, and with the help of medical ninjas, his brother's life was saved. However, the troubles that followed were relentless. The Byakugan was the pride of the Hyuga clan, and a treasured resource for Konoha village. Soon, rumors began to circulate in the village. The elders of the clan regarded Mugetsu as a disgrace. Losing an eye had never happened in the history of the Hyuga clan since they established themselves in Konoha. According to the current clan head, Hyuga Ryuin, if Mugetsu were still a man, he should commit seppuku to atone for his disgrace. While Mugetsu was still recovering from the pain of losing his eye, he inadvertently overheard a quarrel between his elder brother and the clan head. After that, he dazedly retreated to his room, not coming out again. When Ryuichi saw his brother again, Mugetsu had turned completely gray-haired. "Brother, help me. I can't live anymore." Mugetsu pulled out a short knife, tears filling his single eye. "Wait a moment. Let me think." Ryuichi returned to his room and contemplated all night. The next day, he gathered the clan elders and came to Mugetsu's room. He sternly said to Mugetsu, "You lost your Byakugan and brought shame to the clan. What face do you have left to live in this world? For the sake of our brotherhood, I will personally send you on your way." With that, he struck Mugetsu's back with a palm, causing the corpse to fall to the ground. Then, the Hyuga clan held a grand funeral for Mugetsu, with Ryuichi personally carrying his brother's coffin and filling in the earth, nearly fainting in front of his brother's grave. The villagers looked on, praising the Hyuga clan for their noble demeanor. "You can't stay in Konoha, nor in the Fire Country. Find a place where no one knows you and live there. That's all I can do, brother." After saying this, Ryuichi handed Mugetsu a bundle of money and a bundle. Brother. Mugetsu woke from his dream, only to find himself in a small bed in a guest room. "What? Missing your brother?" "Oh." Mugetsu reacted quickly, immediately flipping out of bed and adopting a standard defensive stance. "Well, it seems you haven't lost your skills." When Mugetsu focused, he saw that sitting in his room were Jing Hang and Tsunade. It seems Lord Jing Hang knows everything. The intelligence department of Sunagakure is indeed impressive. As a ninja, some things need not be said. No intelligence organization is idle. And as the Kazakage, the intelligence resources are even more profound. Figuring out his background would be a piece of cake for Sunagakure. Perhaps they even knew during the gambling match. It turns out that Rasha had talked to me about this matter. I have some impression, but didn't pay much attention to it. It was Tsunade who said you looked familiar, and that your dealing style had a hint of soft fist to it that made me remember, right, Hyuga Mugetsu? Mugetsu looked at Jing Hang and helplessly shook his head. I'm already a dead man, just staying here to get by. Since Lord Jing Hang has discovered me and I've lost my skills, I will leave this place. With that, he stood up to leave. Hey, don't bully honest people. Tsunade discontentedly slapped Jing Hang's shoulder. Mugetsu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We have no intention of rushing you. Mugetsu shook his head again and said, having lost so much money to Mr. Hirai, I have no face to stay here. Please don't expose my whereabouts, or the Hyuga clan will be shamed. Damn it, what I detest most is your Konoha noble family's ugly behavior. People lose their eyes on the battlefield, and when they return, they still get executed. A group of people thinks it's only natural. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Jing Hang fumed, slamming the armrest of the chair. Tisish, as if your Sunagakure is any different. Tsunade retorted quietly. In fact, most noble families from Sunagakure had died on the battlefield of Amagakure, and Jing Hang shot a glare at Tsunade. All right, Mr. Mugetsu, you need not mind those rumors. I didn't come here to rush you away. I have already discussed with Mr. Hirai. This time, I want to ask you to help me. Hyuga Mugetsu still shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, Lord Kazekage, but I will never be a ninja again in this lifetime. Hee, not to be a ninja? Jing Hang smiled. Mr. Hirai and I have opened a casino on the Ueshi Peninsula, which is a brand new city focused on gambling, but we are in need of a master like you to run it. I hope you can help us. Jing Hang bowed to Mugetsu. A brand new city, Mugetsu murmured to himself. After a while, Mugetsu bowed to Jing Hang and said, If that's the case, I am willing to offer my services. Where you eat is just eating, where the yellow earth does not bury people. Ha, good. Jing Hang happily shook Mugetsu's hand. However, you still need to come back to Sunagakure with me. Jing Hang quickly explained, not for anything else, but the Medical Research Institute in Sunagakure has quite a bit of experience with organ transplants. Your right eye, leave that to me. Although it won't have the power of the Byakugan, it will be no problem for you to see the light again. Tsunade guaranteed. Jing Hang suddenly remembered that he still had a Sharingan in his possession. He wondered what kind of sparks would fly when the Byakugan and Sharingan come together. Why not give a try? Today, Yahiko is particularly cheerful because Jiraiya-sensei expressed great satisfaction with their current training. He, along with Konin and Nagato, managed to defeat one of Jiraiya-sensei's shadow clones. Jiraiya even rewarded each of them with 200 ryo and gave them a day off, though he asked them to return by night. Meanwhile, Jiraiya himself went off in search of inspiration for his writing. For ninjas, training is both arduous and monotonous. Now that the three of them had a rare day off, they resemble excited puppies and dash straight into the marketplace of Amagakure. Today, it is not raining in Amagakure. Although there is no sunlight, this is considered remarkably good weather in the land of rain. The townsfolk open their windows to let the air circulate, and vendors set up their stalls on the streets, showcasing a variety of goods that entice many people to come out and shop. The marketplace becomes extraordinarily lively. Having spent a long time outdoors,